Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure and our privilege to present to you tonight George Edwards in a radio version adapted by Betty Roland of one of the world's great literary masterpieces, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It took the genius of Robert Louis Stevenson to fashion this tale of the dual forces which are forever at war in every human breast, the powers of good and evil that lie dormant in us all. And he has given us a tale so weird, so strange, and yet so filled with the eternal conflict of man's immortal soul that we who hear it stand petrified, because in the tormented character of this strange fantasy, we see ourselves. Step by step, we will take you along the tortuous path, followed by young Henry Jekyll, fortune's darling, born to great riches, talented and handsome, until we see the final dissolution of this unhappy being, who sought to split his soul in twain and assume a separate identity for each side of his dual nature, the one entirely good, the other completely evil. We will begin by looking into the handsome country residence of his father, Edward Jekyll, a wealthy London merchant who has retired to his estates to enjoy the fruits of a successful career on the stock exchange. He is a man whom anyone might envy, still in the prime of life, enjoying the esteem of all who knew him, blessed with the love of a gracious woman and the father of a splendid son. It is Christmas Day, and fires are burning brightly in the vast chimney pieces of the Jekyll house. Snow spangles the trees in the great park surrounding the gardens, and in the clear, crystal air, the chiming of church bells comes clearly from the little village just a mile or so beyond the gates.
Henry, there's Mr. Bunning with his choir. Open the windows, dear, and show him that we're here.
All right, Mother. Are you sure it won't be too cold for you?
Not a bit. I've got this warm cloak on, and it isn't half so cold now that the sun has commenced to shine.
Oh, Mother, do come and look at little Billy Hawk. He's playing the cornet, and his cheeks look exactly like two ducks' cheeses.
Let's go out onto the terrace and speak to them. Oh, there's Mr. Packer, too. His leg must be better. Well, fancy his being able to walk all this way through the snow. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you. If you'd care to step inside, there's a hot punch and some Christmas cake waiting for you. Henry, run and tell your father, dear. He wouldn't like not to be here to welcome them.
Do you know where he is?
I think he went down to the cellar with Monkton to choose the wines for dinner.
Well, I'll go and fetch him then.
And I'll go and make sure there's ample cake to go around. And look, there's Mr. Utterson and Margaret just driving through the gates. Oh, isn't that nice? I was so hoping they'd call in today. Tell your father, dear, and then run out and meet them. Oh, I do hope they can stay and have Christmas dinner with us. There's no one I'd rather have than them.
Another glass of this port, Utterson, before we go into the drawing room.
Thanks. I think I will. What a glorious color it has.
Fill me a beaker full of the warm south, eh? This wine was part of a gift to my grandfather from the Duke of Alba. It's lasted a long time. But I think there'll be sufficient for young Henry to celebrate his Christmases with.
How the lad is shooting up. How old is he now?
He'll be 12 in April. I'll have to think about sending him away to college soon. He's getting too much for a tutor.
You must be very proud of him.
But what about your daughter? She's got her fair share of good looks, don't you think?
Ah, yes. Margaret's a bonny lass. A very bonny lass. Ah, there are the children outside now. What's that Margaret's carrying?
Oh, I think it must be the doll my wife got for her last week when we were up in London.
A doll? Why, from here it looks as large as a real baby. How delighted she'll be. Just look at the way she holds it. Haven't you seen a mother carrying her child that way? And the look on her face. I can see it from here. Purest rapture.
Notice the way she walks. She's afraid of slipping on the snow and letting it drop.
I've noticed the expression of the little girl's face when she's carrying her doll. Just the same rapt,
inward look of utter bliss that a mother has. I really think they feel the same.
All of which is quite beyond Henry's scope of understanding. Look how impatiently he waits for her. The eternal male itching to be off on adventure.
What's the matter with you?
I'm coming.
I told you should have left that silly old doll behind.
It's not a silly old doll.
Yes, it is. Look at its staring eyes. Whoever saw anyone with eyes like that?
I think they're beautiful. And she's got real eyelashes, too. And they open and shut. And she says, Mama.
Well, you're going to stand there all day admiring it, or you're going to come with me?
Where do you want me to go?
Down to Red Hills. The snow's deep there. I gave it a try out after church this morning. The new sleigh's a dream. Faster than anyone else's by a mile.
I don't think I want to go sleighing, Henry.
What? Before we had dinner, you could hardly wait.
Well, I've changed my mind.
Well, I know what it is. You've got that doll now.
What if I have?
It doesn't stop you from coming sleighing with me.
Of course it doesn't. But I just don't want to, that's all.
You prefer a silly-looking waxen-faced image to me, do you? Very well, then. I'll ask Phyllis Mortimer to go. She'll jump at the chance.
Ask her. I don't care.
Oh, yes, you do. You hate her. I know you do. I saw the look on your face when we were skating together last week.
Who? What do I care who you skate with?
That's not true. You do care. And if you don't come with me now, I'll ask her to be my partner at the children's party tonight.
Very well, then. I shall dance with the squire's son. He's already asked me to. More than once, too.
Oh, no, you won't. You're not going to dance with that pimply-faced ninny.
He's a very nice boy. He has lovely manners, and he's never rude and horrid like you are.
He's got buck teeth, and he breathes through his mouth like a grampus.
He's promised to take me to the next otter hunt. And I shall probably go and stay at the manor after the new year.
You're coming to stay here. I heard Mother ask your father.
Papa lets me go when I choose.
And you're going to choose to come and stay with us. And you're going to come sleighing with me now, do you hear?
Indeed.
Yes. Go inside and put away that doll. I should think a big girl like you'd be ashamed to play with dolls.
I don't care what you think. And anyway, 10 isn't too old for dolls.
Yes, it is. Phyllis Mortimer's only 9, and she smashed her last doll over a year ago.
Phyllis Mortimer's spoiled and bold. I heard your mother say so.
Oh, Margaret, come on. You're wasting the afternoon. Be getting dark soon.
Well, I'm not coming, so there.
Yes, you are. I'm going to make you.
No, you're not.
Give me that doll.
No. No. Henry, stop it. Oh!
Margaret! Margaret! What's the matter? Speak to me. Oh, Margaret!
Henry, what on earth have you done?
She slipped on a step. Oh, Father, she's not dead, is she?
Let me have her, Jekyll, for mercy's sake. Oh, Margaret, my darling.
I think she's only stunned, Utterson. We'll carry her inside. Henry, run and tell your mother. Tell her not to be alarmed. It can't be serious. There are only half a dozen steps.
But she struck her head as she fell. I saw it through the window.
Yes, I know. Don't let's waste any time. We'll send for the doctor right away.
Oh, my darling, my darling. Oh, God, don't let anything happen to her. My little girl. Oh, Margaret, Margaret.
Steady, old man.
She's my whole life. If anything should happen, I just couldn't go on.
She'll be all right in a week or so. Just slight concussion, that's all. She's sleeping quietly now, and I expect her to wake up almost herself again.
Thank you, Doctor. I can't say what a relief this is.
These young things are liable to suffer all sorts of mishaps, sir. How did it happen?
She was playing with Mr. Jekyll's boy on the top of some steps. I don't know exactly how it came about, but she slipped.
Very easily done. The ground's like glass after the freeze last night. Well, I'll be getting along. See you around in the morning. No excitement, mind.
Oh, we'll see to that.
Good night, then.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, Utterson, old friend.
What for?
For what you said about the accident. You might easily have said so much more.
As far as I'm concerned, nothing more need be said. Ever.
That's not so. There's something I feel I have to say. Something that I've wanted to say to you for a long time, yet lacked the resolution. Will you sit down with me for a while before we go to Mrs. Jekyll?
Why, certainly. Is there something that troubles you?
Something that troubles me very deeply. Utterson, did you notice my son's face as he tried to tear the doll out of Margaret's arms this afternoon?
You mean just before she fell? Yes, I did.
What did you think?
Well, to be truthful, there was something on the face of that boy that struck terror into my heart.
I know. What's the meaning of it? I've seen it from time to time, and it's always the same. Something so evil, so hideously profane seems to peer out from behind the mask of his features that I can't believe my eyes. You saw it this afternoon?
Yes. Has it happened very often?
Not more than half a dozen times in his life. The first occasion was when he was little more than 2 years old. He was playing with his nurse, a woman of whom he was particularly fond. And suddenly I saw the change, and he turned and sank his teeth into her arm until she screamed with pain. We had to almost prise his jaws apart. It was the most horrible thing I'd ever seen.
And when did it happen next?
About 2 years later. My spaniel had a litter of puppies, little soft lumps of silk. Henry was playing with them when suddenly I heard the mother dog begin to wail, and Henry laughed. Never as long as I live will I forget that sound. It wasn't the laugh of a child, but that of a fiend. I rushed to where he was. He had broken their backs. Every puppy lay dead at his feet. Good heavens. And then another time... For heaven's sake, what's that? It's Henry. He has terrible nightmares after one of the attacks. I must go to him at once. It's Judy.
Oh, Edward Jekyll, my poor friend. You are indeed in need of help. May God have pity on you and on your son.
Some years elapse, and we now see the young Jekyll as a tall stripling of 17, nearing the end of his college days, and to all outward appearances, as handsome and fine a young man as one would wish to see. The scene is the seniors' room, and the time, that brief hour between supper time and the evening prep.
What do you think, fellas? Markham's been expelled.
What? Well, serve him right. He's had chances enough. He knew what he was asking for, breaking bounds like that.
But even if he did, it seems a bit hot sending him down for that.
It wasn't merely breaking bounds, my little innocent. It was what he did with his illicit liberty. I warned him that the head wouldn't stand for any more little frolics in Thorley Woods.
Thorley Woods? What was he doing there?
Picking blackberries, of course.
But,
shut up, you lot. Well, what's the matter with our Mr. Jekyll tonight? Not looking his usual cheery self. Not upset by the sad fate of little Mark the baby Romeo, are you?
Well, what are you so smug about, anyhow? Mark's been unlucky, that's all.
True enough, my friend. Who am I to cast the stone?
Oh, I forgot. Rogers told me the head wanted to see you, Jekyll. Where is he?
In his study.
All right. Now, don't any of you others pinch my chair while I'm away.
You'll be gone for an hour, old chap. No doubt the head wants to get a little guidance from his head prefect on how to put down vice in the senior school.
Oh, dry up, Pelton. You're a poisonous toad.
Well, at least everybody knows it.
Why, what do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Pray allow me to open the door for your holiness to pass through.
Don't be an ass.
What are you always picking on Jekyll for, Pelton?
Oh, he's so confoundedly irreproachable. He gets on my nerves. This fellow's hardly human. Always tops the list in exams. Never misses a class. Has all the blues for sport, and I don't doubt kneels down by the side of his blameless bed every night and prays for mere sinners like you and me. He's too good to be true.
Come in. Ah, Jekyll, come in and sit down.
Thank you, sir.
I want to have a talk to you about this affair of Markham's. Most unpleasant business.
Yes, sir.
As head prefect, I repose a confidence in you that isn't shared by the other boys. I want your complete frankness, Jekyll.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate what you've said.
Have you noticed the peculiar change that's come over some of the boys in the senior school during the last few months?
In what way, sir?
In the loosening of discipline. A general decline of moral standard. This affair of Markham's is only a culmination of a series of things that have been taking place for some time. Markham was found in Thorley Wood last Saturday afternoon with one of the maids from the Horsham Arms, and in a state of, well, one can only call it drunkenness.
Markham was?
Oh, you find it hard to believe. So do I, Jekyll. But there can be no possible mistake. Mr. Finch, the classic master, was walking through the woods with his wife, and Well, what they saw made it impossible for me to allow young Markham to remain at this college any longer.
I see.
But Markham was not alone. There was another boy with him, but he was apparently sober and heard the sound of footsteps. He ran away through the undergrowth before either Mr. or Mrs. Finch could see who it was.
And Markham didn't say who he was.
And refused to say a word. Jekyll, have you any idea as to who this other boy could be?
I, sir? Why, no, I haven't the least idea.
I have a feeling that if we could find him, we may put our fingers on the cause of all this unpleasantness that's been happening during the past few months. A boy like Markham wouldn't have sunk to that sort of thing unless someone had influenced him. Mind you, I'm not asking you to spy out on your friends, but I do hope I can count on your help in clearing up this matter. Markham's life is ruined. I can't stand by and see other boys destroy themselves without doing everything in my power to stop it. You understand, Jekyll?
Yes, sir. I understand, sir.
We must stamp out this vicious thing that suddenly appeared in the school, as one would put one's heel on the head of a reptile, and with as little pity. You would not be guilty of treachery. I want to point that out. If you told me anything you knew or suspected.
No, sir. I understand that perfectly, sir.
Good. Well, I can rely on you. Come to me if you have any idea as to who is at the bottom of this, and everything you tell me will be treated with the greatest confidence. You haven't any suspicions offhand, have you?
No, sir. Not the remotest idea. Why, I can't imagine anyone who could do such a thing, sir.
Well, keep your eyes and ears open and report to me immediately. Oh, there's the bell for evening prep. I won't keep you any longer. Oh, Jekyll, when do you sit for your exams?
At the end of next month, sir.
I'd be sorry to lose you. Going to do medicine, aren't you?
Medicine and science, sir.
I expect you to do well. You've always been a credit to us, Jekyll.
Thank you, sir. I hope I always shall be, sir.
By the way, you might have a word with young Markham sometime this evening. He asked to see you. It mightn't do any harm to talk to him.
Where is he, sir?
Up in the tower room. I thought it best to put him there, away from all the other boys.
I'll see him before I go to bed, sir.
And don't forget, report back to me anything of interest he might have to tell you. Good night, Jekyll. Just close the door, will you?
Who's there?
It's me, Jekyll. Oh. The head said you wanted to see me.
Yes, sir. I did. I want to tell you what a swine you are, Jekyll, but it doesn't seem to matter now.
Oh, well. I'd just go ahead if it helps.
It'll take more than that to help me. You understand what this means, don't you?
Yes, I think I do.
I wonder. Your people are rich. Mine aren't. It's taken a lot of doing without to send me here. Can you guess what it's going to be like when I have to face them tomorrow?
Well, I'll make it up to you. I swear I will.
Give me a clean sheet and a chance to start again? Oh, no. Not even all your money can do that. They don't take men into the civil service with a kind of record I'm going to have when I leave here. I've made an unholy mess of things now. I'll suffer for it for the rest of my life. The worst of it is that others have to suffer too. My people are old. I'm their only child. They've scrimped and saved to send me to this college. The things I've been going to do, the career I've been going to have has been the whole meaning of life to them. Tomorrow when they come here to see the head, they've got to be told it's finished. I'd rather have died than do this to them.
Good Lord, has the world come to an end because you can't go into the civil service?
Oh, I hate you, Jekyll. You're so devilishly clever. Not a single soul suspects you. I suppose the head sent you here tonight to find out who my accomplice was. That's funny. That's one secret I can be sure of you keeping to yourself.
You're not likely to go down and tell him it was you? Shut up, will you? Shut up. If you keep on shouting at the top of your lungs, there'll be no need to tell him.
So you're no more anxious to be found out than I was.
Of course I'm not. Who wants to pay the penalty for the sins he commits?
But you will, Jekyll. Someday you will. You can get away with it for a long time if you're clever enough. But eventually it'll all catch up with you.
Not me. I'll get away with it always. I'll find a way somehow.
I could prove you're wrong right now.
How?
By going downstairs and telling the head who was with me that day in Thornley Wood.
You wouldn't do that, Markham.
I'm not so sure that I wouldn't. Why should I take the whole of it? If it hadn't been for you, I'd never have gone there. Never have spoken to those girls, never drunk their beastly wine.
But you wouldn't tell the head, Markham.
I would, I tell... Jekyll. Good heavens, Jekyll. Why are you looking at me like that? What's come over you? Don't stare at me that way. Your eyes. What's the matter with your eyes? Keep away. What are you going to do? Don't bury your teeth like that. You're a cannibal. Jekyll, don't. Don't.
Keep away from that window. Keep away, you fool! He's fallen. Down to the ground. Onto the stones. His body's lying there. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. He jumped of his own accord. I never touched him.
What's the matter? What's going on in there?
Oh, it's Markham, sir. He threw himself out of the window right before my very eyes. Oh, it was horrible. I'll never forget it as long as I live.
Stand back, boys. My dear Jekyll, this is terrible. What a tragic finish. Sit down in this chair. Oh, get him some brandy, someone. He's going to faint. Henry's paroxysm passes, and he lapses into unconsciousness. Next morning, he receives a visit from the headmaster.
Well, Jekyll, how are you this morning?
Much better, thank you, sir.
Stay in your study if you don't feel up to attending classes, my boy. You had a very nasty shock. So did we all, for that matter. Shocking business. Absolutely shocking.
I think I'll be all right, sir. As a matter of fact, I'd rather not be alone just now.
I can well understand that, my boy. Just as well to keep your mind off things, though. By the way, I don't suppose he gave you any inkling as to who the other boy was with him in Thornley Wood?
No, sir. Not a word, sir.
Well, he's taken the secret to the grave with him. One can only hope that this tragic affair will serve as a lesson to the one who's been at the bottom of all this unpleasant business in the senior school.
Oh, I'm certain it will be, sir. There'll be no more of it. I can promise you that, sir.
I'm sure I hope you are right. The whole thing has been most distressing, and there's bound to be some publicity over Markham's death. Very bad for the school. Very bad indeed.
What explanation are you giving, sir?
There was a meeting of the council to consider the case this morning. We've decided to say as little about the matter as possible. The boys were all called together after morning prayers and put on their honor to say nothing at all of what they knew of the affair of Thornley Wood. At the inquest, we shall endeavor to let it be thought that Markham was worried over his failure to pass exams. That's no more than the truth. He has been working very badly just recently.
And his parents, sir?
Oh, of course, nothing can be gained by distressing them any more than can be avoided. I shall give them the same explanation. Oh, by the way, Jekyll, if they should ask to see you, would you have a talk with them?
Me, sir?
You were the last person to see their son alive. I should think it very likely that they should want to ask you a few questions.
If it's absolutely necessary, sir.
Come along now, Jekyll. You're taking this thing very much to heart. You mustn't do that, you know. You've got your own future to consider. You sit for those exams in a few weeks' time. If you let this business prey on your mind, you'll be having a breakdown, and, well, you don't look at all well.
Oh, I'll be all right, sir.
Good, good. Then I'll tell Mr. Markham that you'll speak to him if he wishes it.
Yes, sir, I'll do anything I can, sir.
They tell me, Henry, that you and my son were the greatest friends.
Yes, Mr. Markham, we were. We went everywhere together. Oh, I shall miss him. I shall miss him very, very much.
Did he ever say anything to give you any indication that he contemplated taking his life?
Never, sir. I think that he might cause you and Mrs. Markham any worry.
Ah, yes, always the most thoughtful and tender of sons. We leaned on him too much, I fear. Perhaps we were at fault for letting him see how much we were wrapped up in all that he did. There was just nothing in our lives but him. And now...
Mr. Markham, if you only knew what I'd give to be able to help you.
Thank you, my boy. But grief is a burden no one can carry for us. But I'm glad I've had this talk with you. At least I know what happened right at the end.
It was so sudden, I hadn't time to do anything. He just stood up on the window seat, and the next minute he was gone.
Yes, so your headmaster has told me. Well, perhaps someday we shall understand the reason for these things. But just at present it's a little difficult. But I'll go and get his things now. I want to get back home as soon as possible. Mrs. Markham isn't very strong. And the shock of David's death, well, perhaps... Oh, dear, who knows?
Mr. Markham, don't say that. Oh, not David's mother, too.
Death is only terrible when you're young, my dear boy. When you're old and tired, like we are.
Oh, please don't say that, sir.
No wonder you and David were friends. He was sensitive like you. He felt things too keenly. It's a great mistake, my boy. A great mistake.
Henry? Is that you, Henry?
Yes, where are you?
Up here in the loft. Oh, Henry, I thought you'd never come. The oil's burnt out in the lamp, and I've been that scared up here in this creepy old mill all by myself.
Well, I couldn't come before. I told you in my letter I might be late.
I never would have waited, only I've been that worried over you. What happened, Henry? Wasn't it awful about poor Mr. Markham? Bell's been that upset.
Now listen, Hetty. If either you or Bill say so much as a single word about being in Fawley Wood with us that afternoon, you'll get yourselves into no end of trouble now. Do you understand?
How, Henry?
David Markham killed himself, and it was directly as a result of being found with Bill. If that comes out, you'll both have to go to the inquest and give evidence, and you'll get your photos in the papers. You'll never be able to hold your heads up in this town again.
Why, Henry, how wild you talk. Better me ain't likely to give the show away, but you can see that she's upset. She was fond of him, was Bill. She's talking of going away and getting work somewhere else.
Is she? Well, I think that's a very good idea. There isn't much chance for a girl like her in this little place.
That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for meeting you, Henry, we'd have both been gone long ago. But knowing you was ill.
Well, I won't be here much longer. I'll be going on to the university soon.
Won't I never see you no more after that? Henry, you won't forget me, will you?
Oh, of course I won't. But I won't be able to slip out to this old mill like I've been doing.
And I'll be jolly glad of that, too. Horrid, creepy place it is. If I hadn't have been so fond of you, Henry, you'd never have got me to come here. Funny what a girl will do when she's fond of a man, isn't it? We've never had no good times together. You know what I mean, like going places, seeing theatres and cafes and all that sort of thing.
Would you like that sort of thing, Hetty?
What do you think? Aren't I human, the same as everybody else?
Well, suppose I meet you sometime. Oh, a long way from here. Where we could go round together and not be afraid of being seen.
Oh, Henry, do you mean it?
Of course I do.
Where?
Oh, anywhere. London, if you like.
London? Oh, I'd love to go to London. I've been wanting to ever since I can remember. But I've always been too scared.
Oh, what of?
Oh, everything. A girl might have a terrible time in a big place like that.
Well, you'll have the time of your life. I'll meet you there and we'll do all the things you'd like best.
True? You mean it, Henry?
Of course I do.
Oh, but when?
Oh, after the school year finishes. You know I can't get away till then.
It's about a month, isn't it? Oh, that's a long time.
Well, there's no need for you to wait. I've got to work hard anyhow. I won't be able to see you very much. If you like, you can go there now and wait for me.
Henry, you ain't trying to get rid of me, are you?
Oh, you silly little thing. Whatever put that idea into your head?
I don't know, but you're bound to want to sometime. Your kind don't stick to girls like me for very long.
I'll get along with you. I'm not nearly tired of you yet. It's just that things are going to be very difficult from now on. You've no idea how hard it was for me to get away tonight. If I got caught, I'd be expelled. Do you know that?
Would you really? And you come out just to see me?
Yes, so you see it'd be a good thing if you were right away. I wouldn't be tempted then.
Do you really love me like that? Oh, Henry, I'd do anything for you.
Well, do as I ask you. Go to London. Look here. Here's some money. You'll only have to manage for a few weeks, and then I'll come to you, and we'll have the most wonderful time in the world.
Run your fingers through my hair the way you always do, Henry.
How soft it is. It curls round my fingers like little live things.
Do you have to go for a while?
Well, not for a little while. Rest your head back against my shoulder. There, that's right. How soft you are. How soft.
Are you sure there isn't any letter for me today?
I've told you. There's nothing at all.
You got the name right, Eddie Wilson?
Do you think I'm likely to forget it? You've been pestering me for the last 3 weeks.
I'm sorry.
Oh, now, you're sure this is the address you told them?
Yes, the Chatham Cross Post Office. This is it, ain't it?
That's right. Oh, well, better luck next time. Come again this afternoon.
Thank you, mister. I will.
What's the matter with her?
Oh, you see dozens of them like that. Wait for letters from someone. Sometimes they get one, sometimes they don't.
Looks down in the mouth, doesn't she? Pretty looking little thing, too.
Comes from the country somewhere. London's full of them. They never learn.
Where's your references, my girl?
I haven't got any.
Then it's no use you coming here. We never have names on our books unless they have the best references.
Thank you. I didn't know.
I meet the young lady offered by you.
What you like? Aren't you? Has it come back to the job, eh?
Yes, I am.
I thought you would. When do you want to start?
Any time you like.
Ah, that way, is it? How long since you ate?
Sometime yesterday.
Well, go out into the kitchen, get yourself a meal, and then come into me. You know the terms?
Yes, I know. 3 meals and a bed and 5%.
Can you dance?
A little.
What kind of dances?
The barn dance and the polka.
Ah, this isn't the village queen. Ever heard of the can-can?
Yeah, but I never seen it done.
You will. Say, what's your name?
Eddie Wilson.
Oh, we'll forget the second half. The girls here don't need more than one name. Hi, Kitty.
What's the matter?
Here's a new girl come to take Ruby's place.
Meanwhile, Henry's college days have come to an end, and we see him at home on his father's country estate.
Well, my boy, have you thought how you'd like to spend your holidays?
No, Father. It's been very pleasant down here.
But don't you find it rather quiet? I thought perhaps you'd like to take a run up to London for a while. I'm sure Mr. Utterson and Margaret would be glad to have you come and stay with them.
London? No, not London.
But why? There are all sorts of things you could find to do there. You've been working very hard at college. Why not have a little relaxation, such as theaters and things? Margaret's getting to be quite a young lady about town now. I'm sure she could show you around.
Margaret? How old is she now? 17, is it?
17 next month. Oh, she's a very lovely girl, Henry.
Yes, very lovely. She came to the inter-college sports. I was the cause of quite a bit of envy from the other fellow.
I'm sure she'll be disappointed if you don't go and stay at their place.
Oh, please, Father. I don't know why, but, well, I feel I can't go to London just now. The place depresses me. It's so vast, so full of human beings struggling and jostling one another. Well, it seems to chill me somehow. There's so much suffering there, so much unhappiness.
But you don't want to let these things get you down. Of course there's suffering and unhappiness and poverty and want.
There always will be as long as human nature remains what it is.
That's it. Human nature. The noble and the base, the ugly and the beautiful. Oh, if only we could change it all.
My dear boy, you're not going to try and grapple with the universe, are you? Is this why you're going to take a course in science as well as medicine when you go to the university?
Oh, no, I don't flatter myself that much. Science attracts me because of the enormous, undreamed-of possibilities it has.
Possibilities, yes. But what kind? Everybody knows a lot of good has been done by science, but we owe the implements of modern war to the chemists working in the laboratories, no less than we do the most enlightened discoveries of our age.
Oh, that's because we don't know enough. We're just coming out of the jungle, Father, and we're still more than half beast. But someday man will free himself from the beast, and we'll see a new being arise. A man no longer tormented by the awful conflict of good and evil. A man who, for the first time in history, will be a fully developed human being.
And do you think science is going to do it?
Well, I'm sure that without science it will be impossible. Other things will help, but science most of all.
These are very serious thoughts for a man as young as you, Henry. What made you turn to them?
Oh, disgusted myself, principally.
What?
Father, you understand me. You know me better than anyone else. I don't have to explain to you, but... oh, sometimes I hate myself so much that I can hardly endure the thought of going on living with a creature who can be so vile as I.
My boy, what's this you're saying? What can you have done? You're not yet 19 years of age.
Well, that's it. If I can do these things at 19, what mightn't I be capable of later on?
Oh, nonsense. You're run down, been working too hard, and you've got morbid. Then that affair of young Markham...
Oh, for pity's sake, don't mention him.
Why, what's the matter, Henry?
Don't you see? Oh, don't you see? I killed young Markham.
You what? For the love of reason, what's this madness you're talking about? Markham fell out of the top window of a tower. You saw him. You were standing near the door, several feet away.
I know, but I killed him just as surely as though I'd taken him in these two hands and thrust him through the window.
You don't know what you're saying. You're imagining all this.
Oh, if only I could persuade myself that. I'm haunted by it, night and day. His face, his voice, and the cry he gave as he fell. And then, his old father, that tragic face, the hopeless, broken voice. I'll carry those things round with me for the rest of my life.
Henry, my son, sit down here and tell me calmly what you mean. What I said is true. You were on the other side of the room when he fell.
Yes, I was. You can rest assured of that, Father. I didn't push him through the window. But it was because of me. And it was because of me that he was disgraced and expelled.
Young Markham expelled?
Yes, they hushed it up. But that's the reason he was in the tower room. He was more or less under detention.
I can't believe it. What did he do?
The things I told him to do. The things I took a hellish delight in watching him do. Oh, Father, what in heaven's name comes over me at times? Why did I want to destroy young Markham? Why did I urge him to respond to all the baser things in his nature and delight in seeing him turn into a kind of beast?
Henry, what's this you're telling me?
Oh, the truth, Father, the truth. And there was a girl called Hetty.
And this girl, this Hetty?
Well, after the trouble about Markham, I got into a panic. I persuaded her to go away, to London.
And that's where she is now?
Oh, I suppose so. I promised to write to her, to send her money. I didn't either.
I see.
So that's why I can't endure the thought of going there. I had some inquiries made. She's gone from her old address. No one knows where she is. But she's somewhere in that great city, alone, penniless. And I sent her there.
Well, no doubt we can have her traced and do something for her if it worries you. But she'll find some way of looking after herself. That kind of person always does.
But what kind of way?
Whatever are you two sitting here in the dark for? Why don't you light the lamp?
Oh, please don't, Mother. No, not just yet.
Why, dear, what's the matter with you? You sound quite upset.
Well, there's nothing wrong. We've just been having a quiet talk together, that's all.
The afternoon mail's just come and there's a letter from Margaret.
She's wondering if you're coming up to London, Henry.
No, I'm not.
But
Henry's a little overstrung after all those hard weeks of work for his examinations, Marion. I was going to suggest that we might go up to Scotland for a week or two. Sir Roland has offered me his shooting box several times. How would you like that, Henry?
Just the two of us?
If you like.
Oh, I'd like that. I'd like that better than anything else on earth.
But Henry, what will Margaret think? She's been expecting you.
Oh, let her think what she likes. Nothing on earth is going to get me to London now.
Ooh, it's blowing a gale. Just as well we didn't go out fishing today, Henry, my boy. It's the worst of the coast round here. These storms blow up at a moment's notice.
What's that group of people doing down there on the sand? Why, they're watching something. By Jove, I believe there's a boat out there. Can you see it?
Where?
Just beyond that line of rocks. It's in trouble with the looks of it. A fishing boat from the village, I suppose.
Yes, you're right. Shall we go down? I don't suppose we can do anything to help, but one never knows.
Well, here's a path down the side of the cliff. I'll go first. Mind you don't slip.
Oh, Lord have mercy on us. But it's dashed to pieces they'll be on this cruel rock.
What's wrong? The men out there in trouble?
Aye, that they be. Jeannie's good man here and two others. They've been battling against the storm this last toil is now and not a bit of headway can they make.
Oh, it's gone. The sail's split. There's not a see them from the rocks.
Aye, it's arrested itself. It hasn't sunk.
Hey, but look, it's heading for the rocks. The wind's catching it and the waves are dashing over it every minute.
Oh.
And if you can see them, they're clinging to their mast. One's still got their rudder in his hand.
Oh, this is horrible. Can't anything be done to save those men?
No boat could live in that sea, Henry.
They'll be on those rocks in another few moments.
Oh, look.
Why, they're on them now. They're dashed to pieces, the poor devils, to die like that in sight of their very homes. Surely something can be done.
Nothing short of a miracle will save those poor fellows now.
Where are all the men? Can't someone take out a lifeline to them?
There's naught but old ones and bairns in the village today. There's a young and he'll be all war.
Oh, where's the lifeline? Have you got one long enough?
Henry, what are you thinking of?
Is that over by the boat shed?
Aye, that's it. But you'll never think of swimming out in that sea.
Oh, bring it down. Hurry.
Henry, you can't.
Yes, I can. I've swum in seas like this before. Send those women away. I'm going to strip off my clothes.
No, Henry. Think what you're doing. You can't. You mustn't.
Father, this is a thing I've got to do. If I stand by and let them drown, oh, Father, can't you understand?
Yes, I think perhaps I do. God be with you, my son. God be with you.
Oh, sir, how can I ever thank you? And he's a grand young man nowhere today. What did the doctor say about him?
No bones broken, Jeannie. He's badly bruised and cut about, but it's a miracle how he escaped with so little hurt.
A miracle it is. It had been an angel of God come down from heaven to save my man, and the others with him. He couldn't have been more blessed in our eyes. I pray for him. That I will every blessed night of my life, and my parents too. Can I do anything to help? For boy, I could tend him while he's so poorly.
His mother and a friend are coming up from London tonight, thank you, Jeannie. But if you'll just pray for my boy, that would be a great thing. I'll tell him when he gets better. I think that he'll be glad to know.
Our next scene opens in the little shooting box on the Scottish moors, in which Henry and his father were staying.
Well, Henry, my boy, how's the leg this morning?
Oh, as well as ever it was, Father, thanks. Well, it's cleared up wonderfully in the last few days.
No trace of that stiffness.
Oh, none at all. In fact, I'm feeling so well, I'm going to take Margaret out for a walk along the cliffs. I'd like to have one last look over that sea before we leave.
Well, I'll be sorry to go back. London isn't half as nice as being up here. I wish we could stay another month.
Then come out now and let's make the most of our last day. We'll take something to eat and stay out till dark.
I'd love to.
Watch out for storms. There were some rather ugly-looking clouds over the horizon a while ago.
Oh, we'll take raincoats. And there's generally a shepherd's cottage to shelter in. Sure you won't come too?
Oh, not me. I'm going to take a stroll down to the post office to see if there's any mail up from London. And then I'll sit by the fire and read the papers in comfort.
And you, Mother?
I'm going along to Katie McBride's to get that shawl she's weaving for me.
Then come along, Margaret. We'll leave them to it and go out and get our lungs full of the Atlantic gale. Does the wind ever stop blowing here, I wonder?
Wrap yourself up well, dear, and don't be too late home.
We'll be all right, dear. Don't worry over us. Call the dogs, Henry.
I'll meet you down at the gate, Margaret. Don't forget to bring plenty to eat. This cloud makes me as hungry as a hawk.
Well, it's good to see the boy striding down the path like that again.
He's a lovely boy, isn't he, Edward? The kind of son that every mother dreams of having.
Shame on you, woman. You're puffed up with maternal pride.
And you're none too modest about him yourself, Edward Jekyll. When you saw all those accounts of what he did in the papers, I saw your chest begin to expand by inches.
Anyone might be proud of what Henry did. 3 men owe their lives to him, and a lot of little children would be fatherless if he hadn't risked his life that day.
They almost worship him down in the village. They're planning some sort of farewell for him tomorrow. Ah, there goes Margaret now. They look fine together, don't they? It makes me feel grateful to God for all his mercies to see them there. It might have been so different.
Yes, Marion, my dear. So different.
How strangely you say that.
I had strange thoughts. Oh, well, that's a thing of the past now. Let's forget about it and be thankful for the present.
What time is it, Henry?
Getting on for 4 o'clock.
Don't you think we'd better be turning home? It'll be dark in another hour.
Oh, we haven't got so very far to go. If we cut across those moors by that tor over there, we'll strike the village in a few miles.
Then come along, let's go. I think your father's warning about the storm is going to come true.
I love it. I love to feel the wind whipping through my hair and your cheeks, oh, they're crimson.
Not my nose, I hope.
It's a bit red, too.
Oh, how hateful of you, Henry. Even if it's true, you shouldn't notice it.
It looks adorable. I like you much better like this, with your hair tossed all over your head, and old shoes and clothes on. I'd hardly know you for the elegant young lady of the London drawing rooms.
Which do you prefer?
Now you're asking both sides of my nature to speak. The one that likes the sophistication of London with its music and soft lights, silks and satins, and the other that walks over the moors and cliff tops with you. Swept clean by the wind, glorying in physical strength, happy in the comradeship we feel merely by being here together.
Have you 2 sides to your nature, then?
Well, who hasn't? Why, even you, my little Margaret, must feel the pull of conflicting desires now and again. I'd hate to think that there was nothing of the sinner under that sweet face of yours.
Henry, sometimes you frighten me.
Why?
I don't know. You look at me sometimes and you make my heart beat. There's something queer in your eyes.
Don't say that. Don't ever say that. Do you hear?
Why, Henry, what's the matter? You're hurting me. You're digging your fingers into my arm.
I'm sorry, Margaret. I'm sorry. Well, come on. Let's cut across the moors by this path. It'll take us home, I think.
Oh, it is getting stormy. We'll have rain soon, I think.
Well, come on. Give me your hand and we'll hurry home. And don't be cross with me, Margaret. I'm awfully sorry I hurt you.
I'm never cross with you, Henry. That is, not for long. Come along, let's run. Henry, are you sure you know the way?
I think so. I came over by this path a few weeks ago, though it shouldn't have taken us as long as this. It's after 5 o'clock now.
Isn't it dark? I wish we had a lantern. I can hardly see a thing.
Well, hang on to my arm. I can still see the path. Oh, here's the rain again. Button up your coat and keep your head down. I'll guide you.
I wish we hadn't thrown the last of those sandwiches to the dogs.
Hungry? Oh, never mind. Mother will have a fine hot meal waiting for us, and we'll be home soon now.
We're lost, aren't we?
Well, I'm not sure. This path must lead to somewhere, and we're still on it.
We seem to have been pushing our way against the storm for hours. I wonder what the time is.
Well, hold open the flap of my coat. I'll try and strike a match. You ready?
Yes? Did you see?
It's nearly 8 o'clock.
That does mean we're lost, doesn't it?
Yes, I'm afraid it does. I'm awfully sorry, Margaret. I've let you in for this.
It doesn't matter. We'll wait till daylight and then see our way back.
Oh, it won't be daylight for hours. If only we could find some sort of shelter.
Look. Did you see that in the lightning? Some sort of barn or cottage.
No, where?
Over to the left. Give me your hand. I think I can find it. See? There it is.
Yes, I saw it. Well, that must be where this path leads to. Well, thank goodness we'll be able to get out of this rain.
Even the dogs know we're lost. They're hanging right on our heels.
Oh, well, with any luck, we'll be under shelter in a few minutes. I hope that lightning comes again.
There it is. Come along, let's run.
Ooh, what luck. We might easily have passed it.
What sort of a place is it? Can you strike a match and let's see?
I'll try. I'm afraid they're very wet. Ah, some sort of barn. Why, there's a stack of hay over there.
And there's a lantern. See if there's any oil in it.
Yes, we're in luck. It's half full. At least we'll have some light. There we are. That's better.
Oh, I say, there's a fireplace and some dry wood. That's marvelous. A fire to get warm by and dry our clothes. Oh, if only we had those sandwiches.
We'll spend the night imagining what Mother had for us to eat when we got home.
They'll be terribly worried over us. I wonder where we are.
Well, there's nothing we can do till morning, so let's light this fire and warm ourselves.
And what way did they go?
The last we saw them, they were going along the cliffs towards Loch Moidart.
And when was that?
About 11 o'clock this morning.
Well, they might be anywhere by now. But never fear, Mr. Jekyll, sir. We'll find them sure enough. There's not a body in the whole village who wouldn't spend the night searching for them. We're not forgetting what he did for us. We'll have him back for you safe and sound by morning. Tell his mother that.
Feeling warmer now?
Warm and sleepy.
I'll bring across some more of that hay and we'll make a bed.
What time is it?
I don't know. My watch has stopped. Must be nearly midnight, though.
No wonder I'm sleepy.
Here you are. Lie down on this and be comfortable. I'll roll up my coat for a pillow.
Oh, no, you'll need it.
Oh, I'll be warm enough without it. Now, is that better?
Yes, it's fine. Listen, even the storm has died down now. How quiet it is. I wonder where we are.
High up on some isolated moor, I guess. This must be a feeding place for the cattle. That's why the track led down here.
It's lonely and a little bit creepy, isn't it? I'm awfully glad I'm not alone.
Scared?
Not with you here. But don't go too far away from me.
No, I'm here, right beside you. It's a pity that lamp burned out so soon, but the fire's still bright. I can see you quite plainly.
You're in the shadows. I can only hear your voice.
Shall I come closer?
Yes, please. You could put your arm around me if you like, and I could sleep on your shoulder.
Isn't the coat comfortable?
Oh, all right, if you'd rather not.
Oh, don't be silly. You know it isn't that.
What is it then?
Never mind. There now, is that right?
Oh, perfect. You've got such broad shoulders, Henry. They were made for this. Good night.
Good night. Looks pretty there lying in the firelight. She wanted to lie close to me. That's the sinner in her. It's there just the same as in all of us.
Can't you even look at the face of this sleeping girl
without thinking things like that.
We're so far away from everybody. Miles and miles away. Just the two of us in this hut. She's turning her face towards me. Those lips, they want my kisses. She's in love with me, I know that.
She's Margaret, not Hetty.
Is there any difference? Because Hetty's poor and this girl's rich, does that mean they aren't the same inside? She's just the same. And she's prettier, much prettier. Her throat, the soft curves as she sleeps there beside me. She's putting her arms towards me. I'll kiss her and wake her up.
Hello! Hello there!
Yes? Who is it?
Hello!
What is it? What's the matter?
Someone's found us. They must have sent out a search party. Hello there, this way.
Henry, is it you? Are you all right? Where's Margaret?
Here, Father, here. And safe. Thank God she's safe.
Oh, hello. Are you Jekyll?
Yes.
My name's Lanyon. I believe we're in a room together. Have you been up to see it yet?
No, I was just up on my way.
Well, it's along here. Quite decent little place. Got a good fireplace and a window looking out into one of the squares. We're in luck.
Anyone else but ourselves?
No, just the two of us. The mate has promised to come along, get us some cushions and things and a comfortable chair or so. Be rather snug by the time we're properly dug in. Here it is. Behold the scene of our future travail. Plenty of good old midnight oil's been burnt in here.
That's right. We come in freshers, we go out lawyers, doctors, engineers.
Oh, tut. Nothing so plebeian as that in this stronghold of culture, my boy. To be an engineer smacks too much of grime under the fingernails and the sweat of honest toil. Oh, by the way, what are you doing?
Medicine. I thought I'd have a try for science as well.
Oh, you're going to be busy. Old Stinks is a perfect slave driver, I've heard.
You mean Professor Marriott? Well, I met him a while ago and liked him immensely.
Oh, yes. No end of a decent old pot. But a martinet in the laboratory won't stand for any sort of larks at all. I guess I'm far too much of a butterfly to last out anything more serious than medicine. Even then I'll be surprised if I get away with anything more impressive than an MB. Well, come along. We're due to assemble in the great hall. Put your bags and come out.
How did you find out so much about things so soon?
Well, I've got two brothers here. They could be wise to no end of things. Great saving on the nervous system. I hate starting anything, don't you?
If the young gentlemen in the back row will kindly give me their attention, we will now proceed with a demonstration. Will Mr. Jekyll be so good as to give me his assistance?
Jekyll again, the old boy dotes on him. Jekyll's out for honours. He can have them. He swats every night of his life.
If you have anything of importance to communicate to your neighbour, Mr. Grayson, would you be good enough to allow us all to hear? Well, come along, don't be modest. I'm sure the cause of science will be considerably advanced if we hear what you're whispering to Mr. Roberts.
It was nothing, sir. I apologize for talking during lecture, sir.
Good. We will now see that by the addition of a few minims of this tincture, we will completely alter the character of the subject under observation. Mr. Jekyll, are you ready to carry out the rest of the experiment?
Yes, sir. Quite ready.
Good. The action of extreme heat, which we will now apply by means of lighting a flame under this retort, will bring about a further interesting change.
Oh, come on, Jekyll. You're not going to stick at those books all your life, are you?
Well, I've got exams in 5 weeks' time, don't forget.
Oh, what if you have? You'll pass with one hand tied behind your back. Tell in for this weekend and come to London with Roberts and me. Be back on Sunday night, and you'll feel like 40 men after it. Working yourself to death, man. Don't think you've smiled for a month.
With you about to make a fest of yourself?
Then come on, be human. Have you ever been on a binge in your life?
Have I? Well, yes, I guess I have.
Oh, I don't believe it. You've got that monkish pallor that betrays the pure in heart. Can't endure it myself.
Then come along and we'll wallow in sin.
Oh, you mean it?
Of course I do. I haven't seen London for months. I love the dirty, bedraggled old hag. Let's go and fill our nostrils full of the odour of her evil doing.
Is this really you, Jekyll? And me thinking you were a positive monk?
Casanova was a monk, don't forget.
By Jove, so he was. But to see you sitting there under that lamp makes me think more of a knight of the Holy Grail than of him.
Then I'll be Tannhauser in the Venusberg. Begone, dull care, away with bookish learning. What if the hand does shake when making the experiment? Who knows, a new discovery may be made, and I'll be famous.
If old Prof. Marriott sees you at it, heaven help you. He's grooming you for half the fellowships in the year. Oh, come along. Let's get out of here. The girls here are the same as the ones at Farrow's.
Well, what do you expect? They've all got 2 legs, 2 arms, and no brain.
Can't anybody show me something different? Be back at the university this time tomorrow night, and I want to have done a single thing I haven't done before.
He wants variety. What about it, Jekyll? Can't you lead us to some dark and secret sin?
Well, if you persist in sticking to the West End, you'll never find variety.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, this is the sort of thing our fathers used to indulge in. If you want something different.
Of course we do.
Well, then come along.
I say, where are we going to?
Old Cheapside, the Embankment, the haunts and the dives of the East End. Have you got walking sticks and buttons on the pockets of your coat? You'll need them.
Jekyll, you two-faced deceiver. Have you been keeping all this knowledge to yourself and letting us waste our time and money on the imitation vice of Bloomsbury?
Well, we've still got one night left.
Walpurgis night. On to the witches' Sabbath.
Oh, you are not going?
Fay, my little dear, we're leaving you for dark and desperate deeds.
Oh, but what about this hotel you promised me?
Here's the money. Eat it or put it in the top of your stocking. But don't ask to stay and watch you do it.
Oh, but that Borke promised to have supper with a rich banker from Hamburg for you.
Never let your heart run away with your head, little one. Go and tell him you love him best after all. Well, come on, Lanyon and Robert. Let's get a cab.
Hi, wake up, Hetty. Pat's singing out for you.
What for?
He wants you downstairs, of course.
Oh, then tell him I'm not coming.
Oh, don't be mad. You've got to. There's 3 dwarfs just come in. They're drunk as lords and slinging their money round like anything. One of them just paid 2 quid for a bottle of fizz.
Oh, what do I care? I'm tired. I've been working all night. I'm not coming down to sing songs for any toffs at this hour. What time is it anyhow?
After 3 o'clock.
Well, that puts the lid on it. I'm not coming down again for the Prince of Wales.
You better not let Herr Pat hear you say that. He sent me up to get you special. You haven't been here so long as the rest of us, and you don't know Pat when he gets mad.
I've been here long enough to know when I've earned what he pays me. I've done enough for one night, and that's that.
Here, Eddie, what's the matter with you? Make it lively.
Oh, there he is now. Take my tip and you'll come down.
Here, what the... Why aren't you out of bed? Who told you to knock off work like this?
I'm tired.
You'll have more than this to make you tired before you're done. Now, come on, get up out of this minute. Come downstairs and entertain the gentleman. Or do I have to drag you down by the lug?
You keep your hands off me. You slave driver, you.
What's this? Is this the return I get for taking you off the streets? Where would you have been if it hadn't been me that took in pity on you, huh?
Took pity on me? I like that. There's about as much pity in you as there is in a man-eating tiger.
So that's the way of it, is it? Then take that, you little impudent faggot, you. Now you do as I tell you and come downstairs.
No, I won't.
Well, we'll see about that. I'm giving you just long enough for me to count 10 before I take hold of you and throw you out of the place, lock, stock, and barrel. And where'll you be then, I'd like to know?
Oh, Eddie, do as he says. It ain't any use making a fuss.
And why isn't it any use? If all you other girls would do the same, things would be different round here. But you haven't got the nerve, and he gets away with it. I've been here 6 months now, and I haven't ever got out of debt to him. I'll be glad if he threw me out, and then I'll be rid of him.
You would, eh? Then out you go. Go on. Out of this. Right this minute.
Then give me back the clothes I had when I came.
What? Those rags? I burnt them long ago.
But I can't go without clothes. And the kind I have to wear here aren't fit to go out in the street in.
No, you're not going in any clothes of mine. You're going as you are, and the first policeman has come along and arrested you.
Oh, you beast. That's how you keep your girls here, isn't it? We're slaves, that's what we are. You feed us and dress us and make us do the dirty work you're growing rich on.
Shut your mouth, or I'll fetch you such a swipe you'll not forget in a hurry.
Go ahead and do it. I'd rather that than go downstairs and be mauled about by those drunken brutes down there. I won't do your dirty work, you hear? I'm through with it, I'm finished.
Will you
Quit your squalling, or do I have to knock the daylights out of you? Put on your clothes and come downstairs, or I'm...
No, I won't, see? All right.
Oh, by Jiminy, I've stood enough. Get out of that bed.
Hey, get your dirty hands off me.
Come on now, don't get your manners.
Here, what's going on here? What's going on here? Hetty.
Henry Jekyll. Oh, Henry.
Well, what are you doing here? What's that man been doing?
Why, Your Honor, it was all a mistake.
Have you been striking her? What are those marks on her face and arms? Shut your mouth, you dirty blackguard. Hetty, how long have you been here?
6 months.
Oh, Hetty, 6 months.
Oh, what do you care? It was you that drove me here.
I know, but I'll take you out of it. Where are your clothes?
I haven't got any but these.
What, not a coat?
No, nothing.
Here, take mine. Take mine, quick.
What are you doing? Is she a relative of yours?
Never mind what she is. Get out of my way, and don't you try to stop this girl coming with me. I'll find some way to clean up this hole of yours and put you where you belong. Now, Hetty, are you ready?
Oh, Henry, you're mad. You can't do this.
I'm going to. I'm going to try and make up for what I did 6 months ago. Come on, let's go.
Well, saints preserve us. A gentleman like him and a low little tug like her. And he'll take the other 2 gentlemen away with him as like as not. Bad cess to him.
Hey, Jekyll! Jekyll, where are you going? Who's the girl you've got?
Never mind. I'll see you on Victoria Station at 7 o'clock, Sunday evening.
Well, how's that for rapid work, Robert? Goes upstairs to see what the noise is about and comes out with a girl wrapped up in his overcoat.
And gets away with her, too. Look, he's putting her into a cab.
What the... There's something more to our young friend Jekyll than meets the eye. This'll have to be investigated. Come along. Let's follow him.
Get up there. Get up.
Well, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Our saintly Jekyll coming downstairs with that girl tucked under his arm as cool as you please.
He must have known her somewhere before. After all, a man doesn't go upstairs to stop a brawl and then walk out into the night with one of the women for nothing.
Would you believe it? Our studious and irreproachable young Galahad.
What'll the other fellows say when we tell him about it?
Now, look here, Roberts. We'd better be careful what we say about this. After all, none of us is supposed to be up in London this weekend, and if it got about too much...
Yes, probably all right.
And another thing, it's no business of ours. I like Jekyll, and if he's got something like this girl he wants to keep quiet about, I guess it's up to us to mind our own business. No, I half wish we hadn't started following him the way we did.
Well, we can easily tell the cabman to take us to the hotel. I'm infernally tired, for one.
Oh, wait a minute. Jekyll's cab seems to be turning into that side street. Queer sort of quarter, this. I wonder where we are.
Heaven only knows. I've been half asleep for the past half hour.
Well, now that we've gone so far, we'd better see the rest of it. Hey, driver, stop here, will you?
Very good, sir. Whoa there.
What are you going to do?
Jekyll's cab's pulled up. We'd better stay here and see what happens.
Doesn't seem to be a single soul about but ourselves. Look at all those wretched little shops and the puddles in the street. I never saw a more desolate-looking spot.
Oh, say, look. There he is now. Going over to the door in that house. He's unlocking it.
House? Doesn't look like a house to me. It hasn't any windows, just a door. Looks like some kind of warehouse.
Looks to me as though it might be anything. See, there, he's opened it. And now he's going back to get the girl. There she is. Doesn't seem to be very anxious to go in.
Don't blame her. Looks decidedly uninviting to me. Ideal place for a murder.
There she goes. No, he shut the door. And the cab's starting to drive away.
What do you make of it, Lanyon?
I don't make anything of it at all. What this building can be, I can't even guess. And that Jekyll should have any connection with the sort of girl that one is seems almost unbelievable.
What'll we do?
Go back to the hotel and hold our tongues. This is Jekyll's affair. It's no concern of ours.
All the same, I'd give a lot to know what's going on inside that place.
Give me your arm, Hetty. I'll guide you up these stairs.
How dark it is. Where are we, Henry?
It's part of my father's house.
Your father's house? This queer, dark place?
Not part of the main house, but an outer building a little way from the other. Ah, here's the door. Now, go in. I'll light a lamp for you in a moment.
Oh, what a queer place. Did anybody live there?
No, it hasn't been used for a long time. A famous surgeon used to live in the main house, and this was the place where he did some experiments.
You mean he used to cut people up?
Well, I don't think he did any human experiments here, but maybe animals, dogs and rabbits and guinea pigs.
No wonder there seems to be something queer about it. Think of all the little things that's died here and been in pain.
Oh, come. You don't want to go thinking about things like that. It's not a bad sort of a place at all, really. I'll light a fire in the grate over there, and you can get warm, and then I'll try and fix you up a bed and maybe find you some clothes.
James. Henry, what are you going to do with me?
I don't know. We'll think of that in the morning.
Well, what will your people say when they find you brought me here?
My people are all away in the country. They need know nothing about it.
You never wanted anyone to know anything about me, did you?
Well, what makes you say that?
That was why you got me to leave home and come up to London, wasn't it? You wanted me out of the way, didn't you? Especially after what happened to poor young Mr. Markham.
Don't mention his name. Never let me hear you say that again.
I won't say it to anybody else, but I don't see why I can't say it to you. I know. So what's the use of pretending I don't?
You've changed a lot, haven't you?
Huh. Do you wonder? I've been 6 months at Mike O'Reilly's, and a good few things has happened to me in that time. You don't think I'd be the same little innocent who went off to London with £10 in a purse and believing you was going to come up and take care of her, do you?
Hetty,
Oh, don't bother to tell me. I know. I think I knew all along. But you kind of hope it isn't true. Especially when you care for someone like I cared for you.
I did try to find you, you know.
When?
Some weeks later, after the school term finished.
Yeah, and there wasn't any danger of you getting expelled like Mr. Markham was.
Well, I couldn't do it before. You know I had exams. I couldn't possibly get away.
Oh, but you could have written or sent me money or done something like you promised to.
Oh, yes, I know. I've been a young swine to you, Hetty, and I know it.
Oh, well, what's the use of going into that now? I should have had more sense.
But now that I've found you again, I'll try and make up for it. Now, come and sit near the fire. It's burning well now. I'll push this chair up for you. Why, you're half frozen. Oh, no wonder with your feet bare like that. Now, you sit here. I'll go over to the house and see what I can find for you to wear.
Henry.
What?
You'll come back, won't you?
Why, of course I will. Whatever made you think I wouldn't?
What makes me think you... If you'd gone to that post office in Charing Cross like I did, day after day, hoping for a letter, if you'd been waiting all those weeks praying for someone to come who never did, you'd know why I don't trust no one anymore.
Hetty, my poor little Hetty.
I don't know why I didn't die, and that's the truth. I thought about it often enough. I went down to the river once, but there was always the hope that there'd be a letter the next day, or I'd see you in the street.
Well, now you have seen me. I'm here. I'm going to look after you, Hetty. All that's over now.
No, it isn't. You can't have the lot for me hanging on to you. Maybe you'll be nice to me for a little while, but that's all.
Now. Dry your eyes and sit beside the fire while I go over to the house. I won't be long. When you've had something to eat and got some clothes on, I'll find somewhere for you to sleep, and, well, we'll talk it all about tomorrow morning. Is that all right?
Yes, Henry. That's all right. You don't know what it's like to see you again. I think I've prayed for it every night of my life. Can you imagine anyone praying in Mike's place? It's funny, isn't it?
No, I think it's rather wonderful. Now stay quietly there, Hetty. I won't be long.
Who's there? Put up your hands.
Father, you here.
Henry, what are you doing here? I took you for a burglar. Wait a minute till I light a lamp. Ah. Why are you up in London? Shouldn't you be at Oxford?
Oh, I came up for the weekend with 2 other chaps. We just came up for a bit of a break.
I see. Well, you'd best be getting into bed, hadn't you? It's nearly 4 o'clock.
Yes, I suppose I had. You know, I had no idea it was so late.
Did you have a good night?
Yes, very good. Went to a show, on to Ciro's, and 1 or 2 other places afterwards.
See anyone you know?
What's that? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, 1 or 2. You know how it is. One always bumps into people, you know, in those places.
Pity you didn't happen to drop into the Regency. Margaret was having a small party there. She'll be very disappointed when I tell her you were in town.
Oh, Father, you mustn't do that. You mustn't say a word to Margaret about my being in town this weekend, or to anybody else.
Very well, my boy. Just as you please, of course. Well, I don't suppose there's any point in standing here. I'll see you at breakfast. Good night, son.
Good night, Father.
Henry.
Yes, Father?
You're not in any kind of, difficulty, are you?
What makes you ask?
I just thought you looked a little strained. But perhaps that's only the result of a late night.
Oh, I'm all right, Father. Never better.
Good. Well, off to bed with you, and no more wandering round the house in the dark. Next time I might shoot.
I'll go right to bed. I promise. That's 5 o'clock. I've been here over an hour now. She'll be thinking I'm not coming back. Father will be asleep now. Get out of bed and go back to that girl before it's too late.
Don't be a fool. It was fate, your father being there. He forced you to remain in the house. You'd have given yourself away if you hadn't gone to bed. That's enough, isn't it? Let the girl go. She'd be an infernal nuisance to you. What are you going to do with her? You're sure to be found out. Stay where you are and let her think what she pleases.
I failed her once, and see what happened to her. Am I going to send her away again?
What's it got to do with you? Anyhow, it's too late now. She's lost. Once she's been like that, well, you know the rest. This was none of your doing. If your father hadn't been up in London.
Oh, what am I going to do? I'll get up out of bed and go out to that girl. I'll go back to Hetty and take the consequences.
You fool. You fool.
Hetty? Hetty, where are you? Why, she's gone.
She's gone. You stayed too long. You listened to me, didn't you? You hoped you wouldn't find her here. You knew she wouldn't stay this long.
Stop it.
But you're glad. You can go back to Oxford and not have to worry. She ran away of her own accord. No one knows she was here. You can think of Margaret again. What a relief. What a relief.
Well, my boy, did you get some sleep?
Not very much, I'm afraid.
Did I hear you wandering round after we parted?
Me? Oh, no, I stayed in bed once I got there.
You look as though you could do with an hour or 2 more. Have some breakfast. The cook's provided some excellent kidneys.
Thanks, I think coffee will do me this morning.
Care to see the paper?
Anything in it?
Oh, just the usual Sunday morning crop of murders and suicides. Funny how they seem to break out over the weekend.
Everybody too busy during the week, I suppose.
By the way, Were you out in the old dissecting room while you've been up here this time? Oh, dear, you've spilled the coffee all over the tablecloth.
I'm sorry. It's awfully clumsy of me. Hands none too steady this morning. Wait a minute. I'll wipe it up.
I suppose Mrs. Porter will forgive you.
What made you ask about the dissecting room?
I happened to take a look in there before breakfast. There were traces of a fire having been lit there quite recently. Last night, I should say.
No, I wasn't there.
I wonder who it could have been. One of the servants, perhaps. They might have been entertaining some friends. I'll have the lock on the outer door changed. Oh, by the way, it was open when I looked.
Open was it? Oh, well, perhaps the nocturnal visitor left in a hurry.
It's a bad business, really. I thought I could rely on all the people we have here. That back door gives access to a very bad part of the city. We can't afford to risk having that door left open.
You know, Father, I was only thinking the other day that I'd like to have that place cleaned up. I'll be wanting to go on with my work even during vacation. And I could do all sorts of things out there without making a nuisance of myself.
But wouldn't it be better to forget about work? You can't keep going all the time.
Well, I'd like to play around there sometimes. There's so much equipment there already, and Professor Marriott and I are working on a scheme now that must be gone on with. I'll have to work somewhere, and it's so quiet and so isolated.
Then have it, by all means. We'll go out and have a look at it after we've finished breakfast. Sure you won't look at the paper?
Oh, I suppose I might as well have a glance at it.
What time do you leave tonight?
7:10, I think.
Then you'll have time for early dinner. I'm going back to Maryland tomorrow. Just took a flying trip to attend to a small piece of business. Well, what's the matter?
This girl. Do you see her picture?
Oh, that. Tried to throw herself off Battersea Bridge, didn't she?
I know her.
You do?
It's Hetty. Hetty Wilson. Don't you remember? I told you about her. She was the girl who was mixed up with that business of David Markham.
I see.
She's been arrested and charged at the Waterside Police Court for being a person without lawful means of support. What does that mean, Father?
It means she'll probably be sent to a house of detention for a while.
Jail? Hetty in jail?
Would you like me to get in touch with Utterson and get him to see what he can do about it?
Mr. Utterson? Margaret's father? Oh, I know. I'll go myself.
Will I go with you?
No, I'll go alone.
Well, you'll find me here all morning if you want me.
No, the prisoner has been removed to the jail infirmary. She's suffering from exposure and immersion in the water.
Immersion? Then she did throw herself in the river.
She did, young gent. And if it hadn't have been that the water patrol was passing at the time, she'd have been adorning a marble slab in the morgue by now.
I see. Oh, can anybody visit her?
Visitors allowed once a month by special permit from the Department of Justice. Letters once a week.
Thank you.
Care to leave any name, sir? I could let her know, maybe.
No, no name, thank you. No name.
All for the express. Hurry on, sir, hurry on.
Hey, Jekyll, here. Oh, thank heavens you made it. Robert's and I are in a fit. Nice mess you'd have been in if you hadn't been there for assembly tomorrow morning.
What's the matter with you? You look all out. I had to rush for the train.
Making the most out of merry old London town, eh? I must say you're a dark horse. Roberts and I are a couple of babes in arms compared to you. We'll get you to show us the way around next time. Still, we didn't do so badly. Have a good time today?
Oh, yes. Marvelous. Don't know when I enjoyed myself so much before.
Who was the little piece you got away with last night? Don't mind my asking, do you?
Oh, no, not in the least. She's a Hungarian princess in disguise. Takes drugs, poor thing. Very sad case.
Hungarian? Oh, get out. That's pretty young. Still, I suppose that's your way of telling me to mind my own business. I say, look at old Roberts over there.
Sound asleep already. Think I'll do likewise. Oh, what a night.
Mr. Jekyll, may I detain you for a moment?
Yes, Professor.
I had occasion to visit your rooms over the weekend. You were absent.
Yes, I went for a longish walk in the woods, sir.
Oh, yes, I guessed as much. Has it ever occurred to you, Jekyll, how extraordinarily useful it could be if we could disassociate the more fleshy parts of our being from the spiritual?
I'm afraid I don't know what you mean, sir.
Well, you come into the laboratory with me for a while.
Yes, sir.
There's no one there now. I've been working for a great many years on a particular line of investigation, and I'd like to interest you in it if I could. It's still far from complete, and, well, I'm an old man now, and I need someone who could carry on from where I left off if I should happen to move to the place where scientific experience will no longer seem important. Oh, this way, Mr. Jekyll, this way.
Professor, are you putting this theory of yours forward as a practical proposition?
It is not my habit to be facetious about matters of experimental science, young sir.
And you truly think that by, well, shall we say, deadening a section of physical consciousness of the will, one can release the other from the influence of its counterpart?
Why not? See, I reach out my hand to lift this small earthenware bowl off the flame, but knowledge tells me it is hot. This makes me hesitate, and fear of consequences causes me to withdraw my hand.
I see. Much better than grasping it and suffering a lot of pain.
Precisely. Now let us proceed from the realm of the physical to that of the spiritual. We desire something intensely. It may be something that we know is harmful to us, that may even be injurious to us. Nevertheless, we desire it. Now, if the fear of consequent injury could be removed, wouldn't this open up an entirely new scope of existence?
Yes, it certainly would.
I want to lift this hot vessel and may not because it will burn me. You may want to indulge yourself in some white-hot experience and dare not because of the damage that you would suffer. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, quite clear, sir.
Good. And so we have the battle of impulse and inhibition constantly struggling for ascendancy within us. We are, all of us, not one man, but two. There is the evil and the good in each of us, and our physical body is the battleground for these opposing forces. We're everlastingly tormented by them, and some of us are destroyed by them. Don't you agree, Mr. Jekyll?
Yes. Oh, yes, I agree.
Well, why can we not sever these opposing forces and let each one go his own way? The sublime in us to walk untrammeled by the millstone of our baser selves, the profane to follow his impulses without the agonizing aftermath of hideous remorse.
But how?
How? We'll see here, in this little cabinet. Now, Mr. Jekyll, here's a drug I've compounded, and here a tincture. By the addition of one to the other, I believe I'll have the essential instrument which will sever these polar opposites now chained together in the agonizing prison of our consciousness.
And then what then?
Then we shall see. I propose to put my theory to the test.
You are going to experiment on someone?
I am going to take the drug myself.
You? But supposing it fails, supposing you've made some sort of a mistake.
I know perfectly well the risk I run. Any drug as powerful as this might well prove fatal. But I'm an old man. I have no family, no obligations, except to the furtherance of science, a master I've served all my life.
Oh, no, you mustn't. You can't be spared.
I've left all my affairs in order, Mr. Jekyll. Now, what few material things I possess will go to my sister. My notes, the data I've kept for years, the results of the experiments I've made, are all to go to you. You are my spiritual heir.
Oh, sir, Professor Marietta, I'm too young. This is too great a responsibility for me.
Only a young man on the threshold of his career should have them. If I fail, it may well take you half a lifetime to discover the error in my calculations. And now, if you're ready, we'll put the theory to the test.
Now? Now?
Why not? I've planned this for nearly 20 years. See, thus I measure out the tincture. Now note well the amazing brilliance of its color. Now, the essential sauce. Now, this must be measured to the utmost of accuracy. The least fraction of an overdose might well be fatal. There. See the way it boils and rages in the glass as the crystals start to melt? Yes, now it smokes. Those are the fumes escaping in the form of vapor. It catches the throat, eh? Now, see, the color changes. The original crimson turns to purple. And now the final metamorphosis. It turns to green. The preparation is complete. Now remains the final, ultimate test.
Oh, but this is blasphemy. You're going to rip apart the veils that hide the human soul.
Galileo was threatened with a rack and the wheel of inquisition for the blasphemy of saying that the earth revolved round the sun. And I am prepared to accept the torture that will follow the taking of this preparation for the sake of my beliefs. Are you prepared to stay and witness what follows?
Yes. Yes, I'll stay.
Good. I now drink to the cause of science, to the furtherance of knowledge, the only bridge whereby man can cross the abyss that separates him from the barbarism of savagery to the godhead of his greater self.
Professor! He's dead. It failed. There was something wrong with the mixture. You said it might take half a lifetime to succeed. But I'll do it. I'll not fail to carry out your trust in me. I shall succeed where you have failed.
In the Welby, change here for Rochester. Good day, Mr. Jekyll. Expecting the young gentleman home today?
Yes, he should be on this train. Ah, there he is now. Henry! Henry, my boy.
Father, my word, it's good to see you again.
It is indeed. What luggage have you got?
Oh, just this handbag and a fair-sized trunk in the van.
I'll get Watkins to see about it, and we'll go out to the carriage. Your mother's waiting there for you. She's been a little poorly, and I thought it wouldn't be wise for her to come onto this drafty station.
Nothing serious, I hope?
No, nothing at all. I'm thinking of taking her to some warmer climate after Christmas. No, that's all she needs. It's been terribly bleak and cold for the past few weeks.
Henry!
Why, Margaret, you here?
What are you doing here, Puss? We tried to keep her in the carriage as a surprise for you, Henry.
I caught a glimpse of him coming along the platform, and I just couldn't wait.
When did you come down from London?
2 days ago. I almost let the cat out of the bag in my last letter to you. Have you finished all your exams?
Every one of them. I haven't got a thing to do but enjoy myself for the next 7 weeks, and then back to work again.
Well, we'll forget all about that. You're looking a little thin and pale, my boy. You need some racing over the moors with Margaret. And a little less of the midnight oil.
Just exactly what I intend to do. How are the horses, Father?
In fine fettle. Eating their heads off and spoiling for some good hard exercise.
Oh, Margaret and I will attend to that, won't we?
We will indeed. There's a meet tomorrow morning at Wickham Barns, Henry. I told the squire you would be sure to be there.
A meet? Oh, how good that sounds. You can't imagine what the thought of galloping over the fields is like after weeks and weeks of stewing in a stuffy little room.
Oh, Mother! oh, Henry, dearest. Oh, what a great big bear you are. Why, you left me breathless. Henry, dear, you mustn't lift me off my feet like that.
Why not? You like it? And you're blushing, too.
I should think I would, in front of all these people.
Well, then, come on. Let's all get into the carriage, and I can hold your hand under the rug. You shouldn't have come out into the cold anyway, Mother.
She couldn't bear to let Margaret get in ahead of her.
Then I shall sit between you and hold both your hands. Oh, you just don't know how marvelous it is to be home again. Well, Margaret, are you ready to start for home, or haven't you satisfied that raging appetite of yours yet?
You're a nice one to talk. How many slices of game pie did you have?
Oh, at a hunting breakfast, it's never the thing to inquire into these little details. Can I get you another glass of punch?
No, indeed. After all, we've got a good few miles to ride home.
And I think we'd be better make a start. It's nearly 3 o'clock. It's getting dark so early now.
Then I'll go and say goodbye to Sir Ronald and Lady Westmore.
I'll go and get the horses and meet you out on the terrace. I think we'd better hurry, Margaret. I don't like the look of those clouds. We're going to have a storm.
I can't. This mare's dreadfully lame. Can't you do anything about her, Henry?
Well, the best thing we can do is to get her home as fast as we can. Oh, heavens, look at those clouds. They're banking right up. We'll be catching it any minute now.
Look, Henry, what's that over there? Isn't it some sort of a barn? We could go in there and shelter for a while.
Oh, this storm might last for ages. I think we'd better push on.
No, I don't think it will. It might be over in half an hour. Whoa, it's beginning to snow. Come along, let's get out of this.
Whoa! Bring the horses in, too. Steady, Brutus, steady, boy. Can you manage, Clytie?
Yes, easily. There. There's a good lad. Now, steady now, steady.
Ooh, just out of that in time. My word, it's blowing a regular blizzard.
Welcome to my castle, young lady and gentlemen.
Oh, what's that?
You didn't see me here. I came out in the storm as well. The cold's harder on old bones than young. See, I've got a little bit of a fire going here in this old fireplace. If the young gentleman had fetched a few more of those sticks over in the corner, we'd soon have a fine blaze.
Why, yes, certainly. That's a good idea.
And the young lady can sit down here beside me. Don't look so startled, my dear. I'm only old Mother Hegarty. I'd be out in the fields gathering herbs if it wasn't for the storm.
Why, of course, I know you now. You live in that little cottage on the other side of Ludlow Bridge.
Yes, everybody's heard of me. They come from near and far to me. I've got herbs and remedies for every ill. Rheumatism, the blight, sore feet, strangles in cattle, or love sickness, so I can cure them all.
Why, you must be some kind of a witch, then.
Aye, to be sure.
Then, can you tell fortunes?
Fortunes, that I can. Break up those sticks, young sir, and put them in the fire. And when we got a good blaze going, I'll look in the palm of your hand and tell you what I can see.
Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
Now, Henry, don't make fun. You spoiled everything that time the gypsy was going to tell my fortune at the horse show.
Well, you forget I'm a man of science, or I hope to be. And anyhow, I know your future.
Do you indeed? Well, we'll see. Come along, Mother Hegarty. Tell me what you see in my hand.
Aye, a soft white hand, full of luxuries and no hardships. Anyone might envy such a hand if they hadn't eyes to see.
What do you mean by that?
See this line along your wrist? And this one here? Look how your life gets cut in two. Aye, there's a load of sorrow in your hand, my pretty one.
You see, Margaret, you're not going to have everything your own way after all.
You may mock at me, young man, but you'll not laugh a little later on. You remember what I say to you today. Show me that fine white hand of yours. Come along, hold it out. What are you waiting for?
Why, Henry, I believe you're afraid of what she might say. So you do believe her after all?
Believe? In this hocus-pocus?
Then hold out your hand. Turn it towards the fire so that I can see.
Here you are, then. Let's hear it all.
The other one. I need to have them both. Nay, I'll not tell you anything. Take your hands away.
Oh, see what you've done, Henry. You've spoiled it all. Oh, please, Mother Hegarty, tell me mine.
I'll tell you one thing, my pretty. Keep away from the man with the signs that this young gentleman has got in his hand.
Whatever do you mean?
Oh, she doesn't mean anything. She's cross with me and wants to make me out a villain.
It's not me that'll make you out a villain, young gentleman. It'll be yourself.
Oh, what a horrid old person you are.
Because I don't say pleasant things about your sweetheart. Very well, then. I'll read what I see, so you'll not be heeding. You'll believe nothing but you want to if you're in love with him. Come, stir up the fire and give me light. Aye. Now I can see. Here's the right hand. Everything as smooth and fine as it should be. And here's the left. Can you see the difference? Mark the way those lines go twisting right across the palm. They break and twist and end in nothing. And the thumb. Aye, that's a main queer thumb to grow on such a fine, strong hand as yours, young gentleman.
What's that got to do with it?
You don't like it either. Come along now. Don't jerk away like that. You want to hear, so let me see some more.
Yes, Henry, let her.
You'll be wise to listen, young lady. It may save you a mite of gray hairs and sorrow if you do.
Oh, let's get out of this. I never heard such a lot of nonsense in all my life. You're telling us nothing. All you do is mutter and mumble and drop hints.
Aye, then I'll be telling you. One hand's the good in you, and one's the bad. What's this I see? Mercy on us, is it a man's death? And you still so young?
What do you mean?
Your own heart will tell you, am I right or wrong? Did no one die because of you, and not so long ago?
Stop it. Let go my hand.
Aye, and that's not the whole of it. There's broken lives and broken hearts and a load of sorrow that'll rest upon your soul to weigh it to the ground.
Oh, stop this. I don't like it.
But there's another side to it. This other hand. It has fine deeds written in it. Courage, sacrifice. A hand like that could do a power of good.
Oh, well, at least it gives me an even chance. For a moment, I thought I was ripe for the hangman.
Don't make light of him. See that mark there close to your wrist? I've only seen the like of it but once before, and that were on Ted the blacksmith's son. Him as killed a man in Bentley's Hill and died upon the gallows for it.
Oh, what nonsense. What utter nonsense. I might have believed a little of what you said, but not that. Oh, give us something for her trouble, Henry, and we'll go. I think the storm's passing on.
You think you ought to trust yourself alone with me? It's pretty dark outside now.
Yes, and your mother and father will be getting worried about us. Come along, let's start. You lead the horses out and I'll open the door. Oh, thank goodness. There's a rainbow.
Oh, why, my dear children, I've been worried to death about you. Margaret, you're soaked through. Go up and change at once. Couldn't you find anywhere to shelter?
Well, we went into a sort of a tumble-down barn for a while.
Yes, and found the most weird old creature there. She told our fortunes.
Oh, it wasn't old Mother Heggarty, was it?
Yes, what a horrible old thing she is. She told us all sorts of beastly things.
Mother Heggarty did. Why, she always seems the most kindly old soul. She's a little mad, of course, but I've been told she was quite a brilliant woman once. Her husband was a chemist and did all sorts of experiments. That's how she gets such results with her herbs. She learned it from him.
She may be a good chemist, but I hope she's a bad fortune teller.
Oh, it's chiefly character analysis, you know. I've heard that she's quite amazing at it. Though why anyone should want to be told what their character's like, I can't imagine. Surely everybody knows themselves.
Dear little mother. If only all of us were as simple, as uncomplex as you.
Instead of being like Henry, outwardly a saint, inside a sort of monster.
What on earth are you talking about, dear?
Well, that's what the old woman said.
And what are you going to do about it, Margaret?
Do? I'm going upstairs to have a bath and a rest, and then I'm going to get dressed and go off to the hunt ball with you, you double-dyed villain.
In spite of the threat of the gallows?
In spite of everything, Henry.
Well, Henry, dear, are you all ready to go?
Yes, Mother. The carriage is waiting. We'll be off as soon as Margaret finishes putting the final touches to her toilet. Oh, what a pity you're not coming too.
I'll be very comfortable at home by the fire with my knitting and an interesting book. Much more to my taste than hunt balls.
Are you sure you wouldn't like me to stay with you?
No, I wouldn't dream of it. Besides, who'll chaperone Margaret?
Dear me, have I got to do that?
You're not to go off playing whist and forgetting all about the child, Henry.
Don't worry, Mother. I'll keep an eye on her. Oh, here she is now.
Come along in, dear, and let's have a look at you. My, what a lovely dress.
Do you like it? Daddy bought it for me when he was over in Paris last month. I've been saving it up for this.
Oh, it's perfect. Just perfect. I'd no idea your father had such good taste in ladies' ball dresses.
Our good friend may have a side to his nature that we've never suspected, my dear.
Do you like it, Henry?
I'll tell you what I think of it when we're dancing the first waltz.
Well, if we don't make a start, you'll be too late. Let me help you on with your cloak, Margaret, yeah?
Oh, just a moment. Henry, pass me over that little case on the table by the window.
This one?
Yes, thank you. Come here a moment, Margaret. See, these are some pearls I wore when I was a girl. The clasp's a little old-fashioned, perhaps, but I like it all the same. Bend down, my dear, and let me put them around your neck.
Why, Auntie Marian.
If I'd had a daughter, they would have been hers. Providence gave me a son, but he also gave me you, dearest girl. There now. Don't they look nice against that snowy neck of yours?
They're beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, how can I ever thank you enough?
Well, come along. Let's go. Good night, Mother darling. Take care of yourself while we're away.
Indeed I will. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Margaret, darling, what a dream of a frock. You look divine. Thanks, Molly. Yours is lovely, too. Is my hair all right at the back? Of course it is. If only I had red hair like yours. And such lovely curls. What's wrong with yours? It shines just like satin. And black hair looks marvelous with your blue eyes. Well, I hope Vincent thinks so. He's asked me for 3 dances. That looks hopeful, doesn't it? You really like him, do you? Do I? If he doesn't propose this season, I'll go into a convent. I can't imagine it. Come along if you're ready and let's go down. Henry's waiting for me at the foot of the stairs. My dear, are things still as strong as ever between you two? Yes, I'm afraid so. I can't understand it myself. Of course, I'm all for fidelity in the long run, but you've never even tried anyone else. Now, I had half a dozen flutters before I finally settled on Vincent. Half a dozen? You started flirting before you were out of school. Oh, well, I never could endure the thought that I might be missing something. Look, do you see that woman going downstairs now? Which one? The one wearing the white dress and the emeralds. Yes. Rather marvelous, isn't she? Do you know who she is? She's Mrs. Marchbanks. Mrs. Marchbanks? Yes, don't you know? She's an American. I heard Mother and Aunt Eleanor talking about her after dinner. They didn't know I could hear. My dear, there's been a terrible lot of scandal over her. She's divorced. No. Absolutely. And they say... Oh, is that the one? Oh, do let's stop and look over the balcony at her. She is smart, isn't she? Well, do you wonder? Molly, you're dreadful. Just look at the men flocking round her. Oh, bother. What hope have we got with flounces and forget-me-nots against a dress like hers? My goodness, there's Vincent. I'm going down before he catches sight of her. See you later, Margaret. Good luck, darling. Thanks, dear.
Margaret, what luck? I've been looking all over the place for you. Where's your dance program?
Oh, hello, John. I'm afraid it's pretty full.
Now, let's have a look. HJ. No need to ask who that is. Has he got a monopoly over you?
There's a polka and a quadrille in the second half.
Yes, but I don't want to polka with you or dance in a set. I want to waltz. I want to be able to talk to you, to tell you how marvelous you look. You know, I haven't seen you for an age, Margaret.
I'm afraid there isn't a waltz left.
What about this one? It's hardly started.
Oh, not this. I promised it to Henry. Look, he's waiting for me at the foot of the stairs. Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Would you like to have this waltz, John?
Would I? But didn't you say that Henry...
I thought this was the first waltz. I made a mistake. He's dancing this one with that American woman, Mrs. Marchbanks.
Is he? Well, I never could stand her before, but now I'll be grateful to her forever. Come along, don't let's miss a bar of it. You know, I've been thinking of you all the time I've been away, Margaret. Do you know, even in Italy, I was counting the days... Why, I don't believe you're paying the least attention to what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, John, dear. What was it?
I was telling you that you're the most beautiful woman in this room, and I'm madly in love with you.
Stop it, John, please. You mustn't.
Why not?
Because...
With Henry? Oh, you don't need to tell me. It's always been him, hasn't it? Even when we were children. Do you remember that time I begged you to be my partner at the Christmas party, and you wouldn't give me an answer because you were waiting for Henry to ask you?
Indeed I do. We had a quarrel over it, and I fell down some stone steps and cut my head.
That's putting it mildly, isn't it? I heard that Henry pushed you down.
Oh, what nonsense. Whoever told you that?
Oh, one of the servants saw it happen and told my sister's governess or something. I believe he was a real little fiend at times.
John, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. A lot of servants gossip.
Well, he was, wasn't he? I remember him flying into the most awful tempers sometimes. I'll bet there's a good deal of old Nick in him still.
John, I didn't dance with you to talk about Henry.
That's right. Let's forget him. Now, how about getting out of here? It's horribly crowded. I hear that Lady Winterton's show of begonias is wonderful this year. Like to see them? The conservatory is just through this door.
John, you're irresistible.
If only I thought you meant it.
Tell me about yourself, Dr. Jekyll. What do you do besides hit a hearse like a red Indian? I was watching you at the hunt today.
Were you? I didn't see you.
Oh, no. I'm no Amazon. I was comfortably wrapped up in rugs and getting a view from the Marchioness's carriage.
Oh.
Do you utterly despise me for that?
Oh, not at all. It seems right enough somehow. I couldn't imagine you riding over fences and getting splashed with water and mud.
Or landing head first in a ditch.
Poor Tilly Lansdowne. She did take a tumble, didn't she?
You know, you dance as well as you ride.
Oh.
Do you know that?
You'll have my head turned soon.
Does it turn easily?
Too easily. Whenever a pretty woman passes by.
How old are you?
Oh, now, that's not fair.
Why? You're not still so young that you're ashamed of your age, are you?
Well, I'm 22.
And everything to learn. No, not everything. I can see that now. There's just that about your eyes.
But still, a lot. A whole lot. If anyone would teach me.
Are you an apt pupil?
A diligent one.
Well, we'll see. Are you fond of flowers, Dr. Jekyll?
Well, that all depends.
I believe Lady Winterton's hothouse is marvelous. Someone was telling me.
Well, the conservatory's just through this door. Shall we go?
Let's go back, John. This dance must be nearly over now.
Oh, there'll be at least 10 minutes before the next one commences.
But I can't stay out here. People will talk.
About us? Oh, I wish they would. Unfortunately, they all know I've been pursuing you for years and you won't even look at me. Suppose I keep you out here and compromise you.
You are absurd. What good would that do?
If I only go far enough, you might have to marry me.
You'd have to go a long way.
I'd go to the ends of the earth for you, Margaret. I mean that. I'm always fooling with you, but you know how much I really care, don't you?
Please, John.
Oh, I know. All right, let's go back to the ballroom and I'll hand you over to your rightful guardian. But you know what I'd like to do?
No.
Take young Henry out and knock him down for what he did to you a while ago.
What do you mean?
Margaret, don't think I didn't see. He went off with that soulless, unscrupulous American hussy when he should have danced with you.
Oh,
Darling, don't let him hurt you. I feel afraid sometimes when I think of you with him.
What do you mean?
I can't say. What would you think of me? I'm his rival. I can't talk about him to you. Tell you what I know.
There isn't anything. I'll not believe a thing.
No, I didn't think you would. Well, let's go back.
Listen, there's someone coming.
They won't see us if we stay where we are.
Tell me, Dr. Jekyll, do you ever come up to London?
Well, sometimes, but I'm at the university, you know. It doesn't give much time for pleasure.
But sometimes, surely. You know, you must come to see me. I have a house in Mayfair.
In Mayfair? Well, I may be going up at the end of next week.
End of next week? Then I'll count on seeing you.
John, do you want the rest of those dances?
I do, but...
Do you want them?
Yes.
Very well, then. Take me out of here and don't leave me. Come along.
Why, Margaret?
Oh, hello, Henry. I'm so terribly sorry about the last dance. I came in here to talk to John. He's been telling me all about Italy, and I didn't realize it was our dance.
I see. Oh, that's all right. Mrs. Marchbanks, may I introduce Miss Utterson and Mr. John Fairley?
How do you do?
You took pity on poor Henry and danced with him, Mrs. Marchbanks. Oh, that was nice of you. And all the time I pictured him as a wallflower. Come along, John, dear. The next dance must be due to start.
Oh, I say, wait a minute. I think it's ours, isn't it, Margaret?
Oh, no, Henry. We have the polka and the quadrille after supper. That's all. Goodbye, Mrs. Marchbanks. Thank you so much for being kind to Henry.
Well, this is a surprise, Margaret, dear. I didn't think we'd be seeing you before midday.
It's such a lovely morning, and I don't feel the least bit tired.
I'm surprised to hear that. You never stopped dancing from the time we got there till we left at 3 o'clock.
No need to ask if you enjoyed yourself, then.
None at all. It was marvelous. Just marvelous.
Had breakfast, my dear?
Yes, thanks. Carrie brought me up some quite a while ago. I think I'll go out and get a little of this morning sunshine, if you don't mind.
Yes, do, dear. You may not feel tired, but you could do with a little more colour in your cheeks.
Aunt Marion, here are your pearls. Thank you so much for letting me wear them. They look beautiful.
But, Margaret, dear, I meant you to keep them. Didn't you understand?
You said if you had a daughter, they would have been hers. I'm not your daughter, and I never will be. Never.
Well, what does it mean, Edward? Why did she say that?
I don't know exactly.
Something happened at the ball last night?
Oh, nothing in particular.
Edward, you're keeping something back from me. I can tell by the way you speak. Now, what is it?
Well, it's just that Henry paid rather a lot of attention to a Mrs. Marchbanks last night, and I suppose Margaret's upset by it.
Mrs. Marchbanks? Not the Mrs. Marchbanks?
I think there is only one.
But what was she doing there? How did she come to be at the Hunt Ball?
I understand that she moves in the very best society, my dear. She's staying with the Marchioness of Welsh at present. Don't forget that she has met with the approval of a very distinguished personage indeed.
Forget it. How could I when it's common gossip in 2 continents? But does that mean that decent people have got to recognize a woman who makes an open fool of...
Hush, my dear. These things are far better left unsaid. She only concerns us because she's been the cause of making trouble between Margaret and Henry.
Did she take much notice of him?
Quite a bit.
But why? Henry's only a boy. What can a woman like that see in him?
Oh, he's handsome and young. These women like to try their wiles on young men sometimes.
I'd like to try my wiles on her. Edward, if anything really comes between Henry and Margaret, it'll break my heart. They're made for each other.
Well, we'd best leave these matters to them. Oh, there goes Henry across the terrace now. He's following her along Rose Walk. I think our little Margaret will be wearing those pearls after all, my dear. Come, pour me out another cup of coffee, and we'll go into the morning room. It's beautifully sunny there.
Margaret, wait for me. Why, where are you going in such a hurry?
For a walk?
Mind if I come?
I can't stop you.
Oh, yes, you can. By telling me you don't want me. Are you going to?
I'm going as far as the stables, really. I want to tell one of the grooms to have Clytie ready for me at 11.
Oh, going riding, are you? Who with?
John.
Margaret, look at me.
Why?
I want to tell you how terribly sorry I am. Oh, Margaret, I'm a brute. I deserve to have you hate me.
I don't hate you, Henry.
What then?
I don't know. I was angry last night, terribly angry. And now I just feel numb and dead. Oh, Henry, why did you do it?
Oh, why ask me? I was standing at the foot of the stairs, waiting for you, eager for you to come, and suddenly somebody came along and said that Mrs. Marchbanks had asked who I was and wanted to meet me. Well, I couldn't refuse. And then we started talking together, and it seemed as though she'd forgotten that there was anybody else in the room. I don't think I even asked her to dance, but somehow she seemed to be in my arms, and, well, we were out in the middle of the floor. Well, I can't explain it any better than that, I'm afraid.
And did that mean that you had to dance with her over and over again so that everybody was talking about you?
Well, I would never have done it if you hadn't given all my dances to John.
Well, I'm glad I did. I enjoyed dancing with John. I like him. I think he's nice, ever so much nicer than you.
Oh, I'm perfectly sure you're right, but you don't love him, and you never will.
What makes you so sure? He asked me to marry him, and I didn't say no.
You didn't say yes either, did you?
I said I'd tell him this morning.
When you go out riding?
Yes.
Margaret, you know what you've got to tell him, don't you? Oh, it isn't any use, Margaret. You'll never make yourself feel any better this way. And it isn't fair to John either.
What do you mean?
You're right when you say John's nice. He is. Too nice to be hurt so badly. You've got to tell him the truth and let him go.
And what is the truth?
That you'd hardly have given him a single dance if it hadn't been that I'd behaved so badly to you. You know that.
And you know that there's no one else but me.
Oh, you're so certain of me. I hate you for it. Do you think that you can do anything to me and get away with it?
Margaret, do you remember what you said to me last night, just before you went upstairs to dress, after we'd come home from the hunt? You said, in spite of the gallows, in spite of everything. There may be nothing in what that crazy old woman in the tumble-down barn told us, but you must go on feeling that way about me, Margaret. You don't know how desperately I need you. You're everything that's best and worthwhile in life to me. Don't take yourself away and leave the Mrs. Marchbanks instead.
Henry, if I only understood you better. But there's something so strange and wild about you. At times you seem so old. As though you'd lived for 1,000 years.
Well, don't try to understand me. Just love me, Margaret. Love me forever. No matter what happens, no matter what I do. Otherwise, I'm lost. I know I am.
I do love you. If you only knew how much.
And you'll marry me? As soon as I'm through my course, you'll marry me?
Yes. Yes, I will.
Oh, I'm going to do such splendid things, dearest. I'm going to heal people and make them well. I'm going to get little children who are deformed and delicate and help to make them strong. I'm going to find new drugs and medicines to take away pain. I'm going to find a way to reach the tortured souls of men and women and give them peace.
Now you've got that look on your face that I love so much. Now I know why I love you. Why I'd follow you wherever you go.
Oh, if only you knew.
I only know I love you. And always will. Forever and forever.
May I come in, Mr. Utterson?
Yes, Henry, my boy, come in. When did you reach London?
I came up last night, sir.
Have you seen Margaret?
Not yet. I thought I'd have a word with you first.
Well, sit down and tell me what it is I can do for you.
I want you to give your consent to Margaret and me announcing our engagement at her birthday party next week. You knew, of course, that we had the sort of understanding, didn't you?
Yes, I knew very well. As a matter of fact, Margaret told me about it after she came back from staying at your parents' place some months ago.
I trust you haven't any objections, sir.
You're the son of my oldest and closest friend, Henry, and that makes what I have to say all the more painful.
Why, what do you mean? Surely.
I'll be frank with you. A marriage between my daughter and you, Henry, has been one of my dearest wishes, and I know it's been the same with your mother and father. Then let me finish, please. Margaret is my whole life. Her happiness and her welfare matter more to me than anything else in this world.
Yes, but surely you know that
I feel that I should be perfectly content to trust them both to you. I can't tell you how much I wish it was so.
Why, what do you mean? What have you got against me?
The man I give my daughter to must be able to keep faith with her. He must have a moral standing, at least to match hers. I don't say equal to hers, because no man can be on the same plane as a really good, pure woman.
Oh, I wish you'd explain. What have you got against me? What are you talking about?
A certain Mrs. Marchbanks. Now, don't think I've been spying on you, but by the merest accident, actually through my legal business, I happened to discover your relations with her.
What?
There was a certain settlement about to be made. It was cancelled. And the reason was you. You can't blame me for feeling reluctant about giving Margaret into your keeping, can you?
Oh, I know I'm unworthy. I know I'm unfit to touch her, but the thought of losing, why, you don't know what it means.
Did you think of that when you were paying your surreptitious visits to that woman?
Oh, won't you give me a chance to redeem myself? We're not asking to be married yet. I won't be through my course for another year. I swear that if you'll say nothing to Margaret, you'll never have cause to complain of me again.
I'll say nothing to her. I can't consent to the engagement being made public.
But what am I going to tell her?
I don't know. But I imagine that you're pretty practiced in the art of concealment, aren't you?
I deserve that. But it hurts for all that.
Henry, why did you do it?
For the life of me, I can't imagine how you could have stooped to such a thing. And so soon after Margaret promised to marry you. Surely your love for her should have made it easy to resist the temptations that this other woman offered.
Couldn't it have been that it was because I love her so much? Do you think that the feelings I have for Margaret have nothing to do with the flesh? She's remote beyond me. Everything places her beyond my reach. Oh, can't you be reasonable?
Perhaps I can. Yes, perhaps I can. I'm not so far removed from my own youth that I'd forgotten.
Then you'll not be hard on me. You'll see that what I felt for this woman had nothing whatever to do with Margaret. It's just as though I was another being, a different man.
Yet still the man who wants to marry my daughter. And the man who might well break her heart and ruin her life.
Oh, give me a chance. Just give me a chance.
Come back to me at the end of 2 years, when you've taken your degree and established yourself as a doctor. If there's been no more of it, well,
there'll be no more. I swear there'll be no more. Who's there?
Lanyon, what on earth are you doing? It's tucked away in that laboratory this hour of night.
Go away, you idiot. I'm working.
Your supper's getting cold. I make tutu, too.
Well, drink it yourself. I don't want any.
You know what the time is?
Yes, it's 12:15. Go to bed and sleep your brains away. I'm going to stay here till I've got something to go right.
End up in hospital, don't get some sleep.
Oh, you'll end up in one if you don't shut up and go away. You've made me forget my calculations. I'll have to do them all over again.
Oh, all right, you budding geniuses, give me a pain.
Professor Marriott, my beloved master, I've been a coward. I failed to keep my word. I haven't discovered the secret, but I'm going to. I've got to. I can't have this infernal, evil second self destroying me. And it is destroying me. It's growing stronger, harder to resist. Come now, here are my notes. Here is the tincture. Here are the salts. I'll start again.
What about these pictures, Henry? You taking them?
Oh, no. Leave them for our successors.
Well, I never thought I'd be sorry to see the last of this old room, but I must confess to something like a pang.
Well, I've always said you were a sentimental idiot, Lanyon.
Of course, you're altogether too detached from realities to know the meaning of human sorrows. But my feelings are of a sweeter, simpler kind.
Yes, if I throw this book at your head, you'll know if your feelings are of a sweeter, simpler kind.
Well, I never thought I'd be packing up at the same time as you. Greatest surprise of my life to find I'd passed the finals. Just imagine, Hugh Lanyon, M.B. B.Sc., written on a shining brass plate. But then again, you, with half the honors and diplomas of the year tucked under your arm, can't imagine the humble pleasures of us lesser men.
Oh, Hugh, you garrulous idiot. Shut up and sling me over those straps.
Yeah,
I'll never get the lock of this trunk to hold.
Say, where are you going this summer?
I'm going to stay in London.
London? What on earth for?
Oh, I've got 1 or 2 things I've got to clear up. London's the only place where I can do it.
You don't mean that crazy notion of old Professor Marriott's, do you? Oh, sorry. That's a touchy subject with you.
Then shall we not discuss it? Now, come on, look lively. If you're going to catch the 4 o'clock train, you don't have any time to waste. Hello.
Your cab's waiting, Mr. Jekyll, sir.
Oh, thanks, Bert. I'll be right down.
So this is where we say goodbye, is it?
Goodbye, nothing. After you finish gadding around Europe all summer, I suppose you'll be coming back to London. Look me up as soon as you get there.
And, Henry, I know you hate sentiment and all that sort of rot, but it's been good here sharing this little room with you. Oh, well, you know what I mean.
I know. I found it good, too. But it doesn't end here. We're only at the beginning. You're an idiot, you know, and a pest into the bargain, but I don't want to lose touch with you.
Nor me either.
See you in London, then. Be good.
Not me. Goodbye, you all ratbag. Don't go blowing yourself up by mistake.
Can't promise. Goodbye.
May I come in?
Oh, Margaret, dear, how nice to see you.
Daddy and I are going to Lord's this afternoon to see the cricket. I was wondering if you and Mr. Jekyll would like to come, too.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, dear. I don't think I feel quite up to it, but I'm sure Mr. Jekyll would.
Oh, you should come. Dr. Grace is batting, and I hear he's a wizard.
Why don't you try and persuade Henry to go with you? He's been stuck away in that laboratory all the week. He'll get ill if he doesn't go out into the fresh air sometimes.
I know. I thought he wasn't looking a bit well last Sunday. Oh, I do wish he'd find out whatever it is he's looking for. We hardly ever see him, do we?
You're very patient with him, dear.
I'm not a bit patient. I hate his old laboratory. I'm jealous of it. Oh, but what's the use of that? Henry's promised me it won't be much longer. He was terribly excited when I saw him last. He said he was within an ace of success.
Has he ever told you what it is he's trying to discover?
Never. But he told me that he'd be a different person if he succeeded. That he'd lock up the laboratory and be a human being again.
Oh, go and get him out of it now. The weather's glorious. Make him go to the cricket and enjoy himself. He'll have forgotten how to be human.
Do you think I should?
Why not?
Well, he mightn't like me going over there and disturbing him.
I'd risk that, especially if I looked as charming as you do in that new leghorn hat.
Do you like it? I'll admit I wore it on purpose, hoping I'd catch a glimpse of Henry.
Go and let him catch a glimpse of you. That's more to the point.
I believe I will.
Try the outer door, and if it's not locked, go right in. He'll be in the little room at the top of the stairs. Take him by storm, my dear.
I've been dying to see the inside of the Chamber of Mysteries.
Then off with you, and don't be denied.
I won't.
Hello, Margaret. How are you, my dear?
She's come to drag you and Henry off to the cricket.
Henry?
Yes. I'm just gathering up enough courage to go and beard the lion in his den.
You know the way, don't you? Go through the little side door and right across the courtyard at the back of the house.
Yes, I know. We used to play there when we were children. Wish me luck?
Indeed I do, child.
Do you think she'll succeed?
I hope so. I'm getting quite worried over the boy. He's lost weight terribly. I don't think he sleeps more than about 3 or 4 hours a night. He can't go on like this.
Oh, there's nothing we can do about it, my dear. It's the zeal of the scientist, and he's chosen to serve the most jealous of all mistresses. She'll brook no rivals.
A bit hard on Margaret, isn't it? Not many girls would consent with little attention as she gets.
Margaret is a very exceptional girl, and I only hope our son appreciates her.
Oh, he does. You've only got to see them together. He looks at her as though he's filling his eyes with the sight of her to last him during the times he's shut away by himself.
Well, I must say I'll be very much relieved when he completes his investigations and they can be married.
You forget the engagement isn't even announced yet.
Oh, a mere formality, a whim of Henry's, but we know perfectly well the way things stand between them.
Yes, they've belonged to each other ever since they were children. I sometimes... Merciful heavens, what's that?
It's Margaret. Something's happened in the laboratory. I can see her running across the courtyard from this window.
Then go and see what it is. Go. Something might have happened to Henry.
Yes, I'll go. Keep calm, my dear. Remember your heart.
I'm coming too. I just can't sit here. Help me, Edward.
I can hear her coming up the stairs.
Margaret.
My dear child, whatever's happened? Now, calm yourself. Sit down here and tell us.
Is it Henry? Has something happened?
Oh, no. I don't know.
Get us some sal volatile, Edward. There, over in the little cabinet by the window. Margaret, try and calm yourself, child. You must tell us what's the matter. What happened? What did you see?
A man. The most awful little man.
What?
Where did you see him?
Over there. In the room below the laboratory. Oh, he was terrible.
In what way? Here, drink this, dear, and you'll feel better. Edward, bring a footstool to put under her feet. She's shaking from head to foot. Now, dear, try and tell us just what happened.
I went across the courtyard and pushed open the door. I couldn't see very well, as it was dark in there, and I'd just come out of the sunlight. Then I heard a sort of sound. I can't describe it. Something like a laugh. It was the most horrible and terrible sound I've ever heard in my life.
Don't worry yourself, child. Go on.
It was just behind me, and I turned. There he was, looking at me, leering at me from the darkness. He was little, sort of deformed and terrible. I can't describe it. I couldn't move. Just stood there, paralyzed. And he began to move towards me, slowly, like a cat. He reached out his hands to touch me. And then I screamed. I screamed and screamed as though I'd never stop. And a sort of terror came over him. He looked over his shoulder and leapt up the stairs to the laboratory and slammed the door.
That's all?
Yes. And I came running back to the house. Oh.
Marion, you stay with her and try and get her calm. I'll go and see what this is all about.
No, don't go. Keep away from him. He's evil. The The most evil thing on earth.
But I must go, dear. If he's there, Henry must know about him. There must be some explanation.
Yes, Henry. Why, I'd forgotten Henry. He might do him some harm. Oh, go quickly.
Oh, Margaret, you must stop this. Stop it at once, do you hear? Nothing has happened to you. You've had a bad fright, but nothing more.
You go, Edward. I'll look after her. Go quickly. I'm afraid for Henry.
Try and get a doctor, and I'll be back as soon as I can. Henry, are you there? Open the door. Henry, what's the matter? Why don't you answer me? Open the door. Smash it in. Henry, can you hear me? Henry, what's the matter?
Is that you, Father?
Yes, it's me. Open the door. Are you all right?
Yes. I'm all right.
Then let me in.
I will. In a minute. Just wait.
Are you ill? Has something happened to you?
No, I'm all right, Father. I'm coming now. I'm going to open the door.
Henry. For heaven's sake, boy, what's the matter? You look deathly.
I'm quite all right, Father. Just let me sit down in this chair for a while. I want to rest. I've had a sort of seizure.
Let me get you something. Some of this brandy.
Yes, just a little. Thank you. Oh, that's better.
Now tell me what happened. What's going on in this place today? First of all, Margaret...
Just tell me about her. Margaret. Is she all right?
She had a terrible fright. Who was this man she saw? Do you know him?
Yes, I know him. I know him very well.
Who is he? What was he doing here?
He was helping me with my work. He's been of the greatest value.
Henry, you've got to stop. It'll kill you. The seizure you've had. Has it ever happened before?
Yes, a few times, but never like this. Never like this.
You've been experimenting on yourself?
Yes, on myself.
I implore you to stop. Even though you succeed, what does that count for if you destroy yourself?
Succeed? I have succeeded. Magnificently. Splendidly. Beyond my wildest hopes. Father, you shall see a new man born. You shall see the human soul attain to heights no one has ever dreamed of. A new era in the history of humanity has begun this day.
If you're feeling well enough to walk, Henry, I think we'd better go back to the house. Margaret and your mother are terribly anxious about you.
But why?
We all feared that this man Margaret saw may have been up to some sort of devilment and that you were hurt.
Oh, what nonsense. He's a friend of mine. The last one in the world to do me any harm.
Where did you meet him? From what Margaret said, he must be a very unpleasant-looking person. The poor child was frightened into hysteria by the very sight of him.
Oh, that's bad. I'm terribly sorry she saw him. Well, it won't happen again, I promise you.
Then come along and let them see for themselves that you're safe and sound. Margaret came over here to see if you'd go with her to Lord's.
You mean cricket?
Yes.
Oh, I'd almost forgotten the existence of such a thing.
Then it wouldn't do you any harm to remember it. You'll have to get out of the atmosphere of this laboratory of yours, my boy. You're as pale as a ghost. Come along, shut the door after you and forget it for a while.
I will.
I said I'd keep on until I'd made the discovery. Now that I have, you'll see me turn into a different person. I'm free now, Father. Free as I've never been before in my whole life. As no man has ever been.
Well, I'm sure I don't quite know why you should say that, but if it means we're going to see something of you and you're going to live a more normal, a happy life, I must say I'm very glad.
Why, it's a lovely day. Quite warm and sunny outside.
Mr. Jekyll, come quickly.
Why, Maud, what's the matter?
Mr. Jekyll, sir, she's had a turn. She's awful bad.
Henry, come quickly. The shock and excitement's been too much for her.
Lie her down flat on the floor, Margaret. Now take away that cushion. Now loosen the collar of the dress. Father, the hypodermic. It's all right. We'll get her round.
Can I get you anything else?
No. This injection's the only thing. She should rally in a few moments.
Henry, she's lying awfully still. I can't seem to feel her pulse.
Let me try. Henry.
What is it? Why are you looking like that?
Oh, Father. Father.
The breathing stopped.
Henry. She's dead. She's dead. Now, if you will just sign these documents, Henry, that finalizes all the legal side of the matter, and your mother's estate passes to you. Just here, beside that seal. Well, you're now a young man of considerable fortune, Henry. Yes. I had no idea that Mother was so wealthy. It's a big responsibility. You can do a great many things with as much money as that. I hope I'll do good with it, Mr. Utterson. I hope you will. Oh, Mr. Utterson, nearly 2 years ago I spoke to you about Margaret. You told me then that you were not satisfied with the thought of me as a husband. Do you remember? Yes, I remember very well. Have you still got anything against me? Who is this man, Edward Hyde? Why do you ask about him? I can't help wondering what you can have to do with such a man. What do you know about him? Nothing? I only know what my daughter told me. But her description was enough to rouse all my old doubts and apprehensions. If you have anything in common with such a man, what manner of man are you? This is too much. Before, you had a legitimate cause for complaint against me. I hold no brief for myself. But you promised me that if I gave up my old ways of life, you'd give me another chance. Have you had anything against me in the past 2 years? Nothing. Your life has been blameless. And now you make this man Hyde, whom you know nothing of, an excuse for denying Margaret to me. This is why I've seen so little of her lately, isn't it? She was very shaken by your mother's death. You know that. She went to stay in the country, at John Fairley's place. You're hoping she might begin to prefer John, aren't you? Margaret is free to marry whomsoever she chooses. That's not true. She chose me years ago, and you've done everything in your power to keep us apart. Margaret's welfare is my first consideration, Henry. I want nothing but her happiness. I would never go so far as to forbid her to marry you. But you'll do everything in your power to try and wean her away from me. I would think that I'd done less than my duty to her if I did anything else. Mr. Utterson, what have you got against me? Edward Hyde.
Will you be wanting any supper when you come in, Mr. Henry, sir?
No, thanks, Poole. Oh, by the way, I'm going down to the laboratory for a while. If I'm not in to dinner, don't worry about me.
No, sir.
And don't tell anybody where I am. You understand that? No one at all.
I understand, sir.
I'm thinking of going away for a few days, as a matter of fact. If I'm not here in the morning, you'll know that I've gone.
Yes, sir. Would you like to leave an address for letters or messages?
No, no address. I'm going away to be by myself. Completely by myself.
Yes, sir. A very good idea, sir.
You know, Poole, when you drop your eyes like that and get that bland, expressionless look of stupidity over your face, I realize all over again what a pearl of butlers you are.
I've always endeavored to give satisfaction, sir.
Well, go on. Get away with you down to the servants' quarters and see that none of those maids ever come spying round that outer building. I'll not stand for it, mind.
Oh, sir, I hope there hasn't been any more of that since I dismissed Alice.
No, there hasn't, but it doesn't do any harm to keep reminding them.
I'll remind them, sir. You can rely on me for that. How long do you intend to be away, sir?
I don't know. You can expect me when you see me. Oh, look at the place. Dust and cobwebs over everything. I haven't been here for weeks. Not since the night that Mother died. Why should I think of that? I've come in here to forget it. To forget Henry Jekyll and everything about him. I'm sick to death of him. Let's have a little of Hyde. There's nothing half-hearted about Hyde. He knows what he wants. And there are no regrets. He never weeps or repents. He's made his bargain with the devil, and he pays the price. Let me see now. Here's the tincture. And here are the salts. I must weigh them to the utmost point of accuracy. Wasn't that what you said, Professor? Can you see me now? Are you pleased with your pupil? I haven't failed to keep my promise. In a few more minutes, you will see my other self in all his perfidy. The living, breathing vindication of your death. 1, 2, 3, 4 minims. That's the dose. And now, the salts. Now the crystals start to melt, and the color changes. Crimson, rich and thick, like human blood. Now it brightens and the gases start to rise. It starts to change. It turns to purple. Darker. Darker. And the boiling stops. Now it fades. It turns to green. Palest, coolest green. And nothing remains now but to drink it down. Look in the mirror, Henry Jekyll. Take a last look at your pallid, haunted face. The face that she at one time likened to a saint. Saint! What did they get for their pains but martyrdom and the chill austerity of self-denial and prayers? Is that what you wish for, Henry Jekyll? Don't you prefer the pleasures of the earth to the doubtful rewards of heaven? The laughter and the music and the wine? The red lips of women and the fever of impassioned nights? Drink then, you craven. Why do you hesitate? The agonies that follow will be terrible, but so are the pangs of birth. Come, gulp it down and be reborn as Edward Hyde. Then nothing is denied to you. No matter what foul action you commit, once you assume again the form of Henry Jekyll, you have passed beyond the range of punishment. Close your eyes and nerve yourself and drink. It's done. It's over with. Once more, I've had the courage to go through the agony, and now, in a moment,
I'll get up off the floor and look at myself in the mirror. I'll see the form of Edward Hyde, hideous, misshapen, and dwarfed. A sight to chill the very blood of common men. Now, I'm strong enough. Now, I can get up and look. What's this? I see the face of Henry Jekyll. It isn't Hyde. I failed. I've lost the power. Stop. Wait a minute. Think calmly. There's been some slight mistake, that's all. A simple error. I must try again. Oh, that agony, that grinding of the bones, that deadly nausea, the horror of the spirit that cannot be exceeded in the hour of birth or death. No, I can't do it. Not again. I'll not leave this room till I succeed. Oh, how tired. How tired I am. How tired.
Who's there? It's Hugh. Hugh Lanyon. Oh, come out of there and act like a human being, you blithering idiot.
Anybody else but you infernal.
Yes, I know. That's what I told Pooh.
Oh, did he let you in?
I'll sack him for that. Splendid. We've anticipated that. I've already engaged him to come to me.
Well, come in. Well, what do you want now you've got me to open the door?
Ah, nice little bad tea you've got here. No risk of unwelcome visitors breaking in with all these bolts and bars. What's the idea?
Tell me, what have you been up to? When did you get back, and where have you been?
I went for a walking tour through Austria and part of Hungary.
Oh,
a great pity you went with me. Never saw such girls. Got there just in time for the summer festivals. I was in my element, old chap.
I'll bet you were. Sit down over there. Tell me all about it.
Thanks.
Do you know, I'd forgotten that people like you still existed.
No wonder. This is a fine, dreary little morgue you've fixed up yourself. Oh, tell me, what's that table over there? Looks like something out of the dissecting room.
So it is. You see, this whole place used to belong to a famous surgeon before my father bought it. He used to carry out experiments here. Some say vivisection.
No wonder the place brings me out in goose flesh. No windows either on the ground level.
No.
Didn't want anyone peeping in.
And soundproof, too. When I shut that inner door, no sound can get through.
And this is where you've been most of the summer. No wonder you look as pale as a ghost. Come along out of it. We'll take a bus and have a day on the Thames. You know, I'll bet you haven't had an oar in your hand since you left Oxford.
Well, you're quite right there. I haven't.
Then how about it? Listen, we'll hire a punt and get a picnic basket at some nice little country inn and lie out on the grass and eat sandwiches and drink good old English beer.
And you'll tell me all about the buxom peasant wenches you met out in Austria.
Nothing omitted, old boy. Positively nothing.
All right. I'll be with you just as soon as I've changed my clothes. Come over to the house. We'll get the rascally Poole to put us up some food.
There speaks the good old Henry Jekyll.
Hence loathed melancholy. From Cerberus and Blackus, midnight born.
In Stygian cave forlorn, amongst horrid shapes and shrieks and sights unholy.
Stop it. What made you say that? What do you mean?
Say what? What's the matter here? Here, I say, don't throttle me.
I'm sorry. I'm awfully sorry, old chap. I don't know what came over me. But those words... Oh, come along, let's get out of this quickly.
Can't be too quick for me, old chap. Oh, dear. Well, how about some more of your father's excellent ale? Which glass?
Beside that tuft of grass.
Oh, yes, I see it.
Oh, dear. It's good to lie here with the sun in your face and the smell of warm earth in your nostrils.
You don't know what sunlight is, or how the earth can smell. You've lain out in the sun at midday in those Austrian valleys.
And at midnight under the moon. How I envy you, Hugh.
You can take your pleasures so simply. Just as simply as you swallow that glass of ale.
I haven't noticed you showing any signs of constriction of the gullet.
But I haven't got the capacity for roistering round Europe. I'm too much of a hypocrite, I suppose. I'm afraid of losing somebody's good opinion.
Do you know what's the matter with you?
No.
Margaret Utterson.
What?
You've been trying to live up to her and acquire grace in the eyes of that jealous old Puritan of a father of hers.
What rot.
Oh, no, it's not. But it's a sheer waste of time. A fellow like you's bound to break out now and again. You know, it's my opinion he's delighted at having an excuse for preventing Margaret from marrying you.
Yes, but why?
Well, he'd like to keep her for himself. Life will be very empty for him when she goes.
You know, he's doing his best to marry her off to John Fairley. She's been staying down at his place for almost 2 weeks.
But she's back in London now. I've got an invitation to dinner at her place tonight.
Yes, I know.
Well, you're going, aren't you?
I don't know.
What's the matter with you? She won't like it if you're not there.
Well, maybe her father is right. I may not turn out to be a very good sort of a husband.
Well, I'll be... Yeah, Henry, what's come over you? When I went away, you were crazy over her.
I still am. But in the last few weeks, I've begun to think that perhaps I ought not to marry.
You mean on account of your work?
Well, principally.
Oh, I agree. Women can make the devil's own mess of one's plans. But personally, I think it would be a good thing if you got over Margaret.
Oh, you utter fool. I haven't got over Margaret. Can't you understand that it's because I think so much of her that I'm trying to keep away? If she's hurt because I don't come tonight, and John Fairley's there, mightn't that make her think better of him?
Well, of all the quixotic rubbish I ever heard...
You go ahead and marry a girl, whatever the outcome of it may be, wouldn't you?
Well, I hope it wouldn't be too horrible.
No, that's right. It wouldn't be. Someday you'll marry some pretty little empty-headed creature who'll sit at the foot of your dining table, fill the nursery with children, and think you're the last word in manly virtue and wisdom.
Oh, that's going too far, old chap.
But you'll be happy. Yes, you'll be happy. In your own way. But me, I'm afraid I'll never be.
Oh, now you're getting gloomy again. Time we left. Well, the sun's going behind those clouds anyhow. And if we're going to be in time for Margaret's dinner party...
I've told you I don't think I'll go.
Oh, nonsense. You're not going to give up like that. Come along and give John Fairley a run for his money. Anyhow, I'd love to see you do old Utterson in the eye. I never could stand it. Hello? What's all that about?
Comes from that building over there. Have you got any idea what it is?
Oh, some sort of reformatory, isn't it?
That's right, so it is. By Jove, one of the prisoners must have escaped.
Yes. Look at the warders rushing out through the gates. I say, is that guns they've got? Hope they don't shoot this way.
Well, come along. Let's move off. They're bound to stop us and ask if we've seen anyone, and we'll be late enough getting back to town as it is.
Yes, I say, listen, Henry.
Why, there's someone coming this way.
In a hurry, too. Now, I wonder if...
Look, there he goes, behind those bushes. Look. And just over there. Good Lord, it's a woman.
Well, I'll be...
Mr. Henry, don't forgive me. I'll be somewhere.
Yeah, what's the matter with you, I say?
Hetty Wilson.
Oh, wait. Oh, Henry. You.
I say, what? Good Lord. It's the girl from the music hall.
I'll be in a minute. And I have to go back into that place. I'll kill myself.
Here, quick. Into the boat. Get down on the floor. We'll cover you up with rugs. Quick. Help me, Hugh.
Oh, but I say...
Don't argue. Help me cover her.
All right.
And pick up that basket. We've got to be out in the middle of the stream by the time they get here. Now, don't you move, Hetty, whatever happens.
I say, Henry, look here. Do you realize what you're doing?
Yes, I know. I'm helping a prisoner to evade the law. If you like, you can go and call those warders and tell them about it.
Oh, here, I say, don't be too hard, old man.
Oh, then pick up that basket. Help me push this boat out from the bank. Ready? 1, 2, 3, push. Now, Hetty, you lie down against those cushions.
Pull your hat over your eyes and pretend to be asleep. I'll do any talking that may be necessary.
A nice, quiet afternoon in the country.
Look out. Look out, they've seen us.
Hello there.
Hello!
Where do you come from?
Lower Huntingdon.
What are you doing here?
Well, what do you think?
Stop that boat while I talk to you.
I'll do my best, but the current's pretty strong.
Then pull into the shore.
What for?
Because we're the police, and we're looking for a prisoner that's escaped from the reformatory. I'd like to search that boat.
Can he swim?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, he'd have to get us out of here.
That's what good we're wasting time. They're just a couple of tops out for the afternoon. Let him go. Oh, you never know. What does a low little tough like Eddie Wilson be down with a pair of swells like that? Yeah, maybe you're right. All right, then. Off you go.
Sure you wouldn't like us to come and help?
Help? You? We got work to do. Come along, boys. Let's have a look.
Lie still, Hetty. Don't come out from under those rugs under any circumstances. Are you all right?
I'm very tired of dozing here. Am I allowed to talk in my sleep?
It all depends what you want to say.
I just want to say that I may have had my moments in the Austrian Tyrol, but you go in for a form of excitement that's far, far beyond my humble scope.
Oh, don't jest, Hugh. This is serious.
Serious? Certainly is. Both of us might be struck off the rolls of the BMA for conduct improper to the dignity of our profession. Do you realize that?
I do.
And I'm expected to lie here and pretend to be asleep.
Well, you'll have to do more than that before we get Hetty hidden away.
Being a friend of yours certainly has its drawbacks.
But you are my friend, Hugh, aren't you?
Yes. Confound you. Now keep on with that rowing and let's get out of here as fast as we can. They only ordered the brass plate the day before yesterday, and I'll die of disappointment if I get the sack before I have a chance to hang it up.
Margaret, my dear, dinner has been waiting almost 10 minutes now. Do you intend to wait any longer for those two young men?
No, Father, I don't think I will. Oh, here's Hugh now. I wonder where Henry is.
Perhaps Hugh will be able to tell us.
Margaret, 1,000 apologies. Henry and I went off to spend the day out in the country and didn't get back until late.
Where is Henry? Isn't he coming?
There was a call waiting for him when he got in. Something rather urgent, I think. He said to tell you that he'd be along as soon as he could.
I didn't know Henry was bothering much about a private practice.
Oh, this is one of his patients in the East End. You knew he went down there twice a week to give free advice and medical attention, didn't you?
No, I had no idea.
Neither had I. How long has he been doing this, Hugh?
Oh, for quite a while, I understand. He was telling me this afternoon that he intends equipping a proper clinic with some of his mother's money, and possibly opening a convalescent home somewhere out in the country where poor people can go.
Why, Daddy, isn't that splendid? Oh, now I can understand what's kept him tied up in London all the summer. And me thinking it was something else.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that he's putting the money to such good use. And now, Margaret, my dear, our guests must be famished. I've asked John Fairley to take you in to dinner. Are you ready?
Oh, but I'd much rather go in with Hugh. I want to hear what he's been doing on the continent, and a whole lot more about Henry's clinic.
Oh, I'm afraid that will have to wait, my dear. Here's John now, and you can't disappoint him.
Then don't you go sitting half the evening over your port, Hugh.
Not even Mr. Utterson's excellent wine shall keep me away from you. Oh, hello, Fairley. Oh, hello, when did you get back? 2 days ago. See you later, Margaret.
Hugh, will you take Miss Dawson in?
Yes, certainly, Mr.
So I draw the prize after all.
What do you mean, John?
When I saw our good friend Hugh Lanyon arrive, I thought that you'd be going into dinner on someone else's arm.
Which proves all over again that one should never despair.
What do you mean by that, Margaret?
I mean that Henry isn't here, and see, I take your arm.
Why isn't he here? What can there possibly be to explain his neglect of you all these weeks? His failure to come tonight?
Fortunately, I can now tell you. Henry's gone to attend to one of his patients in the East End of London.
East End? I didn't know he had a practice there.
Neither did I, but he has, and he's there now, because he feels that to help one of those poor people down there is better than to be here eating and drinking with us. And I agree with him. And now, if you'd kindly move my chair.
I'm sorry. Really, I apologize.
Henry, where are you taking me?
Wait till I unlock this door.
Oh, but this is the same place you brought me to before.
Yes, and the place you ran away from, you little goose.
You didn't come back.
Well, I couldn't. When I went over to the house that night to get you some clothes and food, I found my father there. How could I explain to him about you? I had to pretend to go to bed. When I came over here an hour or so later, there was no sign of you.
Oh, Henry, if I'd only known.
And then you ran out of the place and tried to throw yourself into the river from the Battersea Bridge.
What else was there for me to do? I had no one. No friends. No money. No nothing.
Poor little Hetty. Well, sit down there and I'll get you something to drink. Here. Now take this.
Thanks.
You had me, you know. I tried to find you the next day. I went to the place where you were, but they wouldn't let me see you.
You come to the prison infirmary?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if I'd only known. It would have meant so much to me. Why didn't you leave a message? Just a word.
I did. I told the warden to tell you that I'd been. I left some money and a note.
I never got them, never. And all this time I've been so bitter. It's made me worse than I'd have been otherwise.
How?
I was one of the bad ones in that place I got away from today. The matron told me I had a criminal mind. They shut me up by myself. They weren't going to let me out. I was to stay there for another 3 months for bad behaviour.
So you ran away?
Yes. One of the warders, he helped me.
So they're not all inhuman, then?
You don't think he did it out of kindness, do you? I paid him for everything he did, the beast.
Hetty.
I meant what I said this afternoon, that I'd die before I went back there.
You poor little thing.
Have you got any more of that brandy?
Well, what about something to eat? There's food in the cupboard over there.
Food? Real food? I haven't tasted any for nearly a year.
Well, here it is.
Chicken, white bread, and butter. I can't believe it's true.
Well, it is. The whole nightmare of the past is over, too. I'm going to say that things are better for you from now on, Hetty.
I couldn't be much worse, that's one comfort.
Well, tell me what happened to you after you came out of the hospital.
Oh, you mean after I tried to throw myself into the river? They sent me to prison for 3 months. It's against the law to attempt to take human life, they told me. Even your own.
And then?
I made some friends in there. They were in for other things, stealing mostly. I went to live with them when it came out. Well, I was a beginner at the game, and I got caught pretty soon.
For stealing?
Uh-huh. Got a year for it. I should have been coming out now, but they decided to keep me there for insubordination and insolence. That's about the lot. I ran away this afternoon, and here I am. If I get caught, I guess I'm there for years. They don't encourage prisoners to run away.
They won't catch you.
What you going to do with me?
I'm going to keep you here for tonight. No one will find you. It's my laboratory. No one ever comes here but myself. But no running away, mind.
Is it likely? Without the cops in London on the watch out for me?
Good. Then I'll leave you now. There's a bed over there and plenty of food. I'll see you first thing in the morning. Will that do?
Yes, that'll do. It'll have to do. I guess I've got to take anything from you now.
You won't have to take anything from me.
Couldn't be any worse than what I've been taken in the past. No matter what it is, prison and the warders, solitary confinement weren't any worse than knowing that you'd tricked me, let me down.
Oh, Hetty, please don't.
But you did, didn't you? You got me off to London knowing darn well that you'd never come and see me like you promised, didn't you? All right. You don't have to say anything. I know.
Will you let me try and make it up to you?
Ha! How? By flipping me a fiver and telling me to run home and forget all about it?
Oh, no. I won't let you down this time. I swear I won't.
But you won't want to be saddled with me now, any more than you did years ago. Oh, don't worry. I understand these things now. I'm not green anymore. Perhaps you like me better that way.
I liked you before.
But not as much as you did your good name. It wouldn't have done for Henry Jekyll to be mixed up with a common little nobody like me. And it wouldn't do now. So don't think you fool me, Henry.
But I'm not trying to fool you. I acted like a cad, and I admit it. Now I'm willing to try and help you. If you don't think I'll do it, well, you can walk out that door.
Oh, no. It's nice and comfortable here. And I've had precious little comfort for a long time. I think I'll stay.
Yeah, that's right. I'll stay. Maybe you'll get sick of me like you did before, but you won't get rid of me so easily this time. Not by a long shot. If you only knew how much I've learned since that night you kissed me goodbye in the old mill.
I don't blame you for being bitter, Hetty.
Thanks. But you can run along if you want to. I suppose you've got some pressing engagement somewhere. Give the lady my kind regards, and I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. So long.
Henry, you've come at last. I was beginning to despair of you.
I'm most awfully sorry, Margaret, but it was impossible to get away before.
You don't have to apologize. I understand perfectly. You gave me your message. I think it's just wonderful of you, Henry.
What is?
That work you're doing in the East End, the clinic. Why didn't you tell me about it before?
But, who told you now?
Why, Hugh, of course. Well, do come into the other room with me and tell me all about it. I do think you're mean, you know. I've been wondering and wondering what you do with yourself, and all the time you've been helping these poor people. Won't you let me help?
Why, I don't know what to say, Margaret.
Well, surely there's something I can do there. I could take temperatures and bandage legs or arms.
Can I see you for a moment, old chap? Yes, of course. Will you excuse me, Margaret?
On condition you come back immediately and tell me everything.
I'll do my best. I won't be a moment. Well, Hugh, what's the matter?
Look here, I didn't know what to say to account for you not being here, so I said you had a call to go down to one of your patients in the East End. Now, that's all right, isn't it?
Oh, I suppose it is. But I told you about my work there in strictest confidence, you know.
Oh, yes, I know, but dash it all, something pretty drastic had to be done. Margaret was looking daggers, just about ready to throw herself into John Fairley's arms. The clinic saved the day, old boy.
I wonder.
Oh, of course it did. Anyhow, why should you be so secret about it? It's something anyone could be proud of. Not many fellows with your money and opportunity cares a hang for the poor wretches down there. You know, I think it's juiced decent of you.
Thanks, Hugh. Thanks. It's nice to feel that someone thinks well of me.
Oh, I'm not the only one. Let's look over there. Look at the way Margaret's watching you. Go on. Follow up your advantage. Her father's been hoping that you've been up to all sorts of crimes while she's been away. And all the time you've been above reproach.
Hugh, shut up. You're an idiot.
Come on, Hugh. You've had him all the afternoon. I've not seen him for ages.
He's all yours, Margaret. And see you make the most of him.
I wish he'd make the most of me. You will let me come down to the clinic with you one day, won't you, Henry?
Yes, of course you can.
When?
Will tomorrow afternoon do? I'll be busy in the morning on something else.
Oh, yes, of course it will. I'll put off everything else for it. Why didn't you tell me about it before?
Well, I wanted to be sure of it. Sure of myself. It's just an experiment so far.
I know it'll succeed. I'm so happy, Henry. Tell me, are you just a little pleased to see me again?
Pleased? My dear, if you only knew.
May I come in, Hetty?
Yeah, come on.
Well, did you sleep?
Off and on. This is a queer place. Gets on your nerves after a while.
Yes, it is a bit gloomy. Never mind. I've come to take you out of it.
Where to?
A friend of mine who's away from London has left me the keys of his rooms. I know he won't mind you using them.
Supposing he comes back and finds me there.
Oh, he wouldn't do that without letting me know.
Are you sure? What's his name?
His name?
Yes.
His name is Edward Hyde.
That's a funny name.
Well, he's rather a queer person himself. Still, his rooms are very comfortable. You can be sure of not being disturbed. Look, I brought you some clothes. If you dress yourself in these, I'll go and get a cab. You can slip out the back door and into it, and no one need see you.
It's funny to hear you talk like that. Anyone would think you'd been helping criminals to escape all your life.
You're not a criminal, Hetty.
Oh, yes, I am. 7 charges of stealing against me. You can't wink your eye at that, you know.
Well, get yourself dressed and we'll be on our way. I'll open the door into the little lane at the back. You can come out as soon as you're ready. You'll find me waiting in the cab.
Say, there isn't any trick in this, is there?
What makes you ask?
I don't know. You just get used to looking for the catch in things after a while.
Oh.
Why should you bother about me anyhow?
Just to try and make you see that I'm not all bad.
No, I never thought that. I just know you're like all the rest of us. Didn't want to be found out, that's all. Say, this is a nice dress. Where'd you get it?
I went out and bought it first thing this morning.
Well, you've got a good eye for what's nice, I'll give you that. Off you go then, I'll be ready in about 10 minutes.
Well, here we are. Nobody here. Just as I told you.
Cool. This is a bit of style, isn't it? You Mr. Hyde must be a proper swell to have things like this. What's he doing with it in a mean little back street like this?
Well, I told you he was rather a queer sort of chap. He prefers this part of London.
Do you mean to say he won't mind me being here?
I'm sure he won't. Now, just make yourself at home and do what you like.
But look at the carpet and the furniture. Wow, I've never seen things like that before out of a shop. Bit neglected, though. Oh, look at all the dust.
Well, you see, he's been away some time, and you can amuse yourself cleaning it up.
And what'll I do after that? I can't stay cooped up here all the time.
Well, wait till tonight. After it gets dark, I'll come back and, well, then we can decide what you'll do. Can you put up with it for a day?
Put up with it? Didn't I tell you I'd been doing solitary confinement in that hellhole of a prison reformatory?
I'll order some food to be sent round to you from the shops. The tradespeople know this place. There's a little box just outside the kitchen door. They leave everything there, so you needn't see anyone at all.
Gee, look at the sun shining outside. You can see it even in this dirty little street. It'd be nice to go for a walk, wouldn't it?
Oh, I don't think you'd better do that.
Oh, don't worry, I'm taking that chance, sis. If you only knew what it's like to be shut up for months on end. The very thought of walking about among people again. Oh, well, no good thinking of that. You'll come tonight for sure, won't you?
For sure. You can expect me around about 10 o'clock.
10? That's late.
Well, it doesn't get dark till nearly 9.
Yeah, that's right. And you're just as anxious to keep out of sight as I am. Wouldn't do to be seen with me, would it?
Please, Hetty.
Oh, I don't blame you. Off you go, then. I can see you're on pins and needles. I'll be all right here.
Well, I'll see you at 10 o'clock, then.
Yes, at 10 o'clock.
Now, it's all right, little fellow. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you very much. Margaret, hand me over that basin of water and some fresh lint, will you?
What's the matter, Henry? Is he badly hurt?
I can't tell yet. Well, old chap, what happened? Did you get knocked down?
Yes, sir. I was riding along the street on a message from my mother.
And you got mixed up with a horse and dray. I know. The driver told me about it when he brought you here. Well, now, let's have a look at this leg of yours. Ooh, steady now, steady. Ooh, steady. I may have to hurt a bit.
Look, you hold my hand. Hold it hard, see? I don't mind if you dig your nails into me. There. Does that help a little?
Yes, miss.
Then you hang on for all you're worth. Tell me, what's your name?
Johnny, miss.
Johnny, is it? I knew someone named John. He lives in the country. Have you ever been out into the country, Johnny?
Once, on a bank holiday. My mother and my father took me out to Hampstead Heath.
Did you like it?
Oh, yes, it was busking, miss. Merry-go-rounds and coconut shies, and then we seen a real good go-in between two fellas down near the Bull Bush Hotel.
That's what you call a day in the country, is it? That isn't what I mean. I mean where you can see horses and cows and walk for miles and miles over the green fields and find birds' nests and go fishing.
Is that what the chap you know does?
You mean John? Oh, yes, he does all those things.
Oh, Croc, you'd like to see a bird's nest.
John's got a collection of eggs he found when he was a little boy.
Oh, he's grown up now, is he?
Yes, he's a man now.
Oh.
Oh, but he still likes to walk along the hedgerows and look for nests. We found a thrush's nest one day when I was staying down at his place. He showed me the little mother bird sitting on her eggs.
He must be a pretty nice sort of cove.
He is. Oh, poor little chap. Have you nearly finished, Henry?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. My hand must have slipped. I think I've got this wound fairly clean now. There aren't any bones broken, so I'll just have to bandage it, and then he can go home.
Oh, but he won't be able to walk.
Well, as soon as his mother comes, we'll get a cab and send him off in that.
Where is he? Where is my Johnny?
Oh, well, that sounds like her now.
Dr. Jekyll, the little boy's mother's here now. Will I let her come in?
Yes, I think it'll be all right, thank you, nurse. Will you be a good boy now, Johnny, and tell your mother you're not hurt much?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell her to come in, nurse. I don't think Nurse Peters quite approves of my bringing you down here, Margaret.
Oh, I hope she won't think I'm trying to usurp her place.
She's a grand person, but just a little bit touchy.
Perhaps I'd better go then.
Oh, no. Let her get used to the idea of you. I hope this won't be your last visit down here, Margaret.
Would you really like me to come?
Well, if you can bear the sights and sounds, some of them aren't very pretty, you know.
If I could be of any help, I'd come every day of my life.
Margaret, I don't deserve what you give me, you know.
When I see you working here amongst these poor, friendless people, giving so much to them, I feel ashamed that I ever doubted you.
You have doubted then?
Yes, Henry. I have. Oh, forgive me, will you? I'm such a fool to have ever listened, but I won't again. I swear it.
The things you heard are probably true. There's more than one side to my nature, you know.
Johnny. Oh, Johnny.
He's all right. Look, he's sitting up as though nothing had ever happened.
Oh, how can I ever thank you, sir? They told me you were taking care of him. He's down at Dr. Jekyll's, they says. And I just thank heavens for that. For if anything can be done for my boy, it's Dr. Jekyll will do it.
Oh, that's all right, then. He's just been cut and knocked about a bit, and you'll have to keep him quiet for a few days till the wound heals on his knee. After that, he'll be running about as well as ever.
And don't you go letting me catch you hanging onto the backs of drivers and lorries anymore, young man, or I'll give you what's what, I will.
Oh, poor little chap.
Me, Mum, can't you give a fellow a chance?
Johnny's probably learnt his lesson. Now, I'll get a cab for you, and you can take him home. I'll call in and have a look at him this evening and see that no other symptoms have developed. Leave your address with Nurse Peters before you go.
Oh, how can I ever thank you, sir? You're a heaven-sent blessing to us people here. If only there was more of your kind, the world would be a different place.
Oh, you don't have to thank me. Just keep young Johnny away from horses' hooves in future, and that'll be enough.
You can trust me for that. If ever I catches him at it again.
Dr. Jekyll, there are a lot of people in the waiting room.
Oh, thank you, nurse. Do you think you could get someone to find a cab to take Johnny and his mother home?
I'll try, Doctor.
Good. Now, off with you, young man. I'll see you later on. Send in Mrs. Higgins next, will you please, nurse?
Yes. Goodbye, mister. Goodbye, lady. And if that cove you know has any of them eggs to spare...
I'll ask him the next time I see him.
Oh, Johnny, haven't I told you not to keep asking for things?
Quite all right.
Well, Mum, that's the only way I can get things.
I think you'd better leave this next patient to Nurse Peters, Margaret. It's a leg ulcer and not a very pretty sight.
Oh, if I sat away in the corner and just watched, would I be in the way?
Oh, you'd never be in the way, sweetheart.
I do so want to learn, and this is the only way I can do it.
All right, but don't be ashamed to say if things get too much for you. Many a first-year medical student has to rush out of the casualty room, you know.
Did you, Henry?
I did, and more than once. All the human frailties are mine, I'm afraid.
Mrs. Higgins, Doctor.
Is that you, Henry? Henry, is that you? Why don't you answer? It's dark down there, I can't see.
Is that Miss Hetty Wilson speaking?
Yes. Is that?
Don't be afraid, my dear. I'm a friend of Henry Jekyll's.
A friend of Henry Jekyll's? Did he send you here?
Yes. He wasn't able to come here himself, but he thought you might be disappointed.
Who are you?
In another minute, I'll be at the top of the stairs, and You'll be able to see me, my dear. Hold that lamp a little higher. It's very dark here. There now. That's better. Can you see me? My name is Edward Hyde.
Come, my dear. What's the matter?
Who are you?
I told you. My name is Edward Hyde. I'm a friend of Henry Jekyll's.
But he told me you were away.
So I was. I've been out of town for some time, but I came back, as you can see. Come, you're quite unnerved. If I hadn't had the presence of mind to fling my coat over that lamp when you dropped it, you might have caused a serious fire.
You frightened me.
I can quite understand that. If you were expecting the godlike Henry Jekyll, I'm not much like him, am I?
Not much.
Come, my dear. Am I as bad as all that? Can't you bear to look at me without a shudder? See, I'll light another lamp in this room and you can take a good look at me. See now? How's that?
Go away. Don't come near me.
Tut, that's not very nice of you. After all, you're enjoying my hospitality, you know.
Where's Henry? Why didn't he come?
Our dear good friend Henry Jekyll has been detained. Social engagements, I believe. You know how these things are with a young gentleman of fashion.
But he said he'd come at 10 o'clock.
And you've always found him reliable in the past? Not the first time you've waited in vain for him to keep an appointment with you, is it? Still, he did have the grace to send me and his apologies.
This is his way of getting rid of me, isn't it? He knows it's either stay here or go back to prison. I might have known he'd do something like this.
Oh, no, this is entirely my own idea. You misjudge Henry if you think he wishes you any harm.
Of course, he's never done me any harm, has he? It wasn't him that tricked me into coming up here to London, promising to send me money, coming to see me. It wasn't him that drove me into taking that job in Redmick's dance hall, was it?
And he regretted it.
Regretted it? Sends his apologies, I suppose, like he did tonight. That's Henry. Nice and charming. And false as they make 'em.
Be careful what you say about him. He's my friend. I know Henry Jekyll. He wouldn't hurt a living soul.
Oh, you man.
He's a saint, you hear? No one can say a single word about him.
Then they don't know him like I do, that's all.
He does good every day of his life. Think of the sick people he helps, the poor people he gives food to, the children he sends away for holidays.
Henry Jekyll does?
Yes, Henry Jekyll. But you drag him down because of the folly of his youth and his human weakness. You destroy all this. I'm not a handsome fella like Henry, am I? Take a look in the mirror there.
No.
Come on, don't turn away.
Take your hands off me. Your head in the back of my neck.
I want to see your face up against mine.
No.
See. There we are. Beauty and the Beast. You haven't lost your looks for all that you've been through.
Let me go.
Not till you've had a look.
I don't want to look. You idiot.
Pale, aren't I? As though I never saw the sun. And there's something wrong with my forehead. Deformed, some people would call it. And my eyes, they slit upwards. And they're small and mean and set too close. But my mouth, that's the worst part of me, don't you think? Did you ever see another mouth like mine? Or those teeth? They're more like fangs, aren't they?
Yes.
And if you notice my hands, not a bit like Henry's, are they? He's a large, firm, white, and beautiful. But mine, they're more like the hands of an ape. Hairy and knotted and hideous, but strong, so strong. See, I can place them round your throat like this.
Take it away.
It's all right, my dear. It isn't my intention to strangle you. Not yet.
Let me go.
Let me get out of this.
Where are you going to, my dear? Remember who and what you are.
Yes, that's right. I got nowhere to go. I'm a wanted criminal. It's either prison or you.
Come now, am I so terrible? Am I worse than those warders?
Did I tell you about that?
Henry Jekyll and I are the closest friends. We have no secrets from each other.
And you wonder why I hate him. He brought me here on purpose so that he could send you. What you'll pay for it, I'll make him.
If you so much as try to harm him, if you say one single thing against him, I'll take that throat of yours in my hands and I'll crush it to a jelly. Come here. Fool, stop your whimpering. You're here alone with me, and I intend to keep you here. Wipe your eyes and fetch me that decanter of wine. I've had enough of talk.
Miss Utterson, I'm awfully sorry to trouble you at such an hour, but I'm at my wit's end. Do you happen to know where Dr. Jekyll is?
Isn't he with you, Nurse Peters? Well, he had dinner here, but left early, saying he had to be down to see a patient at 10 o'clock.
At 10 o'clock? Well, I don't know anything about that. The clinic shuts at 5 o'clock. Dr. Jekyll wasn't expected down again till 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Was there some special case he had to see about?
Not that I know of. But I've come now because of little Johnny Burke.
Oh, the little boy who was knocked down this afternoon?
Yes. His mother came along to me in a terrible state. It's taken a very bad turn. I don't like to say without Dr. Jekyll seeing him, but it seems to me like internal hemorrhage.
Good heavens. And can't you find him?
No. I went to his house, but none of the servants have seen him there since about 9:30.
Oh, that'll be after he left here. Did they try in his laboratory?
Yes. He did go out there, but the whole place is in darkness now.
Then what will you do? Is the little boy very bad?
Very bad indeed.
Oh, that's terrible. Can't we get another doctor?
Oh, no, Miss Utterson. No other doctor would come. It's Dr. Jekyll's case.
But supposing he dies?
No other doctor would come.
Oh, then we've got to find him. If you wait a minute, I'll come with you.
But where can we look?
Well, he told me he was going to see a patient. We can look in his case book. There may be something there to help us.
Yes.
Anything wrong, Margaret?
Oh, Daddy, this is Nurse Peters from Henry's clinic. A little boy who met with an accident this afternoon is very ill, and we've got to find Henry.
But you're not thinking of starting off at this hour of the night. It's close on 11.
But the little boy's terribly ill. He must have help.
And what are you going to do?
We're going to Henry's house to see if we can find out where he is.
Margaret, you can't do that.
Why not?
Let me send one of the servants round with a message.
I'll be all right, Daddy. Nurse Peters will be with me.
I insist that you take either John or me with you. You can't go out unaccompanied at this hour of the night.
Very well, Daddy. You come. And tell John, too. It's a good idea, because he can be looking in one place while we go somewhere else. Oh, Daddy, he's such a dear little boy. We've got to do what we can to save him. Don't you see that?
That's Henry's work, not yours.
Henry's work is my work, Daddy. Don't you understand that much?
No, Miss Utterson. Dr. Jekyll isn't home. He left here soon after 9:30, and he hasn't come in yet.
But where did he go?
I've no idea. He left by way of the laboratory.
The laboratory?
Yes. You see, there's a door that lets him out onto the street by a back way. He often goes out that way, miss.
But look, I can see a light there now. He must have come back again.
I believe you're right.
Daddy, Nurse Peters, he's here.
Where?
In his laboratory. The light's just come on in the upper room, in the window, see?
Well, you wait in the carriage with Nurse Peters, and I'll go out and get him. Will you take me through the house, Poole?
Yes, Mr. Utterson. Certainly, sir. Come this way, sir.
Thank you.
Tell him it's urgent, Daddy.
My dear, I imagine Henry knows more about the seriousness of internal hemorrhage than you do.
Just follow me, Mr. Utterson. I'll bring a lamp and light you across the courtyard. It's a very bleak night tonight, sir.
It is indeed.
Oh, in heaven's name, what's that? Fool! What's happening in there?
In there, sir? I don't know, sir.
Someone's being strangled, surely. Oh, quickly. We must break in the door.
Oh, no, sir, no, sir. I wouldn't do a thing like that, sir. I wouldn't know how to explain it, sir. It's part of Dr. Jekyll's work, sir. That's all it is, sir.
What? Those cries and groans? Part of Dr. Jekyll's work? Then what devil's business is he engaged in?
I don't know, sir. But he's given me the very strictest instructions that none of the servants but me is to come over here. And even I'm not to break in, no matter what I see or hear.
I see. It's stopped now. There's silence.
Yes, sir. It's always like that, sir. In a few minutes, one or the other of them will come out.
One or the other? What do you mean?
Dr. Jekyll or Mr. Hyde, sir.
Who is this Edward Hyde?
I couldn't say, sir.
Yet he comes here?
Off and on, sir. Sometimes we don't see him for weeks. Then he might be here almost every day, but please say nothing about it to Dr. Jekyll, sir. He'd be very angry with me for discussing it.
Have no fear, Poole. You can absolutely rely on me.
Who's there?
'Tis I, Utterson, and Poole.
What do you want?
There's a message for you, Henry. A little boy you attended this afternoon has suddenly become very ill. The nurse suspects hemorrhage.
Oh, very well then. I'll be down in a minute.
Would you like me to come in?
No. Why, what do you mean?
Nothing. It's just that I thought I heard you cry out a few minutes ago.
No, I'm perfectly all right. Go back to the house. I'll be over in a little while.
Very well, Henry.
We'd best be getting back, sir. No point in standing near.
No. Come along.
Mr. Utterson, you won't mention anything of what I told you about Mr. Hyde, sir, will you? It's just that you, being such an old friend of the family, sir...
I quite understand, Poole, and I appreciate your confidence.
I think Dr. Jekyll's too much by himself, sir, if you ask me. Since his mother died, there's been practically nobody here but the servants and himself. It's too lonely. A man gets morbid or takes up with bad company, sir.
That depends very greatly on the man, don't you think?
Dr. Jekyll's never been the same as other young men, sir. Even as a boy, he was given to reading and sitting by himself. Too clever, if you ask me, sir.
Well, we'll have to see what we can do about it, Poole.
There you are, Daddy. Did you find him?
Yes, my dear, we did. He'll be in just a moment.
Nurse Peters has gone back to the little boy. She thought she might be able to do something while we were looking for Henry.
Well, I think I can hear him coming across the courtyard now, so he'll soon be on his way as well.
Henry, is that you?
Yes. I'm coming now.
We've been looking for you every... Why, Henry,
What's the matter?
how pale you are. You look ill. Is anything wrong?
No, nothing. Poole, have you got any coffee?
Yes, sir. If you'll wait a minute, sir, I'll bring it up.
See that it's hot. I won't have any milk. What about you, Margaret? And you, Mr. Utterson, would you care for some?
No, we'll get along. You'll have to hurry away, and we'll only delay you. Are you ready, Margaret?
Yes, Daddy, I'm coming. Henry, are you quite sure you're all right?
Yes, dear. Yes, dear. I'm a little tired, that's all. I've been working very hard.
I wish I could share your work. Be with you now when you go to that little boy.
Oh, that's impossible, my dear. It may mean an immediate operation. I'll have to get him into a hospital. I'll probably be up all night.
If I could only be here when you get back.
If only you could.
When, Henry? When?
Margaret, are you ready?
Go to your father, Margaret, my dear. He'll give you the answer to that question.
can't have anything real against Henry.
No, my dear, I haven't.
I'm 21 now. You asked me to wait till I was before I finally made up my mind.
And you were a good daughter and granted an old man's request.
I'd do anything for you, Daddy. Anything but give up Henry.
And I'd do anything in the world to feel that the love you have for him is merited.
Why do you say that? What has he done?
Nothing that I can name. It's just an instinct, something that warns me to be wary.
Oh, how can I be expected to listen to things like that? You don't know him like I do. If you could see his face as he bends over those sick people, talks to the children...
I know. Henry is a very complex character, has possibly more goodness and nobility in him than the rest of us.
And you think there's something bad as well?
There's something I can't name.
I know. I've felt it too. There's a strangeness about him. But that doesn't make me love him any less. And I do love him, Father. There'll never be anybody else for me, ever.
Oh, very well, my dear. If that's the case, I'll say no more.
And you'll let us be married?
You're of age now. You can marry when and whom you please.
Ah, yes, but I want your consent. You know how much I love you too, Daddy. You've been so wonderful to me, dear.
Since the day your mother died, there's been one thing only in my life. Your happiness.
And it'll be safe with Henry. I know it will. And he needs me. If I were to desert him, that thing we both of us feel might destroy him, you know.
As long as it doesn't destroy you.
Never. And you'll tell him you won't oppose our marriage anymore?
I'll tell him. I might call in tonight. I have to pass that way after a meeting I have to attend.
Oh, thank you, dearest. Thank you. You'll never be sorry, I'm sure.
Good gracious. Is that really 12 o'clock?
Yes. What no windbag the chairman is. He could have cut that report in half and told us just as much.
I had intended paying a call on young Henry Jekyll on my way home, but it's far too late for that now.
Oh, you might find him still up. He keeps pretty late hours.
It's only a block or so away, and I pass his place, so I'll see if there's a light still burning.
Do you mind if I walk with you? Find I sleep better if I take a little exercise last thing at night.
Oh, yes, do come along. I'll be glad of your company. How deserted the streets are. Not a soul abroad besides ourselves.
There's something a little uncanny in seeing the streets so empty, isn't there? And listen to that wind.
Well, come along. Let's button up our coats and hurry along. Come down this side street. It's a shortcut, and it'll take us almost to the square where Jekyll lives.
Oh, we're not alone any longer. There's someone else hurrying along home.
Yes, what an odd-looking creature he is, too. You see the way he walks? A kind of cat-like shuffle, if such a thing were possible.
Making a fair pace. Be round the corner in another minute.
Yes, with that heavy stick of his and the long black cloak fluttering in the wind, he looks like some weird night creature. Hardly human at all.
Funny you should say that. I was just thinking the same.
Good Lord, just look at that.
I say, what's he doing?
That child, it ran into him as he turned the corner.
He's striking it. It's fallen under his feet. Look.
Oh, come quickly. He's got killed. Hi there. What are you doing?
Stop.
He's taken to his heels. Winter, can you catch him?
I'll try. You take care of the child.
Yes. Oh, there. Now. No. Don't be frightened. Oh, he won't hurt you anymore. Tell me, what happened?
He knocked me down. He bit me with his stick.
But why? Did you bump into him?
I was running out, and I didn't see him.
And where had you been at this time of night?
My father's sick, and I was there to get the doctor.
Oh, come, you poor little thing. See, let me wipe the mud off your face and hands. I don't exactly know. My friend and I were walking along the street, and this little girl bumped into a man who was hurrying on ahead of us. He lost his temper and beat her with the stick.
I was looking out the window. It was horrible. The most horrible thing I ever seen. Oh, it's a pitiful thing.
My friend took after him. He may catch him.
Look at the poor little thing. I'm dead with fright. Here's all to let that children else is coming on. If Molly's very sick, she has to go to the doctor.
Where he comes there? The doctor. Then have a look at her and see if she's barely hurt. Look at that poor little mouth. He drove her teeth out through her lips.
I'd like to string up the lamppost, I would.
What is the matter here? Been an accident? This child has been injured, Doctor, but I don't know how badly. No, let me have a look at her. Now stand back, everybody. Stand back. I can't do anything unless you give me room. Come now. Come now. What happened to you? Did something knock you down?
Yes, sir. A man.
A man? Fiend, more like. He knocked her down and trampled her underfoot with his boots.
Oh, dear. But why? What had she done?
Bumped into him. She ran along the street.
Oh, where is this man now?
Here he comes now, down there, coursing. Here he
Oh,
comes.
my word. So he has. Well done, Winter. Did you have any trouble?
No. None at all. I came along without a protest.
Let's have a look at him. Bring him into the light.
Come on.
Now, little one, don't be afraid. He won't hurt you again. Hold up your face, you cur. Let me have a look at you, if you're not too ashamed.
I should be delighted to reveal my face. If the ladies and gentlemen present are not afraid to look.
Mercy on us. Did you ever see such a face?
And now, might I ask, what it is you require of me?
You might ask indeed. I saw you attack this child. You'll pay for it to the last penny.
Yes, and more than that. Let's give him a tightly done medicine. What about that stick he's carrying?
You can't do this.
He did it to the top.
But there are better ways to punish him than that. We'll hand him over to the law. We'll make his name reek from one end of London to the other. If he has any friends or any credit, we'll see that he loses them.
Yes.
He'll carry the brand of this night's work to the end of his days.
Your eloquence does your legal training credit, Mr. Utterson.
What? You know me? Who in heaven's name are you?
You may have heard of me. My name is Edward Hyde.
Edward Hyde? So you are Edward Hyde?
Entirely at your service, sir.
No. Keep back. Winter, Doctor, I think we'd better get the child back to her parents as soon as possible and deal with this gentleman afterwards.
I think you're right. This crowd has got an ugly look, and the man himself doesn't help matters. Did you ever see such a face in all your life? I'm not by nature an emotional man, but I tell you truly, it's all I can do to keep my hands off him.
Me too. It's just as well he didn't struggle when I ran after him and caught him. I'd have had a job to keep myself from strangling him.
Come along, then. Let's get out of this. Does anyone know where the child lives?
Yes, the fourth house on the right in the next street.
All right, then. Now, you'd best get back to your homes. We'll look after the child and see she gets her deserts. I'm a lawyer, and my friend here is a well-known businessman. You can rely on us.
You can call on me, mister. You want a witness? I saw the whole thing happen. Struck her down, he did, without the least provocation.
Good. Give Mr. Winter your name and address, and we'll call on you if we need you.
Watch all this fuss of witnesses. I'll pay you what you want and make an end to it.
You'll pay all right, my friend, and a tidy sum it'll be if I have my way.
How much do you think I'll have to pay for my night's entertainment? From the state of the child's dress, I gather they're not well off. What do you think? I'd say to £50.
In a few moments, we'll be at the child's house, and then you can find out.
I don't want to see them. No gentleman wishes to be involved in a scene of that sort. Come, name your figure, and I'll pay.
Double the amount you named would be nearer the mark, I'd say.
£100 for a few bruises and a bit of a fright. I'd no idea the sensibilities of the English poorer classes were so costly.
Less of your insolence, sir, or you'll go to the police station, as you well deserve.
No, don't do that. I'll pay. Come with me and I'll get the money right away.
Where do you want me to go?
Not far from here. I'll have to get you a check. You wouldn't expect me to have that amount of money in my pocket, would you?
No, I don't suppose you would. Winter?
Yes?
This man has agreed to pay £100 if nothing more is said about what happened tonight.
And so he should.
Will you and the doctor go with the child while I go with him to get the check?
Will you come back?
As soon as I get the money and make sure of its bona fides.
How will you do that?
By keeping him in sight until the bank opens, and it's cashed, if necessary.
All right, then. We'll wait. Come along, Doctor. This is the place, I think.
Lead the way, Hyde, and no tricks, or it'll be the worse for you.
Why, this is Dr. Jekyll's house.
Well, I know it is.
You have a key to it?
The doctor has confidence in me, you see.
I see very little and nothing that gives me confidence.
I'll light a lamp and then you can sit and make yourself comfortable. I'll not be long.
Why have you come here to get the money you want?
Henry and I are true friends. His purse is mine and mine is his.
I regret to hear you say so. Well, go and let's be done with this sorry business.
Mr. Utterson.
Mr. Utterson?
Well, I must have fallen asleep.
I think you did. What time is it at all?
Nearly 2:00.
And I've been here all this time. However could I have done such a thing? What will the others be thinking?
Oh, you mean Mr. Winter and the doctor who took care of the child?
You know all about tonight's business, then?
Yes, I know.
Henry, what in heaven's name have you got to do with this creature Hyde?
I can't explain. Oh, here's the check. He asked me to give it to you.
Signed in your name?
Yes. He felt that you might have some doubts about the validity of one signed by himself.
Is that the true reason?
Well, what other could there be?
A dozen. This man has some power over you. He's blackmailing you. Is that it?
No, it isn't that.
What is it then? Henry, I demand an answer. Do you know why it was that I happened to be in the vicinity of your house tonight?
No.
I intended to come in if I saw a light burning. I had a talk with Margaret after dinner tonight. She won my consent to your marriage.
You've agreed?
I did. Not that I feel any happier over it, but because I had nothing really positive against you. And on my way to tell you so, I witnessed this hideous deed committed by one whom you claim as a friend. A crime you are willing to cloak with money, paid from your own account. What am I to think?
Well, there is one thing I want you to know. Hyde has no power over me. Rather, the reverse is the case. The moment I choose, I can be rid of him. I can blot him out of my life as though he had never existed.
Then do it. Do it, man, before it's too late. If you don't, you'll regret it. The man is so evil, so vile in every way, that merest contact with him must mean contamination.
Yes. Yes, I fear I must. Tonight's episode has shaken me more than I can say. Whatever could have come over him, I can't imagine.
Sheer bestiality. Something that lies deep in his horrible soul. The man is capable of anything, even murder.
Murder? Murder? Yes, I've sometimes thought that, too. If he were to hate someone enough...
Please, God, I shall not be that person.
Please, God, you won't.
Well, I must say there's no one like you, Henry, my boy, for putting on a tasty little dinner. Tell me, where did you get your cook?
My cook? She's married to Poole.
Oh, really? That's too much. No man should have the perfect butler and the perfect cook.
Well, my dear Lanyon, I'll go even further than that. I'm now going to get Poole to bring us some of the perfect brandy. I think we'll have it in the library. Poole!
Yes, sir. I've already put it there, and some of your special cigars.
By the way, I shall want you there for a few minutes. I want you to witness a signature.
Certainly, sir.
You may as well come right away, and that's the last I shall want of you for the night. Do you mind, Hugh?
What, witnessing a signature? Not a bit, not a bit.
I'll want you to. You see, it's my will.
Your will? Here, I say, you're not getting morbid, are you?
Oh, no, but the fact is, I'm getting married, and,
I want to make some changes, you see.
Oh, why, of course, yes. How stupid of me. When's the happy event to be?
Oh, not for another few weeks. Margaret's away collecting her trousseau, and it seems that it takes some time.
Well, make the most of it, old boy. Make the most of it.
Well, I will. That's why I sent for you.
Oh, seriously?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I say, that's fine. And do you know, Henry, I've been feeling a little poorly lately. So, what do you say to a little run over to the continent?
Over to the continent?
Yeah. Paris is marvelous this time of the year.
Paris?
Good old Paris.
You incurable libertine. Have you forgotten that I'm all but a married man? Besides, that's where Margaret's gone to buy her trousseau.
Yes, that does make it rather awkward.
Very.
Oh, but there's still Vienna. Oh, I say, tell you what, how about going to that village I told you about? I was there for the autumn, but imagine what it will be like in the spring.
What's its name again?
Corvina.
Oh, yes.
You go to Innsbruck and then branch off on a little line, almost as far as the Bremer Pass. Ah, what a country. What girls.
Mind out. Here's Poole coming. You start getting him too excited, he mightn't be able to hold the pen.
Oh, Lord, yes. There's that will, isn't there? Oh, where is the bally thing?
Here it is. Oh, come in, Poole, come in. I'd better sign first so that you can see me do it. Now, Hugh, if you'll sign there and Poole on that other line, it'll be done with.
No, just here. Oh, there you are.
Now you, Poole.
Here, sir.
That's right. Thank you. Now, I want you both to have a good look at me.
Look, but why? We've both seen you before.
Well, I want you to be able to certify that I'm in perfect health and of my right mind.
Henry, what's all this about? Are you anticipating that anyone will contest the will?
I'll tell you that later on. Would you say that I'm quite sane, Poole?
Well, you look all right, sir.
Good for you, Poole. Never be deceived by appearances. And now, if you brought us in the coffee, that'll be all for tonight.
Thank you, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night.
Good night, Dr. Lennon.
Oh, good night, Paul. Now, I say, look here, Henry. What is the meaning of all this? Who's going to suggest that you aren't in your right mind?
Well, the terms of the will you've witnessed are a little peculiar. Just take a look at it while I pour you out some coffee.
Thanks.
Black or white?
White. Black, thank you. No sugar.
I'll warm the glasses near the fire a little before I pour the brandy. This is some special old brandy my father got as a present from one of the Rothschilds. He did him some sort of service one time.
I say, it's none of my business, but who is this fellow Hyde?
Oh, just a friend of mine.
I should think he must be. According to what you've written here, he's to inherit more than £100,000.
Yes, my mother's entire fortune.
And then this business about your disappearance or unexplained absence for any period exceeding 3 calendar months.
In which case, Edward Hyde shall step into my shoes and assume my place.
Oh, now I begin to see why you wanted Poole and me to have a good look at you.
Yes, I thought you would.
And another thing. There's nothing here about Margaret.
Any will I might make now automatically becomes invalid when I marry. I will have to make another one. I had to make this because I don't know what might happen between now and my wedding day.
1, 2, 3, 4. Da-da-da. 1, 2, 3, 4. Da-da-da. Oh, bother, I can't get that step right. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Bravo. Quite nice work here.
Why do you come sneaking in like that? You got me a fright.
I like to take you by surprise. I often wonder what you do with yourself while I'm away.
What do you think I do?
It would be nice to think that you spend some of your time at the window eagerly watching for my return.
You? I spend most of it dreading the sound of your key in the door.
Well, you'll have a happy release from my presence for a while, my dear. I'm going away.
Going away?
Yeah, doesn't that please you?
Yes, it does.
There's one thing I always like about you, Hetty. You never pretend to do anything but hate me.
Why should I? Isn't everything about you hateful and vile?
Is it?
Everything.
I didn't think it was possible for anyone to be as low and beastly as you.
And yet I think you'll miss me while I'm gone.
Miss you?
Yes. Evil has a sort of horrid fascination about it, you know. At first it turns us sick. Then we have to look again just to make sure our eyes didn't deceive us. Then we keep on looking. And after a while we find we rather like the terrible sensations. It's like a strong drug. At first it's agony, and then we crave for it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me put it this way. I believe that the beautiful face of Henry Jekyll would seem colorless after mine.
What can a beast like you know about Henry Jekyll?
I know he's going to be married in a few weeks' time.
Married? He's getting married?
Yes, to such a charming girl. She's in Paris now, buying her trousseau. That's why he and I are going away for a while. His last days of freedom, you know.
What? You and him going away together? He's out of his mind to be even seen with you.
He won't be seen with me. But we'll be together for all that. Together all the time. He'll not get away from me for one moment.
What do you mean? What power have you got over him? You're always hinting and suggesting things. You say you're his friend. You couldn't be a friend to anyone. You're too vile, too horrible. You've got him in your power, that's what it is. You make him give you money, pay for this place here. You're blackmailing him.
Blackmail? Blackmail? Who else accused me of that? Yes, Mr. Utterson, the father of the young lady Henry's going to marry. I hate that man. Someday I'll square accounts with him.
Stop it. Don't look like that. I can't bear to look at you.
You needn't be afraid, Hetty, my dear. I'm not thinking of squaring accounts with you. Not yet. And that reminds me, while I'm away, you'll continue living here. I've arranged for you to get everything you want from the usual shops.
And what else?
What do you mean?
Well, aren't you going to loan me any money?
What do you want money for?
What if I want to go out?
I'm not going to lock you up.
You know what I mean. You've given me food and clothes while I've been here, but never a penny of money. I'm like a slave, that's what I am.
Or a prisoner. But I imagine this is a rather superior sort of jail. Still, if you prefer the other...
I'm not sure that I don't. Anything would be better than you.
Remember, you've got another 2 years of your original sentence to serve. And you'll get at least another 2 years for breaking out of jail the way you did.
Yeah, you've got me on over there.
Well, of course I have. And I can keep you here, or I can hand you over to the police. But just to prove that I can temper justice with mercy, I'm going to leave you this check for £100. It's yours, and you can spend it as you please.
£100?
Yes, it seems like a fortune, doesn't it? But don't deceive yourself. It won't take you far. You can run away if you like, but when you've spent your money, what will you do then, eh? Don't forget your previous attempts to keep yourself.
I know. I know.
So you'll be here when I get back. Goodbye, my dear, darling little Hetty.
Take your hands off me. Get away, get away.
Oh, such passion. Well, I'd rather have it that way. Hate is a strong sensation. I know it well. I hate people too. Good people, wise people, hypocrites and liars. People who commit their sins in the dark and hope they won't be found out. Without the courage to be really good or really bad. Oh, I despise them.
Stop your raving and get out of here if you're going. Go on, get out.
You're not little Hetty. That's what I like about you. I've thrashed you, but you aren't coward. You hate me, but you're not afraid.
Hate you. If you only knew how much.
That's right. That's right. That's the look I like in your eyes. They're big and full of fire. Perhaps I'm making a mistake in going away. What can the fat peasant girls in Caravina have compared to you?
And where's Caravina?
In Austria, my dear. That's where I'm going for the festival in the spring.
Gretel, here I am.
I didn't see you lying there behind that tree.
It is warm here in the sun. The sheep are grazing peacefully on the side of the hill, so I thought I'd practice a new song for you.
I bought your mittagessen, fresh bread and cheese and some of Father's beer. He said it's very good this time.
Oh, let us try it then. Sit down beside me and talk a while. You haven't got to hurry away, have you?
Mother said I had to be back in time to help her with the baking. There's pies and buttercream and no end of things to be got ready for tomorrow.
Oh, let the other girls help her. I want you to stay with me. Come, sit down beside the grass here.
We are only betrothed, you know.
Oh, but this time next week we will be married. When you will be sorry to leave your father's inn and come to live in a shepherd's hut with me.
But you will not be a shepherd all your life. Your uncle said he would let you have the wool off his sheep for being such a good worker and looking after his flock so well.
Oh, but suppose he changed his mind, would you still marry me?
Franz, you know I would. I like you best of all the men in the village. I told you so.
Oh, there's no one like you, Gretel. Even that time when I went down to Linz for the big fair, I didn't see anyone as pretty as you, or with such long golden plaits of white skin. You'd be a beauty no matter where you were.
Well, I'm going to stay in Corvina and marry you because you're handsome and you dance well and you play me little songs on your flute and I love you.
Oh, that is as it should be. You wouldn't catch me marrying a girl whose heart didn't beat fast when I kissed her.
Franz, how many girls have you kissed?
Oh, dozens.
But I believe you did carry on with someone else when you were in Linz.
What makes you say that?
I noticed a difference in you when you came back.
Well, as long as I have improved.
You are a wretch. How do I know what you were up to? And all the time I was sitting waiting for you to come back. And not a soul to take a scrap of notice of me, because everybody knows I'm promised to you.
Do you think I am the strongest man in the district for nothing?
Franz, if you were ever jealous of me, would you beat me?
Would I beat you? No. Although I am so strong, I wouldn't beat you. I would never hurt a hair of your head, sweetheart. But you'd break me right in two if anybody ever came between us.
Silly. As if that could be possible. Have we not been sweethearts ever since we were children? Do you remember how you used to carry my bag to school and do my sums for me when the teacher was not looking?
And how you embroidered me my first jacket to wear to church.
And how you danced with me almost all night at our first festival.
And you let me kiss you when I took you home. Do you remember that kiss, Gretel?
I remember. Wait, what is that?
Hello. What is frightened the sheep? There must be a stranger about.
Yep, I can see him. Look, coming round the side of the hill.
Why, it looks like a foreigner. I wonder what brings him here.
He might be that Englishman who was here last year.
Oh, no, this man is taller. We'll soon know. He's seen us. He's coming this way.
How does my hair look? I'm sure you've ruffled it and it looks terrible.
Oh, you look so beautiful with your cheeks as rosy and your eyes like stars that I think I'd better send you away before the stranger sees you.
Silly. Call him over.
Hello there. Hello. Where are you making for? Is that Corvina down there in the valley below? Yes. Where have you come from? Well, I've been on a walking tour. Do you think I could get a place to stay at in your village? Well, there is the inn. Gretel's father is the owner. We have a room for you. That's fine. How do I get down to it? Just follow this path?
Oh, there is a shorter way than that. I will take you down if you like.
Oh, but surely I can find it myself. Will you just turn off where you reach that big rock about halfway down and takes you right to the center of the village? Good, I'll go down then. Do you plan to stay for a while? Well, a friend of mine was here last year. He told me how beautiful it was.
Oh, you mean the hair of Dr. Lanyon?
Yes, that's right. So, you remember him, huh?
Remember him? Oh, he was charming, so gay and such a dancer. We all hoped he would come back again.
Well, he sent me instead. I hope I'll be able to make a good impression, too.
I do not think you need worry about that, Mynheer.
Well, if you go right the way, you should go down and be in time for the midday meal. Gretel has just brought mine to me. Then don't let me keep you from it. I suppose I'll be seeing you later on.
We have our festival next week. You've come just at the right time.
At the right time for what?
For dancing, singing, all sorts of good times.
Oh, that's what I've come for. All sorts of good times. Well, goodbye until I see you again.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who is he, I wonder? He's much better looking than Herr Lanyon.
All the same, I'd rather Herr Lanyon's red, good-natured face than this man's for all his good looks.
What? Oh, what do you mean?
I don't know, but
Something about him makes me feel uneasy.
Come in.
Well, not out of bed yet, Herr Doctor? In sun up 2 hours ago?
I was very tired after my long walk yesterday. Your father kept me up till late, you know.
You should not have listened to him. Papa loves to have a stranger to gossip to. Did he tell you all about the way his father met Bismarck?
And fought in the Napoleonic Wars.
Yeah.
Yes, I think I know most of the family history now.
Where shall I put the hot water, Herr Doctor?
Oh, anywhere you can find some room. I'm sorry to have my things scattered all over the place.
Will you have your breakfast sent up here? It is all ready.
Oh, no, I'll be down in next to no time. Just open that bag and give me out a dressing gown, would you, Gretel? Then I'll get out of bed.
Certainly, Mynheer. Oh, what a lot of funny little bottles. And such a beautiful red color.
What?
What are they for?
What are you talking about? Not that one, girl, not that one. I mean the bag against the wall. Shut it up at once.
Oh, I'm afraid, Mynheer. I did not mean...
It's all right. It's all right. I should have told you more carefully. Those are some specimens. I've been making some experiments. If you touch them, it might have spoiled everything.
Oh, I'll be very careful. I will not touch them again, I promise you.
Is it your work to do this room?
Oh, I'd do anything. Help with the cooking, wait at table, make bed.
A real housefrau, eh? How does it come that some of the young men here haven't snapped you up?
I'm not yet 17, Herr Doctor.
Oh, is that really all?
Yeah.
I'd have thought you were 20. You look so grown up, especially now that you've twisted those plaits of yours round your head.
After this week, they'll stop for always. I'm to be married when the priest comes to bless the spring plowing.
To France? The handsome young shepherd I saw you with on the hill?
Yeah, to France.
I'm to be married, too, when I get back to England.
Married? Is this her picture?
Yes, that's it.
She's very beautiful, Herr Doctor.
No more beautiful than you are, Gretel.
But it's the use of being beautiful in a little place like Corvina. No one ever sees you.
France does.
Yeah, France does.
And sometimes strangers come to your village and they see you.
Yeah, and then they go away and never come back. Like that nice Herr Dr. Lanyon. He was the merry one, that one. He made love to all the girls and even the men did not mind him much.
That sounds almost superhuman. Did he make love to you, Gretel?
No. You see, Franz was always there.
And does Franz never go away?
Only if he has to go to Linz, or when he takes the sheep up into the mountains for the summer.
When does he do that?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah. All the sheep are driven away tomorrow. The snow is melted on the mountains now, and there'll be plenty for them to eat on the tablelands.
And how long will he be away?
2 or 3 days. He will be back for the festival, never fear.
I've come just at the right time.
What do you mean, Herr Doctor?
For the festival, of course. What else did you think I meant, pretty Gretel?
Oh, I didn't know.
Are you blushing? You thought I meant something else, eh? Well, suppose I did. Suppose I feel glad that the tall young man of yours will be out of the way for 2 or 3 days.
Oh, you mustn't. Franz is not... I love him.
Of course you do. But that doesn't mean that you mightn't find somebody else rather pleasant, too. Come over here beside me, Gretel. What a soft white arm you've got.
No, please. You're not to hold me, so I must go.
You really want to go?
Yeah, I must.
Then kiss me before you do.
No, please.
Franz doesn't kiss you that way. You must teach him, my pretty bird.
Your face. Oh, what's happened to it?
What do you mean?
Your eyes, your mouth.
Get out of here. Go this instant. Why, look at my hands. They're changing. I'm changing into Hyde. The tincture, where is it? In that other bag. Let me get some of it. I must take it quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Steady now. Keep calm. There must be no mistakes. Now the salts. That's right. against a bubble. It's ready. I must drink it down. I must drink it. Oh, my courage fails me. I dread the agony. Come on, you fool. What's the matter with you? Drink it. Drink. Oh.
Herr Doctor, you're feeling better this morning?
Yes, I'm quite recovered. I came down to see the flocks being driven off to the upland.
That is good. That is good. Gretel will be married to Franz when he gets back from the mountains.
She doesn't seem to want him to go. Look at the way she's clinging onto his arm.
I can't think what's come over her. Ever since yesterday, she's been like one possessed, pale and silent and ready to burst into tears at the least thing. That's a strange thing, love is. You know, Herr Doctor, when I was a young man, I remember how my father once said to me...
Franz, don't go.
Why, Gretel, you little silly, what has come over you? You were quite ready to have me go with the other man yesterday.
Yeah, I know, but now I feel different. I want you to stay here with me.
But I cannot do that, sweetheart. I have my uncle's sheep to look after. And if anything happened to them, we'd lose the fine clip of wool he's promised us. And that's to be the beginning of our fortune, don't forget.
But supposing something happened to either of us, what good would the money be then?
But what is going to happen? I go slowly up the mountain trail with the sheep, and I come down the glacier with the other men, the way I've always done ever since I was a boy. I'm not going to take any risk this time, little bird, with you waiting for me at the foot.
And what if I'm not there?
What? What is the shore saying?
I do not know. I feel uneasy, Franz. I'm frightened.
But why? There's nothing to be frightened of. Has anything happened to make you feel this way? Gretel, look at me. It's not this Englishman who's come here to stay. He hasn't said or done anything, has he?
Nothing.
Because if he has, by heaven, I'll break every bone in his body for him.
Franz, what are you talking about? He's been sick, you know that. He had a sudden illness yesterday morning.
Oh, that is right. The poor devil. He doesn't look as though he's good for very much even now.
Boss, are you coming?
Yeah, I'm coming. There's Rudy calling me. I'll have to go now, sweetheart. Come back with a smile and get the roses back into your cheeks before I come. It will only be 3 days.
Yeah, that is all. I will be waiting for you, Franz.
Of course you will. And look out for me as I come across the ice. I'll wear that red scarf you knitted me, and you'll be able to see it a mile away.
Goodbye.
Goodbye now. No more nonsense, man.
No more.
Yeah? That's the last we'll see of the sheep till summer's over. Would you like me to bring a chair out here for you to sit in the sun, Herr Doctor?
No, thanks. I think I'll take a little walk. I hear the wildflowers are wonderful just over the side of that hill.
Yeah, they are. Lily of the valley, hyacinth, gentians, a carpet of flowers. But are you well enough to go that far?
Oh, yes, I'm quite all right. What time is dinner? I'll be back.
Would you like me to send it out to you? The day is so fine. It seems a pity that you should have to come back so soon.
Couldn't I take something with me?
Oh, no. I'll send it out. The bread's not yet out of the oven, and there'll be some fresh pies and cake later on.
Oh, well, if it's no trouble.
No, not at all. Gretel here will take it to you, won't you, child? You take it? Yes.
I won't have time.
What? Oh, the doctor's dinner. You would have time for that.
No.
He's going to take a walk to look at the wildflowers.
No, I won't have time.
Oh, no time?
I have to help with the house and with the cooking, Papa.
Rubbish. Now that the men are away from the village, we'll all have a rest for a few days. And just as well, too, with the wedding next week.
Let me take it with me now. Anything will do.
Oh, no. We don't often have guests from other countries come to stay at our inn. You must have the best. Gretel will take it out to you.
No, I won't go.
Oh, Gretel, what's the meaning of this? Have you gone mad?
No, I just don't want to go.
What is this rudeness? Herr Doctor, I apologize.
Oh, don't trouble Papa Shank. I think I understand. Please don't force her to do anything against her will.
But I can't understand. Such insolence. If she were younger, I would box her ears. You go for your work, Herr Doctor, and leave it to me. You shall have your dinner, and Gretel shall bring it to you. I shall insist.
Papa,
go in to your mother, miss. You are not married yet, remember. And as long as you're in my house, you shall do as I say. Be off with you. That's what comes of being in love, Herr Doctor. It turns the mind. I'll be glad when she's married. Franz is the one to manage her. No nonsense about Franz. I once saw him toss a man just like that because he angered him. No nonsense about Franz.
You have no idea at all of his whereabouts?
Absolutely none. Didn't even know he was away till I called at his house 2 days ago, and Poole told me he'd gone.
And he left no address?
None at all. I gathered from Poole that there was nothing out of the way in that. He often disappears for days at a time.
Yes, but he's gone over a week now. This is disastrous. The latest news of his father is that he's not expected to live more than a few days. We simply got to get in touch with him.
What is it? A stroke?
Yes, he had the first seizure yesterday morning. He may go at any moment. He's barely conscious and keeps asking for Henry all the time. What on earth are we going to do? Isn't there anyone you know of who might be able to tell us something?
Let me think. Wait a minute. I wonder...
Yes? What is it?
It's just a faint possibility. But there's a friend of his, an Edward Hyde.
Edward Hyde?
Yes, do you know him?
Know him? I've had an encounter with him. I'd be very reluctant to repeat the experience.
Why, what's he like?
He's without doubt the most loathsome and degenerate specimen I've ever set eyes on. What his association with Henry can be... well, let's forget that. What were you going to say?
The last time I saw Henry, he gave me his address. It was in connection with a will he made. He told me where to find Hyde if ever he should be needed.
Why should Hyde be needed?
I know no more about that than you do. But it's obvious that Henry sees a good deal of him. You might even know where we can find him now.
You may be right, though I'd hate to have to go and ask him.
Then I'll go. As a matter of fact, I'd rather like to have a look at him.
If you're anything like me, you won't want to look a second time. I never met anybody in my life who roused sheer murderous hatred in me like that creature did.
In you? Why, it hardly seems possible.
Wait till you've seen him. I wasn't the only one. There were others with me as well, and I could see by the look on their faces that they could hardly keep their hands off him.
Why, is he some sort of demon?
Well, he may well be. The thing I saw him do was nothing short of the act of a fiend.
What was it?
I saw him trample a little child down in the street, grind it with his heel, and beat it with his stick.
What?
Every word of that is true. It was the most horrible and revolting thing I ever set eyes upon, and committed by the one who is claimed as friend by the man my daughter proposes to marry. I won't attempt to disguise the fact that the thought of such a thing sickens me.
Yes, I think I understand. But there must be some sort of explanation. I knew Henry very well. Always regarded him as a sort of a saint compared to myself. He's been wrapped up in his work, never gone in for the sort of things that I have done. You know, getting tight and larking around with women and all that.
I hope you're right. And in the meantime, we've got to find him. The thought of that old man dying without seeing the son he loved so much is more than I can bear.
Well, I'll go at once and see Hyde. There may be something he can tell us. I'll come back here as soon as I can.
Very well. I'll make what inquiries I can think of. Goodbye for the present.
Who's there?
Is Mr. Edward Hyde at home?
Who are you? What do you want with him?
I'm Dr. Hugh Lanyon. I want to see him urgently.
Dr. Lanyon. Oh, come in. Robert, I'm glad to see you.
Hetty, what on earth are you doing here?
I've been here for ages. Ever since that day you and Dr. Jekyll hid me in the boat and helped me get away from those men.
But I thought you were in the country. Henry told me you'd gone away from London.
Did he? Well, this is as far as I ever got.
And doesn't Hyde live here?
Yes. He lives here.
Then...
Yeah, you've guessed it right off.
I see. May I sit down and talk to you for a while?
Of course you can. I'm that glad to see someone. I've been shut up here by myself, afraid to show my nose out the door in the daytime. It's been so lonely, I think I'd even be glad to see Hyde come in.
Where is he?
He's gone away. Been gone almost a week.
Away?
Yeah. Why?
Henry's father is very ill. We can't find him anywhere. He's away, too. I was hoping Hyde might have some idea where he is.
I can tell you that.
You can?
Yeah. Let me see now. He said they were going to a place called Coravina.
Coravina?
Yes.
Hyde told you that?
Yes. He said he and Henry were going together.
Are you sure?
Of course I am. I remember his very words. He said, he won't be seen with me, but we'll be together for all that. He'll not get away from me for a moment.
And they've gone to Coravina. Why on earth didn't Henry tell me?
Do you know where it is?
Of course I do. I was there last year. It was I who told him about it.
Perhaps he was trying to steal a march on you.
Henry was.
Don't you think he would?
Coravina. All places. It's miles away from any telegraph line.
Perhaps his father will be dead by the time he gets back.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. Perhaps I hope it'll be that way. I'd like to think that something happened to him. Something that'd hurt him. Something that'd make him pay a little for the things he's done to me.
Betty.
Shocks you, does it? I sit here all day thinking of ways to get back on him. Him and Hyde. What a pair they are. So different. Yet somehow, underneath, they're the same. Both cruel as the devil.
Dead. He's dead.
Yes. I had a telegram not 10 minutes after you left. He died at 6 o'clock this morning.
This will be a terrible shock to Henry. He's devoted to his father.
I know. The loss is a very great one to me, too. We were lifelong friends. The finest man I ever knew.
What do you think we'd better do? There's no means of telegraphing him. Coravina's about 100 years behind our times. Tiny place that lives in a world of its own.
Whatever possessed him to go there?
I told him about it. I had a very pleasant time there last year. I suppose it made some sort of impression on him, and he suddenly decided to go there himself.
Well, I'll write a letter to him. Perhaps that's better than a telegram. The shock will be bad enough as it is.
Do you know, I think I might go over and tell him myself. I could get away now. Take me about 4 days to get there. If we return at once, we could be back at the end of next week.
But why should you go to all that inconvenience?
Oh, it's just that I feel the news of his father's death is going to be pretty hard to take. We're rather close friends, you know. Might be glad to have me around.
Yes, I think perhaps he would. When will you go?
I'll try and get to Dover Express tonight. I've got 4 hours.
Very well. I'll write a letter for you to take. Oh, you'll have to pass through Paris, won't you?
Oh, yes.
If you can manage it, will you try and see Margaret? I imagine this will mean a postponement of their wedding. It was to have been in 6 or 7 weeks' time.
Oh, I say that's going to be another blow for Henry.
Do you think so?
Think so? Why, Mr. Utterson, don't you realize what Margaret means to him?
She doesn't mean enough for him to be willing to give up his friendship with this beast Hyde. He told me he need never see him again. And now they've gone away together, secretly, as though on something that won't bear the light of decent scrutiny. What am I to conclude from that? Is that the kind of man you'd wish your daughter to marry?
Anybody home?
Who is there?
Come out of the kitchen, you old rascal, and see.
Why, Herr Dr. Lanyon, what brings you here?
Well, have you got a friend of mine, Dr. Jekyll, staying here?
Dr. Jekyll, here's your friend. Oh, Herr Doctor, it is terrible.
What is it?
They are lost out in the mountains since yesterday. All night we've been searching for them.
Who?
The Herr Doctor and Gretel. They went out yesterday morning to climb the Straitlich Pass, and they haven't come back.
Oh, good Lord, what's being done about it?
All our young men are away with the flocks, taking them to the summer pastures. Only us old ones are left. We've sent word to them. They'll be coming back this morning. Oh, here they come now. Look, they're racing down the glacier on skis. They're coming like men possessed. There's Franz in front. I can tell by the red scarf he's wearing, the one that Gretel made for him. Oh, Gretel, my little daughter. And you so soon to be married.
Oh, come along now. Everything may be quite all right. Dr. Jekyll's an experienced mountaineer, and Gretel's born to the mountains.
She didn't want to go. I got angry with her. All this is my doing.
Why didn't she want to go?
She didn't like the Herr Doctor. It was very strange. Such a quiet, pleasant gentleman.
Oh, by the way, where's his friend?
His friend?
Mr. Hyde. I understand they're traveling together.
There's been no Mr. Hyde here, Herr Doctor. Only Dr. Jekyll.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad of that. Oh, look. The men are nearly here now. In a minute or two, they'll be on the slopes just above the village.
Come, let us meet them. There are the other people running out. It's good to see our young men back. Now the search will really begin.
What is it? What has happened?
Oh, Franz, my boy. They went away yesterday, and when evening fell, and no sign of them.
Have you got food ready for us, and ropes, and alpine stock?
Yeah, everything waiting.
Oh, why should she go with him? Couldn't he have gone alone?
She went to show him the way. Oh, it was my doing, Franz. I confess it.
Why, what do you mean? Didn't she want to go?
No, she went unwillingly. She must have known. If anything has happened, how shall I ever forgive myself?
If anything has happened because of him, I will smash him in two. She feared him. She knew.
Franz, my son, what are you saying?
I shouldn't have left her. She begged me not to go. Come along, men, and let us get going. We've got to find him before another night comes. Do not waste any time.
Gretel, can you hear me?
Yes?
I'm going to lash you to my back with this rope and try and climb up the side of the ravine.
No, it isn't possible. Better leave me here and go for help.
No, if you can stand the pain, I'll get to the top all right. How does the leg feel now?
It hurts.
I know it does. But it's our only chance, Gretel. The ice and snow is likely to start and move again at any minute. And with this wind blowing...
I know.
So will you be a brave girl?
It isn't any use. You can't do it with me. You will fall. That will be the end for both of us. Far better that I stay here and you go for help.
No. If you stay, I stay, Gretel. It's my fault that you're here. Whatever happens, I'll share it with you.
A little while ago, I was afraid of you.
You thought I meant to do you some harm, wasn't that it?
Yes.
Perhaps you were right, Gretel.
But since our accident, since that great wall of snow came down the mountain and swept us into this ravine, you've been so good, so wonderful.
What else could I do? You never wanted to come up here. If it wasn't for me, you'd be safe in your village.
The village? Will we ever see it again? And Franz? What will Franz do if I don't come back?
You'll go back. I'll carry you up the side of this ravine. I'll take you back to your village and put you in the arms of your sweetheart. Or I'll die in the attempt. Now, come. Don't let's waste any time. I've got plenty of rope and plenty of strength. Now, are you ready?
Yes.
Good. There's still some brandy in this flask. You drink it down. And remember, if I hurt you, it's because I can't help it.
Won't you have some, too?
No, I'm better without it. I want you to sit up. Put your arms around my neck. Then I'll tie you to me with a rope. Now, you ready?
Yes.
Steady now. Take it easy. Take it easy. How's the pain?
It's all right.
You're a brave girl, Gretel.
We learn to be hardy in the mountains.
You'll be the mother of splendid sons one day, Gretel.
That seems far away now.
Oh, nonsense. It's only the distance from where we are now to the top of the ravine. Well, perhaps 300 feet. Just that little distance between us and life, between you and Franz, and your wedding next week. We're not going to admit we can't fight our way up that far, are we?
Herr Dr. Jekyll, I said I was afraid of you. It was because I feared I might love you.
Don't say that, Gretel.
Since we have been through this night together, I know I will love you. Always. But without fear. It is the kind of love that is without evil. That is good and big. And makes us feel close to God. Before, I would have feared to tell Franz about you. Now, if ever I see him again, I will tell him everything. And we will both remember you always with love and gratitude.
Oh, please. Please don't go on. If only you knew how little I deserve it. If you only knew what was in my heart when I came to Korovina.
We in Korovina are far away from the world. We don't know the way that others live and think and feel. But we do know good from bad. And I know whatever may have been in your heart when you first came, it is no longer there.
You're right, Gretel. These hours spent on the mountain, with death so close to us, just the two of us on the edge of eternity, have cleansed me as nothing in this world has ever done before. That's why I feel I can climb that perilous ravine. I feel strong. I feel that a new life has begun for me. This can't be the end.
Then let us go. You will need your strength, all of
You take Karl and Friedel and follow the west bar. Dr. Lanyon and I will take the north side. If you find them, sound your horn. You understand?
Yes, sir. And if we don't, we'll return to the village when it gets dark. Good luck.
Good luck. Come here, Doctor.
How much more daylight have we got?
About 4 hours. The twilight lasts a long time, even after the sun sets.
Oh, hadn't you better have something to eat? You haven't stopped for a minute since we left.
Oh, but I am not hungry.
Look here, that's all very well. But you keep going much longer if you do have a bite of something. We may be searching for a long time yet.
Till we find them. I'll search till I find her. If it takes weeks.
Then sit down for a few minutes and have some of these sandwiches and a drink of coffee. Come on, now there's no sense in killing yourself like this.
Oh, it seems so slow, so helpless. This climbing over ice and snow. They might be anywhere of 1,000 places. We might pass right over their heads and not know it.
And we might suddenly top a rise and see them right in front of us. You be sensible and have something to eat. I'll climb up onto that rock and have a good look round through the binoculars.
Perhaps you are right.
That's right. Now have a good tuck in. I'm sick of hunting the darn things anyhow. I say the visibility is much better than it's been for hours. Those clouds have lifted. I can see right across to the other slope. I can see Jan and Bert and the others quite clearly. They're using snowshoes.
We'll have to use ours when we get up a bit higher.
Lucky I had these glasses with me. I can see for miles. Oh, wait a minute.
What is the matter?
I can see something.
What? Where?
Right across from the other side. It's moving.
Let me see. What is it?
Wait a second, like it's a focus properly. Yes, there it is. By heaven, I believe it's them. It's a man with something on his back. He's struggling across the snow.
Oh, let me see.
Here you are, then. Have you got it?
I see it. You are right. It's the doctor, and he is carrying Gretel. They are safe. They are alive. They are alive.
I told you so. Didn't I say Henry'd make it? You don't know Henry. He'll get out of anything. So what'll we do?
Sound the horn. It is the signal. Rudy and the others aren't far away. Then we'll get across to them. It'll take about an hour, but we'll let them know we've seen them, and that will give them heart.
Well sounded, man. Blast your lungs out, and let's get going.
Well, now, Hugh, you old rascal, I want a full and detailed explanation as to why you came out here to see me.
Are you sure you're feeling all right?
Of course I am. A good night's rest and one of Frau Chance's breakfasts under my belt, and
Well, I feel ready to tackle it all over again. Oh, by the way, how is Gretel?
Oh, she's all right. I gave her some morphia a while ago, but it's a simple fracture. She'll be none the worse in a few weeks. You were both remarkably lucky.
We certainly were. If that ridge we were on had happened to be a few feet narrower, well, I'd not have been sitting here in the sun with you.
Now let's talk of that.
No, let's talk about why you're here. You got me thoroughly curious. How did you know where I was?
Hetty Wilson told me.
Hetty Wilson?
Yes.
But where did you see her?
I went to that address you gave me.
What address?
Edward Hyde's house.
You what? By heaven, Hugh, you had no right to do that. I gave it to you in the strictest confidence, on the understanding that you'd never reveal that you knew it except under the greatest emergency.
I didn't reveal it. Nobody knows it but myself. And there was an emergency, Henry. The greatest emergency.
Why, what do you mean? Has something happened?
Yes.
What is it? Tell me quickly.
Your father, old chap.
My father. He's dead.
Yes.
Tell me about it.
A stroke. He barely regained consciousness. It's only a matter of a few hours and then the end.
Why didn't you let me know before?
You left no address. That's why I went to Hyde's place. I thought perhaps he might know.
I see. Did Hetty tell you anything else beyond where I was?
She thought Hyde had gone with you.
Is that all?
She talked about him a bit. I gathered he's not very popular.
No, he wouldn't be. Did she say anything about me?
She seemed pretty bitter on that score, too.
Yes, I suppose she is. But why do I think about these things when he is dead? Without my knowing, without me being there.
You couldn't have done anything, old chap.
But he would have liked me to be near. We were very close. Always.
Yes, I know that. That's why I came out to tell you. I couldn't bear it to come just by letter or telegram somehow.
Thanks, Hugh. I appreciate it. You're a very good friend. The best I've got now.
Well, what will you do? Go back right away?
Oh, I suppose so. That's why I can't quite see that there's nothing to be done, and London's a dreary place to feel sad in.
I think it might seem a little odd if you didn't. There's bound to be a lot involved with the estate.
Ah, yes. The estate. Our good friend Mr. Utterson will be busy in that direction, I suppose. All right. I'll go back and wear black clothes and a somber look and sign on the dotted line like a respectable member of society.
Oh, Dr. Jekyll, did I disturb you?
No, Franz, what is it?
How about the wedding next week? Gretel will not be well enough, I think.
Why not? She won't be able to walk down the aisle of the little church as you'd planned, but the priest can marry you at her bedside if you like.
Oh, it would not be too much.
I don't think so. A broken leg is not so serious that you need put off your wedding.
Oh, thank you, Herr Doctor. We were so afraid. It is so unlucky to put off a wedding.
Yes, of course it is. Don't do it on any account. I'm going to be married, too, almost as soon as I get back to London. I'm not going to put it off for anything. Why, what's the matter, Hugh? Why are you looking like that?
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Utterson came with me as far as Paris to see Margaret.
Yes? Well, what about it?
He thought that under the circumstances it would be as well to postpone things for a while.
You mean my wedding to Margaret?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I think he's cancelled some of the arrangements already.
What, without consulting me? By heaven, this is too much.
But surely you must...
I've been waiting for Margaret for years. He's put me off again and again, and I'll not stand for it. Nothing and no one shall keep her from me. If that old man tries to do it, it'll be the worse for
Henry,
him.
old man, take a pull. You're unstrung. You've had a bad time. The accident, the news of your father's death, and now this.
Oh, haven't I lost enough? I can't do without her. I can't. She's the most beautiful and the most wonderful thing I've got left in life. How can I live without her?
But, Daddy, you
You shouldn't have done it without consulting Henry or me.
My dear, there was so little time. The wedding invitations were in the hands of the printer. I only just cancelled them in time.
But how did you know that we wouldn't want to go on with the wedding?
But surely...
Oh, I know what you're going to say. Respect to Mr. Jekyll. What will people say, and all the rest of it? We could have been married very quietly without any fuss, and no one would have thought any the worse of us.
Well, my dear, you can still do that if you want to.
But you're hoping we won't. Oh, Daddy, I wish you didn't feel the way you do about my marrying Henry. It makes me frightened somehow.
In what way, dear?
I know you're the best and dearest person in the world, and you'd do anything for my happiness. The fact that you're so opposed to Henry makes me wonder sometimes.
Wonder what?
If there may not be something against him after all.
Margaret, dear, I feel that I'm playing false with the son of my dear old friend, Edward Jekyll, when I say these things against him. But a good father doesn't necessarily mean a good son. And there's something about Henry that has always filled me with uneasiness.
Yes, but what? You never have anything definite. It's only a kind of instinct.
I think it dates from a time when you were both children. Do you remember the time, one Christmas day, when you and he had a quarrel? It was over a doll, I think. You wanted to play with it, and he wanted you to go riding on his new sledge with him.
Yes, I remember. I slipped or something and fell down some steps.
That's a charitable way of putting it. In reality, he pushed you down. His father and I happened to be watching through a window, and we saw the whole thing. I also saw his face when he did it.
What do you mean?
The blow on your head has made you forget it, but I haven't. I remember all too well.
But what? What do you remember?
The look on his face. It wasn't the expression of a child. It was that of a fiend.
Of what? Daddy, you can't be serious.
Indeed, I am. And that night his father and I had a long talk about it. He told me then of certain misgivings he had about the boy. From that time on, I've dreaded to see the growing attachment that has developed between you.
Because you saw him lose his temper.
You know me better than to think I'd pay any attention to so small a thing as that.
Well, what else then?
There was a story about something that happened while he was still at college. One of his friends, a boy named David Markham, got into some sort of disgrace. No one knows really what happened, but while Henry was in the room with him, it was a room high up in a tower, young Markham either threw himself or fell out of the window and was killed.
Daddy, you're not suggesting that Henry had anything to do with that?
There was another boy there, son of a client of mine, who said that Henry had been particularly intimate with Markham and had actually been involved in the same escapade that got him expelled. There was no proof of it, and Henry, of course, went scot-free.
What was the escapade?
According to my client, something to do with two village girls.
No, I'll not believe it. It isn't possible.
My dear, I'd do anything to spare you this, but you've asked me why I oppose your marriage to Henry. These are my reasons.
Well, suppose it is true. That was years ago. Henry might have been tempted. Who are we to judge him? But what about the rest of his life? Doesn't that make up for it? All the wonderful things he's done for sick people, his clinic, his work at the laboratory. You saw that article about him in the Science magazine. He's not yet 30, and he's made some discoveries that'll transform modern medicine.
For all I know, Margaret, dear, Henry may be a genius. But even a genius would not find forgiveness in my eyes if he caused you any harm.
Harm? But how could he? Don't you understand that he loves me?
But not enough to give up his association with a man whom I've reason to believe is evil enough to overcome all that is best in Henry Jekyll and reduce him to a level similar to his own. And that is lower than the beast.
Who are you talking about?
A man named Edward Hyde. Has he ever spoken to you about him?
No, never. Who is he?
I don't know. But before you marry Henry, I'm going to make it my business to find out.
Henry. Oh, my poor darling.
You don't know how good it is to see you, Margaret. Somehow I was afraid you wouldn't be here.
But why? Surely of all times, now...
When one has had the terrible, unexpected blow, one distrusts everything.
But not me, surely.
Not you, dear. But there might have been something else to keep you away from me.
Nothing. There's nothing on this earth that could ever do that. As long as I feel you want me.
I'll want you always, no matter what happens or where I am. Will you remember that, sweet?
Keep on telling me. You don't know how I love to hear it.
Is it true what Hugh Lanyon told me about your father putting off our wedding?
He thought he was doing what you would wish, Henry.
Not he. He was doing what he wished. Father's death gave him an utterly unhoped-for excuse.
Henry, dear, you mustn't feel that way about him. He's given his consent. He told me that there's nothing to prevent us getting married quietly, even now, if we want to.
And do you want to?
Yes, if you want it that way.
Never mind about me. How do you feel? Will you marry me now, right away? Or would you rather wait and have your wedding in a church, with bridesmaids and choral service and all the rest of the pomp and ceremony?
Oh, Henry, darling, you know I don't care a bit for all that.
No, but you hesitated. You said if I wanted it that way. Don't you want to get married now?
Can't we talk about it a little later on? You've just come from that long train journey and...
No, I want to know just exactly how you feel. I wasn't wrong in feeling uneasy about you. There is something that's keeping you away from me.
Darling, that's nonsense.
Oh, no, it's not. I've got a peculiar instinct for these things. There's something at the back of your mind. I can sense it. And I'm never wrong. Now tell me what it is, Margaret.
I'm not going to let you worry yourself over nothing. You look dreadfully tired and not a bit well. Did you sleep on the train?
I've hardly slept for nights.
Then you must get some rest now. After that, we'll talk.
Do you think I'll be able to rest until I know? What's troubling you, Margaret? You've got to tell me.
Please, dear. You're making a mountain out of a molehill.
Ah, then there is a molehill. You said there was nothing.
There is nothing. A pack of stories which I don't believe.
What kind of stories?
Oh, ridiculous nonsense about someone who fell out of a window when you were at school.
What? Who told you that?
Oh, never mind. It's not important.
Not important? Margaret, I've got to know.
But why? I told you I didn't believe it.
Whoever told you is trying to turn you against me. What else did you hear?
Nothing.
Yes, there is something.
Henry, why do you look like that? There's no need to get so angry.
Isn't there? You think I should feel nothing about the person who's trying to take you away from me?
But they haven't.
Yet there's just that shade of doubt that makes you hesitate about marrying me. The poison's beginning to work.
How can you say such a thing? I don't care what anybody says about you.
What have they been saying? It was your father, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
I guessed it. And yet you say he's not trying to prevent our marriage.
If he doesn't think you'll make me happy, can you blame him?
No. No, I can't blame him. But I can hate him.
Oh, don't talk that way. You're the two people I love best in all the world. Don't you know how unhappy it makes me feel when I know that you're hostile to each other?
Poor little sweet. Unhappiness already. And not even married to me.
He doesn't ask very much of you, Henry.
What does he ask?
Just that you should give up your friendship with this man Hyde.
Hyde? He told you of Hyde?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said he was lower than the beasts, and evil enough to overcome all that is best in you and make you like himself.
Did he tell you anything else about him?
No, nothing. Who is he, Henry?
He's a man I've used to help me in some of my scientific experiments.
There. I knew there was some perfectly good explanation. Will you be needing him much longer?
That depends.
On what?
On you, Margaret.
I don't understand.
The day you marry me, my need of Hyde will cease.
Oh, what a strange thing to say. What have I got to do with Hyde?
Nothing. You're as far apart as the moon from the earth. And yet his fate lies in your hands.
You have the power to exorcise him, to set his evil soul at rest forever. Or send it out into the world to ravage and despoil like a creature out of hell itself.
Henry, you frighten me. You look so strange.
And you're thinking once again that perhaps your father was right.
How do I know unless I've seen this man?
You have seen him.
When?
The night my mother died, don't you remember?
You mean that awful little man I saw out near your laboratory?
Yes, that's the one.
But Henry, he's horrible, dreadful. How could you bear to have him near you? Oh, you have to send him away. He is evil. Think what happened just by having him there that night.
Yes, because of him my mother died.
Oh, don't say that.
But it's the truth. Don't think the knowledge hasn't haunted me ever since. And now my father. Perhaps if it wasn't for Hyde, they'd both be alive today.
Then send him away. Get rid of him before he does us any more harm. Oh, promise me you will.
Then you'll marry me.
The day you come and tell me that you've sent Hyde away forever, I'll marry you.
Then we'll go back to London tomorrow. Have you had enough of Paris?
More than enough.
I, too. I want to get back to work, to the clinic, to the hospitals. It's only in work, good, hard, ceaseless work, that we can lose ourselves.
And lose the Edward Hydes.
And lose the Edward Hydes. You don't know how right you are, Margaret. The Edward Hydes in ourselves. Come along now, Florrie. I'm going to take your crutches away from you, and you're going to walk across the room to where Miss Utterson is standing. Now, are you ready, Margaret?
Yes, quite ready. And here's the new doll you're going to get when you reach me, Florrie.
Dr. Jekyll, I can't get that far by myself.
Oh, yes, you can. There's nothing the matter with you anymore. The operation and that holiday in the country has completely cured you. Now, come now. Give me those crutches.
I'm sure I'm going to fall.
Not a bit of it. Now, steady now. Take your time. First one foot, then the other. That's the way. Now, hang on to me until you get your balance.
Good. Oh, that's splendid, Florrie. Come on. Just a little way across the room.
Won't the other children be envious when they see your dolly? Just a few steps more now. That's the way. Bring your other foot forward. Now, I'm going to take away my arm.
Now I've fallen at myself.
Well, what if you do? You can get up again. But you're not going to fall now. Get your balance. There now. Off you go on your own. Bravo.
Good girl. Splendid.
I got across all by myself.
Of course you did. I told you there was nothing wrong with you. Now, come along, Margaret. Let her have a doll. She's earned it.
Are you busy, Dr. Jekyll?
No, nurse, what is it?
There's a crowd of people outside wanting to see you. I think it's some sort of a deputation.
Deputation? Whatever for?
It's supposed to be a great surprise, but I think they've made a collection amongst themselves to buy you and Miss Margaret a wedding present.
Well, I never.
Oh, how lovely of them, Henry. Out of their poor little bits of savings.
Are you ready, Margaret?
Yes. I feel quite nervous. I'm an interloper here. It's you they've come to pay tribute.
Not a bit of it. They've come to know and to love you, too. Who is it that visits them and brings them things to eat?
Oh, who's been telling tales?
Your good deeds have found you out. Now, come along. Let's go and face the ordeal together.
Our first wedding present, Henry.
And we'll never get another. That will mean so much to me.
Come in.
A gentleman to see you, Miss Margaret, Mr. John Fairley.
John! Well, you are a surprise. Where have you come from?
I got back to England yesterday.
And where have you been all this time? You haven't written or sent us a word of any kind.
Oh, some of the places I got to were rather a long way from post offices, Margaret.
Oh, then sit down and tell me all about it. Oh, you don't know how nice it is to see you.
Really? Do you mean it?
Oh, of course I do. I've missed you terribly.
Margaret.
Only the other day I was saying to Henry that I'd miss your face at our wedding, and now you'll be here.
Ah, yes, but I didn't come back to be in time for your wedding.
What did bring you back?
Well, almost 3 months ago, a bag of mail did reach me where I was, away out in the wilds of Africa, and one of the letters told me that your wedding had been put off.
I decided to come back to England right away.
Why, John?
You've got no need to ask me that.
The wedding was only put off on account of Mr. Jekyll's death, and for no other reason at all, John.
While there's life, there's hope. Have you never heard that?
Yet 2 years ago, you suddenly set sail for the other side of nowhere.
The more fool me. I'd abandoned hope, but somehow, when I got that letter, I had a feeling that fate was giving me another chance, and I've come back to find out.
Oh, John, you mustn't. It's absolutely out of the question. Why, everything's arranged. It's only a little more than 3 weeks.
When I see you coming down the aisle of the church as Henry's wife, I'll know it's time to give up hope.
John, why do you talk like that?
Why do you think? Because I love you.
John, dear, it hurts me to hear you say that. You pour out this precious thing at my feet, and I...
You don't even want it?
No, it's not that. You know I feel proud and pleased that you should think me worthy, but... Oh, why couldn't you have given it to someone who would return your love? Give you what you so well deserve.
Because, Margaret, darling, there's no one who can give me what I want, but you.
Don't say that. You must put me out of your thoughts. Forget me.
What do you think I've been trying to do all the time I've been away? There were thousands of miles between us. Yet I never forgot you for a day.
It's very lovely of you, John. And if it wasn't for Henry...
Yes, go on.
It certainly would have been you.
I don't wish him any harm, my dear.
No, you mustn't say it. I shouldn't have said what I did. I don't know what's come over me.
I don't know either. But I tell you, Margaret, my hopes have never been so high as they are at this moment.
Stop it. If you say things like that, I'll have to send you away, not see you.
Don't you trust yourself?
I do. But I mustn't even let myself think of the possibility of Henry not being here.
Yet the thought is there. By heavens, Margaret, I was right when I decided to come home as fast as I could and have another try for you.
You weren't. Don't you understand that I'm to be married in 3 weeks' time?
3 weeks? Anything might happen in that time. Ah, no, Margaret, you can't shake me off so easily this time. I want you more than anything in heaven or earth. And I'm going to try and get you by every means I can.
Why, it's Hetty.
Oh, Dr. Lanyon, I'm so glad I've seen you. What chased you off? Why, of course, the park.
Well, sit down in this seat and get your breath.
Thanks.
Tell me, how have you been getting along?
That's just what I want to talk to you about. I've been that worried.
Why, what's the matter?
Well, you know Hyde.
No, I don't know him, but go on.
Well, he went away like I told you. You know, that time he went off with Henry Jekyll to some place in Austria.
Oh, yes, sir. Caravina.
Well...
Yes?
He hasn't never come back again.
Hasn't he?
No. I've never seen or heard so much as a sign of him from that day to this. And that's nearly 4 months ago now.
So it is. But aren't you rather pleased about that? I gathered you didn't like him very much.
I didn't like him. I hated him. But at least he gave me money. Kept me in food.
I see. But didn't he make any provision for you while he was away?
Oh, he left me some money. But that's all gone. Then the tradespeople kept on letting me have things for a while, but now they're starting to turn nasty.
And you don't know what to do?
No, I don't. You see, well, you know how it is with me. If I go out looking for work, someone's sure to start asking questions.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Dr. Lanyon, please don't think I'm trying to put anything over on you, but if it ever came out that you and Henry was mixed up with me...
Yes, you don't need to remind me of that, Hetty. I sometimes break out in a cold sweat myself to think what might be the result if it got known that we'd helped you to escape that time.
Yeah, that's what I think about, too. So, something's got to be done, hasn't it?
Yes, certainly something has got to be done.
I haven't wanted to do it, but seeing as how I met you, I might as well be truthful with you. I was on my way to see Henry when I spotted you.
And I'm mighty glad you did see me.
Yeah. I guess I wouldn't be too welcome turning up at his place.
Well, might make things a little awkward for him. You see, Hetty, he's going to be married very soon.
Married? Is he? Some girl in society, I suppose.
Well, someone he's known all his life.
Known all his life? All the same, I bet she don't know him like I do.
You're very bitter against him, aren't you?
Wouldn't you be?
Yes. Perhaps I would. Well, I'll do something about all this, Hetty. You can count on me.
I know I can. You're the only decent chap I think I ever struck in my whole life. Do you know, you've never done a single rotten thing since I've known you.
Well, if I'm the best you know, you must have been very unlucky, Hetty, old girl.
Unlucky? Oh, well, I say things change every 7 years. That perhaps I'm in for something good. It's just on 7 years since I first met Henry. And I thought he was the most wonderful and marvellous thing that ever walked or breathed. How I loved him. I guess even the girl he's going to marry don't care for him as much as I did.
Oh, look here, Hetty, you're not going to cry, are you?
Oh, there's no point to that. Don't know what come over me. Don't often let myself think of things like that. Guess I'm a little light in the head or something.
Are you? When did you eat last?
Day before yesterday.
Good Lord. Here, come over to this tea shop with me now and we'll soon pick that up. And, here's some money for you.
Thanks.
That'll last you for a while, and then either Henry or I will come down to where you live and make some arrangements for you to carry on.
As long as it's not Hyde. I don't think I could stand the sight of him again. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and I think I hear his footsteps in the room. But he walks that light, just like some animal. And his eyes, they sort of shine in the dark. I couldn't stand no more of him. Not at any price.
Hello, Henry, old boy. Been having a few improvements made around the place?
Yes, I thought Margaret might find the rooms a little dark and overpowering as they were. They hadn't been redecorated for about 10 years.
You know, I like the idea of that big fireplace you had put in the entrance hall.
Yes, it's rather nice, isn't it? Imagine how it will look on winter days. As soon as the door opens, you'll look into a great leaping fire.
A warm welcome, eh? Well, I imagine it'll be one of the pleasantest places in London.
And with my pretty Margaret to add her smiles.
All the arrangements for the wedding going well?
Oh, yes, I think so. From my end, anyhow. Margaret's fussing around with bridesmaids' dresses and red carpets and all the rest of it, but I guess she'll manage it all in plenty of time.
Are you busy?
Not for half an hour or so. I'm due at St. Giles at 4 o'clock, but it doesn't take me long to get there. Something you wanted to see me about?
Yes. I happened to meet Hetty yesterday.
Hetty? Where? What was she doing?
She was coming across Green Park. I gathered she was on her way to see you.
What about?
I suppose you know how things were between her and Edward Hyde.
Yes. Yes, I knew.
Well, it appears that he's gone away somewhere. She hasn't seen him for months.
I know.
Any idea where he is?
Not the slightest. I haven't seen him. Nor am I likely to.
Speaking personally, I'm infernally glad to hear you say that. I have never met the gentleman, but anyone who has seems to loathe the very sight of him, including Hetty.
Yes, I rather imagine Hetty has particular reasons for hating him.
What are we going to do about her, Henry?
About her? We? Well, I guess she's my responsibility.
Not altogether. I'm involved in the matter, too, don't forget. Anyhow, for all sorts of reasons, I think you'd better let me do what's necessary.
You mean on account of, my getting married?
Yes, it wouldn't be too good if you got tangled up in anything just at present.
You're a good chap, Hugh. No one ever had a better friend than you.
Oh, forget it. We went into all this years ago, the day we left the university.
I don't forget it. Ever.
Well, don't let's talk about it then. Dash it, old man, you're making me feel all hot and uncomfortable. I'll be coming out in a rash if you don't dry up.
All right.
And you'll let me deal with the matter of our little Hetty and make the best arrangements I can?
No, I can't let you do that.
Oh, but hang it all. You don't know the risk you're running. If all that...
Oh, yes. I know all that. But our good friend Utterson will never know anything about this. I'll go down to Hyde's house and see her tomorrow afternoon sometime.
I think you're taking an unnecessary risk.
Why? Utterson doesn't know of the existence of Hyde's house? You didn't tell him anything about it, did you?
Not a word. You gave me the address in strictest confidence. You know that.
Yes, I do. And that's why I haven't any fear of the old man knowing that I've been there.
Well, don't take any risk.
Oh, I won't. Besides, I know a way to make perfectly certain that no one will ever suspect who I am, even if they meet me face to face.
What? You told me to say you're going to wear a false nose or something.
Oh, no. I don't mean that.
Oh, there you go, getting all mysterious again.
The mysteries will soon be cleared up, Huey, my friend. This visit to Hetty will be one of the last of them. And after that, a new life, a new happiness.
Well, take my advice and watch your step. That old blighter still has hopes of getting rid of you. You mark my words.
Hello, Utterson. Hello, Winter. Well, this is very fortunate. I was on my way to your chambers to see if you were in.
Oh, I was just going to this little tea shop for my morning tea. What about coming too?
Oh, that's a good idea. The weather makes one think of warm cup of tea, a first nip of autumn in the air, isn't it?
Yes, the trees were starting to change color when I was coming up from Kent last Monday.
Oh, you still have your country house there?
Oh, yes. I never part with that. It means a great deal to be able to get away from the city every weekend. Oh, well, here we are. Will you sit here?
No, thank you.
What will you have? Just tea?
Tea and a muffin, I think.
Yes, I'll have the same. Will you see that mine is toasted very well, please, waitress?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is it you wanted to see me about?
Well, a curious coincidence happened to me a while ago. Do you remember the time we were walking home together and saw that man Hyde attack the little girl?
Hyde?
It's not necessary to ask. Neither of us is likely to forget that night.
But why do you ask?
As an architect, I sometimes have to go into curious parts of London. A short while ago, a client of mine decided to acquire a row of houses and rebuild them as modern residences. Everything was going all right when we suddenly struck a snag. One man refused to sell. And who should this obstinate fellow be but Edward Hyde?
What? He owns a house?
Yes, not a bad house. Fairly good repair, but in about as bad a locality as one of his kind could wish for.
Where is it? You can give me the address?
Oh, of course I can. That's what I've come to see you about. I want you to try and see if you can persuade the fellow to sell.
I don't know that I can do that, but I'm very glad to know where he lives. Very glad indeed.
Oh, well, come then. Let's eat our muffins while they're hot, and I'll tell you all I know about the business.
Who's there?
Is Mr. Edward Hyde at home?
Who are you?
My name is Utterson.
Margaret Utterson's father?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Come in. I want to shut the door.
May I ask who you are and what you know about my daughter?
Going to marry Henry Jekyll next month, isn't she?
Yes, but what has that to do with you?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. I used to know him once. But that's all past history now, I guess.
When did you know him?
Oh, forget it. Henry has, so why should I bother? What did you come here for?
I wanted to see Mr. Hyde.
Can't understand that. I should think anyone would run a mile rather than see him.
I've come on business.
Well, I can't help you. He hasn't been here for almost 2 weeks. I never know when he's coming. He might be here any minute, or he mightn't be here for a month.
And you don't know where I can find him?
No idea. He don't encourage questions, does Edward Hyde.
Have you known him very long?
Too long for my liking.
Well, perhaps if I left a card, you'd give it to him and ask him to get in touch with me.
Oh, I'll do that all right. He'll be back sooner or later. Just when I'm thinking he's gone for good, he always turns up. Worse luck.
You don't sound as though you like this company very much.
What, me? Well, hardly.
Is he a relative of yours?
He's not. He pays me to look after this place.
I see.
No, you don't. You don't see anything. You're a gentleman. You can't imagine anyone like Edward Hyde. I thought I knew what men were like. But I had a lot to learn from him.
Then why do you stay?
I guess that's my business, isn't it? And I guess you'd better get out of here and mind your business, too. He don't like people coming here. And no more do I.
Very well. I'll go. But don't forget, it was yourself who asked me to come in.
I know. I just wanted to talk to you about Henry and your daughter. Is she very pretty?
Very.
Don't mind my asking, will you? But, you see, I used to be very fond of Henry once, and I'm sort of interested, see? Where's the wedding to be? I'd like to see it.
St. Martin's in the Fields, on the 25th of next month. But tell me, when did you know him?
Oh, years and years ago. Oh, he'd hardly remember me. I was just a bit of a kid.
But you said you were fond of him.
So I was. Not that he ever knew it, though. Imagine it fell into the great Henry Jekyll if he'd realised that the little waitress in the tea shop at Walgrave Corner was shook on him.
Walgrave Corner?
Yes.
That's the village near the college he went to, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
This is of particular interest to me. I'd be glad if you'd tell me anything you can about the boys you knew in Walgrave Corner.
Particularly Henry Jekyll, eh?
Well, naturally, I'm interested in him.
Because he's going to marry your daughter, eh? Well, there's nothing that I know about him that ought to make any difference to that. He never even knew I was alive. That's how much notice he took of me.
I see. Tell me, did you ever know a boy named David Markham?
David Markham? Look here. What's the strength of all this? What are you after, anyway?
Why are you getting angry?
Because I don't like the way you're quizzing me. And anyhow, I think you better go. If Hyde comes back and caught me talking to you, there'll be the devil to pay, and I'm the one who'd cop it. So get, do you? Go on, get. I think you better go.
Well, not yet, Hyde.
Oh, Hyde! Where did you come from?
You were so engrossed in your conversation that neither of you heard me. A most interesting subject. Very interesting. I'm glad I was able to listen to some of the things you said.
You've been listening?
I have. And now, my dear Mr. Utterson, if you will kindly sit down again, I'll tell you the things you so badly want to know about your prospective son-in-law. There's nothing that I don't know about Henry Jekyll, nor he about me, because we're twin souls, you see. Twin souls. Sit down, Mr. Utterson. Pray be seated. It isn't often we have visitors, is it, Hetty, my dear?
Well, you won't be wanting me to help you entertain him. I think I'll go.
Yes, it might be just as well. Some of the things that Mr. Utterson and I will have to talk about will be rather of a confidential nature.
All right. You'll find me upstairs if you want me.
And now, Mr. Utterson, perhaps you'll be good enough to tell me what it is that brought you down to my rather secluded residence.
I came on behalf of my client, Mr. Randolph Winter.
Ah, yes. The gentleman with the model housing scheme. I think I have given my reply in unmistakable terms to his proposals.
I'll admit I was glad of an excuse to come down to your place. I wanted to see you.
Good. Now we're getting somewhere. And the reason you wanted to see me was to try and ferret out what connection I had with Henry Jekyll. Wasn't that it?
It was.
You were wasting your time with Hetty. She knows no more about that than you do. Though the things she could have told you about Henry.
What do you mean?
You want the full, unvarnished story of Henry Jekyll?
Of course I do.
Because you don't want him to marry your daughter, isn't that it?
Never mind my reasons.
Isn't that it? Answer me.
Yes, that's it, if you want to know.
I want the truth. You want the truth from me? I demand it from you.
Very well, then. I have never wanted my daughter to marry him, and if you put me in possession of sufficient evidence to make it impossible, I shall consider myself as being in your debt.
My debt? Oh, that's good, that is.
Well, please, go on. This interview is painful, and I want to have done with it.
First, we will finish with Hetty. As I was saying, he accidentally found her again. He was horrified to see what she'd become, and he took her away with him out of the place she worked in. He took her to the building at the back of his father's house. He calls it his laboratory.
What? He had a girl there?
Oh, but only for a very brief time. Henry was entirely blameless on this occasion. Believing that the main house was deserted, he went into it to get food and clothes for his protege. It was about 2:00 in the morning, remember? And while he was groping his way in the dark, who should surprise him but his father? The old man had unexpectedly come up to London from his country house.
Yes, go on.
Picture Henry's dilemma. There he was, with Hetty waiting for him in the laboratory. And his father, asking what he was doing, wandering round the house like a thief at such an hour of the night. Henry made some sort of an excuse and went off to bed.
Leaving the girl to shift for herself?
Precisely. Hetty thought that he'd played another trick on her, so she ran away. An hour or so later, she was fished up out of the Thames by the water police, from where she'd attempted to commit suicide.
Oh, you can't be serious. The girl that I've been talking to?
The same. There's a lot more, but I won't go into details. Hetty was charged with vagrancy, sentenced to a term in prison, came out, became a professional thief, got a further prison sentence, and eventually arrived at her present situation, which is a companion to my lighter moments.
And this trail of misery is the work of Henry Jekyll?
You'd never believe it to hear the way she lied for him, would you? Strange, submissive creatures women are.
Well, I can only repeat that I'm indebted to you for what you've told me. I often felt that there was something about Henry that none of us knew of. But I never suspected this.
Wait a minute. That's not all.
Surely there's no more.
Oh, yes, much more. You were asking Hetty about David Markham, the unfortunate young boy who fell from the window. That was Henry's doing, too.
What?
Yes. He didn't push him from the top of the tower, but it was he who led him to do the things that got him expelled. They had a quarrel up there, and Markham lost his balance.
That's the explanation of the accident. I wonder no one ever suspected it.
But he was little more than a schoolboy then.
How curious. But curiously old for his age. Didn't you once make that very remark to his father?
How do you know these things?
I told you Henry and I are twin souls.
When you first said that, I thought you were joking.
Now you begin to think there may be some truth in it. And I'm not a very pleasant specimen for a man to claim affinity with, am I?
At least you look what you are.
And Henry, with his pale, fine face and sensitive manner, looks something of a saint. Two halves of a single whole, Mr. Utterson.
You're talking riddles, but that's unimportant.
Unimportant? You never made a greater mistake in all your life. It's the most important, the most vital statement you've ever heard, if you only knew it.
I'm afraid I can't stay to discuss metaphysics with you now, Mr. Hyde. What you told me has been such a shock that I'll ask you to excuse me.
So that you can go and break the news to Margaret and postpone the wedding once again? Or it won't be mere postponement. This time, will it?
After what you have told me, she will marry that man only over my dead body.
That's precisely what she's going to do. She's going to marry him over your dead body.
Why, what's the matter with you? Have you suddenly gone mad? Why have you shut the door?
So that I can lock it. There! Now it's done. We're shut in here alone. Just you and I.
Let me out. What sort of madness is this?
I told you too much knowledge of a certain kind is dangerous, didn't I? Oh, no. You needn't go casting wild looks at the windows. The shutters are barred on the outside.
I demand that you open that door and let me go.
I've been waiting for this moment far too long. I've thought of it for years. I began to hate you, I think, when I was still a child. I hated the way you looked at me. Curiously, as though I was some sort of specimen impaled on a pin. You were wondering then what manner of creature I was.
What are you talking about? When did I ever see you before the night you struck the child down in the street?
And then when I heard you give your reasons why Margaret shouldn't marry me...
Marry you? In heaven's name, what are you raving about?
Haven't you realized? Don't you see who I am?
I know that you're a maniac.
But you don't know that I am Henry Jekyll.
You're what?
Henry Jekyll! Don't look at me like that. I know you're telling yourself that insane people are subject to delusions, but I am not insane.
Then if you're not, stop this hideous fooling and let me out. I can see now I was a fool to believe anything you said. The whole thing is a pack of lies from beginning to end.
And you're willing to regard it as such and do nothing to stop your daughter's wedding?
I'll make inquiries, and if I find there's no truth in what you say...
You'll make no inquiries, my friend, because you're never going out of this room alive.
I'm never going out of this room?
No. Since I've found the way to protect myself into the form of Edward Hyde, I've done many nameless things, but I've never yet committed murder. I wanted to. I wondered how it felt, and now I'm going to find out.
Stop this infernal nonsense. Open the door.
I decided it should be you some time ago. I never thought you'd play so neatly into my hands as you've done by coming here.
Let me out.
I wondered when the opportunity would present itself.
Stop following me about the room. Stop it, I say.
You've knocked over one of the chairs. Are you frightened? Why should a man who's lived the blameless life that you have be afraid to meet his maker?
Hyde, stop this. I've done nothing to you.
Haven't you? If you hadn't kept Margaret away from me, Edward Hyde would have ceased to exist long ago. She would have made all the difference. Look on your work, O righteous man, and see what you've called forth out of the darkness of a human soul.
You foul obscenity. Take my daughter's name off your lips.
Your daughter is mine. Mine, I tell you. She's belonged to me ever since we were children, and it's you who have kept us apart. You won't do so anymore. I'll wipe out the existence as I'd smash any other barrier that stood between us.
I'm not a young man, but I can still fight. If you won't let me out of this room of your own accord, by heaven, I'll lay you out and get the key that way.
Ah, that's better. That's better. Now we've got some hate on both sides.
I should say there was. From the first moment I saw you, I had an overwhelming desire to strangle you. You were the foulest, vilest, most repulsive creature I'd ever set my eyes on. The world will be a better place to be rid of you, and God willing, I shall do it.
You will!
Yes, with my bare hands. Let me get them on your filthy throat. Kill me, would you? Take that. And that. And that. And that.
What are you doing? What's happening there?
Go away. Get back upstairs.
Oh, what are you doing? Let me come in.
All right, my dear. Come in. Come in. It might serve as a good object lesson to you.
What have you done? Oh, look at him.
Yes, take a look. That's the work of Edward Hyde. Not a man to fall foul of.
Oh, look at his head. Oh, you beast. You beast.
Shut up, you little fool. I'll choke you, too. That's right. Fate. Well, perhaps it's just as well. Now, let me get out of this. First the stick. I must destroy the stick I killed him with. Into the fire with it. Into the fire with it. That's right. Safe. Nobody saw me. Now for the change. The transformation into Henry Jekyll, and so goodbye to Hyde for all time, yes. Yes, that's certain. The evening's work makes him impossible. Hyde is now a murderer. The gallows wait for him. The gallows. What was it that old woman said so long ago? Oh, what does it matter? She was wrong. She never dreamt of such an alibi as mine. In another few minutes, I'll be the quiet, scholarly doctor, trimming the midnight lamp in his study, and Edward Hyde will have passed away like the stain of breath upon a mirror. And here's the draught. The last I'll ever drink. Look at your reflection in the mirror. Fill your eyes with the sight of the creature of your own conjuring. He served you well. What crimes, what horrible delights he's known, and now the supreme experience of murder. To kill, to crush, to grind beneath one's heel. Madness, ecstasy, the power to take away another's life. That's to be a god. Edward Hyde, I pledge you, the only creature who has ever walked this earth and been pure, unalloyed evil. And now, oh God. Oh God, have pity on me. What have I done? What have I done? Don't let me remember. Don't let me remember. Let me forget the damned horrors of this night. Her father. Margaret's father. Oh, no, it's not possible. I could never have been guilty, no matter how much I might hate him. I'll go to his place. I'll find it isn't true. What's this? Why, it's blood. There's blood on my hands, on my clothes, my boots. Heaven pity me. It must be true.
goodness sake, you're what's the matter?
Dr. Daniel, excuse me. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it.
Come inside. Calm yourself. What are you talking about?
The old man, Mr. Utterson.
For pity's sake, what's this you're saying?
He killed him. Beat him to death when he
Stop that crying and tell me properly. You don't know what you're saying.
I do. He shut him in the room. I was upstairs and I heard it all. He killed him, I tell you. He's there lying in the house now.
Heavens.
I fainted. When I come round, there was no one there but myself and the old man lying where he left him.
But who did it? Who?
Oh, Hyde, of course.
Hyde. Then he came back.
He came back this evening while the old man was talking to me. As soon as he saw him, I think he made up his mind to kill him. I saw the look on his face.
Come along. He mightn't be dead.
Oh, yes, he is. I can tell you that.
Then he must get the police.
The police?
Oh, Lord, I forgot about you.
Oh, I guess it's all up with me. Well, I won't put you away if I can help it.
It's all up with both of us, Hetty. And Henry, too. Everything's going to come out now.
What'll that mean to you?
Quite a bit of bother, I suppose. Oh, well, never mind about that now. Compared to what's happened tonight, that seems nothing.
Oh, but it is. It might be the end of you and Henry, mightn't it?
The end of quite a few things, I'm afraid.
But if I don't tell, they'll never know.
Hetty, my dear, by the time the police have finished questioning us, there'll be nothing that they don't know.
But suppose I'm not there for them to question.
There's not a corner deep enough or dark enough in the whole of England for you to hide in.
Oh, yes, there is. I know one.
Then you'd better get into it right away. Because this murder will raise a hue and cry that'll ring from one end of the country to the other.
England Standard, all about the city murder. Mr. Utterson found dead in Austin Sewer. Murder, murder, all about the murder.
Margaret, my dear. Oh, my poor darling, what can I do for you?
Find me the fiend who killed him.
He'll be found, never fear. The police have got a perfect description of him.
Yes, but where is he? No one has seen him since he disappeared out of the house.
He'll never get away. There's not a train or boat in England that isn't being watched, and the whole country's being combed for him. He can't hide himself for long. He's too hideous, too unmistakable.
John, I can't believe it's true. Why should he want to do it? Daddy hadn't even seen him. He went down to that house to try and get him to sell it to someone. What made him do it?
Hush, darling. Don't think of those things.
I can't stop thinking. Oh, if only my brain would stop.
You need a sedative. Haven't you had a doctor?
Yes. Hugh Lanyon came along a while ago. He wrote me out a prescription.
What about Henry? Hasn't he been? Why isn't he here with you now?
Henry's ill. Very ill. He came along this morning, but he had to go away.
You? What's the matter with him?
I don't know, but he looked terrible. He just sat with his head in his hands and shook from head to foot.
Was he so devoted to your father?
No, not really. But there are things about Henry that make him different from other people. I never realized it so much as today. He looked just like death.
Why should he look like death? It's your father who has been killed. Why isn't he with you? Doesn't he realize that you need him as never before?
Oh, please, John.
I'm sorry, dear, but I just can't understand him. Forgive me if I've hurt you.
You haven't.
Then may I stay with you, or would you rather I went?
I'd like you to stay. I can't bear to be alone. I keep seeing awful pictures and hearing sounds.
Don't, darling. Here, let me sit beside you. Forget who I am. Just feel that I'm someone who loves you and wants to help. Who'd do anything on earth to comfort you.
And you do. I'm so glad of you, John. I never felt so terribly alone in all my life.
You'll never be alone, not as long as I'm alive to be with you, darling. And Mother and Father are coming up to London tonight. They want you to come back to Devonshire with them and stay just as long as you like.
Perhaps I will, John.
I don't know what I'll do just yet. Everything's so confused. So terribly unreal. I can't believe that it's true that I'll never see him again. Oh, Daddy. My dearest, dearest Daddy. How can I go on without you?
Henry, Good Lord, Henry, what's the matter with you?
I'm feeling rather under the weather. Come in.
I should say you do. You look as though you want to be in bed.
This dreadful business has shocked me terribly. Terribly. Shocked me terribly.
I should rather say it has. Apart from everything else, do you realize that our share in Hetty's evasion of the police is bound to come out?
Yes, I've thought of that. In the past few hours, I've thought of everything. And I can honestly say that hell need have no fears for me after this.
I say, that's going a bit to extremes. Hetty swears she'll tell them nothing. She's a good little thing, you know. Despite all she says, I believe she's really fond of you.
Oh, please don't. My whole life has been passing in front of my eyes while I've been sitting here. And the part concerned with Hetty is one of the things I've found hardest to look at.
Well, we're both of us in danger of getting into a pretty mess. She's the only one who can help us to keep out of it. She stays quiet. No one on earth's going to suspect that we've ever had anything to do with her. I wish as much could be said about your association with Hyde.
Don't have any fears about Hyde. He'll never be seen again, that I can promise you.
Henry, you're not mad enough to be hiding him.
Hugh, I swear to God I never set eyes on him again. I give you my word of honor that I've done with him. It's all at an end.
Can you get rid of him so easily?
I told you once before it was in my power to dismiss him at any time I liked. I assure you I've done so.
Look, there's one thing I've always wanted to ask you. Don't think I'm poking my nose into your private affairs.
No, go ahead.
About that will you made, leaving your money to Hyde in case of your death or disappearance.
Well, what about it?
It was Hyde who dictated those terms, particularly the disappearance clause, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
I knew it. He meant to murder you, Henry. You've had a lucky escape, if you ask me, though it took poor Utterson's death to do it.
I've had more than that. I've had a lesson. Oh, what a lesson I've had.
Look here, you want a pretty stiff pick-me-up. What drug have you got in these cupboards of yours? Better let me fix you up something.
Dr. Jekyll. Dr. Jekyll.
Yes, what's the matter, Poole?
There's two men from the police here waiting to see you, sir.
The police?
Yes, what shall I tell them, sir?
Where are they?
They're here with me now.
Well, what do you want?
Well, we're sorry to trouble you, sir, but we were told Dr. Hugh Lanyon is here. That's right. I'm Dr. Lanyon.
Well, we'd like you to come along with us, Doctor, and identify the body of a young woman.
A young woman? Who is she?
Name of Hetty Wilson, sir. She committed suicide about half an hour ago.
Hetty committed suicide? Where? At the place where she was living. She'd been told to come along to police headquarters to answer some questions. Went upstairs to put on her hat. She didn't come down. When we went up, she'd done herself in. A razor done the trick. Good Lord. Dr. Jekyll. Why, what's the matter?
He's fainted. Give me some brandy, Paul. There's some on the table over there.
Did he happen to know the young woman?
I don't know. I don't think so. This whole business has upset him pretty badly. He wants to have been married to Mr. Utterson's daughter in a couple of weeks' time.
Yes, I suppose she won't feel much like getting married now. I tell you, sir, in all my experience, I've never seen a nastier job than that one. Hardly a bone left whole in his body.
Yes, I know.
Respectable old gentleman, too. Wonder what he was doing in a place like that.
He'd gone down there to try and buy the house on behalf of a client, I understand.
You don't say. That man Hyde must be a devil and no mistake. What did he want to kick him to death for if that was all he had against him?
Oh, feeling better, old man. Take a little more of this and lie still.
You gave us quite a turn, sir, going off like that.
I'm ashamed of myself. I can't think what came over me. You need a holiday. That's what's the matter with you. You've been stuck away in this place day and night. Blessed if I can think what keeps you here.
Queer-looking place, if you'll excuse me for saying so, sir. What's all them big glass jars and long twisted bits of fibre?
They're the tops for chemical experiments. Dr. Jekyll's a well-known scientist.
Oh, I see. Feeling better, sir?
Yes, thanks, Poole. I'll be all right now.
Better let me get you something to eat, sir. You've hardly touched the bits since yesterday.
Well, that's a good idea. We'll all go back to the house and shut this place up. It's enough to get on one's nerves without anything else.
You all go ahead. I've something I want to do. I won't be long.
Well, can't I do it for you?
No, oh no. Please go, all of you. I'm really better now. I can manage for myself. Get them something to eat, Poole. Something hot and strong. I feel I need it rather badly. Yes, sir. I'll go right away, sir.
That's a healthier sound, old man. I can see I'll have to take you in hand. Come along, officer.
Yes,
we'll go across. Dr. Jekyll won't be long.
Hetty, David Markham, my mother, and my father, Utterson, and now, Hetty. Oh, God. God forgive me. This is the trail of Hyde. Misery and ruin, sorrow and disgrace, and murder. I have done this. I alone. Oh, let me wipe him from my existence. Let me make certain that never, never can this hideous monstrosity that walks in the guise of man pursue his frightful course again. To destroy the secret tincture that is necessary to transform me into... There. It spills across the floor like blood. Like human blood. Oh, that I could get that vision of the old man's blood out of my mind. And now, I'll go and lock that outer door. I'll lock it, grind the key under my heel, so that never again can I pass through. That was the door to my infamies. Let it be closed forever. And then perhaps in time, I'll cease to be afraid. I'll learn to live as other men, not in this hell of fear that he returns. Oh, God. Oh, God. Have pity on me, God. What am I going to do to redeem myself in your eyes and in the eyes of men?
Poole, is he any better today?
Yes, Miss Margaret, much better. He's sitting in the sun out in the garden. Would you care to go out this way?
Yes, I will. I bought these flowers for him. They looked so pretty in the shop window. I thought they might make him feel better.
I think the sight of you, miss, will do more than any flowers.
That's nice of you, Poole. But I'm afraid I'm not very cheerful company these days.
We were talking about you in the servants' hall only this morning. If you'll excuse us for taking the liberty, miss. And we were saying that it was nothing short of wonderful the way you've borne up through it all.
I've had kind friends to help me, Poole.
As if the one thing wasn't enough without poor Mr. Henry getting took so bad. Dr. Lanyon was saying that if it hadn't been for you and the way you stayed with him and looked after him, he doesn't think he'd ever have come round the way he has.
How did he seem this morning?
Oh, a good deal brighter. Ask me what was in the papers, if you please.
Really? Well, that is a good sign. It's the first sign of interest he's shown for weeks.
I think you'll find him a good deal brighter in lots of ways when you see him.
Then I'll go out right away. Thank you, Poole. I appreciate all you've done for me.
It's been a pleasure, miss. A real pleasure.
Henry, are you asleep, dear?
Oh, is that you, Margaret? I think I must have been in some sort of a daydream. I didn't hear you coming.
I came over the lawn. No, don't get up. Let me sit here beside you.
Oh, it's time I gave up these invalid ways. I'm really quite strong again. See,
I don't need a stick anymore.
Oh, that's fine. Will we go for a little walk? It's just lovely in the sun today.
Give me your arm. I'll see just how far I can go. I'll bet I can manage to the end of the square.
Oh, don't be too ambitious. I don't want to have you going back to bed again.
Oh, I promise you I won't do that. The weakness is passing now. I'm starting to think clearly again. I could even remember some formulas quite easily last night.
Oh, please don't overdo it, dear. You've got to get really strong before you even think of work again.
How are things going down at the clinic? Have you been down there recently?
Yes, yesterday afternoon. Nurse Peters and Hugh are doing a wonderful job.
Oh, no. Don't tell me they don't miss me at all. That would be too much to put up with.
Never fear about that. I was besieged with people asking how you were. It'll be a great day down there when you're well enough to come back to them.
Do you really mean that, Margaret?
Of course I do. Why do you ask?
I just want you to repeat it. It comforts me somehow to feel that I've done some good in the world.
You? Why, whatever are you talking about? There's no other person I know who's given so much of himself to others. Your whole breakdown was due to overwork.
And now I'm beginning to long to get back to it.
Oh, but you mustn't. You've got to rest for a long time yet. Henry, why can't we get married quietly and go away together so that I can look after you?
Please.
Oh,
dear.
yes, I know we've been through all this before, but you don't convince me. The fact that you've had a bad breakdown doesn't mean that things have changed between us.
I've got to be certain that was the reason for it. These things may have deeper causes than we know.
What do you mean?
I can only put it in one way. If someone came to me and said a man had had the kind of nervous collapse that I had had, and that he was going to get married immediately after it, I would say that he had no right to do so.
Henry, you're not serious.
Oh, Margaret, darling, surely you must realize that these things don't happen by accident.
Oh, what are you hinting at? Let's talk of things like that. You wouldn't if you were really well.
All right. All right. Let's enjoy the sunshine and each other's company.
You spoiled everything. Why did you want to say those things?
I'm sorry, sweet. I'm sorry. But they're in my mind. In my mind always.
It can't be that you're afraid there may be some sort of, well, mental derangement?
I can't say yet. It's too early to tell.
Oh, no. No, not you, Henry. Not you of all people. I won't have it. It isn't possible.
Hush, darling, please don't. Oh, what a fool I am. Now, come. And I will say no more about it now. Perhaps you're right. And these things are only the stupid fancies of a sick man.
Look here, old man. What's this balderdash you've been talking to Margaret? Poor girl came to me in a terrible state this afternoon.
What did she say, Hugh?
That you've got some fantastic idea that this illness of yours might have some other cause than overwork.
And mightn't it?
Oh, might? But it would take a lot to convince me there was anything wrong with you.
Why?
Do I have to answer that? You know yourself better than I do.
And that's the answer, Hughie, old friend. I know myself better than you do. Than anybody else in existence does. And that's why I feel I have no right to marry Margaret Utterson.
What? You're not serious.
Never more so in my life.
You'll break her heart.
I can't tell you any more than what I say now. But I tell you, Hugh, that I have forfeited all right to marry Margaret. Or any other woman I shall ever meet. Now, don't ask me why. It's the truth. And it is the knowledge of that has made me what I am. A man old before his time. Broken in health. And my hair turned white before I'm 30 years of age. Henry, have you told Margaret this? I said something about it this afternoon. No wonder the poor girl was upset. You shouldn't have done it, you know. It isn't fair to her.
Was ever a man in such a predicament as I am? What am I to do? She wants me to marry her right away so that we can go away together and she can nurse me back to health.
Sounds a jolly good idea to me.
Oh, how can you as a medical man say that? Heaven only knows what this illness of mine might mean.
You're not getting the idea that you maybe not sound mentally.
Precisely what I do mean.
Oh, rot.
Anyway, I'm not taking the risk. I'll have to be very certain before I go any further.
All right, old chap. If you feel that way about it, there's nothing I can do. But I think you're causing unnecessary unhappiness to a woman who's already had more than she can stand.
Don't think that I'm not aware of it. I know what she's done for me in the last few weeks.
You were unconscious a lot of the time. You couldn't have known the way she watched over you.
All the same, I think I did know. I was wandering through the darkest pits of Hades. It was the feel of her little hand in mine that brought me back again.
Don't let go. You're not so firmly on the road to health yet, you know.
You've no need to tell me that. The slightest exertion or strain simply wears me out.
Oh, by the way, they're asking me when I thought you'd be fit to answer some questions.
They? Who do you mean?
The police.
Police? What do they want?
They have never found the slightest trace of Hyde since the night he disappeared from the house in Soho. I've held them off as long as I can, but they're just frantic to interview you.
But what am I to do with it?
You knew him. They think you might be able to tell them something about his habits, where he went, what he did.
But I've never seen him either. Surely you told them that.
Of course I did. But they want you to tell them all you knew of him before he disappeared. Oh, don't look so upset, old fellow. I've told them that you're not to be bothered too much.
I'm not upset. I'll tell them all they want to know. But I don't think it'll help them much.
Well, they've got so little to go on, they're bound to seize on every scrap of information they can get. He seems to have been a complete mystery man. Lots of people have seen him, but hardly anyone knew anything about him. Poor little Hetty was the only one who was ever inside that house besides myself and Utterson.
They'll never find him, no matter where they look.
What makes you so sure?
I've had a letter from him.
A letter? Written since the murder?
Yes. I said nothing about it because I wasn't sure if I should show it to the police or not.
What does it say?
Oh, a lot of unnecessary things about past generosities I'd shown him. And that I had no fear to worry about his safety because he had a means of escape which he knew was infallible.
It hadn't any postmark, I suppose?
None at all. It was delivered by hand. I've got it here in this desk if you'd like to have a look at it.
You bet I would.
Here you are. Tell me if you think I ought to hand it over.
What curious handwriting.
Yes, he's left-handed.
When did this come? Not while you were ill, surely. No, about 2 days ago. Then he's still in London. The fellow must be mad. He's such a horrible-looking creature. He's bound to be recognized at once. Well, I guess he knows what he's up to. If he says he has a safe hiding place, isn't that enough?
Oh, sure.
Well, let's forget the gentleman. Even the mention of his name seems to upset you.
But what shall I do with the letter?
If you like, I'll take it along to police headquarters. I think you'd be foolish to keep it from them.
All right. Do as you think best. And tell them they can come along and see me when they like. I'll give what help I can.
Good. I'll call in there on my way home. Oh, don't get up. Paul let me out.
Hugh, I'd like you to be here when they come.
You mean the police? Of course I will. I'm your medical advisor, and you can rely on me to see they don't take too much out of you. Now, don't let it worry you. You needn't say a word more than you want.
All right, I'll claim privilege as soon as the questions get too hot to be comfortable.
By the way, we owe a lot to little Hetty, you know.
Do you think I don't know that? We both of us have been out of the BMA by now if she had told what she knew.
I went out to her grave on Sunday. It was covered with flowers.
Was it?
If you sense them, Henry, make quite certain there's nothing to show who they came from. You can't afford to be connected with her in any way.
I'll make sure. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, Poole, your master's getting on splendidly, isn't he?
Indeed he is, Dr. Lanyon, sir. Getting his appetite back and more his usual self.
Oh, by the way, there was a letter handed in for him during the last 2 days. What was the messenger like?
A letter, sir?
Yes. I have it here.
No letter like that was handed in that I know of, Dr. Lanyon.
Are you sure?
Quite sure, sir. Nothing has come except by post and only circulars at that.
Could anybody else have taken it in?
No, sir. Maud, the parlour maid, is away sick, and I've been answering the door myself.
Oh, well, must be some mistake. Goodbye, Poole.
Goodbye, Dr. Lanyon, sir.
Why, hello, you, my boy. Very nice of you to come along and visit an old man. Sit down and help me sample this bottle of wine.
It looks a fine and venerable one, sir.
Oh, it is indeed. I was going through the cellar a while ago and found 3 of these bottles tucked away in a corner where they'd been forgotten. Look at the date, 1817. Older than I am.
By Jove, I'm in luck's way. Fancy dropping in at a time like this.
You never can be sure how the cork is held, though. Wait till I draw it. Oh, sound as a bell. They did things properly in those days, eh? None of your cheap, careless work then. Pass me those glasses. There you are now. Taste the kind of wine your grandfather's vintage. Marvelous view, Mark, the bouquet. There's the hot glow of autumn afternoons and the perfume of the south in that. A royal wine. Now, you sit down by the fire and tell me what brought you here.
Well, Mr. Winter, I want your advice and help about something.
Oh, I'd be glad to help you in any way I can. You know that.
Yes, I do. And I also had to have someone whose discretion I could rely on absolutely. It's a very peculiar matter.
Go ahead, then.
Well, it's about this letter.
Edward Hyde. A letter from Edward Hyde? Where did you get this?
I got it from Henry Jekyll this afternoon.
Yes, I see it's addressed to him, but it's dated the 25th, and that's the day before yesterday. Where did it come from?
Henry says it has no postmark. As a matter of fact, it was delivered by hand.
The man's in London.
Yes, he must be.
Have the police seen this?
Not yet. I intend to take it to them tomorrow.
Oh, you must. This is tremendously important. He's disappeared so completely that they've been afraid he's got away out of the country.
But you can see he seems perfectly confident of being able to evade them.
Oh, we'll see about that. He's got to show his face some time or another, and such a hideous creature as he is will be recognized at once.
You saw him, didn't you?
Indeed I did. When I was with my poor old friend Utterson, we saw him trample a little child underfoot and beat it with his stick. Little did we dream that he was to do the same to Utterson, only this time with no one to stop him.
You're an authority on handwriting, Mr. Winter, aren't you?
Oh, yes, it's been a hobby of mine.
What do you think of Hyde's?
Curious hand, angular, untidy.
Have you ever seen another like it?
Not that I can think of offhand.
Compare it with this.
Let me see now. Yes. Yes, that's very strange. Where did you get the second note?
I've had it in my possession some time. You know who the writer is? I know him very well. Then you must tell the police his name at once. Why? Because the man who wrote this torn scrap you've just given me and the one who signs himself Edward Hyde are one and the same person. Yes. I rather expected you to say that. But why are you so calm? Don't you recognize the importance of this? The first letter is written in an obviously disguised hand. If it really is by Edward Hyde... Then I've only got to take the police to the man who wrote the second note, and we've got our murderer. We've got someone who's been willing to forge for him? Yes. You're right. The thought of that's been weighing like a load on me ever since I saw the resemblance. But why should you shield him? Anyone who would try to help a beast like Hyde deserves the worst that can be thought of him. You don't know what you're saying. But why? Who is he? Who wrote this second note? Henry Jekyll. What? Henry Jekyll? Yes. Now you know why I feel as I do. But Henry Jekyll forged for a murderer? Oh, it's all a part of his illness. He had the most frightful delusions when he was unconscious. Times he used to think that he was committing the murder himself. Mercy on us. Yes. He was saying to me today that he felt he had no right to marry Margaret because he had some doubts as to his mental stability. And to tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder myself. Poor chap. Oh, this is terrible. So I don't think we'll say anything about the letter. I think you're right. Come. I'll throw it in the fire, and then we'll have another glass of wine. I've got a kind of chill in my blood. Poor Henry. Poor Margaret.
Now, would you tell us, Dr. Jekyll, everything you know about this man Hyde?
I don't know very much, Inspector.
But you've known him for a number of years.
Yes, that's true.
When did you meet him first?
Well, you see, it's difficult to remember offhand, but, well, I'd say I made my first acquaintance with him about, 5 years ago.
How did you meet him?
Well, he read about some of my experiments in a medical journal. He came here and made himself known to me.
Why was that? Was he a medical man?
Oh, no, far from it. But he was very interested. He had a lot of knowledge for a layman.
And you were so impressed with him that you let him help you at times?
Yes, that's right.
What was he interested in particularly?
Well, for a very long time, I've been searching for a drug that would have a certain effect on the will. He used to let me experiment on him.
Oh, how do you mean?
Well, he used to take doses of the mixtures I'd compound and allow me to watch the results.
Oh, rather dangerous, wasn't it?
Very dangerous. I warned him that he did it absolutely at his own risk. I've got papers in my laboratory in which he made a full statement that he knew what he was doing and that I was in no way to be held responsible for anything that might happen.
Well, he must have had plenty of nerve.
Well, he certainly had that.
And what was the result of these experiments? Did any of them come off?
None. We met with total failure. At the time of his disappearance, we were starting on a new line, but hadn't really gone far enough to find anything fresh.
How often did you see him?
Oh, that's hard to say. Sometimes he'd be here pretty constantly, and sometimes he'd disappear for weeks.
And you say you have no idea where he went?
None at all. He hated to be questioned, and so I didn't ask. Of course, my interest in him was purely scientific.
And what about this girl, this Etty Wilson? Did he ever speak to you about her?
Never. I didn't even know of her existence until a few weeks before she died.
And how did you hear about her then?
When my father died, I was away on the continent. I hadn't left any address, and Dr. Lanyon went down to Hyde's house to see if he knew where I could be found. He met Hetty Wilson then, and told me about her later on.
I see. And how did it happen that Dr. Lanyon knew Hyde's address?
Well, we were old friends. He knows all I do. I told him about Hyde and the work we were doing together.
Well, that seems reasonable enough.
Look here, Inspector. What are you driving at? Why shouldn't I know where Hyde lived?
Oh, no reason at all, Dr. Lanyon. But so very few people did. I was naturally curious.
I see. Well, are there any other questions, Inspector?
Did he never tell you anything about his private life? Where he got his money from, or where he went to when you didn't see him?
Well, I've told you, my interest was scientific. I didn't like him. I didn't want to know how he lived or what he did. He was useful to me and gave me a lot of help.
But he had the run of your house, used to be here at all sorts of times. Once he slept in your bed.
What's that?
Who told you that? One of your servants. A maid who was dismissed for trying to see into your laboratory.
That girl?
Yes. She told me that she'd gone into your room with your early morning tea and was horrified to see Hyde lying in your bed.
And what if he was? The man risked his life again and again for the sake of my experiments. We often worked late into the night.
Yes, that's quite understandable. All I'm trying to get at, sir, is this. That you were on pretty close terms with him.
But I repeat that I know nothing about his private life. Nothing at all.
Well, if that's the case, I'm afraid I'm not much further on than before. I'm sorry to have troubled you, Doctor.
Oh, that's quite all right. I'm sorry to have been so little help.
Yes, it's a bit of a blow to me. I'd counted rather a lot on what you could tell me. You're the only one who seems to have ever had anything to do with him, except that girl, Hetty. I'd give a lot to know just why she killed herself. Shielding someone, I'll be bound.
And, you've no idea who it might be?
Not a notion. If I had, I might be able to track down Hyde. Well, I'll not stop till I do. The man's a maniac. He's bound to break out again unless he's caught. His kind don't stop at one murder.
Why, Henry.
Dr. Jekyll, what's the matter?
It's all right. Just leave me alone with him. He's not well, you know. He'll be all right in a little while.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. Indeed I am.
He'll be all right. Just leave me.
Yes, of course. I'll get in touch with you later on. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, take this, old man.
I'm all right.
Now, don't try to get up. Just take things easily. What was it? One of the dizzy turns?
Just a kind of blackness that comes over me at times.
Well, keep still and don't worry. Our friend has gone, and I don't think he'll be troubling you again. You were a great disappointment to him.
Yes, I hoped I was.
Why, Dr. Jekyll.
Well, nurse, I thought I'd call in and give you a surprise.
Oh, you certainly have. Does Dr. Lanyon know you're here?
Not that I know of. Is he here?
Yes, he's with the outpatients now.
Then bring me a gown. I'll put it on and give him a hand. We might as well give him a shock, too.
Why, Dr. Jekyll?
Oh, what's the matter? Oh, yes. My hair. How do you like it?
It's as white as snow. Oh, you must have been ill.
Oh, well, it's all over now. I'm going to start work again, and we'll soon forget all about it.
Yes, I'm awfully glad to see you back again.
Why didn't you come and see me while I was ill?
You had plenty of others to look after you.
Didn't you think I might have wanted to see you and hear about your clinic?
Hear about the clinic, maybe, but I don't flatter myself you wanted to see me.
Why not?
Oh, I did call once or twice, but they always told me that Miss Utterson was with you.
I see. Surely that old jealousy doesn't exist anymore.
What makes you think that? Does it alter how I feel for you, just because I know I haven't got a hope?
Shh. Help me on with my gown, will you? Well, been kept pretty busy.
Oh, not more than usual.
I think some of the patients have dropped off since you've been away.
Well, perhaps I'd better keep away altogether, and they might all get well.
Oh, when you've seen the number in the outpatients room, you won't think that.
Well, come along then. Let's get going. Hello, little girl. What's the matter with you?
One of her legs is shorter than the other, Doctor. We've heard wonderful things about you, and we wondered if you could do anything for it.
Let me have a look at it. Now, don't be frightened. I won't hurt. I just want to take your boots and stockings off so that I can have a good look. Now, tell me, what's your name?
Tessie, sir.
Tessie. That's a pretty name. How old are you?
I'm 9, sir.
9? Do you go to school?
Yes, sir. I'm in 4th class.
Well, 4th class. Fancy that. That's pretty good for 9 years old. Now, come along. Can you stand up over there and let me see how you walk?
Do as the doctor tells you, Tess.
Yes, Mother.
Did she have some sort of accident? That looks like the result of an injury to me.
Oh, yes, she did about 2 years ago.
Oh, I see. Why, what happened?
Oh, it was a terrible thing, Doctor. The poor little thing was running along the street one time late at night. She'd been for a doctor, and you'll hardly believe this, sir, but a fella took to her with a stick. Beat her something terrible he did. And if it hadn't been for 2 other gentlemen who was near, I think he would have killed her.
What happened? Did you hand him over to the police?
No. He paid us £100 to say nothing. But I can see now that we did wrong. We didn't think he'd done her so much harm. But look at her. She's maimed for life. Mommy. There, dear. Now, never you mind. The kind doctor'll make you better again. Oh, I didn't ought to have told you this in front of her, sir. She gets that upset to hear it. She's never been the same child since. The fright half killed her.
Have you any idea who the man was?
No, not for certain. I never seen him myself. But they do say, sir, that it's him that done that murder a little while ago. That fella, Edward Hyde. Oh, sir, can you help her?
Yes. Yes, I'll help her. I'll make her well again. If it's the last thing that I ever do. When did she first begin to show signs of this lameness?
Well, you see, Doctor, her hip was injured. She was in the hospital for ages, and when she came out, she had to walk on crutches. It wasn't for a good while afterwards that we began to notice that one leg seemed shorter than the other.
Poor little Tess. It's not fair, is it? Never mind. We'll fix you up again. One day you'll be able to run round just like all the other children.
Oh, will she really, sir?
Oh, I think so. But it'll take time, and Tess will have to have a lot of patience.
Oh, she won't be any trouble to you, Doctor. She's not the least bit of bother.
No, I'm sure she's not. Now, just you wait there a minute, and I'll call Dr. Lanyon in to let him have a look at this leg of yours and see what he thinks. Hugh, can you spare me a minute?
Yes, coming.
Tess, would you like to go to the country for a while and get really well and strong before we start fixing this old leg of yours up?
The country? Oh, do you really mean it, sir?
Of course I do. There's a place I know of where quite a lot of people go to get cured. It's the most beautiful place you can imagine. Big trees, gardens full of flowers, fresh cream and milk, and all the sunshine you could wish for.
It sounds like heaven, sir.
Well, it's not as far away as that. You'll just have to take a train, and in a few hours you'll be getting out at a little station, and then you'll find someone waiting to meet you, and you'll get into a little dog cart drawn by a fat horse called King. The groom might even let you hold the reins for a while as you drive along.
Would he?
I wouldn't be surprised. And, by the by, you'll come to the big gates leading to the park, and after you've gone through, you'll see a fallow deer grazing on the grass, and all sorts of birds and little rabbits.
Oh, mister, this ain't true. It's just a fairy story you're telling me, isn't it?
No, little Tess, it's true. As true as I'm going to make you well again if it takes me years to do so. Oh, here's Dr. Lanyon now.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's quite all right. Come here and meet Tessie and her mother. Tessie had an accident. It's made her a little lame. Now, Tess, walk across the room, will you, dear? Let Dr. Lanyon see the way you walk.
Contraction of the femur. What happened? Did you have a fall?
No, sir. It was the way she was knocked about.
Knocked about? What do you mean?
A man knocked her down in the street and beat her and trampled on her. They say it was that Edward Hyde who done the murder a while ago.
Edward Hyde? How do you know?
Some of the neighbors seen him, and they say the description's just the same. Small and ugly and sort of deformed. You couldn't mistake him.
Edward Hyde. Are we never to be free from this devil's work?
Well, at least we can do what we can to set it right. We'll start with Tess, and then I'm going to try and find the other people who's been injured and do what I can for them.
From what I can hear of him, he'll have a task beyond the power of one man.
If one man can do the evil, surely another can undo it. At least let me try.
Henry, don't you think we ought to call it a day? It's close on 5 o'clock, you know.
Is it? I'd no idea it was so late. I've just got 1 or 2 more cases to attend to, and then I'll be through.
Don't overdo things.
I won't. What are you doing tonight? Care to come and have dinner with me?
I won't tonight, if you don't mind. Well, I'm taking Nancy out, as a matter of fact.
Nancy? Well, that's a good idea.
I think it is, too.
So you found something to reward you for all the hard work you put it down here while I've been sick.
She's a nice girl, isn't she?
Nice? She's one of the nicest I've ever met.
That's what I thought, right from the first time I met her.
Well, I'll be hanged. And here have I been thinking you've been so self-sacrificing, coming down here day after day with never a murmur, and all the while this is what you've been up to.
Well, if you will have such a pretty, intelligent girl working in your dispensary...
Asking for complications, isn't it? Well, I'm delighted. Go to it, old boy. I didn't think you had so much good sense.
She won't hear of giving up her work here, so you'll have to take me into permanent partnership.
Are you serious? Will you really come down here and work amongst these people?
If you'll have me.
Have you? Oh, I should say I would. I've had to turn hundreds away in the past because I couldn't attend to them. We'll do marvels down here together.
It's a go, then. From now on, we double our practice and double our responsibilities.
That's all you'll get out of it. There's no reward besides the satisfaction of having helped someone. The rest is hard work and a lot of worry.
Oh, you're forgetting Nancy.
Oh, yes, so I was. Well, I can see her waiting for you out there. Off you go. Give her my love, will you?
I say, isn't that asking just a little bit too much? With that romantic-looking head of snow-white hair, you're irresistible, you know.
Clear out or I'll throw this dish of disinfectant over you.
All right.
Isn't it time you were going home, Doctor?
Oh, hello, nurse. I didn't see you there. I was wondering where you'd got to.
I was doing the last of the sterilizing.
But we haven't finished for the day. What about that man and woman I noticed in the waiting room?
Oh, neither of them was urgent. I told them to come back in the morning.
You did, eh? And who are you, Nurse Peters, to go giving instructions in this clinic?
If you can't tell when you've had enough, it's time someone else started to give orders. We've only just got you back again after nearly 3 months' illness. It's not going to happen a second time.
Oh, it won't. I promise you that.
You know, if you insist on working 12 and 14 hours a day like you did before, it will.
Don't look so severe. Anyhow, you've been neglecting me. What about my afternoon tea?
Neglecting you? Didn't I have it ready at 4 o'clock and no one to drink it?
4 o'clock? What was I doing then?
You got a call to go to Mrs. Prentice, and off you went.
Just got there in time, too. Why these women will leave everything to the last minute, I can't understand.
What was it?
Boy, weighed nearly 8 pounds. How do they do it on the rotten food they eat? You might call in and see if she's all right if you're passing on your way home.
Well, she'll be all right. It's her 5th, isn't it?
I've lost count.
She will have, too, in another few years.
Well, what about tea?
You want it now?
Of course. Don't you think I deserve it?
If you got what you deserved, it would be more than a cup of tea, Doctor.
Anyway, we'll start with that. Now, how about strawberry jam? Any left?
I put it all away. Not a single jar has been touched since you've been ill.
Suppose I had never come back. Would you have buried it with me?
Oh, don't.
But it's quite a good idea. The Chinese do, you know, to provide for the spirit world. But perhaps I wouldn't have gone to the place where food seems very important.
I wish you wouldn't talk that way.
Why? Oh, come on, Pete. I haven't seen you smile for hours. What's the matter with you? Aren't you glad to see me back again?
I don't know why you tease me so. You know I'm glad. And just how glad.
All right. I'm sorry. Well, take me into your little office and brew me some tea, and I'll sit in the old chair and let you fuss around me, just as though I'd never been away.
And just as though you won't be getting up and leaving in a little while and going off to your friends and your big house, and I'll be going in the other direction, to my bare little room and a solitary meal on the end of a table.
Pete, why do you do it?
Do what?
Stick to that sort of life? You could have something so much better.
What, for example?
How about that chap who went to Canada? You still hear from him, don't you?
I do.
Well.
Why don't I go out and marry him, you mean? Didn't I make that clear to you a long while ago?
Oh, but that's just madness, Pete.
I know it is. But what am I going to do? Would it be fair to marry him when I feel the way I do about you?
You'll forget about me.
Do you think so? It's funny, isn't it, the way we're talking? You know, women aren't supposed to say these things to men.
Oh? Why not?
Oh, it isn't maidenly. I'm supposed to pine away in silence and end up with a hacking cough and a bunch of lilies on my chest.
Oh, I say. Oh, not you. You'll end up with a double chin and half a dozen children.
Oh, how can you laugh at me? I know I'm plain and I know I'm scrawny and not the kind of woman you'd look at. But you needn't think I can't feel deeply for all that.
Oh, Pete. Pete, my dear, I wasn't laughing at you. Can't you take a joke? It's just that I can't imagine you ever pining away.
And it's just that you can't imagine me as anything but Peters, the nurse. A mess of starched uniforms and smelling of antiseptic soap. If I had the clothes and background and all the rest of the things that Margaret Utterson has, I'd be just as good as her. I shouldn't have said that. Don't take any notice of me, Henry. Please forgive me.
It's all right, Pete. I'm not cross.
It's just that it seems so unfair. She has everything. I haven't got a thing. I haven't even got any pride.
Oh, Pete, what makes you say that?
I throw myself at you. Tell you just exactly how I feel. I don't blame you if you despise me.
Despise you? I'd never do that. I know the thing you give me is too precious and too good ever to be despised. It means a great deal to me, Pete, dear. Even though I do nothing about it.
Well, there's a kettle boiling up. I'll make the tea and then we'll get back to normal. You know, there's nothing like a cup of tea to restore one's sense of values.
And there's nothing like a talk with you to restore mine. These half hours at the end of a hard day mean a lot to me, you know.
Do they?
Yes.
Do they really? If I could only feel that I was necessary to you. You know, the one thing a woman can't stand up to is to feel that the man she loves can get on just as well without her. It sort of kills her deep inside.
Then you needn't ever die that way, Pete. I don't think I could get on very well without you. And I'm going to need you a whole lot more in a little while. Now, pour me out that tea, and then I'll take you home.
I'm afraid Dr. Jekyll is rather busy just at present. Who shall I tell him is called?
Oh, my name is John Fairley. I've called several times at his house and haven't been able to find him. That's why I came down here to the clinic.
Well, if you'd care to come into my room and wait a while, I'll tell him you're here.
If he'd just let me know when I could see him.
Well, I believe I can hear him coming now.
Peters, are you there?
Yes, Doctor.
I say, will you...
Why, hello, John. Why, what are you doing here?
I was wondering if I could see you sometime. Sorry to bother you down here, but there seemed no other way of finding you.
Oh, that's all right. Anything important?
Yes, it is rather.
Well, I've about 10 minutes now. If that's any good to you, I'm not due at the hospital till 2 o'clock.
Can we talk here?
Oh, I think so. You don't mind if we borrow your little room for a while, do you, nurse?
No, not at all. I'll close the door and see him upstairs.
Thanks, that will do fine. Well, now, John, what is it?
Well, to be quite frank, it's about Margaret.
I had an idea it was.
What are you going to do about it, Jekyll? I know this might be called infernal cheek on my part, but it's far from being that.
I know.
Everyone understood that the marriage couldn't go on after that terrible business of Mr. Utterson and then your long illness. But that's all past now, and you don't even seem to want to talk about it.
Margaret has told you this, I take it?
I've had to wring it out of her. Don't think that she's been complaining, but I knew she was unhappy, and I made her tell me.
I'm not blaming her, John. I'm glad she's got someone she can take her troubles to.
You are. Great heavens, Jekyll, what's the matter with you? Are you playing fast and loose with Margaret? You've been engaged to her for years now. Do you intend to marry her or not?
Sit down, old man. Let us talk this over quietly. I know how you feel about Margaret, and I'm not going to feel resentful, no matter what you say, but it's very important that you shouldn't feel bad about me.
I can't understand you, and that's the plain truth. Margaret's the most lovely girl in the world. I'd give my very life to be in your place, and you don't seem to want her.
What makes you think that, John?
There's not the slightest reason in the world now why you shouldn't marry her. But every time she talks about it, you evade her and talk about something else. Don't you love her anymore?
Might it not be that I love her too much to marry her?
What do you mean?
Things sometimes happen in men's lives that debar them forever from the right to marry, if they have a spark of decency in their makeup.
What? You...
Oh, it's not any petty little aftermath of a bygone sin. This is something that I simply couldn't begin to tell you about. It's beyond the scope of any ordinary experience.
And then if that's the case, what are you going to do? Will this thing pass in time?
I don't know.
And you're going to keep Margaret in this state of uncertainty till you do find out?
No, I'm not going to do that, John.
Don't you understand that you're ruining all her chances of finding happiness somewhere else by holding her to her promise to you?
Yes, I understand. I deserve all your reproaches, John. You did quite right to come and talk to me about it. I'll set her free.
Don't do it if it's not absolutely necessary. I love her enough to be able to realize that no one will ever be the same to her as you. Any other man will merely be a sort of substitute for you.
I hope not, John. With all my heart, I hope that she'll come to care for you as I know you deserve.
And patience and understanding on my part can do it. She will.
Then I promise you I'll not stand in your way any longer. She's very precious to me, John. There's no one I know of that I'd sooner trust her to than you.
You know, when I came here, I felt I wanted to knock you down. Now I feel I want to take your hand and thank you. Though I don't know why.
Then we're going to be friends, are we?
As far as I'm concerned, we are.
Then take my hand, but forget about the thanks. If you can make her happy, I'll be more deeply in your debt than you can ever imagine. And now I think I'll go. I've got a big operation to perform. I'd like a little time to get a grip on myself again. This conversation hasn't been easy, you know.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry.
Well, goodbye. And
Goodbye.
Henry, dear, when are you going to take me down to your clinic again?
don't you think you've had enough of sick people for a while? You nursed me for several weeks, you know.
And see what a good job I made of it. You're almost as well as you ever were.
You're a born nurse, Margaret, and no mistake. As a rich man's wife, your greatest talent will be lost.
Why should it be? I'll also be the wife of a doctor, don't forget. Henry, what's the matter? Why do you turn away like that?
Give me your hand, darling. Let's lean over the edge of this bridge and watch the water trickle over the rocks.
You're evading me. You always do whenever I speak of our marriage. Henry, you've got to be honest with me. I can't stand this much longer.
Dearest, I brought you out into the country today so that we could have a good long talk. It's so perfect out here. I hope the beauty around us would help.
Help? Why are we in need of help?
I've got to hurt you very much, I'm afraid.
No.
Oh, don't draw away from me. Give me your hand again, please.
Oh, what's the matter with you? Why are you so strange? You've never been the same since your illness.
You haven't thought that I've loved you any less, have you?
No, not that. Something else. Some underlying strangeness that I haven't been able to get at. What is it, Henry? Can't you tell me?
I brought you here to try. I want you to know, dear, that I've never loved you so much in all my life as I do now. And I say what I'm going to say because of that.
You don't have to tell me. I know.
What do you know, my sweet?
You're going to say you aren't going to marry me at all. Oh, why don't you answer me? Why don't you tell me I'm wrong? It can't be true.
I have no choice.
What do you mean?
There are certain things that put a man beyond the pale of decent society. They're nameless things, crimes and horrors of the night. I have committed them.
No, it's not true. Not you.
Hold fast to me while I tell you, sweet. Your father told you certain things about me. Put them forward as reasons why you shouldn't marry me.
I never believed them. Never.
But you should have. He was right. Only he didn't know the full, hideous truth.
Oh, what is this you're saying? Henry, it's because you're still not better of your illness. You used to have the most terrible delusions then, imagining you were committing the most frightful crimes. This is only part of it.
I wish to God it were. Oh, no, my darling. I'm sane and in my right mind. And I know that everything I say to you is less than the truth.
But when? How? Where did you do these things?
Oh, don't ask me for details. I can't tell you. You must never know the full extent of my degradation.
But I can't just be put off with hints. I'm a grown woman now. This is too dreadful a thing to be accepted without facts.
Do you remember what the old gypsy woman, Mother Heggerty, once told us long ago?
I remember something.
There's broken lives and broken hearts and a load of sorrow that will rest upon your soul to weigh it to the ground.
Stop it. Stop. She was an old crazy creature. What could she know?
What indeed? And yet she saw into a future that has come to pass, down to the very last degree.
It hasn't. I remember something else. She said there was the gallows sign in your hand. That hasn't come true.
Supposing I were to tell you that even that is true.
Then I'd know that you're mad.
Listen. There's a man named Edward Hyde.
Don't speak of
But I must, because Hyde is the reason that I've got to say these things to you. If it were not for him, well, what's the good of that?
But what has Hyde got to do with you and me?
Everything. Hyde and I. Everything that man did. Every hideous atrocity. Every crime he committed was shared in and connived at by me.
You're not serious. You can't expect me to believe that.
It's the truth.
But it isn't possible. Hyde is one person, you another. How could you be responsible for what he did?
I could have wiped him out of existence, instead of which I set him free to do what he liked.
How could you have done so? Was he so much under your influence?
He was my creation. I had conjured him up out of the pit of hell, where he belonged.
Oh, now I know you're not well. This is madness.
It must seem like that. Very well, then. Let it go at that. But you wouldn't wish to marry a madman, would you, Margaret?
Oh, I don't know what I wish. I don't want to marry anyone.
Oh, you mustn't say that, dear. You mustn't say that. There's John, isn't there?
You'd have me marry him?
I think he could make you happy.
Oh, how could you? Have you thought it all out?
I've been thinking what's the best thing for you for a long time, dearest. Oh, Margaret, look at me. Look at my eyes and tell me. Do you see anything in them but love for you and pain at losing you?
Oh, but why? Why? If I love you and you love me, what does it matter?
I've committed almost every crime in the calendar, Margaret, my darling. But to take advantage of your love and innocence and loyalty is something that even I have not fallen low enough to do. Oh, let me hold you in my arms just once again. Let me kiss you. Feel your cheek against mine. Your tears. Your precious tears, my darling. Oh, let me drink your tears. Well, now, nurse, that seems to be the lot for today. Oh, how's that kettle of yours?
Just about boiling. Would you like some tea?
Very much. I'll have a word to Dr. Lanyon, and then I'll be along.
You'll find him in the dispensary talking to Nancy.
Oh, good Lord, not again. What do I pay that young woman for if she does nothing but lure my assistant away from his work?
I wish they'd hurry up and get it over.
Well, judging by what I saw through the glass door last night, he isn't wasting any time.
Neither is she, if you ask me.
Well, I imagine we'll be giving them our blessing very soon. I'll be sorry when she goes. She's a first-rate chemist.
She was talking about doing some research. Perhaps she could work with you.
Not with me. I've given up. I've given up all that now.
Oh, surely not. Oh, that seems wrong. You were doing such valuable work.
Enough to prove to me, Peter, my dear, that insufficient knowledge is an extremely dangerous thing.
Oh, but you mustn't. What about your work on anesthetics and the possibility of nerve blocks?
How did you know about that?
I'm an ardent reader of the Lancet, don't forget.
And you just forget all you ever read about me. It's over and done with. And if you could look into my laboratory, you'd find the whole place covered with dust.
I never thought you'd give up.
Give up? Is that what you call it?
Isn't it that?
Why do you think so?
You had a bad breakdown from overwork, but that doesn't mean you should give it up altogether.
Nurse Peters, do I take it that you're daring to criticize the conduct of your medical superior? Where's your knowledge of professional etiquette?
My professional etiquette isn't strong enough to stand the thought of you becoming a back number.
Woman, go and boil your kettle and leave these matters to your betters.
You can make a joke of it, but I think you ought to be ashamed of yourself, Henry Jekyll.
Ah, bless you, Peter. You're the first person who scolded me like that since Mother died. I didn't know how much I'd missed it.
If it's a mother you're in need of...
Oh, don't think that you'd be any good as a candidate. You're far too young and pretty when you blush like that.
Oh, please don't.
I mean it.
Go and see Dr. Lanyon. You're wasting time again.
Well, I won't come back if you don't give me toasted crumpets with my tea.
You've been looking in my cupboard.
Oh, no, I haven't. I've got second sight.
Well, then perhaps you can tell me what I'm going to give you to put on them.
Of course I can. Strawberry jam.
Wrong. It's honey Mother sent me up from Devonshire, and clotted cream.
Devonshire? Oh, perhaps I can call and see her when I'm down there.
Are you going to Devonshire?
Yes. There's someone down there I particularly want to see.
Will you be going soon?
Oh, as soon as I can fix things up to get away. It's one of the things I want to see Dr. Lanyon about. So I'd better make sure of catching him before he goes.
A stranger down this way, sir?
Well, not really. I've been down here once or twice before.
Can't say as I recall your face. Strange. There ain't many as comes this way that old Jeremy can't remember.
You don't get many visitors, I suppose.
Just now and again, sir. Now and again. Out of the way we be, but none the worse for that.
Indeed you're not. This is a very pretty little village you've got.
Aye, snug it be, tucked in at the back of them hills. I ought to see them come autumn time, when the heather's out. A rare sight they be, and no mistake. Stopping long in these parts?
No, not long. I've just come down on business, as a matter of fact. I wonder, can you tell me if any of the Trelawney family are still in the old house?
Trelawney? Aye, that they be. There's old Samuel and his daughter, the same as they always was. It's not likely that they'd ever be leaving the place.
And young Sam?
Aye, Sammy went to South Africa a year or so gone. Naught's been heard of him, as far as anybody knows.
He didn't get married then?
To Widow Cole's lass. Nay, that were called off long afore he went. She were fit for nothing since that accident she had.
And what became of her?
Well, when her mother died, she were took in by her auntie down at Grogley Halt. Been there this 2 years or more.
And Hester and the old man Trelawney are still at the farm? I wonder, would he see me if I called?
He might. Then he might take a fit into his head and set the dogs on you. Old Samuel's got mortal bitter since young Sammy went away. Oh, they do say it were partly his own doing.
Oh, well, I think I'll take a chance about the dogs. Good day to you.
Good day, sir. Now, what might a young swell like that be doing in these parts? Sticking his nose into other folks' business.
Badger, Rufus, Barney, come here. Stop that barking.
Lie down. Be quiet, will you?
Good afternoon. Be you wanting to see someone?
You're Miss Trelawney, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I've come up from London. I was wondering, could I see your father?
Father doesn't see many strangers. What was it about?
Well, I've been asked to come and see him on behalf of a man named Edward Hyde.
Edward Hyde?
Yes.
You'd best not mention that name in this house.
I think if your father would listen to me, I might be able to do something that would make your memory less bitter.
Esther, who's there?
A gentleman's come up from London, Father. He wants to see you.
What about?
I think you'd best be coming inside. Father's not left his chair these 2 years now. If you'll just step this way and mind your head on the lintel. The doors are made low in these parts.
Thank you. Oh, Jekyll is my name. Dr. Henry Jekyll.
What are you talking about, Esther? Who is this stranger? What does he want?
I'm bringing him in now if you'll only have patience.
Through this door on your left, Doctor. This is Dr. Jekyll, Father. He's got something he wants to talk to you about.
Well, if it's about selling the place, he might as well save himself his breath. There's been 9 generations that Trelawney is living here, and I'll not be the one to let it pass into other hands.
It's all right, Mr. Trelawney. I haven't come to try and get your farm away from you.
Well, what have you come for, then? What's brought you all the way from London?
I've come at the request of a man I happen to know. He asked me to come down here to try and make amends for an injury he once did you.
A man did me an injury? Oh, there's only one man that I know of who ever did that.
I haven't any doubt that we're thinking of one and the same person. I'm referring to Edward Hyde.
Did you say he was a friend of yours? If that's so, you can get out of this house. No man who has anything to do with him can ever stay here.
Father, calm yourself. You'll be getting bad again if you get so worked up.
And then what does he mean, coming here talking about Edward Hyde? Has he come to torment us and remind us of things best forgotten?
Oh, no, I've come to try and make amends.
How could you do that? Can you bring back my son to me and wipe out the disgrace of that fine girl?
Well, I came to see you. You see, I can't undo the past, but there may be some means of making the future a little better.
Who are you? What have you to do with such a man as Hyde?
Well, I can't tell you that, but let me say that I'm, in a way, his executor.
Executor? Then he's dead.
Oh, no, not dead, but gone away.
I know. He's disappeared to save himself from the gallows. If ever a man was ripe for the hangman,
Father, try to keep calm.
How can I keep calm when I think of that man? I've never ceased to regret that I didn't choke him with these 2 hands, the way I wanted to when I first set eyes on him.
Dr. Jekyll, I really think you'd better be going. Father's not well enough to stand excitement.
Then can I have a talk to you?
Some other time, maybe. I'll have to see to Father now. He's looking very bad.
Well, I'm a doctor, don't forget. Now, let me feel his pulse. I promise not to upset him any more.
Very well. But for mercy's sake, don't talk about that man.
I won't. Now, Mr. Trelawney, just lie quiet and let me see how that heart of yours is behaving. That's better. That's right. Now, just let your wrist relax.
Well, it'll be all right soon.
Of course you will. Of course you will. Well, I'll go now, and I'll not trouble you any more. You'll be all right, I think. The heart is rapid, but it's beating quite evenly.
Will you come out here? I want to speak to you.
Why, certainly.
Where did you get that ring you're wearing?
Why do you ask?
It's the same that he had on his hand.
He? You mean Hyde?
Yes. I'll never forget it. He had it on the night he came and told us about my brother Sam. I remember the way the light shone on it.
You're quite right. It is his. He gave it to me as a memento.
Memento? Of him? All we've been trying to do is forget him.
Well, Miss Trelawney, if you'll only hear what I've come to tell you, I think you'll be able to forget him much easier.
All right. I'll come and see you then. Where will you be?
I've taken a room in the little inn in the village. Could you come down there?
I'll come down later on after Father's gone to sleep.
Very well. I'll wait there for you. Call me if you get worried about Mr. Trelawney. I'm awfully sorry to have upset him like that.
You weren't to know. But the mere mention of that man's name is enough to make him bad for days.
I think I do know. Everything.
Hyde never told you the whole truth of it.
He had no secrets from me.
Then no wonder your hair's gone white and you're still a young man. The things that man must have carried in his heart would be enough to haunt you for the rest of your days.
They do. That's why I've come down here. To try and lay a ghost. Will you help me?
All right. I'll come down this evening after it's got dark.
I'll wait for you. In the parlor of the little inn.
I said as they'd set the dogs on you, didn't I?
Oh, it wasn't as bad as that. The dogs came running out when I came through the gate, but Mr. Trelawney soon called them off.
Oh, and how did the old man greet you?
Well, he was asleep when I got there.
Not him. He sits in that chair of his before the fire, pretending he hears nothing. But there's naught escapes his ears.
All the same, he's a very sick man.
Why, not denying that. Esther'll not be burdened much longer with him, unless her looks dead out.
Why? Do you think she'll be glad when her father dies?
It'll give her a chance to get away from that farm there, which be more than she's done these 5 years. Hardly set her foot off the place since young Sammy struck that trouble of his.
Is that 5 years ago?
Oh, so you know about it then?
Yes.
You don't say. Well, you're the last one I'd suspect of having any truck with a man of his kidney. Never clapped eyes on such an evil-looking customer in all my life. I remember well the time he first came in here. Young Sammy and 1 or 2 others and myself were sitting in the tap room. It were a hot summer afternoon, and we was mighty glad of a pot of landlord's ale. We was talking about nothing in particular, and all of a sudden a shadow fell across the room as he stood in the door. I don't know why it was, but something in the very shape of him made us all stop talking and stare. Sort of queer, like.
When be your father going to start harvesting the apples in his orchard, Sam?
Friday, maybe. He were talking about taking them to Bodmin and trying his hand at selling them around the houses himself.
I was wondering if I could maybe borrow his cart. Them pigs of mine is eating their heads off. If I could take them into market maybe next week.
Hello? What be old Badger speaking up about?
Oh, must be a stranger. I've not heard Badger bark like that before.
Well, gentlemen, what are you staring at? Pray continue drinking your beer.
Oh, no harm meant. We're just struck rather a heap by seeing a stranger down this way.
Whose dog is this?
Mine?
And I'd be obliged if you'd call him up. His manners aren't any better than his master's.
Down, Badger, down.
Look out, Sam. He nearly had you then.
Oh, I can't think what's come over him. Stop it, Badger. Oh, bad luck to you. Will you do as I tell you? Badger!
Let me try.
Look out what you're doing. Stop it. Do you want to kill the dog?
Grab the stick off of it.
What sort of a man be you to strike a dog like that?
What sort of a dog do you keep that he'll attack a perfect stranger in such a way?
I've never seen him to the like of it afore.
And I imagine after the lesson I taught him, he won't make the same mistake again. I'll trouble you to hand me back my stick. Throw it on the floor, eh? Master and dog, both curse.
No, by Jiminy.
Now hold back, Sam. Let the fella be. He's not worth wasting your strength on.
If it comes to strength, you toothless old scarecrow, there are other things besides brawn and sinew.
Aye, that there be. There be common decency. But what did a man like you know of that? Come, Sam, lad. Let's leave him be and attend to the poor dog. He's got some bones broke by the look of him. So, you can well imagine, sir, that we took no great liking to the feller after that.
No, I don't suppose you did.
Sam told me that it was all he could do to keep his hands off his throat. And seeing what happened afterwards, maybe it were a pity we held him back that day.
Still, if you hadn't, it might have been worse for Sam.
Worse than what happened in any case. Maybe you don't know the story, then?
I know some of it.
What I'd told you, I'll be bound.
Well, you tell me. I'd like to know what people say about him down here.
The name's black enough to call him by. If ever he showed his face round these parts...
That is not likely. You know he's wanted for murder.
Murder? Hyde wanted for murder?
You don't get much news of the outside world down here?
Not much. Sometimes a paper gets brought back when one of the lads goes to market. But this be somewhat worth knowing about. Hyde wanted for murder.
You don't seem sorry.
Sorry? If they had public hangings and I could go to see that fellow on the gallows, I'd walk 100 miles, rheumatism and all.
So he's pretty much hated around here.
Hated? It were a bad day for Marston Bridge when Hyde showed his ugly face about the place. Weren't long before he began to make trouble. A day or two after he beat Sam's poor dog, just about evening it was.
Yes, Mother. There'll be a storm coming up. Go out and drive in the geese. If them young goslings get wet, they might all catch a cold and die.
Just wait a minute till I put the last of the bread in the oven.
Oh, I'll do it. You've a ways to go, and them clouds be coming up fast.
Be sure you take the pasty out first, then. Sam will be calling in on his way back from Bodmin, and I promised him he'd have one.
Oh, you and your Sam Trelawney. If you'd be baking pasties for Master Wallace.
I don't care for Master Wallace, and that's an end to it.
Then more's the pity. If you only knew which side your bread's buttered.
Did you when you married Father? He were a poor man, weren't he?
And shouldn't that be a lesson to you? Look at the way I've been slaving all my life. And here's your chance to get yourself fixed up snug and comfortable by marrying a fine, upstanding man like Josiah Wallace.
With 2 wives buried already. Well, I've no mind to be the third. Now, there's the bread all kneaded into loaves and ready for the oven. You take care of it and let me take care of who I marry.
Young Sam will bring you nothing but a load of children and a life of work.
Where did you drive the geese this morning?
Into Farmer Hesling's field. There's a ton of pickings for them where they cut the grain last week.
Then I'll go and fetch them back. Mind, don't let that pasty burn now.
Oh, I mayn't approve of your marrying young Sam, but I got too much pride to let a pasty burn. Shoo! Get along there, will you? Shoo!
Can I give you any help, young lady?
Oh, how you frightened me. I didn't see you there behind the tree.
I was looking for a place to shelter from the storm. Your geese don't seem to want to go home.
I can't think what's come over them. Every man Jack going in different directions. Look at that old gander there, and him been over this path 100 times.
Let me head him off.
You that up in the hedge to the right of you, that's the way. Shoot! Oh, thank you for your help, sir. I thought I'd never get them home before the storm.
It's coming up fast now.
Would you care to step inside a while and take a cup of tea and maybe some to eat? That's my mother's place just over there.
If your mother wouldn't mind your bringing in a stranger.
I tell her how you helped me with the geese. Them geese are mother's pride.
You send them to market, do you?
Aye. Top price they always fetch, too.
Then perhaps she wouldn't mind giving me a cup of tea and shelter when the rain comes.
That she won't. Mother'll be right pleased to see a stranger. We hardly ever see anybody but ourselves from one year's end to the other. Mother! Mother, are you there?
Yes, here I be.
Here's a gentleman that helped me home with the geese. I've asked him in out of the storm.
Oh, good day to you.
I hope you don't mind my coming in this way.
Not a bit of it. Won't you be taking off your hat and coat and the staff you've got up around your face? It's nice and warm by the stove, and you'll not have need of them.
Yes. I suppose I'd better take them off. Why? What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Nothing, sir.
It's my face, eh? If you'd seen it outside, perhaps you mightn't have invited me in. Is that it?
Why, whatever makes you say such a thing? Where's your manners, sir? Fetch the gentleman a chair and wet the tea. I've got some saffron buns in the oven that'll be out in a minute or two.
That's a fine pasty you've got over there. You know, it's years since I had a pasty.
Oh, that's for... Oh, sister's baked back for a sweetheart. He'll be coming here on his way home from Bodmin.
I see. Nothing would persuade you to part with it, I suppose.
Part with it? But why?
I've just got a fancy for it.
Oh, she's baked it specially for Sam.
Sam. I wonder is he the young gentleman I met a day or so ago down at the Marston Bridge Inn?
A tall young fellow with red hair on him?
That'll be the same. And so, you baked this specially for him. Well. Now, suppose I were to offer you a guinea for it, huh?
A guinea?
Yes, a guinea. You think I'm mad, eh? I paid more than that for a meal in London a score of times, and I'll wager it hasn't been as rare a treat as a pasty baked for Sam by his sweetheart.
Mother, why, if you're serious...
I was never more so. Now, is it a bargain?
No. Don't be silly, Ferguson. What's a pasty? And a guinea means a lot to us.
But Sam's coming in the gate now. I can hear his horse's hoofs.
Excellent. Excellent. Here's the guinea. Now let me have my pasty. I'd like nothing better than to have young Sam come in and see me just starting to sink my teeth into his supper. Let me face the door so that I can get a good view of his face. This is going to be good. Almost as good as the pasty.
I won't let you.
What? Not let me eat a pasty that I've paid a guinea for?
You've got some other reason for this. You're trying to get back on Sam for something.
Sparza, what's come over you?
I don't know, Mother, but I don't like this man.
It was you who brought him to the house.
Yes, but it were almost dark outside, and how could I see what he was like with him all wrapped up in a scarf half over his face?
What are you talking about? Anyone would think the gentleman was someone we wouldn't care to ask inside.
You didn't like him either till you see the guinea that he has in his purse. Shame on you, Mother. Is that the way you judge a man?
And shame on ye that you talk to your own mother such a way. Sit you down, sir, beside the fire, and I'll be making you some tea. Ferguson, you can go and tell young Sam to come some other time if it's a pasty he's looking for.
What's this? Is it my name I can hear, Mrs. Cole?
What? What's that fellow doing here? Eating your pasty, as you can see.
Sam, come outside with me. I want to talk to you, Sam.
Yes, go along with her, young man. Your pasty's gone, I'm afraid. I bought it for a guinea.
What?
Now, Sam Trelawney, don't you go making scenes in this house. I'll not have it, you understand?
Please, Sam, please.
Oh, all right then. But it sticks in me throat to go taking dirt from him.
I hope I won't cause you any serious trouble between your daughter and her admirer, Mrs. Cole.
It won't be troubling me too much if he never darkens the door again.
Don't you like him?
Oh, he's well enough. But she's thrown herself away on him, and that's the truth of it.
In what way?
She could do better for herself than Sam, if she'd a mind to.
So she has more than one admirer, then?
Oh, my Ferris is the prettiest girl for 30 miles around. She could take her pick. Even Josiah Wallace would wed with her, and him with the finest farm in the district and 3 houses and a ship in Bodmin.
Quite a match.
That fair makes me mad to think of that young Sam standing in her way, and that's the truth of it.
So you wouldn't be sorry if he was removed?
Oh, I don't wish him any harm. But I don't want to see my girl wed to a poor man the same as I was.
Well, we'll have to see what we can do. We'll have to see.
I'm not saying that the widow Cole weren't a lot to blame for what happened. Fair daft she must have been to be took in by a scoundrel like Hyde.
But was she taken in?
Aye, there you be right. She were dazzled by his guineas, if you be asking me. And the good Lord knows he had a power of money in his purse.
There's your shooter yourself sitting there dancing half the night. What's the
me. Oh, hold your noise, woman. The doctor wants to hear all about young Sam and that feller Hyde. Don't you, sir?
Yes, yes. Let me hear it all.
Well, as I was saying, the widow Cole were fair dazzled by his guineas. Brazen it were, and at her age, too. You could have knocked me down with a feather when he moved his traps out of this here inn and went off to live with them. He did, too. You know, he went off from the inn on their invitation.
And, how did the rest of the village take it?
Oh, it were open scandal, so it were. When she began to wear them flash clothes, bought, if you please, at Josiah Wallace's store in Bodmin, where things reached a pretty pass. The poor lass Thurzer could scarce hold up her head.
Mother, you're never going to church in clothes like that.
And why not? Isn't it time I had something decent to wear instead of the old rags I've had to put up with all my life?
But, Mother, what'll folks be saying?
They'll be saying that fine feathers make fine birds, no doubt. Well, let 'em, as long as the feathers be on my hat.
Oh, you can't. Mother, what's come over you? How can you do such things?
What things?
Take presents from Mr. Hyde. Don't you know what folks be saying?
Let them. I've wanted nice things all my life and never had a chance of getting them. Do you think I'm going to pass them by now because of a lot of wagging tongues? Put on your bonnet and let's be getting off. Parson don't like it if folks comes late.
I'll not be going with you.
What's that?
You heard.
Put on your things this minute, or do I have to fetch you a slap across the ear to remind you I'm your mother?
It'd take more than that to make me know that the woman standing afore me now, dressed in them clothes that she got in such a way as any mother of mine.
Take that for your farce. It's no use blubbering like that. I'll have no child of mine give me a lip while she's living in my house.
Very well, then. I'll go.
You'll what?
Either that man Hyde goes or I do.
And who are you, miss, to set yourself up in judgment of your mother?
Would you be asking me to condone the things I knows are going on? Do you think I'm blind and deaf?
I'd be asking you to mind your own business.
What my mother does and what folks say about her is my business. And if I can do aught to bring you to your senses, I'll do it.
You'd be a deal better advised to come to your senses yourself. Look at the fine length of silk he brought you home 2 days ago. And what did you do with it?
Put it in the fire. The same as I'd burn any other of the devil's things he brings into the house. That man's a fiend. There's not been aught of happiness or peace or good about the place ever since the first minute he set foot here. Didn't he and Sam get into Holt's right away on account of the way he beat the poor dog?
And what's that got to do with you and me? Has he ever said a word that's out of place or been anything except a perfect gentleman the whole time he's been stopping here with me?
And have we done anything but quarrel and have ill feeling between us? Us has lived peaceable all these years. And will Sam come about the place when there's any danger of coming face to face with him?
Maybe in time to come you'll be grateful to him for that.
If you think you'll get me to marry Josiah Wallace that way, is that the reason that you had him here to stay? Because you knew it'd cause trouble between me and Sam?
I had him here because he offered to pay me good money for the room. And I was sick of sweating and slaving on the farm for every penny I got. And right glad I was of the chance of getting some easy.
What a pleasant domestic scene. Mother and daughter exchanging a few home truths.
You devil, you devil. Do you see what you've done?
See something, but perhaps you could reveal some hidden meanings to this pretty scene.
Look at her. Is she the same woman that you saw when you first came here?
Not exactly. But I can't say that the change isn't for the better.
Can't you? Do you think she's better in them clothes and that hat and her face all painted and powdered? Oh, how can you? How can you? Why did you want to come and bring such sorrow onto us? What can you want? We're making a fool out of her.
I have my own peculiar methods of enjoyment.
I haven't never hated anyone in all my life before. But I hate you so much that I could take this knife and stick it into that black heart of yours, so true as heavens above I could. Stop it! Stop it, I say!
So, you on your knees and beg my pardon and say you're sorry.
I won't. I'm not sorry. I wish I'd killed you.
I'm very strong. I can break this wrist of yours. I shouldn't like to have to do it, but I will.
Oh, let her go. Let her go. Don't do that.
Get out of my way, you rattle fool. And now, my pretty little vixen, will you get down on your knees and do as I say?
No. No, I won't. I hate you.
That's better. Now we're getting to it. Down you go. Both knees. Now, your head on the ground. Right down until it touches my boots.
No.
Then one twist more and that should be enough. I thought it would be. Now say you're sorry and I'll let you go.
I'm sorry.
You're a nice, kind gentleman, and I'm grateful for what you've done for Mother and myself.
You're a nice, kind gentleman, and I'm grateful for what you've done. Oh, let me go. I can't stand the pain.
Sorry, say the rest of it. Come on, say the rest of it for Mother and myself.
For Mother and myself.
That's right. Now I'll let you go and you can get up.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You're as bad as him. I never want to see either of you as long as I live. Elsa, where be you going?
Let her go. Let her go. She can't go far. She hasn't either clothes or money.
Oh, how could you do it to her? She's right. You are a fiend. Oh, how could I ever have had anything to do with you?
Because you're a contemptible, money-grabbing, unscrupulous hag.
Where are you going?
To pack my things. I've had enough of simple village life. You and your charming, though regrettably straight-laced daughter have begun to bore me.
You can't. You can't just go off and leave me like this.
What gave you the idea that I'd do anything else? I'll admit it may be a little unpleasant for you. After all, I imagine that your neighbors must have a very fair idea as to the source of your sudden prosperity. But that will pass, along with the prosperity. You tried to stab me, would you? Allow me, my dear. Good. I'm glad I didn't have to use the same harsh methods I was forced to adopt about Thursday. And now, while I think of it, I believe I'll have that ruby ring off your finger. It belonged to my father. Can't imagine what made me give it to you.
Well, you've got your ring. Now get out of this house. At once.
As soon as I've got my things, with the greatest of pleasure.
Mind you, I'd have knowed naught of all this I'm telling you if it hadn't have been for Billy Pedlar, who was coming home from market and heard the goings on. He got off his horse and went to take a peep through the window. And he seen Hyde fair tear the ring from off her hand.
I was wondering how you knew so much.
There ain't much as Mrs. Me, sir, I can tell you that.
So it seems.
Speaking of finger rings, that be a right queer one you're wearing now. If you'll excuse me for remarking on it.
Yes, yes, it is rather unusual. It belonged to my father.
Oh, did it now? I had a thought run through my head when I seen it, but I must have been mistaken.
Why, what did you think?
Well, Billy Pedlar told me about the ring that I'd took off the Widow Cole's hand. He'd seen her wearing it afore, you know, and I'd have sworn it were the same as you be wearing now.
Yes, you're quite right. Hyde did wear it. I'd lent it to him for a while.
Oh, and he were a friend of yours?
Well, not exactly a friend, but I had a good deal to do with him. In a way, I was responsible for him. That's why I've come down here now to try and see what can be done to make up for what he did.
It'll take more than the power of mortal man to undo what Hyde did.
Oh, but I can do something, surely. Thurza's still alive, and young Sam...
Aye, they be living, but there's a sight of bitterness and suffering that can't be wiped away. Maybe you don't know the full story.
Then tell me. I know Hyde's side of it, but I'd like to hear another.
Well, as I was saying, after Hyde had forced her to her knees afore him and made her beg his pardon, poor young Thurza run out of the house and down the road like one demented. She was smarting from the blows her ma had fetched her. And then there were the times she took the knife to Hyde. Well, she was sobbing and crying to herself as she run out of the place and didn't seem to rightly know what she were at. Billy Pedler called to her, but she never heeded him nor stopped until she came to young Sam's place and banged on the door.
Sam, let me in.
Thurza, Lord of mercy, lass, what become of here?
Sam.
Oh, hush now, calm yourself and tell us what it's all about. Here, let me dry your eyes. Lord save us. What's this on your face? Did someone strike you?
Mother, she beat me, Sam, something cruel.
And why?
Because I took to her about the way she's going on. I couldn't stand it any longer, Sam, and that's the truth. It's very ashamed I be.
And she struck you?
With a pot stick. I be black and blue.
Oh, I can see your face, poor lass. Come, let me bathe that cut above your eye and fetch you something to drink.
No, I couldn't touch a thing.
Oh, just to drink a milk or maybe some tea. 'Twill help to calm you. Come now, that's a good lass. Hester and Father be sitting in the kitchen. We'll go into them and tell them what it is that's happened to you.
No. I shouldn't have come. I should have hid me shame. What'll your father say when he hears about it?
Don't you take no notice of him. He's an old man with a bitter tongue. It's me you've got to take heed of, and I'll say you did right to come here. Where else should you go?
I hadn't nowhere else. Since Mother's took to carrying on so brazen, there ain't hardly no one that'll speak to me.
Oh, we'll change all that. You and me'll be wed, and I'd like to see the man or woman that scorned my wife. Come along now, don't be afeard. We'll tell the old man, and I'll not stand for any of his goings-on where you're concerned.
Oh!
What's the matter, lass?
My wrist. You took my wrist.
Has your wrist been hurt, too? Let me look at it. Oh! How come you by this? Where'd you get these bruises and these finger marks?
Oh, Sammy, it were him. He all but broke it.
Him? Do you mean Hyde?
They're mad I were. I can't tell you about it, but I tried to kill him, Sam. I tried to drive a knife into him. I hated him that much.
Lord have mercy. And he did this to you?
He grabbed me by the wrist and made me drop the knife. And then he forced me down on my knees and made me beg his pardon and thank him for his kindness to Mother.
By crikey, I'll choke the cur for this.
Who's there, Sam?
It be Thurza, Father. She's in trouble.
Bring her here, then.
Come along, lass. Dry your tears. Hester'll take care of you. And I'll be off to deal with Hyde.
Oh, look out for him, Sam. He'd do anything.
He'll not do what he's done to you and get clear of it. Come, here's the kitchen. Go ye in and bide with Hester.
Why, sir, that is a long time since you last come here. Saints alive, what's happened to you?
Fetch some water and a piece of clean rag, Hester. Thurza's in no state to be worried. It's help she needs.
What's the meaning of it? How did she come by the bruises and neck
cuts on her cheek.
She had trouble with her mother.
Her mother, eh? Why does she come here?
Well, where else should she go?
Well, stick in her own place, not go dragging decent folks into the shame and disgrace they're not responsible for.
Father, shame on you to speak to Thirza so. It's all right. I shouldn't have came. I'm sorry. I'll go.
Thirza, you stop where you are.
No, Sam, I'll go.
Not while I'm here. You won't.
You're not a well at a pass.
Would you let her go back to that house when you see what's been done to her?
What's that got to do with me?
It's got a lot to do with me. Thirza's my lass, and I'll not stand by and see her treated ill. Not by you nor anybody else.
Then it's the worse for you. Because I'll not have one of her kind in my house so long as I'm master of it.
One of her kind? What do you mean?
It's a new bird that'll come out of that nest. Her father was a waster and a drunkard. And her mother? Ha! Well, let's say no more of her.
Oh, stop it, stop. I never should have come here. And I'll go.
You go after her, Sam, and fetch her back.
If he does, I'll slam the door in both their faces.
I'll take a charge on that. I'm going for Thirza.
Father, ben't you ashamed of yourself? Speaking to the poor lass like that and her in such a pass.
But who brought her to it?
Is it her fault? Was she ever off with a decent, right-living, respectable girl, no matter what her mother might have done?
There's bad blood in that brood, now, and none of it in mine.
You've never wanted Sam to marry her, and this suits you fine.
It proves what I say. There's bad blood, and it'll show even though you wait till you're 40, like the widow Cole.
And if Thirza ever comes to any wrong, it'll be you who helped to drive her there.
Well, what's that you say?
She's in mortal trouble, and you've driven her out. And you call yourself a Christian.
You shut your mouth, girl. I have no child of mine talk to me that way.
And I'll not stand by and see a poor lass driven out when she's so sore in need of help. You can get your own supper. I'm going off to help Sam find her and to bring her back.
Well, that was the beginning of the old man's sickness. When they come back, they found him lying on the floor of his kitchen. And it were days afore he spoke, and he hasn't never set foot to the ground from that day to this. Oh, it were a black time all round that night, and all of it on account of that devil Hyde.
Tell me.
Didn't you say as Esther were coming down to see you sometime this evening?
Yes. She promised she would when I was out at their place today.
Well, she be coming now. Get her to tell you what happened that night out on the moors. She and Sam were there. She can tell you firsthand, which is more than I can do.
I wonder, will she?
Ask her. No, I'll go out of here and leave the two of you alone. It'll be easier for her that way. Well, good night to you, and thank you kindly for the baccy and the ale.
Thank you for telling me so much. I'm very indebted to you.
To me? For gossiping? I must tell me daughter that. I doubt if she'll believe it, though. Good night, sir.
Good night, Jeremy. Good night. Sister, I want you to believe that I'd do anything in my power to set the rights, the wrongs you and your brother and Thirza have suffered at the hands of Hyde. The blackest day in my whole life was when I first set eyes on his hideous form and face.
Did you ever see the like of it? It fair made my blood run cold. Oh, how could Thurza's mother... Oh, well, that's all past and gone now. She's dead this 3 years past, and all her follies wear.
Dead?
Aye. She caught a chill that wild night we were searching on the moors for Thurza. Soaked to the bone she were. Naught we could do would make her come inside to cease the search. She were ill a long time after that, and never rightly got over it.
And where was Thurza found?
At the bottom of one of the old tin workings. She'd been there 2 days before Sam caught a glimpse of her.
But how did she get there?
The night were awful wild. I guess she didn't rightly know what she were about and stumbled as she ran along. She tried to save herself, poor lass, and hung on to a bit of a bush as she slipped down the side. That's how Sam got track of her. He seed it where it had pulled out by the roots, and he climbed down to look.
But She wasn't killed.
Not killed, but mortal hurt. Her back it were. She's lay like a log ever since.
And Sam went off to South Africa.
He never forgave his father for driving her out that night, and never a word has he spoken to him since. It's all but broke poor father's heart. He be a hard man, but Sam were his only son and the light of his eyes.
Well, there's something I can do. I can bring Sam back from South Africa and give your father back his son.
Aye, but what about poor Thursday?
I'm a doctor, a surgeon. I've done many things to help people who've been crippled. I can't say till I've seen her, but it may be possible.
To make her well again?
Don't hope for too much, but perhaps I can do something.
I'd go down on my knees and give thanks every day of my life if you could do something for Sam. It were that drove him off to South Africa as much as anything. He was set on marrying her, cripple or no cripple. And when she wouldn't hear of it, he couldn't stick the place no more.
Very well, then. That is my task. I must bring your brother back and give him Thursday, well and strong again.
Are you serious? How can such a thing be done? They do say it were her spine that got hurt. It were a terrible fall she had, right down to the bottom of the old tin wording.
Have any really good doctors seen her?
Just the best we had in Bodmin.
Bodmin's a very pretty little town, but I don't suppose it boasts anything very outstanding in the way of a bone specialist.
Oh, no, there bain't no one there at all as you could rightly call a specialist. Just Dr. Lethbridge. And him not so young neither.
Then that gives me fresh hope. I have a friend in London who's performed miracles on people who've been thought to be crippled for life. When do you think I could see her?
Well, she be living with her aunt about 9 miles from here. Maybe you could hire a landlord's horse and trap and drive across.
Will you come with me?
Nay, I couldn't be leaving father for so long. He's asleep now, or I'd never have got away as it is.
But do you think she'd talk to me and let me examine her if she hadn't you to tell her I was a friend?
Why, for sure. She's only got to look at your face, for one thing.
Is it a face that you would trust, Hester?
It's a face the like of which I've never seen afore. Like a picture I once seen somewhere, when I were a little child. So kind, so sad, so beautiful.
Thank you, Hester, my dear. Thank you. You can't possibly know what it means to hear that from you.
Why from me?
You have known Hyde.
Hyde? What has he got to do with ye? Don't speak of him. Just let me forget.
Very well, then. I'll not mention him again. And now, if you'd like to go back to your father, I'll walk along the road with you.
That be right kindly, but there bain't any need. It's bright moonlight, and I hain't far to go.
But I feel the need of a little walk. It's rather stuffy in this little room with such a big fire. Let's, if you don't mind my coming with you.
Of course I don't. I'd be glad of your company.
Let's go, then. I'll just put on this coat and scarf. By the way, I think I'd rather you didn't say anything to the people in the village about my trying to get Thursday cured and Sam brought back from South Africa.
You can rely on me. I'll keep mum and no mistake.
Good. Shall we go, then? Thursday, I want you to trust me. I've come all the way from London to try and help you, but without your assistance, I can't do anything.
Why should you be troubling yourself about me, Dr. Jekyll?
Well, that's a question I can't answer. But does it really matter? I've heard your story. In a curious way, I'm compelled to hold myself responsible for things that Hyde did. I want to try and put them right. Isn't that enough?
Responsible for Hyde. Then I pity you. You've a load of guilt laid on your soul.
That'll weigh it to the ground. Yes, I know. Someone once said those words to me a long time ago. No one but myself knows how true they are.
I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you. Please don't look that way. You make me feel fair ashamed of myself. So kind you are, and me talking to you like that.
Then you'll let me do what I can for you.
If I've been ungrateful, it's because I daren't let myself have hope. You can't dream what it's like to lie here year after year with nothing to hope for but dying.
Now, that's all past. I feel sure that something can be done for you. If you'll let me look at your back and see where the injury was. How did it happen? Did you lose your way and stumble into the old mine?
No, I did not lose my way. I knew where I were right enough.
Then what happened? Do you remember very much?
Why shouldn't I? Is it life that I'd forget?
No. No, I suppose not. But I was just interested to know if the fall had caused you to forget any of the things that happened just before the accident. It sometimes does, you know.
I remember everything. At night when I lie here in the dark, I can even see his face and hear his voice.
You mean Hyde's?
You didn't suspect that he were there, did you? I told no one. What were the use? He'd gone. No one had seen Hyde nor hear of him after that night. And Sam, poor lad, he were nigh out of his mind, as it were.
He blamed Hyde for what had happened?
And wasn't it because of him? If he'd never set foot in Marston Bridge, me and Sam would have been wed this 3 year past. And poor mother, oh, well, let her rest in peace.
And you've kept the secret all this time?
Aye.
But you shouldn't. It's bad for you. You say you see his face and hear his voice when you lie here in the dark.
Aye, clear as can be it is. I can hear the wind blowing and feel a bit of rain in my face, and I'm stumbling across the moors, not heeding where I'm going, half mad with hurt and sorrow. How long I wandered there, I've no way of knowing. They told me afterwards that they were searching for me with lanterns, but I never seen them. And all at once, as I came along the little path near the top of the mine shaft, I seen someone standing afore me. Fair give me a turn, it did. Who be you?
Is it Thursday? Well, well. What are you doing out here alone?
Hyde, what be you doing here?
I'm on my way to the nearest railway station. I've a kind of idea I'm not very welcome at Marston Bridge much longer.
Welcome? You were never welcome. You were hated from the first moment you set foot on the place.
You're thinking of Sam's dog?
That and all the other things you did. You'll be hated round this place so long as any of us remains alive to remember you.
Come, is it so bad as that? Won't your mother think a little kindly of me sometime?
How can you mock at her like that? Haven't you done enough without laughing at our shame?
My dear child, you take these things too hard. That's what comes of living in a little place like Marston Bridge. If you were in London, for instance...
But I'm not. I'm in Marston Bridge. And I've got to live there the rest of my life and suffer the punishment that you've brought on us.
What punishment will you have to suffer?
I were turned out at Sam's house this very night.
You were? That's splendid. I never hoped for anything so good as that.
Good? Is that what you call good? Broken hearts and broken lives. Have you no pity, no mercy at all in that heart of yours?
Pity and mercy, not a grain of it. Don't you know what I am? I'm evil, pure evil. Never before in the entire history of man has there ever been another creature like myself. Hell itself has nothing to rival me.
You're mad. I can tell it. It's too dark to see your face, but I can guess the way it looks.
It's not a pleasant face, is it? No one likes my face. I love to see the way they shudder and turn sick. How would you like to have it close to yours, my dear? How would you like to feel my cheek against yours?
Don't stop it. Get away from me. Oh, let me pass.
Not till you've given me a kiss. Do you think it was your mother I really wanted? No. It was you.
You beast. You fiend. Let go of me. I'd die before I...
Oh, no, you wouldn't. Life is very sweet, my child, and what's a kiss? Soon over, and you'll find it's not so bad. Come now. Be sensible.
Never. If you knew the way I hate you.
Then I'll take it for myself. I'd have let you off lightly if you'd been civil. Now you'll pay dearly for the things you've said.
No, I will not. No, you won't.
You little vixen, sink your teeth into me, would you? Oh, so you got away. Look out. Where are you going? Mind the edge of the cutting. Mind. Gone. She's gone. Little fool. Sam Trelawney's dog. That brute hates me. I'd better go, or he'll be on my tracks. Let's see. What way? There's a glimpse of the moon. I'll have to keep it on my right, and then I'll strike the road. Where's my stick and bag? There they are. That's good. That's very good. The ground is stony here. No one will see my footsteps. They'll never know that anyone was here besides the girl. That's good. That's good. Show your lantern here, Ted. Badger's onto something here. He'd never bark that way for nothing. Where are we? By the edge of the old tin working. Lord of mercy, don't say it. Look, what's up? See, that little bush there, almost torn out by the roots. Aye, we see it. Mightn't have someone have grabbed it? Oh, look, there's a piece of something flapping in the wind. It's a bit of cloth. Her dress, she's here. Oh, she's fallen down the shaft.
Here, wait a minute, Tom. You're never going down there like that.
She's down there. Thursday's down there. You must have ropes, man, and more like. It's suicide to go without. Do you think that I can stop here and her down there?
Hold him. Don't let him go.
Down there.
Steady, lad. Us knows the way you feel, but there'd be no use in two of you going down head first into yon shaft.
Oh, she might be dead. There's water down there. Oh, wait a minute. Thursday, can you hear me? Thursday, it's she. She's answered. We're coming, lass. We're coming down for you. You go for ropes. Ted and Billy. I'll wait here. I'll stop here and call from time to time. It'll give her heart to wait. And hurry. Keep your courage, lass. As soon as we have ropes and lanterns, we'll get you up. It won't be long. I promise you it won't be long.
Beginning hard. And by I see them coming down the cutting. When they got to me and started to carry me up to the top, I don't remember anymore.
The pain must have been terrible.
It were worse nor anything I ever dreamed a body could endure.
There might be more pain for you, Thursday, before you get well again.
I'd let you tear me limb from limb if I could walk again and be like other folks.
Then there is something I've got to do. You shall walk through Marston Bridge and back to your own home, and then perhaps you'll not lie in the dark anymore and see the face of Edward Hyde.
Thursday, I've reserved a special carriage on the train. Your whole bed will be lifted into it so that you can go up to London without ever having to move.
Even if you never do aught else for me, Doctor, I'll never forget how kind you've been and what a change you've made in life for me.
You just wait till I've finished. I haven't started yet. As soon as you get to London, I'm going to have you taken to a private nursing home. And then we'll get the best specialist in England to have a look at you.
Won't you be looking after me?
Of course I will, but I'll need help. There are plenty of things that I don't know.
I'd rather have you than anybody else, no matter how much they know.
You wait till Sir Humphrey sees you. You'll like him. He operated on the little Duke of Cumberland after he was thrown off his horse. They thought he'd never walk again, but a little while ago, I saw him playing football.
True? Be that true?
As true as you're going to get up off that bed of yours and walk across the room to me inside 6 months.
It do seem too wonderful to even think about. And me thinking I'd be lying here, stuck in this little room for the rest of me days.
Instead of which you're going up to London, and you're going to start life all over again. Oh, what's this? Not tears?
Oh, why should you do all this for me?
Will you do something for me?
Anything in all the world.
Well, get well and strong. Nothing you can ever do will mean so much to me as that. Will you promise?
I promise.
Come along, then. Put your arms around my neck. I'm going to carry you out of the carriage, outside, and then they'll come and get your bed and take it down to the station. Are you ready?
Aye, that I be.
Hold hard, then. Don't be afraid. I'll not let you fall.
I'd not be afeard of anything with you.
Well, matron, how's my patient today?
Much the same, Doctor. Sir Humphrey's just having a look at her now. Would you care to go along?
No, I'll see him after he's finished. Has she been out in the garden today?
Yes, she had about 3 hours in the sun.
Make any attempt to walk?
2 of the nurses supported her.
But no success by herself?
None at all.
Strange. Ah, here's Sir Humphrey. I'll see what he has to say.
Oh, there you are, Jekyll. I got here a little early. Hope you don't mind my going ahead and seeing Miss Cole.
Not at all. I'm glad I wasn't there in a way. I'm anxious to hear what you think.
Well, to be quite frank, I'm a little at a loss. There's no reason at all why she shouldn't have begun to use her legs ages ago. After all, there was no fracture, just a severe dislocation of the spine. When once we get that right...
Yes, I know.
Of course, there was a certain amount of atrophy of the muscles from this use. If only that fellow down in... where was it he lived?
Bodmin?
That's right, Bodmin. Well, if he'd had the sense to really find out what was the matter with her, she'd have been on her feet years ago.
So, what are we going to do?
Oh, just persevere. She's got an idea. She's going to fall. Now, if we could only get her walking without thinking about it...
you think she'd be all right?
Oh, of course she would. Physically, there's not a thing the matter.
All right. I think I've got an idea. Would you care to stay for a while and see?
See what?
If we can get her to walk without thinking of it.
Oh, how are you going to do that?
That's my secret. Is she back in her room?
Yes. They brought her inside to let me examine her.
Good. Well, let's go and see what we can do.
By the way, I was reading an article of yours in an old science magazine. Ever do any chemical research these days?
Now, Thurza, I want you to walk across this room.
Oh, I'll fall. I know I'll fall.
Oh, not you. I got Sir Humphrey to come along specially to tell you that there's not a thing the matter with you.
Then why can't I move my legs?
You only think you can't.
Am I as daft as all that?
You're not daft at all. You're just frightened.
What about?
That you're going to fall. Now, you're going to stand up, and I'm going to take away those crutches like this.
Oh, no.
Now. You must trust me, Thurza. And when I tell you there's nothing the matter, I mean it. Don't you remember how you promised me you'd do anything in the world for me?
Aye, and I would, too.
Then you've got to let me take your crutches and try to stand on your feet by yourself. Now, will you do that much?
I'll try.
Good girl. Now we'll do it. Now, are you ready?
Aye.
First one. Oh. Then the other. Steady.
Aye.
Steady now.
Oh.
Thurza.
Oh. Sam.
Steady now. What's all the fuss about, Thurza?
Oh, where did you come from? Oh, Sam, be it really you?
I don't know who else should be hugging you and kissing you like this.
Why, I walked. I walked.
Of course you did. Didn't Dr. Jekyll tell you to?
Dr. Jekyll? Why, he's gone.
God. Why, so he has. And the other one, too. Can you beat that now? Perhaps they guessed we'd like to be alone.
Oh, how did you get here? Where did you come from, Sam?
I got in yesterday by boat all the way from South Africa.
And why did no one tell me you were coming back?
Oh, that was part of his plan for curing you. He knew that there had to be someone to take your mind off yourself so that you'd walk without thinking about it.
Oh, Sam, it's like a miracle to have you back and to find that I can walk.
Oh, Thurzer, steady now. Hang on to me. Perhaps you'd better not be too flash with standing up at first.
Oh.
Let me pick you up and carry you back to your chair.
Nay, let me walk. He said that there were nothing wrong with me. I want to prove that he were right. He said I'd walk through Maston Bridge back to me own home, and that I'd not lie in the dark no more and see the face of Edward Hyde.
He were right, lads. He were right. Y'all walk through Marston Bridge to your own home, and I'll go with you till the day I die.
Henry.
Why, Margaret. You, of all people. Where did you come from?
I'm just up in London for a few days to do some shopping. I caught sight of you as you passed, and well, I ran after you, Henry.
I'm awfully glad you did. Come and sit down in this little park and tell me all about yourself. Where have you been all this time?
I went abroad for a while, and then I came back and went down to stay with Sir Robert and Lady Fairley. That's where I am now.
You're not making your home there permanently?
What do you mean, Henry?
Do I have to say?
You mean John?
Yes, John.
I thought I'd steeled myself against hearing you say things like that. But they still hurt, I'm afraid.
Why? Because I want you to be happy.
That you can hope to hear me say I'm going to marry another man. Sometimes I wonder, did you ever love me at all?
Oh, Margaret.
I know. But if only you'd tell me why you won't marry me. If I had something positive to go on, it'd be easier. But you've given me nothing but hints and evasions.
Is it not enough, my dear, that I must renounce you forever? Must I also make you hate me before you'll consent to find happiness with someone else?
How can I do that? Could you?
You mean find happiness with someone else?
Yes. You and I grew together through the years, Henry. I never realized how close we were until I've been trying to forget you during the past 3 months.
You must forget. Don't you understand? You must.
I can't. That's what I came up to London for. Oh, I pretended I wanted to do some shopping. That wasn't so. I came to see you. I had to see you.
But you mustn't. You mustn't. You don't understand. You don't know what you're saying.
I know there'll never be anybody else for me. No matter what you've done or what you are.
Oh, Margaret. If you could only understand. You don't understand.
I know I don't. I'll never understand what it is that came over you. Why you suddenly changed when my father was...
Don't say it.
Henry.
Don't say it.
Don't look like that. You haven't still got that terrible thought that you were responsible for what happened?
I had allowed myself to forget. To forget for a little while. I'm glad that
you reminded me.
Henry, what do you mean? What is this mad obsession that you've got? I was talking to Hugh Lanyon. He was telling me that you're trying to find all the people that Hyde has injured and to put things right for them.
You had no right.
You had every right. He's your friend and I'm the woman you love. Can't we know the secrets of your life?
No. Never. No one shall ever know that.
Henry, my darling, why do you shut me out? You look so haggard and so worn. Oh, and it's all so needless.
Why must you torture me? Haven't I told you that there could be nothing more between us?
But why? Why?
Because I no longer love you.
What? What did you say? Henry, it's not true. Not that. Oh, anything but that.
What else can it be? I've tried to spare you, but you forced me to it.
You mean there's someone else?
Yes. There's someone else.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I should have understood before. It was stupid of me. I'll go now. No, don't bother to get up. I'll just walk down that path and out through the gate. It's best to do it that way. Goodbye. I hope that you'll be very happy.
Why, Margaret, where are you off to?
Hugh. Oh, don't stop me now. Let me go, please.
But there's something the matter. Why, you're crying, Margaret.
Just let me go. There's nothing you can do.
Are you quite sure? Let me find you a cab or something. I can't leave you like this. Won't you tell me what's happened?
Oh, I'm so ashamed of myself, crying in the street. Everybody's turning to look at me.
Oh, forget about that. You just tell me what's the matter. You've got me very worried.
There's nothing to worry about. It's just that I met Henry and it rather upset me. Oh, Hugh, I'm so glad it's you I met. You're so comforting.
Well, I'm jolly glad of that. Because you look as though you're in need of a little comfort. Why, look, here's the little tea shop. How would you like to go in there for a while? Looks nice and cozy. You can sit there and tell me all about it.
All right. Let's go then.
Good girl. Now, what'll you have? Tea and buns?
Oh, tea and anything. Just so long as I can sit here for a while and get control of myself.
Oh, you'll do that all right. Come along now. Tell me all about it.
Oh, it's silly of me. I suppose I should have known. But it's the one thing I never dreamed of.
What is?
That Henry should have fallen in love with someone else.
What?
That's it.
Who told you this?
He did. I've just left him. We've been sitting in those little gardens at the end of the street.
If anybody had told me but you, Margaret, I'd said I was dreaming.
Then you don't know anything about it?
Absolutely nothing.
He's never said anything to you?
Well, I knew he had some strange sort of idea after his illness about not getting married.
Yes, I know that. We had a long talk about 3 months ago. He told me then that he felt he had no right to marry me or any other woman. He spoke as if there was some sort of blight on him, as though some terrible thing had happened that set him apart from all other men.
But I thought he'd got over that. He's been tons better lately. Had 1 or 2 remarkable successes in his work, and that seemed to do him no end of good.
Yes, he is looking better. But perhaps that isn't only due to his work.
What do you mean?
Well,
If there's this other woman...
I can't believe it.
Then why would he say it?
Goodness only knows. I've been Henry's best friend for a long time now. I've given up asking why about him. Here's our tea. Good, sane, honest tea. Have a cup or two of that, and then you can tell me the rest of the story.
I think you know most of it, Hugh. Ever since we've been children, Henry and I seem to accept the fact that one day we'd be married. Oh, but perhaps I was wrong. I might have thought he cared for me, and all the while...
Nonsense. I know how Henry felt about you. There's never been anyone else. I don't believe there ever can be.
Then who is this other woman he's talking about?
I don't know. But the first chance I get, I'll ask him.
No, please don't.
Yes, I will. I can't see you going around with so much unhappiness in your eyes and not do something about it.
I don't think you'll be able to do much about it, Hugh.
Confound the fellow. I'd like to wring his neck.
Dear old Hugh. Drink your tea while it's hot and tell me all about yourself and Nancy. When are you going to be married? At least let me enjoy the thought of your happiness.
Well, all being well, we plan to take the plunge in about a fortnight.
So soon? Of course. I'm forgetting that I've been away for ages. Where are you going for your honeymoon?
Nowhere original. Believe it or not, we're going walking through the lake country.
It should be marvelous up there now. But anywhere it should be marvelous. On a honeymoon.
Oh, sir. I'm sorry. What a clumsy ass I am. What do I want to go talking about that for?
You didn't. I asked you. I'm the one who's the fool, Hugh. Henry made things perfectly clear to me ages ago. I deliberately sought him out today and forced him to tell me what he did. It serves me right. I should have had more pride.
Oh, pride be hanged. I admire you for doing it. Must have taken a lot of courage. Not one woman in 1,000 would have done it.
That's nice of you. I feel I need a little of that sort of thing. My vanity's had rather a bad time, you know.
Vanity, nothing. If Henry's mad enough to prefer someone else to you, that's just his bad judgment.
I wonder who on earth she can be.
I don't know. But I'll find out just as soon as ever I can. Hello, Peters. Any idea where Dr. Jekyll is?
Oh, he was here about 5 minutes ago. I think I heard him say something about checking through some list of supplies that came in from the drugstore.
Oh, probably in the dispensary. I'll have a look. Have things been busy today?
Busy? Oh, that's not the word for it. 42 cases in the outpatient department alone.
Made me feel ashamed it wasn't here to lend a hand. But I met an old friend and stayed talking.
Oh, that must have been nice.
Wasn't a bit nice. She's a very rare and splendid person. She's just taken a particularly bad knock. Sometimes human souls need little attention as much as human bodies, Peters, my dear.
I'm sorry.
I don't apologize. I know what you must have been thinking. You look terribly tired. Can't you finish up and go home?
There's a good hour's more work to be got through here, and then at least half a dozen people to be visited before I get home.
Henry and I flatter ourselves we do most of the hard work around this clinic. But if we didn't have you to carry on where we left off...
Now, listen, none of your blarney, Dr. Lanyon. Save that for Nancy. Oh, by the way, she left a message for you. She couldn't wait till you got back, as she had to go and have some dresses fitted. She wants you to meet her at Marble Arch at 5 o'clock.
Oh, I'll have to hurry then.
Oh, don't go without seeing Dr. Jekyll. I know he wants to discuss something with you.
Good old Peters. You forget nothing, do you?
Yes. And that's what I get for it. Good old Peters.
Why, Peters, dear, what's the matter?
What do you think's the matter? Just because I work here like a cart horse doesn't mean that I've got no further ambitions than a load of straw.
Ambitions? Of course, I know there's neither honor nor glory here.
That's not what I mean. I'm not talking about material things.
What is it, then?
Oh, I suppose I'm a stupid old maid, but somehow the sight of Nancy going off this afternoon to have her wedding dress tried on, looking so happy and so pretty, And me left here to dress leg ulcers and carbuncles.
Peters, darling.
Don't take any notice of me. I'm sorry. I'll get over it. I'm tired, I suppose.
Of course you're tired. You'll have to have a holiday. I'll speak to Henry about it.
Don't you dare. Don't you ever dare mention what I've just said to you, or I'll walk out of this clinic and I'll never come back again.
Well, I'll be... Hello there. I say, what have you been saying to Peters? I met her running along the passage as though old Nick were after her.
It's what she's been saying to me, rather. But she doesn't want that discussed, so let's forget it.
All right. By the way, where have you been? We need you rather badly down here this afternoon.
I was talking to Margaret.
Margaret? Where did you meet her?
Not far from the place where she'd been talking to you. Henry, what's at the bottom of this breach between you two?
I told you. I told you months ago.
You're a sick man, then. When you believe there might have been some reason for your not getting married. But those weren't the reasons you gave Margaret this afternoon.
What do you mean?
Did she? She told me everything. Henry, old man, it isn't true, is it?
What are you talking about?
There isn't any other woman, is there?
How do you know?
Because I know how you feel about her. Don't think I haven't seen the look on your face when anybody mentions her name. There's no one else in the world for you but her. And I told her so.
You what?
I told her so. I suppose you had some sort of reason for telling her different.
I had some sort of reason? Of course I had, you blundering idiot. How dare you interfere in my private affairs? If I told her one thing, what right had you to say anything different?
Henry, I'm awfully sorry.
I should think you would be. Do you think I did it lightly without knowing all the consequences? And now you come along and undo all that I've done.
She was so unhappy.
Well, what if she was? Isn't it better to know the truth and live in a fool's paradise?
Then it is the truth?
Yes. Yes, the truth.
Then I can only apologize all over again. I feel that... I can't tell you how I feel.
That's all right. You meant well. I know that. And of course, you weren't expected to know.
The longer I know you, Henry, old man, the less I seem to understand.
I know, but bear with me. Bear with me. You don't understand the position I'm in. If I were to lose your friendship...
Oh, you'll never do that. I know, Henry. Can I say just one thing more?
Go ahead.
Are you going to be happy this time? I mean, are you going to be married?
Why do you ask that?
I've got two reasons. One of them is that I think it would be very good for you. The other is Margaret.
Why, what do you mean?
I think, if you'll forgive me for saying so, if you were married to somebody else, she might possibly find happiness with John Fairley.
You think so?
I don't think she will as long as there's a hope for you.
Yes, I think you're right. I'll ask the lady if she'll marry me. I'll do it right away.
Do I know her?
Very well. Very well indeed.
Excuse me, Doctor, but I find I can get away sooner than I expected.
Oh.
Do you mind if I go now?
Come in, Nurse Peters, and shut the door.
Yes.
I've got something to say to you. I told you that you knew her, Hugh. Well, here she is.
What? Well, what are you talking about?
You, my dear. Dr. Lanyon has been chiding me with my bad behavior, Nurse Peters. I have the honor to ask you to be my wife.
You what?
Is it so astonishing?
Oh, how could you? It's not fair.
Why, what do you mean, Peter?
How dare you make fun of me?
Fun? I was never more serious in my life.
What? You mean it?
You don't think I'd say such a thing unless I did, do you?
Why,
Look here, I'd better go. Yes, perhaps you had you. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for everything.
Nonsense. Good luck.
Thanks, I need it. Goodbye. Now, Peter, my dear, let's sit down and talk for a while. Oh, now, come, don't look at me like that.
I can't help it. I just can't believe you're serious.
Oh, how am I going to convince you?
Why did you ask me like that?
Yes, it was wrong of me, I'll admit that. Well, let me do it all over again. Now, sit here beside me and give me your hand. Why, it's cold and trembling. And you're turning your face away. Now, don't tell me you're going to cry.
All right, I'll spare you that. They might be tears of joy, you know.
Might they? Do you really care for me so much, then?
I think you know the way I feel.
Then would you put up with me?
Why are you doing this? You haven't changed. I've been working with you for years now. I know just the way you feel towards me, and it isn't love.
Might it not be a great need of you, my dear?
Need of me? A plain, dull, unexciting nobody, and you with all you've got.
I'm the most poverty-stricken being in the world, if you only knew it.
You are?
Yes. You imagine that I'm a person to be envied with my fine home and big income. I tell you that I'm the most unhappy and desolate of beings.
Why didn't you tell me?
My troubles have been of my own making. It didn't seem right to burden another person with them.
But don't you know that I've longed to do things for you, anything, so long as it meant being with you?
You make me feel very ashamed of myself. And unworthy, Peter, dear. It's only the dregs of a life I'm offering you.
To someone who's been starving as long as I have.
I warn you, there may be things that you cannot even dream of. Things I can never even tell you about.
I've loved you for years without knowing a single thing about you.
But supposing I were to tell you that there are chapters in my life that I daren't let a single human creature know about. Not even the woman I marry.
Are they past? Are they over and done with?
Forever and ever. So help me, God.
Then I'll ask nothing about what's no concern of mine.
What strange and wonderful and terrible creatures you women are. You'll follow the path of your desire, no matter what pit it may lead you to. Oh, thank heaven for it. We men would be sorry things if we lost you through our sins. I'll try and not make you regret this, my dear.
Isn't it more likely that you'll regret?
Oh, why should I?
Because you still love Margaret Utterson.
Oh, that's not so.
Oh, yes, it is. Don't think that I'm reproaching you. I know that things are over between you. But you haven't forgotten her. And never will. Don't look like that. I understand. I don't hope to take her place. But the fact that there's room for me in your life as well is more than I'd ever hoped for.
Oh, Helen, my dear, what can I say to you? You're the finest, the truest person I've ever known. If you will do me the great honor to marry me, you'll give me a happiness I never hoped to deserve.
I'll marry you, Henry. And whatever this black thing is that you've got in the background of your life, I'll help you fight it. And if I don't succeed, if it gets too strong for me, I'll still love you, no matter what you've done or what you may become.
You, William, do you take this woman, Nancy, to be your wedded wife, to love and to cherish in sickness and in health, for better or for worse, till death do you part?
I do.
And Nancy, Ruth, do you take this man, Hugh William, to be your husband?
on quickly. The guard's just going to blow his whistle.
Oh, set that of his hand, Henry. A man can't be allowed to Mr. Trevor sitting off on his honeymoon.
In you get, Nancy. I'll throw in the bags.
Thanks.
Where the diggins is that porter?
Here you are, sir. Come a bit fine. I got caught in the traffic jam. Oh, Lord, where's my wallet? Don't say I've come without any money.
Take mine, you idiot.
Oh, here it is. Well, thank goodness I'm said. That's great. Never live it down.
Nancy, I hope you put in some warm clothes. It might get cold up at the lakes.
Of course she has. Two of everything, didn't you, darling? Hurry, we're off.
Goodbye.
Well, it's all over.
No, just beginning for them.
What shall we do now?
I should go and see Mrs. Wilkins and take some soup to Emmy Ryan.
And I should attend a meeting of the hospital board. But we're neither of us going to do the things we ought to do. We're going to have dinner somewhere and enjoy ourselves instead.
Are we?
Well, don't you think it's time we did something of the sort? When did you go out on a celebration?
I can't remember.
Then we'll make this one you'll remember for the rest of your life. And there's another thing we've got to do.
What's that?
Well, you've been engaged to me for almost 2 weeks now, and you're not yet wearing a ring. There's a shop in Bond Street that I have in mind, and
Oh, Henry.
Would you like to go now? It's only 4 o'clock.
Like to?
Well, come along then. We'll take this cab and see if we can find something that you'll like. Now, you're quite sure you like the sapphire one best?
Oh, quite sure. Sapphires have always been my favorite stone. It fits so perfectly, just as if it had been made for me.
Perhaps it was. It certainly looks very nice on your hand. If you're quite satisfied, my dear.
Oh, I'm more than satisfied. I just adore it.
You couldn't have anything better, sir. That's a perfect stone. Here's my card, then. Will you send the account to me at this address?
Certainly, Dr. Jekyll. And if ever you'd like us to send you round some necklaces or other pieces of jewelry...
I'll let you know. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
And now, what do you say to a little drive around the park before we go and have dinner somewhere?
I'm wondering when I'm going to wake up. This can't be me, Henry.
Well, I feel a little that way myself. I haven't felt so happy as I do this moment for, well, I can almost say years.
I feel terribly like Cinderella.
Oh, but you're only going for a ride in a handsome cab, not a fairy coach.
I wouldn't change it. Not for all the fairy coaches in the world.
Fresh flowers for sale. Fresh flowers for sale.
Oh, look, Henry.
Yes, there's an old one there selling lilac. Let me buy you some. It'll match your dress.
Oh, but what will I do with it?
Well, just carry it for a while till you get tired of it and then throw it away.
Throw flowers away? Oh, I couldn't.
All right, we'll go and call on your old Mrs. Wilkins and give them to her.
Henry, how much champagne did you drink at Hugh and Nancy's wedding?
Not enough to account for the way I feel now. Something's happened to me. I feel as though a great load has rolled off my soul.
You know, you look happier than I ever remember you doing before.
The curse has lifted from me, Helen. I'm a free man.
Fresh flowers for sale. Lilac from the country. Buy a bunch of lilac.
Wait here for me. I'll just slip across the road and buy out her entire stock.
Mind you don't get run over. I don't think you're quite responsible just now.
Take care.
All right.
Even standard! Even standard! Fresh clue in the Utterson murder case. 2,000 pounds reward offered for the capture of Edward Hyde. Even standard! Even standard!
Henry! Henry! Let me get you. Is he hurt? Is he hurt?
Like me, spoil them horses!
You stop dead in front of that team of horses. Never see
Wait,
them.
my God, I shut out him. I swear I will.
Here, get back, everybody. Get back. Don't crowd around. I'm a trained nurse. Let me attend to him.
Here, what's the matter here?
Been an accident, Constable. The gentleman walked fair in front of the horses, he did.
Where's the driver? Yes, sir. It went my fault. I shouted after him. He were crossing the road, and all of a sudden he stopped dead in his tracks right in front of the horses. I couldn't do a thing.
All right. Now let's have a look at him. Now stand back there. Hey, who are you, miss?
I'm a friend. I'm a trained nurse. I don't think he's very badly hurt. I mean, he's starting to come round now.
Stunned a bit, maybe. Stand back there now and give him some air.
What happened?
Here, don't talk to her. You've had an accident. Just lie still.
I was crossing the road and something made me stop there. I remember. It was the newsboy. Get me a paper. Get me a paper.
Henry, lie still. You must lie still.
I must see that paper. It's all right. I tell you. I'm all right. I was only stunned.
Henry, keep still, quiet. Up off the ground. There's nothing wrong with him at all.
Where's the paper, boy? Hey, boy. Give me a paper.
Henry, are you sure you're not hurt?
No, I'm not hurt. Oh, let's get away from this crowd. Let's get away, I say.
Not so fast, sir. I got to get a few particulars.
What for? Why, what do you want to know?
Your name and address, sir. Now move on, everybody. Move on. Go on. Now make it lively.
In you all, the Evening Standard, Evening Standard. Fresh clue in the Utterson murder case, the Evening Standard. 2,000 pounds reward for the capture of Edward Hyde. 2,000 pounds reward.
Lord save us, Miss Peters. Whatever's happened to the doctor?
It's all right, Poole. Just get his bed ready and bring me a basin with plenty of hot water and some towels.
Did he meet with an accident?
A slight one. I don't think he's seriously injured, but I'll get you to send for Dr. Hunt and get him to examine him.
Oh, dear. What a pick to Dr. Lanyon's away.
It is a pity, but he's on his honeymoon, so we'll just have to make the best of Dr. Hunt. Can you put his arm around your shoulders and help me upstairs with him?
Yes, of course. Now. Steady on, sir. Just lean on me.
Take it easily, Henry.
I can manage.
Don't try too much, Henry. You've had a bad shaking, to say the least of it.
I'll be all right after I've had a night's sleep.
Here we are.
Here's your room, sir, now. Easy now. Now, through the door, sir.
Right.
That's right. Now, just wait a minute till I get you a chair. Would you care for some brandy or anything, sir? No, just help me into bed.
I'll leave you now. Poole, call me, will you, as soon as you're ready?
Yes, Miss Peters.
Thank you.
By the way, miss, could I have a word with you outside?
Yes, of course. Just wait a minute till I close the door. What is it?
There's 2 men waiting downstairs to see the doctor. From Scotland Yard, they said they were.
You mean detective?
Yes, I guess it must be something to do with the man Hyde. Did you see the evening papers?
Yes, I did. You go back to the doctor and don't say a word to him. I'll go down and see them right away.
Poole, what are you talking about?
I'm coming, sir.
Good afternoon. Are you waiting to see Dr. Jekyll?
Yes, we are. I'm Inspector Davidson from Scotland Yard, and this is Mr. James.
Well, I'm afraid you can't possibly see him just now. He's met with a slight accident, and until the doctor sees him...
Is he seriously injured?
I don't think so, but he can't be upset in any way.
This is very urgent.
Why is it?
It's in connection with the murder of Mr. Alfred Utterson. As you know, we have every reason to believe that it was committed by a man named Edward Hyde. He was an associate of Dr. Jekyll's, and we've come into possession of fresh evidence that proves that he came to Dr. Jekyll's house the night of the murder and was admitted by a side door that leads to the doctor's secret laboratory.
That's not true.
Henry, what are you doing down here?
Oh, I don't want to worry you, Dr. Jekyll.
You're not worrying me. What do you want?
We want to know if you were aware that Edward Hyde made use of that door into your laboratory the night of the murder.
Edward Hyde did not come in that door. Whoever told you so was a lie.
Henry, try not and get so excited.
Excited? Why, what are these men trying to suggest? Do they think that I would conceal such a fiend as this man Hyde?
We know that he was in the habit of coming to your place, Doctor.
That was before I fully realized what kind of man he was. I tell you, I drove him out of my life. I know nothing of him. I don't even know his whereabouts, and hope to heaven that I never set eyes on him again as long as I live.
If we could have a look, sir,
look as much as you like. Here are the keys.
Thank you.
Poke and pry into every nook and cranny in the house. You'll not find anything.
Very well, sir. Thank you very much. Come along, James. We'll have a look in that laboratory.
Henry, they've been gone some time. What does it mean? Surely they don't think that
Never mind what they think. If they want to have a look, they can. Edward Hyde has disappeared off the face of this earth.
And no detective who ever lived will be able to find the slightest trace of him.
Henry, dear, are you sure you'll be all right sitting here in these gardens all by yourself?
Yes, of course I will. I've got this book to read and the sun to warm me. I'll probably go to sleep.
I won't be any longer than I can help, but I must go and see one or two of our patients.
I know you must. Tell them I'll be back on the job again tomorrow. Oh, by the way, if old Harris is in much pain, you can increase the dose of morphia just a little. I'll leave it to you to decide if he needs it.
Yes, I understand. I'll come back here for you. I shouldn't be longer than an hour.
You'll find me waiting here for you. Goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye.
Lovely day, sir. Mind if I just rake up these few leaves from round your feet, sir?
Oh, not at all. Go right ahead.
First sign of autumn, they be. Though you'd never think it to feel the warmth of that sun on your back.
Huh. Make a lot of extra work, don't they?
All one to me, sir. I've been in charge of this part of Kensington Gardens for 39 years now, and spring, summer, autumn, winter, it don't make no difference. Every season has its own charm, I always says. Hey, will you just look at them children running all over the borders? Hey, get off them edges, you rascals, or I'll be after you. Get away there.
This is good. I don't know when I felt so lazy or so content.
You've lost your sense of fear, haven't you? You think you've got rid of Hyde. You've shaken him off. He won't come back to haunt you anymore. You're wrong. He's with you now. You're remembering, aren't you? You're thinking of the things you used to do, the pleasures and the lusts, the frightful things you did.
Oh, stop, for pity's sake.
Pity? What have I to do with pity?
Oh, leave me in peace.
What have you and I to do with peace? This woman, Helen, do you think that she'll be able to satisfy you and keep me at bay? Have you forgotten the women we knew in Limehouse? That negress in the Sailor's Tavern? That Eurasian woman on the waterfront? The one who tried to knife me and who'll carry a scar across her face till she goes to the grave? Those were the days and nights when the blood raced through your veins like lava, not the sluggish stream that lulls you off to sleep today.
I'm happier this way.
There's no such thing as happiness for you, Henry Jekyll. You forswore peace and happiness in the first moment you lifted that fatal draught to your lips and called out of the depths of your immortal soul the creature that was Edward Hyde. The creature that is stronger than yourself. The creature that even at this moment is claiming you again, is throwing off the shape and form of Henry Jekyll and emerging once again as Hyde.
No. Let me go.
You can't escape. You can't escape.
Yes, Miss Peters. A telegram came, and I thought I'd better bring it across to him.
Well, he's sitting over there behind that little clump of trees. Come, we'll find him.
But I looked there, miss. I don't think he's there.
Oh, then he can't be very far away. Perhaps he's taken a little walk down the path. I've been longer than I thought, and I expect he got tired of waiting.
Well, I've been here close on half an hour, miss, and I can't find him anywhere.
I wondered if he'd go home and pass you somewhere on the way.
That's quite possible. Maybe I'd better go back.
Yes, do. I'll look a little while longer, and then I'll go back to the house, too. It's getting rather cold now. I don't think he'd stay outdoors much longer.
Perhaps that gardener over there might have noticed where he went.
Yes, I'll go and ask him. Did you notice the gentleman sitting on that seat behind that clump of trees, Gardener?
A gentleman, miss? Wearing tweeds, youngish looking, with the white hair?
Yes, that's him. Do you know where he went?
Oh, I was wondering the same myself. I was talking to him, and Just went off to shoo away some children off the borders, and when I come back, he'd gone.
Oh. How long ago was that?
Oh, upward of 2 hours, I'd say. I seen him come here with him, and it weren't very long after you left.
That's funny. Didn't you see him go?
No, I didn't. I were away not more than 5 minutes or so, and when I come back, there weren't no sign of him.
Oh, I wondered did he go for a walk?
Oh, I didn't see him. As a matter of fact, there's been no one along this way but one queer-looking customer who comes shuffling along with his head down, and that was about an hour ago. Come to think of it, I seen him sitting on that seat where your friend were.
Did you? What was he like?
Oh, hard to say, miss. Little he were, queer-shaped, too, and you never seen such clothes. Must have been 2 sizes too big for him. I took him for a tramp and went to ask him what he was doing here, and I tell you straight, miss, the look he gave me fair froze the blood in me veins.
Look? What sort of a look?
Hard to describe. I've never seen the like of it before. Ugly, vindictive. Like as if he'd been glad of an excuse to fly at me throat.
Oh, where did he go?
Straight out through the gates. The last I seen of him, he was getting into a cab, and the driver seemed as though he wasn't going to take him at first, and then the little cove must have said something to him, for the fella touched his hat pretty smart-like and drove away.
What a funny thing. I don't know why it is, but even to hear you talk about him makes me feel queer.
Oh, if you'd have seen him, miss. I tell you, I haven't got over it yet. I'll be right glad when the time comes to close up the gates and make tracks for home. He got on my nerves, he has. Shouldn't like to meet him after dark, and that's the truth. I only got one look, and then he pulled his hat down over his eyes and turned away. He didn't seem to want me to see it. And no wonder, I say.
Well, perhaps he's quite harmless after all.
To judge by the looks of him, there's nothing that he wouldn't be capable of, even murder. Why, strike me pink.
What's the matter?
I know who he is.
What?
I recognize the description. There's £2,000 reward for him.
What are you talking about?
That chap was Edward Hyde, the murderer.
Oh, Miss Peters, I'm that glad to see you. Have you had any word from the master?
Yes, Will. I've had a letter.
So have I, miss. Won't you step inside and see what's to be done?
I've got a man with me, Poole. A locksmith.
A locksmith?
Yes, but I'll explain about it later. He's outside on the footpath. Tell him to come in and then come to me in the doctor's library, will you?
Certainly. Will you come inside, my man? There. Let's take a seat in the hall here, and we'll tell you when we need you.
All right, Governor. Mind if I put my bag of tools on the carpet?
No, that'll be all right. Just put them on the floor.
Poole, what does your letter say?
It doesn't say very much, Miss Peters. Just to expect a visit from you and to do everything in my power to help you carry out certain instructions. Here it is, miss, if you'd like to see it.
When did you get it?
About an hour ago. It was delivered by messenger. A bit of a boy who just pushed it into my hand and ran away before I could ask him anything.
That's how I got mine. Oh, Poole, I'm frightened. I feel certain something terrible's happened to the doctor. Listen to what he says in the letter he wrote to me. My life, my honor, my reason depend upon you. If you fail me tonight, I'm lost. No matter what may try to prevent you, do as I ask you. Otherwise, a fate so terrible will descend upon me that I cannot bring myself to put it down on paper.
Mercy on me. Whatever can he mean?
Let me read the rest of it. Find a reliable locksmith and go at once to my house. Poole, my butler, has his orders and will help you in what you have now to do. Get your man to smash in the door of my private laboratory. When this is done, you are to go in alone and to open the cabinet on the left-hand side of the room and to draw out, with all its contents as they stand, the fourth drawer from the top. This drawer I beg of you to carry back to your room in Bloomsbury, exactly as it stands. At midnight, I ask you to be alone, and to admit with your own hand a man who will present himself in my name.
Place in his hands the drawer you will have brought from my house, and you will have earned my undying gratitude. Do not fail me. Think of me at this hour, in a strange place, laboring under a blackness of distress that no fancy can exaggerate. And yet, if you will faithfully do as I ask, my troubles will roll away like a story that is told. Serve me, my dear Helen, and save your unhappy friend, Henry Jekyll.
Why, whatever can it mean?
Heaven only knows, Paul. But one thing is clear. We must do as he asks and get him the drawer without any delay.
Come along, then. I'll tell the man and we'll go out to the laboratory.
Have you got a lantern?
I'll get one. I think I'd also better get an axe. That door is very thick and strong.
Oh, then get it. It's now nearly 10 o'clock, and I've got to be back in my room by midnight. There's no time to be lost. Oh, hurry, man, hurry. Can't you get that lock off?
I've never seen a stronger lock in all my life. I've been at it nearly an hour now. Wait a minute till I try this other fire.
If that won't open it, we'll have to smash in the door.
That'll take a bit of doing, too. The doctor had this door specially made.
I think I'm going to get it this time. See? It's starting to give. Put your shoulder to it and we'll give it a go. Got it. Good, there you are, miss. I told you I'd never been beat yet.
All right, good. Paul, give me the light. I'll go inside and get the drawer.
Would you like me to come with you, Miss Peters?
No. The doctor said I was to go alone. Just give me the lantern. As soon as I've got the drawer, I'm going to hurry back to my room. You can see that the door's sealed up again after I've gone.
Yes, miss, I quite understand. Here's the light. We'll wait out here.
All right.
Creepy sort of place, this. What's it been used for?
The doctor used it for experiments.
He hasn't been here lately, has he? Look at all them cobwebs. Oh, blimey, what's that?
What's the matter? Are you all right, Miss Peters?
Oh, yes, I'm all right. Nothing. A big rat ran across the floor.
Lord love me. What's that over in the corner there? That's the doctor's skeleton.
The doctor's?
He used it for reference. Haven't you seen them in shop windows?
Yes, but I ain't seen one hidden away in a beastly creepy place like this. I'll be fair glad to get out of it, and no mistake.
Well, you won't have to stay much longer. I've got what I wanted, and all you've got to do now is to seal up the door again.
Oh, lucky I brought a spare lock. I'll put it on right away.
Would you like me to come across to the house with you, miss?
No, Paul, you stay here. I'll let myself out and get a cab. I've got to hurry. In half an hour it'll be midnight. Are you from Dr. Jekyll?
Yes.
Where is he?
He couldn't come. Have you got it?
You mean the drawer?
Yes.
Yes, it's here.
Give it a minute.
But you have to come inside. My room's on the second floor.
Yes, I know. Let me in and shut the door. Quickly. Isn't that a policeman coming along the street shining his bullseye on the doors?
Yes, it is.
Let me in and shut the door. Is everyone asleep?
Yes, I think so.
Then take me upstairs.
No, I'd rather that you waited here.
Don't keep me here arguing. Take me upstairs and into your room. Some fool may come blundering out here. Do as I say.
How dare you talk to me like that?
I'm sorry. I apologize. You must forgive me. It's on account of my anxiety. You don't understand. But my friend, Dr. Jekyll...
He's ill?
Desperately ill. If I don't soon take him the contents of that drawer, it may be too late.
Well, then come at once. I shouldn't have kept you waiting a moment. Can't I come with you? Surely I can do something to help him.
He only needs the contents of that drawer.
But if he's so ill...
No, be guided by me. Keep away from him.
Very well, if you're so sure. Here's my room. Come in and I'll give you what you want.
Where is it, for pity's sake? Tell me where it is.
It's here, under that sheet. Is that what you came for?
Yes, that's it. I was afraid there might have been some mistake. It's all there. The powders, the tincture, and the book containing the formula.
What's the matter? Are you ill? You look like death.
When a man has faced the horror that I have, you can't begin to imagine what it means to see these things. They are all that stands between heaven and hell. I cannot begin to thank you for what you've done.
Then you must tell me where Henry Jekyll is. I insist. I'm his fiancée. I've got the right to know.
No, I cannot tell you.
Then you'll not take that drawer away till you do.
Give it to me. Give it to me. I say, oh, by heaven.
You can't. You can't.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Is it anyone for you?
Not at this hour.
Open the window and see who it is.
Who's there? What do you want?
I want you to open this door.
Who are you?
The police. The police? Ask him what he wants.
What do you want?
I have a warrant for the arrest of Edward Hyde. We trailed him to this house. He went in this door not 5 minutes ago.
No. It's you. You're Edward Hyde, the murderer.
Don't let them in. Don't let them in. If you do, it's the end of Jekyll, too.
What am I to do?
What are you to do? Oh. Have you a measuring glass?
Yes.
Give it to me. Give it to me. Quickly. Quickly.
Here it is.
Turn up the light so that I can see to measure out a dose of this tincture.
What are you going to do?
Oh, do as I say. Do as I say and ask no questions. 3, 4, 5, 6 drops. Now the salts. The mixture starts to work. Curse them. They'll have the whole house roused. Hold them off for another few minutes, and then they can do their worst.
What are you going to do? What's in that glass? You're not going to drink it.
I'd have done anything to avoid this. I've got no choice. That knocking on the door downstairs is a summons to the gallows. There's only one way out.
You're not going to kill yourself.
No, I'm not going to kill myself. I'm going to be born anew. Hide your eyes, Helen Peters, for they are going to look upon a sight that will blast them with terror and horror that has never met the gaze of man before. They're coming. I must do it. Heaven have mercy on us both.
What's wrong in there? What's going on in there?
I don't know. She got suddenly terrified when she heard the banging at the door. I've done my best to calm her, but she seems to be quite beyond control.
And who are you?
This is my card. I am Dr. Henry Jekyll.
Dr. Jekyll? What are you doing here?
I was called in to attend to this young lady. A serious case of hysteria, I'm afraid. I must ask you to leave us as soon as possible. Otherwise, I can't answer for the results.
Huh? What's the matter with her?
She had a bad fright earlier in the night, and the sound of you knocking on the door downstairs seemed to have had a violent effect on her.
Well, I'm sure I'm very sorry, but we had our orders. We've got to search this place. A man by the name of Hyde.
Edward Hyde, the murderer?
That's him. He was seen in Kensington Gardens this afternoon, and it was reported to us. We've traced him all over the place. First, he took a cab and went to a little hotel in Limehouse. We almost got him there, but he gave us the slip. Then he was seen down by the embankment, and last of all, we traced him here.
Here?
Yes, not 10 minutes ago, someone saw him creeping along this street and hiding in the doorway. Someone came out and let him in, and he hasn't come out since. We've got the police surrounded here all round the place, and we know.
Well, you can see for yourself that he isn't in this room. Do you want to look in the cupboard?
Oh, I suppose we should, by rights.
Then go ahead, but make it as brief as possible. I'm very alarmed at the condition of my patient here. I want to get her to a hospital as soon as possible.
Well, it won't take 2 minutes, sir. It's just a matter of formality. Come on, Bert and Ted. You look in that other room. I'll have a search in here.
All right, go in, Bert.
Helen. Helen, dear.
It's all right, Helen. Helen, can you hear me? Oh, please. Please don't cry like that. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's Henry. Don't you know me?
Don't look too good, does she?
No. I must have help, but I don't like to leave her. Do you think one of your men could get me some sort of a cab? I've got to get her into a hospital.
Do you think she'll be all right, sir?
Why, what do you mean?
Well, she looks to me as though she's, well, what you might say, sort of lost her reason.
Don't say that. Why, what do you know about it? She's had a bad shock and nothing more. She'll be all right if only you'll do as I ask and not stand there gaping.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. No offense meant. I'll go down and speak to the sergeant right away.
Helen. Oh, Helen, my poor darling. Oh, don't say I've done this frightful thing to you. Must the curse fall on every living creature that I love? Oh, heaven, not this. Not this.
Here, I say. What's going on here?
Well, who are you anyway? What do you want?
Name is Poole. I've come here to see someone in this house.
Well, you can't get in here. The place is surrounded.
What for?
None of your business. What do you want to get inside for?
I've got to see a lady. I've got an urgent message for her.
Well, it'll have to wait. No one gets in or out of this house till we've got the man we're looking for.
Something serious?
Just a plain case of murder, that's all.
Murder? Here?
No, not here. But the cove what done it is. Ever heard of Edward Hyde?
Edward Hyde? He's here?
Surest thing you know. We tracked him to this place, and we know he hasn't got out.
But what would he be doing here? Why, this here is a most respectable neighborhood.
Just shows you can't believe appearances. Maybe he came to pay a visit to the young lady you're after.
Miss Peters? Why, you must be mad.
Peters? Is it her you're after?
Yes, why?
I just come down from her room. There's something pretty funny the matter with her.
Why, what do you mean?
The doctor says she's had a fright. If you ask me, she's clean off her head.
Miss Peters is?
Yes. Right, here they come now. Sergeant's letting them come because the doctor told him it's urgent.
The doctor? Why, it's Dr. Jekyll.
Do you know him?
I'm his servant. We've been looking for him everywhere.
Well, there he is, as large as life.
Dr. Jekyll! Dr. Jekyll!
My fool, whatever brings you here?
I've been looking for you, sir, everywhere.
Well, you found me. Come here, give me a hand with Miss Peters. Take her other arm and help me get her into that cab.
My goodness, sir, she do look bad. And to think that I was talking to her only this evening when she came to get that drawer from your place.
Shut up, you fool. Don't you see those men are listening?
I'm sorry, sir.
Do as I say. Take Miss Peters' arm and don't say a word until we're through this cordon of police. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Helen. Helen, can you hear me?
Yes?
Open your eyes and look at me.
Where am I?
You're in my home. I brought you here 5 days ago.
5 days? I don't remember.
Well, don't try to. You've been very ill, but you're getting better now. I'm taking care of you.
Are you, Henry? What happened to me?
Don't try to think. Just lie there and let me hold your hand in mine.
But there's something I want to remember. Something terrible. It's there at the back of my mind, but I can't quite find it.
You mustn't. If you try to think and upset yourself, I'll have to give you something to put you to sleep again. You wouldn't want me to have to do that, would you?
No. What happened at the clinic?
They're doing the best they can. Dr. Lanyon will be back from his honeymoon at the end of next week, and that will make things better.
But who's looking after all the sick people?
Now, you're not to worry about that. That's how you've made yourself sick. You've been working too hard. You've had a very bad breakdown.
I have?
Yes. And you've got to take great care of yourself. As soon as you're well enough, I'm going to take you away. How would you like to go to the south of France, or perhaps to Italy?
Do you mean that?
Of course I do. Now, you just lie there and don't talk. And think of where you'd like to go as soon as you get better.
Will you stay here beside me?
Well, I'll just go into the next room for a few minutes and have a word with your nurse. Then I'll come back.
Don't be long, Henry. I feel afraid of something. I don't know what it is, but I don't want to be alone.
I'll come back just as soon as ever I can. Now close your eyes and don't worry, dear.
I'll try.
Oh, miss. How long did she sleep this afternoon?
About 2 hours, Doctor.
And when she woke, you noticed signs of returning consciousness. Did she say anything?
She asked for something to drink.
Nothing else?
She seems to be trying to remember something.
That's natural. She's been unconscious for 5 days, don't forget. And there's bound to be certain gaps in her memory. Will you try to remember everything she says and report it to me?
Yes, of course.
She didn't mention anything about someone named Hyde.
No, sir, nothing at all.
Good. Let me have a look at the temperature chart. Yes, that's much better. Just keep on as you're doing and avoid all excitement. She must be kept perfectly quiet.
I quite understand that, sir.
And I think you can reduce the number of doses of... Quickly, she's had another relapse. Look, she's out of bed. Helen!
Get away! Get away! I can see it all again.
Get an injection ready, nurse. I'll manage her by myself. Helen, be quiet, dear.
I
Be
can't.
quiet.
I'm not sick anymore. I remember everything. I remember how you came to my room. I can see you standing there, gripping the table. Your face, your hands, and your dreadful cry.
You don't know what you're saying. You must be quiet. You must get back into bed.
I'm not sick, I tell you. I can remember. You came to my place at midnight, didn't you? I opened the door, and there you were, crouching in the shadows. And the policeman with the lantern.
Be quiet. This is all part of your sickness now. You've glimpsed it all.
No, I haven't. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw you measure up the liquid and put it in the little white powder. And all the while they were knocking on the door, and you were terrified. And you turned to me with your face ghastly pale, and the perspiration running down your cheeks. I can see the way your mouth was open and you gasped for breath, and then you drank. Oh, I can see it all.
Nurse, have you got the hypodermic ready?
You can't stop me from speaking. I won't have you drugs. You
Helen,
can't keep me here.
Helen, be calm, be calm. You must be calm. Don't you know what you're doing? You'll make yourself ill again.
Let me go, let me go. I won't stay in this house. I saw you. I know what happened. I know what you are.
Yes, Doctor.
Hold her arm while I give it to her. We've got to get her calm again.
No, let me go. Don't touch me. Don't come near me. You're Edward Hyde. I saw you. I saw you with my own eyes, I tell you.
Whatever's she saying?
It's the wildest form of delirium. Take no notice.
It's not. I saw it. He drank down the medicine and I saw him change. I saw him change right before my very eyes.
Hold her, nurse, steady. That's right. Oh, thank heavens for that. There, she'll soon be quiet.
Quiet! I'll never be quiet. I'll never be quiet again.
Helen, don't you understand that this is just a dream?
It's not. I swear I saw it happen.
Thank heaven. She's growing quieter. Come and help me lift her into bed.
It's the worst time she's ever had.
Yes. It's very serious. If there are many more of them.
Do you think her mind might be permanently affected?
It may be. There. Poor soul. He's gone to sleep. We'll see how she is when she wakes. If she's no better.
Will you be somewhere near?
Yes. I've cancelled all engagements. I won't leave her. No one must attend her but myself, as long as she persists in this mad delusion that I am Edward Hyde.
But, Doctor, why can't I see her?
I've already told you, Mrs. Peters. that your daughter has had a most serious breakdown. She has to be kept absolutely quiet. If you were to go in and cause one of her attacks of hysteria, I really couldn't answer for the consequences.
I can't believe it somehow. She was perfectly well when I saw her that evening. We had supper together. She was worried over you, of course, but as soon as she got your note...
Did she tell you what was in it?
No. She just read it and said she'd have to go to your house at once and get you something.
She didn't say what it was.
I think she said something about some medicine.
Oh, is that all? That's quite right. I was working on an emergency case and needed a special drug.
She went off right away, and that's the last I ever saw of her. I just can't believe it somehow.
Mrs. Peters, you must believe me. These things are very terrible, but Helen has been working under terrific pressure for a long while. We never know when the break is going to come, but when it does...
Doctor, she'll get well again, won't she? You don't think it might be permanent?
It's too early to say, but with quiet and constant care.
Couldn't I help to look after her? I'd do everything you tell me to. I can't bear to think that strangers are with her when her own mother...
Perhaps in a little while it might be possible, but just at present, only the most skilled nursing will...
She was so happy. If you could have only seen her face when she came and told me you'd asked her to marry you.
Oh, please don't speak of that. You can imagine how this terrible sickness of hers affects me.
I know. This is the grief we share in common, Henry. Oh, you don't mind if I call you that, do you?
Of course not. As Helen's mother, you have every right to.
She told me so much about you. And I looked forward to the time we'd meet. I never thought that it would be like this. I won't keep you any longer. You've got more than enough to do. If you'll just let me know how she is and when I can come and see her.
I'll do that the first moment I think it will be safe. Now come. Let me show you to the door. Would you like me to call you a cab?
Oh, no. I haven't far to go. I'm staying with my sister, and she lives quite close to here.
Good. Then I can easily get in touch with you if it's necessary.
Mama! Good gracious. What's that?
I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me. It's Helen. She must be having one of her attacks again.
Who? Will you show Mrs. Peters? Yes, Dr. Jekyll. This way, please, madam.
But, Doctor, let me...
No, you must go at once. I'll have to attend to her myself. Goodbye.
This way, please, madam. This way. Here, stop. Where are you going?
I'm going upstairs.
But you can't. The doctor's orders.
I don't care what the doctor said. My child is up there sick, and she's calling for me. It'll take more than you to keep me away from her. Get out of my way.
But
Get out of my way, I said.
Oh, Dr. Jekyll will be very angry.
If you were in my place, what would you do?
If I were in your place, madam, I would do exactly as you are doing. So help me, I would.
Thank you. And now, will you let me pass? I will see my mother, I will, and you can't keep me away from her.
Helen, dear, your mother is already gone. She's going to come back later on when you're feeling better.
But there's nothing the matter with me now. I don't know why you're keeping me here.
It's for your own good, my dear.
It's not. It's because you're afraid I'll tell what I know.
Oh, dear. The old delusion again.
All right. Call it a delusion. Call it anything you like. But let me go. Let me see my mother.
Helen, dear, that is not possible.
Why? Mother. Oh, Mother.
Mrs. Peters, how dare you come up here?
I heard her calling me.
That is no reason. I told you she was in a highly dangerous condition. Don't you know that you're risking her very sanity?
That isn't true.
You can see for yourself. Look at her face. Look at her eyes.
And do you wonder? Do you think I can ever be the same again after what I saw?
Tell your mother what you saw, Helen.
I saw... Oh, how can I tell her? No one will believe me.
I insist that you tell her.
Tell me, Helen. Tell me, dear. Oh, Mother. Oh, perhaps he's right. Perhaps it was a terrible delusion.
Tell me, what was it you think you saw?
You remember that I got a letter telling me to go to his house and get some medicine?
Yes, I remember.
I did as he asked and waited for him to come. When the knock came to the door, I opened it. And there on the step I saw, not Henry Jekyll, as I had thought, but Edward Hyde.
What? Edward Hyde? The murderer?
Yes.
But what was he doing there? Did you call for help?
No. He told me he'd come from Henry. I was frightened and let him come inside. He asked for the drug. He seemed half beside himself with fear and told me something would happen to Henry if he didn't get it. I took him up to my room.
Go on.
I showed him the drawer which held the drug. And just as he was about to go, we heard a loud knocking on the street door. It was the police.
The police?
Yes, they'd seen him come into the house. They'd been trailing him all afternoon and had now come to arrest him for the murder of Mr. Utterson.
Oh, Helen, how terrible.
But wait, Mother. I opened the window and called down to them. And when I turned back into the room, there was Hyde. I saw it, I tell you, I saw it with my own eyes.
What did you see?
I saw him rush to the drawer, take out the bottle of red fluid, pour some into a glass, and the white powder. And when it had dissolved, he put it to his lips and drank. I thought it was poison. I rushed forward to seize it from him, but he'd fallen to the floor. I've seen people who've taken strychnine. I've seen epilepsy. But I've never seen anything so terrible as the seizure that he had then. I just stood there, paralyzed with horror. And then he seemed to change. I can't explain it, but his face seemed to swell up and grow black, and his features seemed to melt and alter. His whole body changed before my very eyes. Everything grew black before me. I sprang away and held my hands before my eyes to hide the horror from them. And when I looked again, he'd got up to his feet, was clinging to the edge of the table. And I swear that what I say is true. The man I saw there, gasping for breath, pale and terrible, was Henry Jekyll.
Helen, what are you saying?
Now will you believe me when I tell you that she is completely unbalanced?
I'm not. I saw it, I tell you.
Helen, dear, you mustn't upset yourself like this. Oh, Henry, what are we going to do about her?
I'll give her another sedative and put her to sleep.
Sleep? Sleep? You're always putting me to sleep. Why don't you do the job properly and put me to sleep forever?
Helen.
Oh, Mother, take me away from here. I'm not mad. If he'll let me go, I'll never tell another living soul what I saw.
Helen, my dear, Helen. I'll let you go, my dear, as soon as you are well.
As soon as you can persuade me that I imagined it all. I'll never believe that, never.
Come now. Take this sleeping draught and rest. You've had far too much excitement, my dear.
Take it, Helen. It's for your own good, dear. You too, Mother. You too. Oh, won't anyone believe me? I'm not mad, I tell you. I'm not mad.
No, my dear, you're not mad. But you're very, very sick.
Oh.
Now, calm yourself. Now, just drink this down and go to sleep. I'll let your mother come and see you tomorrow. Come now. That's a good girl. Drink it down. That's a good girl. We'll leave you now, my dear. I want to have a little talk to your mother, and then I will come back. Now, will you be all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Nurse will look after you. Come, Mrs. Peters.
Oh, Henry, this is terrible.
You see what I mean?
Oh, yes, of course I do. What will be the end of it?
I'm hoping that rest and quiet and unremitting care will bring her round.
And if not?
If this strange delusion doesn't pass, well, we may have to find some way of safeguarding her against herself.
You don't mean
Some sort of home?
Well, it's early to think of that, but it may become necessary.
Oh, no. No. Not my lovely sane girl.
Don't you think it breaks my heart as much as yours? This most dreadful thing that has ever happened to me. I'd give my very life if I could make her well again.
Have you any idea what made her like this?
Yes. I believe that she did open the door and saw Edward Hyde standing there. After all, we have the evidence of the police that he came to that house that night.
And do you think he did something to her?
I think that the shock and terror of seeing him there may have unbalanced her.
So that's another crime against the name of Edward Hyde. I wonder, is there any punishment terrible enough to fit the sins of such a man?
There is a punishment awaiting Edward Hyde. That will be more terrible than anything that you could ever imagine. With every hour that passes, it is creeping on him, and he knows, as I do, that there is no escape.
Margaret?
Why, John, when did you get back from London?
Oh, just a few minutes ago. I caught the early morning train.
Why didn't you let us know?
I made up my mind in a hurry and didn't wait to send a telegram. Tell me, are you glad to see me?
Of course I am. You'll be just in time for the garden party at Lady Winston's. You can be my partner in the mixed doubles if you like.
Oh, I'd love to. But I didn't come all the way down from London to play tennis with you, Margaret, my dear.
You look very serious. What's the matter?
I've got something to tell you. Shall we go for a walk through the garden?
Yes, by all means. I was just going out when you called me. I wanted to pick some delphiniums for your mother's room.
You don't know how much I love to see you so much at home down here, Margaret. You just seem as though you belong.
Your mother and father make me feel that way. I can't tell you how kind they've been.
Of course they have. They love you, that's why. Margaret,
Shall we go into the garden?
Yes, come along. We'll go out through this door.
Tell me what you did in London. Did you have a good time?
Not very.
Why?
I was longing to get back here all the time. I don't have to tell you why, do I?
Please, John.
You can't stop me, Margaret. I've come down here to say these things to you, and you must hear them.
But if I don't want to hear them?
Why don't you? Margaret, it's months now since I spoke of this. You asked me to give you time. Haven't I been patient long enough?
You've been marvelous. Don't think I'm not grateful.
Grateful? Do you think it's gratitude I want from you? Margaret, look at me. I've reached a decision. I'm not going to stand by and see you let the best years of your life go by for the sake of a man who I really believe is absolutely worthless.
Why do you say that?
Because of certain things I heard in London.
What were they?
Don't look at me like that. I'm not merely carrying gossip back to you. It's because your happiness and mine is at stake that you've got to know.
Very well, then. What is it?
A friend of mine, someone whose word I can absolutely trust, was in a jeweller's shop in Bond Street one day last week.
Go on.
Jekyll came in while he was there. He had a woman with him. They were buying an engagement ring.
What?
It's true. You heard it all. They chose a ring of sapphires and went out of the place arm in arm.
Oh, don't tell me any more. Don't, please.
My dear, I could kill him for hurting you so much.
It's all right. Actually, I knew it all along.
You knew?
Yes. I saw him when I was in town a few weeks ago. He told me then.
That's why you came back looking so white and strained. Oh, why didn't you tell me?
What could you have done?
Couldn't I have helped a little bit? Doesn't the fact that I love you and would do anything in the world to make you happy count for anything?
Indeed it does. More than you can ever guess.
Then marry me. Let me take you away. Let's begin a new life together and wipe out all the old disappointments and pain.
Do you think that's possible?
Yes, of course I do. You don't know what a really happy love can be. You've never really been happy with Henry. There was always some sort of dark shadow over him all the time.
Perhaps you're right. And perhaps that's why I loved him so much. He seemed to need love more than anybody else I knew.
It'll take more than your love to help him now.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know exactly. But there are strange stories about him. People are beginning to whisper.
What about? What has he done?
He's been drinking. He failed to attend an important operation at a hospital. I caught sight of him for a moment only yesterday, and I was astounded at the change in him.
Then something must be wrong. He'd never do that unless there was.
Yes, there's something wrong, all right. There's always been something wrong with him. Some queer, sinister streak in him that's coming to the fore. Margaret, don't you remember when we were children how he sometimes seemed to be possessed of something almost unholy?
Then perhaps we shouldn't judge him too harshly.
Perhaps not. But can't you see that he's no man for you, my dear? What happiness could there possibly have been with him?
I don't know. I just know that he seemed to possess me body and soul, and I'd have done anything for him, gone anywhere he wished.
But that's all over now, isn't it? He's going to marry someone else.
Yes, all over.
And you? Aren't you going to marry someone else? Someday?
I suppose so.
Then let it be soon. Don't let the time slip by.
Oh, how can I take so much from you and give so little in return?
I'll be content. Just to have you with me always is...
Oh, I'm so tired, John. So tired.
Yes, I know. I'll help you to forget. We'll be happy together.
We'll be happy. But I don't think I'll forget. Ever.
Helen, will you talk to me for a while?
Yes, Henry.
I've come to tell you that I've reached a big decision about you. I'm going to send you away to my house in the country.
What do you mean? What are you going to do with me when I'm there?
You needn't be afraid, my dear. I won't go with you. I'm going to remain here. There'll just be you and your mother and the servants to wait on you.
Why are you doing this, Henry?
Because I can't pretend to you any longer. You were right, Helen. What you saw that night in your house in Bloomsbury is true.
Then you admit it. It wasn't a terrible dream. It really happened.
Yes, everything you've said is right. I did come to you in the shape of Hyde. I did take that dreadful dose, and you saw me change back into Henry Jekyll with your own eyes.
No. In spite of myself, I've begun to believe you. I've begun to think that it wasn't possible.
I know that. But something happened last night that makes it impossible for me to go on deceiving you.
Henry, you look terrible. You're pale and trembling. What has happened?
A punishment more terrible than anything I ever imagined has descended on me. And I must face it alone. That is why I'm sending you away.
But you must tell me. Sometimes I think I'm really going mad. I know what I saw. Yet I know it isn't possible.
In the realm of science, my dear, nothing is impossible.
What has science got to do with you and Edward Hyde?
Everything. It was my knowledge of science, imperfect though it is, that brought him into being.
What do you mean? You're not saying that you created him?
No. That was done the moment I was born. Edward Hyde is nothing more or less than the visible form of my lower, baser self.
I can't understand. I know I saw him. I know I saw him change to you. But still I feel it isn't possible.
Let me put it this way. You know that within yourself there are two forces. One for good, one for evil. Haven't you been conscious of them?
Of course, that applies to everybody.
To everybody. But only to me occurred the thought that these two elements could be freed from one another. The evil to follow his inclinations, the good to pursue his highest ideals, without the constant urge to abandon the austere path of the spirit and indulge to the full the flesh.
Henry, when I hear you speak like that, when I see your face as it is now, all the horror of the past few days vanishes. You're once more the man I loved and worked with. I can see again the tender, compassionate face of the saint, bending over the suffering men and women who came to you for help. Can't we forget all that happened? Can't we go back to the clinic again? They're waiting for you, Henry.
I can never go back again.
Why? You can't desert them. Think how they need you. Who'll look after them if you're not there?
I hope that you and my friend Hugh Lanyon will take my place.
But why? Why? I don't understand what you've been telling me. Seems like some sort of nightmare.
Oh, if only it was. If only I could wake and realize that the horror that possesses me was nothing more than a dreadful vision of the night.
Henry, tell me, what is it that makes you shudder and turn pale?
I've brought this terrible fate on myself. Therefore, I must endure it alone.
But what is it? What?
In the beginning, it was Jekyll who was stronger than Hyde. And now it is the other way. Hyde is the master. I am now his slave.
But how?
He takes possession of me any time he likes.
No.
At one time, he could only appear when I took the medicine. Now I have to take it to change myself back into Jekyll. Oh. It happens more and more frequently. I have to take stronger and stronger doses, even to the danger of my life.
Henry, no. Oh, no.
Oh, don't cry, dear. Don't cry, dear. I had no right to tell you.
Yes, you had. I wanted to know. We'll fight it together. There must be some way.
None that I know of.
You must go on taking the medicine. You must fight against him all the time.
But I can't fight. I can't fight. I feel myself growing weaker. Weaker after each attack. At one time, Hyde was weak and puny. Now, he has been indulged to the full. He is possessed of a terrible strength. He attacks me like a raging monster. I have no power to resist him.
Perhaps if I were with you.
No, never dream of such a thing. I couldn't answer for what might happen. He's now so vile, I dare not let him loose. As soon as I feel the first shudders that warn me of his coming, I have to lock myself in my laboratory, where no one ever comes, and where I keep the drugs that can restore me back to sanity.
But as long as you have that...
Ah, yes, as long as I have it. And there lies my horror, and my final dreadful doom. I have only enough of the original for 3 more doses. 3 more doses. And though I have ransacked London, there is no more to be had. Three more doses, and then the end. Either I must remain forever hidden from the sight of men, or go out and meet my punishment on the gallows.
Oh, it's impossible. It can't be true.
Oh, I used to say that too, but now I know there's no escape. At any hour of the night or day, I feel the horrible shuddering that warns me of the coming of Hyde. If I fall asleep, I always wake as Hyde.
Oh.
He creeps on me if I leave myself unguarded for a moment. He plays the most fiendish tricks on me. I have no peace, no soul of my own. He possesses me like a demon, which only the power of the drug can drive out. And soon, I won't have that.
But there must be more. Where did you get it before?
I got it from a wholesale chemist several years ago.
And have you asked them for more?
I've had every chemist in England searching for it. It was a rare kind of mineral salt that came from the Ural Mountains.
And can't they get any more?
They can. They can supply me with unlimited quantities, but it's useless. It doesn't have the least effect.
But why? Isn't it the same?
Well, they swear it is. I can only conclude that the first lot I had was imperfect, in some way that no one knows anything about. There was another element mixed with the essential salts. What it was, I haven't the slightest idea. But it was that mysterious, unknown chemical that gave me the power to split myself in two, and without which I am lost.
You mustn't give up. We'll find some more.
But when? The amount I've left will last me at most another 2 days. And that's only if I remain awake the whole time and never relax my vigilance for an instant.
Oh, Henry, my dear, my dear.
When the end comes, Helen, The thought of your bravery and loyalty will be the last thoughts to sustain me. Nothing could have been more fine, nor nobler than you. But I'm afraid for you. You must go. I can't tell you of the baseness of the creature I become when Hyde possesses me. There are thoughts of you, but... Oh, don't let us speak of that. One thing is certain. You must go.
You mean now?
Yes, now, at once. At any moment I may cease to be the man you know.
I can't leave you alone like this.
Oh, don't ignore what I say. You must go. I insist on it. Pack your things. I've already told my coachman to have the carriage waiting for you. He'll take you to your mother's house. Tomorrow, he'll call again and take you to the train. I'll make all the arrangements for you to stay at my house in Norfolk. It's yours. I've made out the deeds. I want you to live there as long as you like.
But
Don't say anything. There's no time for explanations. I've done what I could in the little time that's left. It comforted me a little to feel that I could provide for you and make you free from want for the rest of your life.
And now, you want me to go?
You must.
This is farewell.
It has to be. Goodbye, my love. Think of me. And pray for me.
Day and night. And if you send for me, no matter when or where...
Never. I forbid you to come. You must never come near me. It would be Hyde who sent the message. After tomorrow, there shall be no more of Henry Jekyll. This side of eternity.
Look, Hugh. I can see him.
Oh, see who?
A skylark. See, he's right above us. Just like a tiny speck in the blue.
Oh, darling, if Jenny Lind herself were floating around singing arias, I'm far too lazy to get excited.
If you don't get up and hurry, we'll be late for dinner. Do you know how touchy old Mrs. Harris is over her cooking? She's promised a steak and kidney pudding, too.
It's only 12 o'clock.
Oh, but we've got about 4 miles to walk back to the village. And it's such lovely country. I don't want to have to hurry.
All right. Oh, dear. Pull me up.
Pull you up?
Well, certainly. You may be on your honeymoon, Mrs. Lanyon, but it's time you started on your wifely duties. Come on, pull.
Oh, you great lazy brute. There now. See what you've done? Oh, I've fallen backwards into a gorse bush. Oh, help me out.
All in good time. You look quite charming sitting there.
Oh, have you ever sat in a gorse bush?
I've got vivid recollections of a patch of Scotch thistles. Oh, come on, up you get. Come on. Dr. Lanyon. Dr. Lanyon. Hello. Who's that calling down there?
I don't know. How funny he looks dressed up in that long frock coat.
Looks like somebody's butler on a day off. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. It couldn't be.
Couldn't be what?
I had a funny idea that he was Henry Jekyll's butler, Poole. But that's impossible. What'd he be doing up here at the English Lakes?
Perhaps he's on a honeymoon, too.
Poole? Oh, he's a respectable father of 5 bouncing young Britons.
Well, he seems to be very excited over something. Whoever he is. He's waving something in his hand and climbing the hill for all he's worth.
Well, let's go down and meet him. Till I get there first. Come on.
Oh, no, wait. Maybe you're right. It is Poole.
Oh, don't be silly.
It is. I caught a glimpse of his face, and he looked up a moment ago. There. Don't you see?
Great Scott. So it is. What on earth is he doing up here?
Perhaps something's happened down in London.
Why should he come all the way up here to tell us about it? Let's go quickly. I don't like the look of it. There must be something very much the matter to drag Poole out of his native haunts. Give me your hand. We'll take the short cut down the slope.
Oh, Dr. Lanyon, sir. Thank heaven I found you.
What are you doing here?
I've come all the way to tell you. I tried to put it in a letter, but it didn't seem possible.
What didn't? What's the matter?
I don't know, sir, and that's the plain truth. But it's Dr. Jekyll. There is something happened to him. I don't know what it is.
For heaven's sake, man, put it in words. Is he ill? Has he disappeared?
No, sir. He's at home. Or he was when I left. But he shut himself up in the inner room of his laboratory, and he won't come out.
What?
I know you'll find it hard to believe, sir. That's why I didn't feel that writing a letter was any use. I had to tell you myself.
Well, sit down and tell me. Nancy, you don't mind if we're a little late for Mrs. Harris's beefsteak pudding?
Oh, of course not. This is far more important.
Oh, indeed, ma'am. You don't know how urgent. Something's happened to the master, though what it is, heaven alone knows.
Now, start at the beginning, Poole, and tell us all you know.
Well, you know the doctor's way, sir. How he likes to shut himself away in that room and work on his experiments. Well, I didn't take no notice for the first few days. And then when he wrote a note telling me to put his food on a tray and leave it outside the door, and on no account to stay there or allow anyone to come near the place, I began to get worried and no mistake.
But why should he want his food put on a tray?
I don't know, sir. Unless it was that he didn't want to see or be seen by anyone.
This is fantastic. You're not imagining all this.
I only wish I was. Look, I brought the note to show you. Read it for yourself.
Put my food on a tray outside the door of my laboratory. As soon as you have done this, go away at once and do not return under any pretext whatever for at least an hour. In addition to this, do not allow any other person besides yourself to come near the building. These are my explicit instructions and must not be disobeyed. Henry Jekyll. Oh, good heavens.
You see, sir.
And what's happening while you're away?
Well, I had to take a chance. I felt I couldn't get along without your help, Dr. Lanyon. So I got my wife to take the food across. I know the doctor will be angry, but I can't help that.
Tell me the rest.
Well, sir, it's nearly a week now since he last came out. I can't tell you the awful feeling that's been over us all. We've been creeping round the house as though someone died. 2 of the maids gave notice. I've given orders for lights to be kept burning all night.
But that's all nonsense. The doctor probably engaged in some very difficult work. He just doesn't want to be disturbed.
Oh, I wish I could think that, Mrs. Lanyon, and that's the truth.
And what do you think has happened?
It's my belief, sir. There's been foul play.
Foul play? What on earth do you mean?
Oh, I daren't name it, sir. But I beg of you that you'll come back to London right away and help me find out.
Of course I'll come back with you. But tell me what you mean. All this sounds like some sort of nightmare.
That's just what it is, sir. The sort of thing that makes you wake up in the night in a cold sweat of fear. I tell you, sir, there's not one of us who'd venture across that courtyard and into the little building after darkness falls. Not if you was to give us £1,000.
But why? Why?
Wait till you've heard. Though I hope for your sake that you never will.
Well, heard what?
The dreadful cries and the moans that come out through the door. All this week, him or it or whatever it is that hides in that room has been crying night and day for some sort of medicine and cannot get it. Every time I go there with the food, I find sheets of people lying waiting for me. Every one of them telling me to go to some chemist to try and find the drug he wants.
Have you got one of those notes?
Yes. Here it is.
This is written in the doctor's hand. I know it anywhere.
That's true, sir.
And what happens when you take it to the chemist?
Oh, they're sick of the sight of me, one and all. They tell me they've sent what he asked for, but he returns it, saying it's not the right sort. Don't you see what's written at the bottom of the note I've given you? For God's sake, find me some of the old.
Yes, it's a strange note, but it was written by the doctor, and that proves he's still alive.
He was when it was written. But what does that tell us? Dr. Lanyon, I've seen him.
Seen him? What do you mean?
It's the belief in my heart that there's been murder done.
Murder?
That can't be possible.
Dr. Lanyon, I pray with all my heart that you are right. But I'm mortally afraid. The creature that I saw that day in the shadows of the laboratory was none other than the man who murdered Mr. Utterson 6 months ago. The dreadful Edward Hyde. I tell you, sir, I'm making no mistake. The hideous creature I saw scuttle up the stairs and through the laboratory door was Hyde. I'd know him anywhere. Haven't I had to wait on him when he came to stay in the doctor's house?
I don't doubt you, fool, but what on earth is he doing in Dr. Jekyll's laboratory? The man's been hunted in every corner of the kingdom. There's £2,000 reward offered for his capture.
How could Henry Jekyll hide such a creature? I would never have come up here if the need wasn't desperate. Oh, I've been driven half distracted, sir. What with the worry of Dr. Jekyll and the poor people coming ringing at the door asking for him. What poor people? The people from the clinic, sir. They're lost without him, and that's the truth. Oh, it'd fair wring your heart, it would, to hear the way they plead for him to come and look after their sick. But what's happened? Isn't Nurse Peters still down there? Nurse Peters, sir? The poor young lady's been too bad herself to look after anyone. Nurse Peters? What's been the matter with her? I don't rightly know, sir. But Dr. Jekyll brought her to the house a week before he went into the laboratory. No one saw her but himself, and the nursey had to look after her. But from what I heard, it seemed as though, well, she seemed to be partly out of her mind, sir. What? Why, you must be crazy. Helen Peters out of her mind and Dr. Jekyll murdered? What sort of crazy yarn is this? Oh, I know, sir. And that's why I came all the way up here to see you. If I'd put it in a letter, you'd never have believed me.
I don't believe you now, that this couldn't have happened. Where's Miss Peters now?
The doctor gave orders that she was to be taken down to his house in Norfolk, sir. I saw her just before she left. Oh, she looked mortal bad, sir. And the saddest look I ever saw on any woman's face. She seemed in a sort of a dream. She just walked down the stairs and out of the door and never said a word.
Oh, stop. If you tell him any more, I'll believe I'm going mad, too. Has the whole world tumbled to pieces?
Oh, we need you, Dr. Lanyon. Someone's got to come and try and put things right.
I'll come. I'll come right away.
Helen, dear, here's a letter for you. Do you feel well enough to read it?
Yes, Mother, I'll read it.
That's a good girl. You're looking ever so much better today. A few weeks of this lovely country air should make you quite well again.
Do you think so, Mother, dear? I wish I did.
Read your letter, and we'll go for a little stroll out in the garden. You never saw anything like the delphiniums and the roses, and they'll make you better just to see them. Do you know, there's the dearest little pony cart and an old fat cob in the stables. I was talking to the head groom about it this morning. How would you like to go for a drive through the park? The trees are looking lovely. Just the ferns, the little tinge of ferns and faint tinge of the autumn. Why, dear, what's the matter? Is the bad news in the letter?
No. You may read it if you like.
What is it? Why, it's some sort of document. A deed of gift.
Yes, from Henry. He's given me this house and the parklands and all the land. He told me he was doing that before we said goodbye.
Helen, dearest, don't cry. You mustn't upset yourself. This was done to make you happy, not to cause you any pain.
Happy? No, I don't think Henry expected me to be happy.
My darling, I wish I could tell you what... I wish you could tell me what happened between you. Is it so final? If ever I saw a man with mortal grief on his face, it was Henry Jekyll the morning we left to come down here. Though I'm sure he loves you.
Oh, please, Mother, please. If only you knew how it tortures me to hear you say that.
Sorry, dear. I won't say it again.
We must regard him as dead. None of us will see him again. Ever.
Is he stricken with some dreadful illness, dear?
Yes. An illness so dreadful, so terrible, that my mind can't bear to think of it. And yet I can't help myself. I sit here thinking of him alone, facing that dreadful doom. And I can't do anything. I can't even be with him.
But can't anything be done? Aren't there doctors?
Nothing, and no one can help him. Do you think I would have come away if there'd been any hope?
Oh, let's talk about it anymore. It only upsets you, and if nothing can be done for him... Come, we'll go into the garden. Would you like a shawl to put round your shoulders?
Mother, I'd like to go alone. Do mind.
But are you strong enough?
Of course I am. There's nothing the matter with me, physically.
Very well, then. But don't walk too far. I'll come down to you in half an hour.
Yes, do. I'll be down under that beech tree at the end of the lawn. I think perhaps I'd better wear a coat. It might turn cold.
Yes, do.
Now take care of yourself. I will. Goodbye. Why do you kiss me like that? I'll be seeing you in half an hour. Williams, my mother was telling me that you've got a pony cart and cob here that I could drive.
Yes, Miss Peters.
Do you think I could have it right away?
Well, are you going to drive it yourself, miss?
Yes. I'm feeling so much better today that I think I'll go down to the village and do a little shopping. How soon can you have it ready?
Oh, it won't take a minute, miss. The old cob's in the stable now, and I'll have one of the boys harness him right away.
Good, I'll wait. By the way, I can reach the main road by going through that gate over there, can't I?
Oh, yes, miss. But there's a better road if you take the one that goes right past the house.
No, I'll take this one. I don't want to pass the house. And hurry, will you? I don't want to be too late getting back.
Oh, certainly, miss. There's old Rory into the pony cart.
Porter, I want to go to London. Can you tell me when I can catch a train?
Yeah, you're dead lucky, miss. There's one due right now. It'll take you as far as Norwich, and then you'll get the express.
Oh.
Oh, there she is, coming up to the crossing now. Want a ticket?
Yes, first class, please.
Any luggage?
No, none.
Here's your ticket, then. 11 and 9pence, please.
Thank you.
Yes?
What do you want? Is this Dr. Jekyll's place?
Yes, but he's not at home.
Oh, do you know when he'll be back?
No, I haven't any idea. He's been gone for several days now.
Oh, don't you know where he is? I need him dreadful bad. My little girl that's ill. Oh, if I don't get him soon, I don't know what'll happen.
Well, he isn't here, and it's no use your waiting.
Oh, what am I going to do?
Oh, can't you get another doctor?
I want to come to folks as poor as us, but Dr. Jekyll. We haven't any money to pay him with.
Did you go to the clinic?
Yes. There's no one there. It's all shut up. Oh, when is Dr. Lanyon coming, Betty? It's terrible with both of them away.
Oh, he's on his honeymoon. He won't be back for another week.
And even Miss Peters. Oh, it ain't right for 'em all to go and leave us like this. We've learnt to count on 'em so much.
Mrs. Forbes? Miss Peters?
Nurse. Oh, thank heaven you're back. Margie's that ill, miss. I've been off out of me mind.
What's the matter with her?
Oh, it's some sort of fever. She's tossing round and she's burning hot. She hasn't known me for the past 2 days. Oh, can you come and see her, miss?
Well, I wanted to see Dr. Jekyll.
He isn't here. He's been gone away. There's no one left but you, miss. Oh, don't say you won't come. You would let her die for want of help. All right, I'll come. He would have wished me to. Nellie, can I come inside and get some things?
Yes, miss, of course.
Mrs. Forbes, you go back to your child. I'll get something to eat and some medicine and come over as soon as ever I can. Oh, heaven bless you, miss. You don't know how wonderful it is to see you back again. My cab's still waiting. Here, take this money and get the man to drive you home. Keep your little girl warm and give her plenty to drink. I'll come and see her in half an hour. Oh, thank you, miss. Thank you a thousand times. Nellie, can you get me something hot to drink? I've come a long way.
Are you feeling better, miss?
Yes, I'm all right. Nellie, when did you see Dr. Jekyll last?
Well, none of us has seen him since the day after you left, miss.
Did he go away?
No. Oh, I didn't like to tell that woman, but he's locked himself up in the building at the back of the house.
Oh, Henry, my poor darling. And does he never come out?
No, miss. Not for anything. You're not thinking of going to see him, miss?
Why?
Well, we've had orders to keep away. No one's allowed near the place except when there's food to be taken across.
No, I'll not go there. I'll do what I can to keep on with his work. There are sick people in need of him. I don't think I can help him, but I can help them. And that is my duty.
Are you well enough, miss?
Well, of course I am. There are times when One must forget oneself, Nellie. And this is one of them. Now, will you please get me some food? And show me where the doctor keeps his surgical bag and medicines. This is what he would wish me to do. I know. And as long as I have strength, I'll do it. Let me see now. I'll want this little box of medicines, the thermometer, a stethoscope, some cotton wool. Do you know where the doctor keeps his antiseptics, Nellie?
I'm not sure, miss, but I think they're in that cabinet over there.
Oh, yes, that's right. Now, I wonder what else I'll need. By the way, where's Poole?
He went away yesterday morning, miss.
Went away?
Yes. I'm not certain, but I think he's gone to try and get Dr. Lanyon to come back from his honeymoon. He's been awful worried over the master, miss.
Yes, I suppose so. Has Mrs. Poole been in charge while he's away?
Yes, miss. She's downstairs now, getting a tray ready to take over to the doctor.
A tray?
That's his orders, miss. 3 times a day, food's to be taken over to him. It's to be placed outside the door, and then whoever goes over with it is to leave at once. We never see him, miss. There's the empty tray waiting for us when we get back, and not another sign.
I see.
There's Mrs. Poole coming up with his supper now, mister. Will I tell her you're here?
No. I'll go out and see her myself. Ask someone to get me a cab, will you? I must hurry away as soon as I can.
Yes, miss. I'll do it right away.
Thank you.
Mrs. Poole? Lord, Miss Peters, how you gave me a start. I never dreamt of seeing you back here so soon. Are you feeling better, miss?
Yes, I'm all right. There was nothing really the matter with me. I only needed a little rest. Tell me, Mrs. Poole, have you seen Dr. Jekyll?
No, miss. None of us has. Not since the night after you left.
And how was he then?
Oh, dreadful, moody and depressed, miss. Never touched a bite of his food and didn't say a word to no one. Poole told me that he spent most of the night in his study writing letters. Round about daybreak, he heard him pacing up and down like as if he had something terrible on his mind.
Yes, go on.
Well, you know, miss, that Poole's never the one to pry on his master. But the fact is that he was that worried he never slept a wink the whole night through. At last he got that bad that he got up out of his bed.
Did he see the doctor?
No, miss, but he heard him. He came back pale and trembling and sat on the edge of the bed not knowing what to do. He told me that he heard the doctor sobbing down in that empty room and it fair broke his heart to listen to it.
Oh, if only I'd been here.
Well, I don't know that you could have helped, miss. It wasn't long after that we both of us heard him slam the door that leads to the courtyard at the back of the house. Then we heard his footsteps going over the paving stones and the sound of his key in the lock of that building where his laboratory is. I don't know why it was, miss, but the both of us held our breath. There seemed to be something strange about the sound of his footsteps dragging slow and terrible across them stones. And then the door shut, and there was silence. And there's not been any one of us has set our eyes on him from that time on. Oh, Miss Peters, what do you think's come over him?
I don't know, Mrs. Poole. I don't know. But we must do as he says. Leave him alone and hope and pray that it will pass.
Will you come out with me now? I daresn't go alone. I always get one of the maids to come with me.
Why, what are you afraid of?
Wait till you hear.
Hear what?
Come with me now and listen for yourself. It's time I took this food across. I daresn't be a minute late.
All right. Wait a minute. I'll open the door. Oh, listen to that wind.
Oh, I hate this courtyard. Always damp and never gets the sun. Look, the sky's quite bright, but it's dark in here already. Mind where you're going. Them stones are full of holes. Look. What? Oh, it's him, sitting at the window. Oh, the poor gentleman, how pale and ill he looks. Oh.
He hasn't seen us yet. Don't move. Stay in the doorway, and I'll go and speak to him. Henry?
Helen, what are you doing here?
I came to see you, Henry. I heard that you were sick.
I'm so glad to see you, dear.
You must go away, Helen.
Please don't send me away. I just want to be near you in case there's anything that I can do.
No. No, it's quite impossible. You can do nothing. I beg of you to go. Now, at once.
But why?
Because... Oh, Helen!
Henry! Henry, what's the matter?
Oh, Miss Peters, Miss Peters. Oh, what does it mean?
Did you see?
Yes. What's come over him? That look on his face before he shut the window down. It froze the very blood in me veins.
Listen.
Oh, that's it. That's what we've been hearing all the week. Day and night it is. Do you wonder that none of us dares come out here alone?
Oh, this can't go on. We've got to do something.
Yes, but what? That's why Poole's gone for Dr. Lanyon. We had to have some help.
Oh, but he mightn't be here for days. Oh, I'm going to do something now. Are you willing to come?
I've got to go into that place for the food, and none of the others will venture.
Come along, then. We'll go together. Oh, just listen to that wind. Oh. Heavens. Dark in here. I can hardly see a thing.
There's a lantern just inside the door. Wait a minute till I light it. There.
Oh, that's better. Now, you wait here.
Where are you going, Miss Peters?
I'm going to speak to him through the door.
Oh, no, you mustn't.
Don't you realize that something dreadful has happened to Dr. Jekyll? You expect me to stand by and do nothing about it?
But listen to that voice crying in the room up there. Is that Dr. Jekyll?
Who else can it be?
Whoever it is that's crying out like that, it's never Dr. Jekyll. I've served him 20 years, miss, and I couldn't be deceived. There's someone else in that room with him. But who it is and why he stays there is something that I dursn't even guess at.
All the same, I'm going to speak to him. You wait here and I'll go up the stairs alone.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't, miss. I do indeed.
Henry? Henry, can you hear me?
Who's there?
It's Helen. Henry, won't you see me?
Go away!
But Henry, I wanted...
Go away! Go away! How dare you come here? I told you not to come. Go! Go!
I want to help you. You must let me in.
Help me, you! You poor, weak, trembling thing! You think you've got it in your power to do anything for me? I'm beyond the power of heaven or hell. Get away! Get away before I tear down this door and show you what I am!
Oh, was that my master's voice, Miss Peters?
No.
Oh, you see, it ain't any use. We'll have to wait till Poole comes back with Dr. Lanyon.
Are you there, Miss Peters?
Yes, Nellie, what is it?
The cab's been waiting for you, miss. The man says he can't stop much longer.
Oh, very well. I'll come now. Nellie, will you stay here with Mrs. Poole while she takes the tray to the door?
Oh, dear.
All right, then. I'll stay if you're nervous.
No, it'll be all right. It's just that it really gives me the creeps over there.
Well, if I can go right up to that door and put the tray down, you ought to be able to stay down here.
Very well, then, but don't be too long.
Oh, you needn't worry over that. You go, Miss Peters. We'll be all right.
I must go to that sick child. And if I miss this cab, goodness knows how long it will be before I get another one.
Of course, miss. Nellie, stop looking over your shoulder like that. There's nothing in that corner but a pile of empty boxes.
I'll come back just as soon as I can, Mrs. Poole. Will you prepare a room for me? I'll stay here until Dr. Lanyon gets back.
Yes, miss, that I will. And I'll be right glad to have you with us.
I'll be back about 11 o'clock, I suppose.
And you'll find me sitting up. I'll have some supper ready for you.
Thank you very much. Goodbye. I'll go back to the house.
Oh, listen to him. Oh, do worry, Mrs. Poole. Oh, I can't abide it if that's the truth.
Oh, I'll go up right away. Pull yourself together now like a good girl.
Let me in.
Oh, I'm sorry, miss.
What have you got this door locked for?
We always keep it locked when we get in. Call out, miss.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm the kitchen boy, miss.
What are you doing up here in the main house?
If you please, miss, all the servants has been coming up here at night. The servants' halls at the back. We hear him two dogs playing there.
I see. Well, I suppose it's all right.
Mrs. Poole's letting us sit down the fire in the big entrance hall. It helps to keep our spirits up.
Oh, there's nothing to be afraid of. The doctor's very ill, that's all. And there's no...
Nellie, what's that?
Nellie, here, quiet. What's the matter?
I saw him. He came out through the door. Oh, Mrs. Poole.
Mrs. Poole, what do you mean?
Look at him now. He's coming across the hall.
Oh, shut the door. Shut the door before he gets to... Oh, look at him.
Nellie, what's the matter?
Oh, look through the window. Can't you see him? There. He's crouching in that patch of shadow.
Where's Mrs. Poole?
Oh, he had a great stick in his hand. I seen him hit her with it. Just as she was bending down, put the tray on the doorstep outside the door.
He hit her?
Yes. Oh, on the end. I could hear the sound still. She never made a sound. Just fell forward on her face. And then he seen me. And he gave a sort of an awful cry. Oh, don't let him get in here.
He won't. We've got the door bolted and barred. But we can't leave Mrs. Poole out there.
Miss Peters, it ain't no use of anybody going out to risk their lives for her.
What do you mean?
He killed her. He killed her right before me very eyes. He did.
Nellie, stop it. Get back to the entrance hall, all of you. Someone get some brandy. She's going to faint. Thomas, help me carry her here.
Hey, what's the matter? What's happened here?
Oh, Dr. Lanyon, thank heaven you're here.
What's the matter?
I don't know. Something terrible has happened out in the laboratory.
Wait till I get these people to calm down. Listen, everybody, all of you. Go back to the kitchen. If there's anything you can do, I'll send for you. But you must keep calm. You understand?
Yes.
Good. Off you go then. Now, we'll take care of Mary. And none of you to move out of the kitchen unless I tell you to. Understand?
What's happened, Dr. Lanyon? What's happened? I got held up paying off that cab.
I don't know yet. Will you take charge down the kitchen? There seems to be a dangerous terrier.
Yes, sir. Certainly, sir. Where's Mrs. Poole? What's the matter? What are you looking at me like that for? Where is she? Nothing's happened to her, has it? Tell me, someone, tell me.
Poole, come in here. Dr. Lanyon, get Thomas to help you carry Nellie in, too. She's coming right now.
But tell me.
Poole, we don't know. There's been an accident. Nellie's the only one who saw.
Saw? Saw what?
They were both out in the building where Dr. Jekyll is, and I think that he came out.
Who came out? Who? Not him. Not Hyde. Oh, for pity's sake, not Hyde.
Hush, man, you mustn't cry out like that.
Let me go to her. We can't leave her alone with that fiend. Oh, Sarah.
Stop him! Don't let him go. It isn't safe like
Come
that.
in here. You must wait. You've got to think.
Oh, let me go. Let me go. Don't you know it's my wife?
All right. We'll go together. But first we must arm ourselves. Where does the doctor keep his pistols?
In the top drawer of that cabinet over there.
Good. Oh, they're gone.
Gone?
That means he's got them over there.
You mustn't go unarmed.
Armed or not, I'm going. My wife is over there in that building with that creature out of hell. I'm going to her. If it's the last thing that I ever do.
Poole, listen to me. Nellie says that she's beyond the reach of help.
She's beyond the reach of help? You don't mean...
Yes. Nellie, can you tell him? Take this brandy. Try to be as calm as you can. Yes, Miss Peters.
What is it, Nellie? What happened?
He opened the door just as she bent down with the tray. She never saw him. I got a glimpse of his face in the light, and then he raised the stick and struck.
And it was Edward Hyde.
Yes, Edward.
Oh,
Lord, have pity on us.
we saw him out in the courtyard.
What? He's come out of the laboratory?
Yes.
Then we'll act quickly. The man's a dangerous homicidal maniac. We've got to get him before he commits any more of his terrible crimes.
What will you do?
By rights, we should call in the police.
Oh, no, not that.
My dear, what's the matter?
Oh, don't you know what that means? It's the gallows for him.
And was there ever a man who walked this earth who more richly deserved to die in such a way?
You don't understand. Oh, you don't know what you're saying.
Helen, you'd never have pity for such a one as Hyde.
But is it only Hyde that you're condemning?
You mean Henry, too?
Yes. Don't you know that there's some deep and dreadful bond between the two?
Helen, have you thought what might have happened to Henry, too? Has he been shut away with this monster all this time and still not come to any harm?
He's all right. He's alive. I saw him not half an hour ago. He spoke to me.
Are you sure of this?
Certain. He was looking out the window as I went across the courtyard.
Then?
Well, don't you see that we must try and save him from himself?
But how? We can't let Hyde go free.
Well, he can't get out of that courtyard. It's surrounded on every side by a high stone wall. The only door into the street outside can't be opened. So how can he escape?
And what would you have us do?
Sir, if you will excuse me, I'm going out there. I can't stay here while I know my wife is lying in that place.
Very well. I'll come too. We'll arm ourselves as best we can. After all, there are two of us.
You can take some of the other men. There's Thomas and Bradshaw. And what chance would even Hyde have against 4 of you?
All right. Call them, Poole. Tell them to get pokers or sticks of some sort. And don't tell the other servants. Call them upstairs and tell them separately. Can you do this?
Aye, sir. I can. But if I so much as get my hands on him, I'm a God-fearing man, Dr. Lanyon. But right from the first moment I set eyes on that evil countenance, I longed to close my fingers round his throat. And now...
I know. But we have no power to take justice into our own hands like that. Edward Hyde must face a sterner judge than you or I.
For his sake and for mine, I pray I don't get near to him.
Are you ready now?
Sure. We're all ready, sir.
Poole, you got the lights?
2 lanterns, Doctor. That will be enough. It isn't really dark yet.
Come along, then. Keep together. Be ready to seize him if he's still in the courtyard. Thomas, you can open the door.
Yes, sir.
He's not out there.
No. Although he might be hidden in one of those shadows. What a dismal place this is. Always full of shadows.
Look. There's a light in the upper window. And that's his shadow. Pacing up and down. Up and down.
Yes. You're right. But is it Hyde or Dr. Jekyll?
Take a look, sir. Note the size of him.
Yes. That's a smaller, lighter man than the doctor.
It's him. It's Hyde. I've seen him too often to be mistaken.
Very well, then. Let's go into the building. I say, keep that lantern shining well ahead there.
Oh, yes, sir.
Quiet now. Poole, you'd better stay here with Thomas and let Bradshaw and me go ahead.
You mean, sir?
It might be better that way.
It's all right, sir. Don't worry, sir. I'm man enough to face what may be coming to me.
Very well, then, Poole. Follow me.
Oh, Lord. Look at them rats.
the size of rabbits. Look, what's that up there?
It's her. Poole, are you sure you wouldn't rather wait and let me go up the stairs to see?
No. I'll face it, sir. I'll come.
Very well. Come along.
Lord have mercy on us.
Hold the lantern steady. Here, help me turn her over.
Yes, sir. Oh, Lord. Lord. Just look. Oh, Sarah. My Sarah.
Poole, you mustn't give away like that.
Oh, Lord. It's him. Don't let him out. Whatever you do, don't let him out for mercy's sake.
Quiet. Who are you in there?
I'm Henry Jekyll.
Then come out. It's Lanyon here, Henry. You've got to come out of there.
I can't.
Henry, I demand to see you. You know there's been murder done out here on your very doorstep. You've got that man in there with you. You're hiding him. Have you gone mad? I give you fair warning. Nothing can excuse you. You must and shall come out and hand this beast over to justice. If you don't do it of your own free will, then we'll force the door.
Oh, you, for pity's sake, have mercy.
If you could look on this poor woman lying at our feet, you'll have no mercy in your heart, either for the fiend who murdered her, or the man who gave him shelter. I give you one more chance.
Oh, no, I'll not come out.
Very well, then. We must smash the door. You're not Henry Jekyll. The voice isn't his. The words aren't his. What have you done with him?
He's here with me.
Then let him come out.
No, he could never come out.
I'm giving you fair warning. You leave me no choice but to break in the door.
Oh, have you no pity? Can't you let me stay here in my agony?
No, come out of here at once,
Pity, you fiend. Did you have pity on my wife?
Let her go, Poole. There's no point in talking anymore.
What shall we do, sir? Shall I get an axe and break in the door?
No, we can't do that. Things have got beyond our control now. We must call in the police.
You mean because of...
We must not touch her. Nothing must be moved.
Could I stay with her, sir? Please? I can't bear to think of her being alone in this dark, dismal place.
Are you sure you feel able to bear it, Poole?
Now that the first shock is over, I feel calmer, sir.
All the same, I think Thomas had better remain with you. Bradshaw and I'll go back to the house. I'll send someone around to the police station right away. Then I'll come back to you.
Could we take one of those pieces of cloth over there? Just cover her up, sir.
Yes. Thomas, come and help me.
Oh, my poor girl. My poor girl. She did it because I asked her to. I should never have asked her. I'll never forgive myself. Never. As long as I live.
There. That hides her from your sight. Come along, Bradshaw. We'll go. Bradshaw, you go to the police station and tell them what's happened. Tell them to hurry. We know Hyde's locked in that room now. But at any moment, he might take it into his head to break out.
Yes, sir. I'll go right away.
Is that you, Dr. Lanyon?
Oh, Helen, I was just coming to look for you.
What did you find in there? Is she dead?
Yes. It was instantaneous, I should think.
How dreadful. How unspeakably dreadful. What are you going to do?
I have just sent Bradshaw for the police.
The police?
There's no alternative.
I know. So that's to be the end. The gallows. Strange. He told me once of a prophecy. An old gypsy woman on a windswept heath. She warned him that this would be his fate.
Who were you talking about? Did you know Edward Hyde?
Edward Hyde? Yes. Yes, I knew him. But I knew Henry Jekyll best.
Helen, look at me. Do you feel all right?
I know what you're thinking. Poole told you that I've been ill, didn't he?
Yes.
They thought I'd gone out of my mind. It wasn't so. And you needn't look at me as though you're afraid of it again. I know what I know. And soon you'll see it and know it too.
Can't you tell me what you mean?
I can't tell you. You must see for yourself. You must look on a sight that will freeze the blood in your veins and shake your very life to its foundation.
Helen, what are you talking
don't
about?
ask me. There are no words. You must wait and see what you will see. Listen, what's that?
That's the police. They'll have every man they've got to surround the place.
But there's something else. Open the window and have a look. Look! Just look at those people. Where have they come from?
Goodness only knows.
They're coming this way. Look, the police are forming a cordon to keep them back. How do they get to know?
There only needs to be a whisper of the name of Hyde to arouse them to frenzy. I don't think there's ever been a man before who so filled the common people with loathing. Every man, woman, and child in England has heard of his crimes.
Oh, I can't bear it. Shut the window. Don't let me see.
There. That'll be the police. I'll go down and let them in. Will you wait here?
Yes. Yes, I'll wait.
I think you'd be wise to remain in this room. Things may be a little bit unpleasant downstairs.
Do you think I can shut away the horrors of tonight by shutting the door? Oh, go. 1 or 2 more. What does it matter? If the end must come, let it be soon.
You spoke to him through the door, Dr. Lanyon.
Yes, just a few minutes ago, Inspector. He can't get out without our knowing it. And there's only one door.
Is anybody keeping watch?
Yes, 2 men. I don't think we ought to delay too long. He's been out once tonight, and we want no more murders.
You're right, we don't. I'll get my men. The whole place is surrounded now, but we need half a dozen or so to be with us when we break in.
You've got tools?
Yes, an axe and a crowbar.
You'll need them. The door's particularly thick and strong.
Let's get started then. The men are waiting outside. I'll call them in. This is a strange-looking place. What was it used for?
Dr. Jekyll was very interested in chemical research, Inspector. He has his laboratory out here.
And he and that beast Hyde have been shut up together for the past week.
As far as I know, they have been. But none of us knew about Hyde until tonight.
What on earth could a fine gentleman like the doctor be doing with a brute like that?
Heaven only knows. That's what I've been asking myself ever since I knew.
Well, we'll soon find out. A lot of mysteries are going to be cleared up tonight, I fancy.
Here we are. I'll open the door and let you in. Are you there, Poole?
Yes, sir. Here.
I've brought Inspector Martin and some of his men. Has anything happened since I left? Listen, Inspector. You can hear him now.
Doesn't sound human.
No more he is. Look what he did to my wife. Oh, just look. Isn't that the work of a fiend?
Steady on, old man. You shouldn't have stayed here so long. Do you think the poor soul could be taken across to the house now, Inspector? We thought it better not to move her till you came. But there's no doubt about who did it.
None at all. Yes, there's no point in leaving her here any longer. Ted, you and Harry carry her across. We'll be able to do the job without you. I don't think he'll put up much of a fight from the sound of him.
I wouldn't depend on that if I were you.
Oh, we're all armed. If he shows the least sign of trouble, we'll know how to settle him. No, I'd hate to cheat the hangman of his job.
Hanging's too good for him. If I had my way...
Never mind, Poole, my poor fellow. We know how you feel. But Hyde will pay the penalty. Never fair.
Are you ready, men?
Yes, sir. All ready.
I'll go up to the door.
Have your guns ready and be prepared for anything.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Who's there?
Open this door in the name of the law.
No. No.
Edward Hyde, I command you to open this door and come out, or I'll give orders for it to be smashed down.
No, I can't.
I will count 3. 1, 2, 3. Come on, George and Bert. Don't waste time. Down with it. Keep it up. Keep it up, men. We don't want it to slip through our fingers.
Stop!
Helen. Wait a minute, Inspector.
Helen, my dear, you must go back to the house. This is no place for you.
Oh, it is. I must be here. You don't understand. Please don't break in that door. You don't know what's there.
We know that the murderer of 2 innocent people is there.
And something else. Dr. Lanyon, you're his friend. Don't you realize what you're doing?
Helen, you mustn't get excited like this. You must calm down. What's come over you? Would you have us let this creature go?
Oh, but I love him. No matter what he's done or what he's guilty of. I love him.
In pity's name, what are you talking about?
Henry Jekyll. They're the same person. Jekyll and Hyde. If you destroy one, you destroy the other. Oh, can't you understand?
What on earth she's talking about?
I haven't got the sweetest idea. Helen, please go back to the house. You don't know what you're saying.
I do. Oh, won't anyone believe me? I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it. He came to my house. He swallowed the drug. And I saw him change.
Dr. Lanyon, I think we'd better take her away, sir. This is how she was when the doctor was so worried over her. Yes, I can see that for myself. Helen, dear, I want you to do as I ask. Won't you go back to the house and leave this grim business to us? Heaven alone knows what we'll see when we do break in that door.
I know what you'll see. You'll see a sight that will strike you dumb with horror, that will freeze the blood in your veins. But I must see it too. I've seen so much, suffered so much. I must see the end. Tell them to go on. I'll be calm. I know it has to be.
Go on, men. Smash in the door.
We'll soon know now. See the lock's beginning to give. Oh, Helen, won't you please go? There's nothing you can do.
I can see the end. Please, you must let me stay. You must.
Have your guns ready, men. Look how he doesn't try to rush through.
What are they going to do? They won't shoot him down.
All right, bring your gun. Come on, right in. Look, what's the matter? There, on the floor.
Oh!
I thought he would. Dead. But look, sir. That's not Edward Hyde. What do you mean? Don't you see, sir? That's a big man. Hyde was little more than a dwarf. That body lying there is Dr. Jekyll. By heaven. I believe you're right. Inspector, did you hear that?
Yes. Come along. Let's go and make sure. Watch every entrance, men. Hyde must be somewhere in the building still. Search it from top to bottom. Yes, sir. Yeah. What is it, Doctor? Is it murder?
No. I don't think so. Don't you see that glass lying near his hand?
Smell of almonds.
The odor of one of the most deadly of all poisons. He knew what he was doing.
We searched the old place, sir. There's not the slightest trace of Hyde.
But that's impossible. We heard him in this room.
He must have got out by some secret door. Are you certain he hasn't slipped through the cordon?
Well, there hasn't been the slightest sign of him, sir. There's a man stationed every few feet.
If you will excuse me, Doctor, I'll have to go and see about this.
Yes. Yes. Go along. We'll stay here until you come back. Helen, dear. Drink this. There. And now, my dear, won't you sit down? Why, there's a letter here. Addressed to me.
Then read it. I think I know what you'll find written inside. And it seems right that you should read it here, in this room. The place where he made his experiments. The scene of his terrible triumph. And his terrible death.
You'll make me almost afraid to read.
But you must. It's the last chapter in the life of your friend. You must know it.
Very well, then. You, my dear friend, when this shall have reached your hands, I shall have passed beyond the scope of mortal friendship and of mortal pain. But because I know the bewilderment and the terror which the act I contemplate will arouse in you, I feel it my duty to tell you the full story of my distorted life. As you know, I was born to a large fortune, endowed with enough graces and distinctions to render life unusually fortunate, and with every guarantee of an honorable and distinguished future.
Young Markham, I think, marked the start of that dreadful path which has led me to this tragic end.
If it hadn't been for you, I'd never have gone there. Never have spoken to those girls, never drunk their beastly wine.
But you wouldn't tell the head, Markham.
I would, Jekyll. Good heavens, Jekyll. Why are you looking at me like that? What's come over you? Don't stare at me that way. Your eyes. What's the matter with your eyes? Keep away. What are you going to do? Don't bare your teeth like that. You're a cannibal. Jekyll, don't. Don't. Keep away from that window. Keep away, you fool.
Even you, my dearest friend, never knew the truth about Hetty Wilson.
I don't know why I didn't die. That's the truth. I thought about it often enough. I went down to the river once, but there was always the hope that there'd be a letter next day, or I'd see you in the street.
You wondered how it came that I was with our old master, Professor Harriot, when he died, and what bond there was between us.
Final, ultimate test.
Oh, but this is blasphemy. You're going to rip apart the veils that hide the human soul.
Galileo was threatened with a rack and the wheel of inquisition for the blasphemy of saying that the earth revolved round the sun, and I am prepared to accept the torture that will follow the taking of this preparation for the sake of my beliefs. Are you prepared to stay and witness what follows?
Yes. Yes, I'll stay.
Good. I now drink to the cause of science.
And Margaret, what can I say about Margaret? My only excuse is that I truly loved her.
Oh, Henry, if I only understood you better. But there's something so strange and wild about you. At times you seem so old, as though you'd lived for 1,000 years.
Don't try to understand me. Just love me, Margaret. Love me forever, no matter what happens, no matter what I do. Otherwise, I'm lost. I know I am.
I do love you. Oh, if you only knew how much.
On Margaret inevitably follows the death of her father. Even as I write, I am sickened with the memory of this most frightful crime in the long register of horrors that lie against the name of Hyde.
Hyde, stop this. I've done nothing to you.
Haven't you? If you hadn't kept Margaret away from me, Edward Hyde would have ceased to exist long ago. She would have made all the difference. Look on your work, O righteous man, and see what you have called forth out of the darkness of a human soul.
You foul obscenity. Take my daughter's name off your lips. You're the vilest, most repulsive creature I've ever set my eyes on. The world will be a better place to be rid of you, and God willing, I shall do it.
Yeah, kill me, would you? And take that. And that. And that.
I'll tell them. Ah, Hugh, my friend, what would we do without these brave, loyal women who have glorified our lives? Heaven knows, I knew how little I had to take from her, the rich treasure that she offered me.
I'll marry you, Henry. And whatever this black thing is that you've got in the background of your life, I'll help you fight it. And if I don't succeed, if it gets too strong for me, I'll still love you. No matter what you've done, what you may have become. Please stop. I can't stand anymore.
There are only a few more lines. I think you ought to hear them, Helen, dear.
Go on, then.
You will see by the terms of my will, which I enclose, that provision has been made for you to maintain the clinic and to increase its staff enough to enable you and Helen to cope with the many sick and needy ones who constantly besiege its doors. Here then, as I lay down the pen, seal up my confession, I must bring to an end the life of that unhappy man who was your friend and confidant, Henry Jekyll. This letter is written in his hand. His body lies before me, yet I can't believe.
I know. I saw the terrible transformation take place before my very eyes. And even I can't believe.
If I make this confession in his public, no one will believe it. They'll say it's the ravings of a madman.
We can't do that. Let his secret die with him. There's the fire. All you've got to do is put it in.
Have we the right? Henry Jekyll made a great discovery. Perhaps one of the greatest of all time. Someday the dark experiments he made may reach perfection in the hands of other men. It may be that the forces that destroyed him because of his imperfect knowledge may be the means of conferring immeasurable benefits on some suffering wretches who would otherwise be doomed to insanity and death.
In the realm of science, nothing is impossible. Those were his very words.
Yes. Who are we in our ignorance to condemn him? Who are we to dare destroy the records of his life?
What shall we do then?
I shall keep this letter. And I'll search this laboratory for every scrap of data, every record he ever made. Professor Marriott passed on the secret of his work to Henry. I must find someone who is worthy to receive the trust from him.
Yes. Yes, I think you're right.
And now, we'll cover this beloved face for the last time. Turn down the lamp that shed its light so steadfastly on the dark agony of his experiments. And close the door of this little secret room that saw the best and the worst of Henry Jekyll and of Edward Hyde. May God have mercy on his soul.
Amen.
And so concludes Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, adapted for radio by Betty Roland from a story by Robert Louis Stevenson and a George Edwards production.